Chapter 3, Severing ties with the Yu family. As Yu Jiwan departed from the billiards hall, she summoned a taxi, urging it to hasten her return to the Yu residence with utmost speed. Upon entering the living room, she was met with the sight of her father, Yu Changde, her mother, Tao Shuqin, her elder brother, Yu Xiuqi, her second brother, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang, the 5 members of the family gathered together. The moment Yu Changde spotted Yu Jiwan, he slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. "You wretched girl, you dare to return? Just now Cheng Feng called, saying you broke up with him. Who gave you the authority to end that relationship? Right now, in front of me, call Cheng Feng and apologize, do you hear me?" Tao Shuqin grasped the furious Yu Changde, her brow furrowing as she turned to Yu Jiwan. "Listen to your father, quickly call Cheng Feng and admit your mistake. The collaboration between the Yu and Gu families has just been established, and both our families have discussed this matter. You and Cheng Feng are to enter into a union. How can you simply decide to break up?" Yu Jiwan's expression turned icy. "A union?" Yu Shaozi, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, let out a derisive snort. "What, do you have objections? Don't think I can't see through it. The reason you broke up with Gu Chengfeng is because you are still fixated on the engagement with the Xie family, yearning to marry Xie Jingma," he continued. "In my view, we should hasten to marry you off, lest you become an obstacle to Xiangxiang's marriage." Elder brother Yu Xiuqi nodded in agreement, his tone more composed yet equally cold. "A father, mother, Shaozi has a point. Yu Jiwan is the true daughter of the Yu family. With her presence, Shangxiang's engagement to Xie Jingma may be jeopardized. It is indeed prudent to marry her off quickly." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Jiwan, his disapproval and scorn unmasked. "Jiwan, even in your folly, you must have some limits. A young master like Gu Chengfeng has countless women vying for his affection. You should learn to cherish such a fortunate opportunity. Fortunate opportunity? Cherish it?" Yu Jiwan let out a hollow laugh, finding their absurdity laughable. She had believed that their insistence on her accepting Gu Chengfeng's pursuit was for the sake of the 2 families' collaboration. It was clear now that they viewed her as a mere hindrance, an impediment to Yu Shangxiang's engagement with Xie Jingma, eagerly seeking to rid themselves of her. Did they truly care so little about marrying their own flesh and blood to a lascivious libertine? Yu Jiwan's lashes trembled violently and a sharp pain pierced her chest, threatening to suffocate her. Was it her fault that she had been switched at birth? Her adoptive father had abused her, venting his frustrations on her when he lost at gambling, calling her a worthless burden and striking her. Her adoptive mother favored her younger brother, showering him with affection while neglecting her entirely. On the day she was brought back to the Yu family at the age of 16, she had naively believed she had finally found her true family, that her dark oppressive life would finally see the light, and that she would possess the loving parents she had longed for like her classmates. Even after Yu Shangxiang remained in the Yu household, she treated her like a true sister, constantly striving to please her parents and brothers, hoping for a semblance of the familial love she had yearned for since childhood. Even if it was just a fraction, yet, in the end, what had she received? Perhaps she should never have returned to the Yu family at all. Why Yu Jiwan's heart ached with a numbing pain, and despair enveloped her. The last glimmer of hope had vanished entirely. So be it, she no longer wished to persist. The affection of her parents and brothers was no longer something she craved. The Yu family, she no longer wished to remain. Not for a moment longer. Just then, the previously silent Yu Shangxiang spoke up, her voice sweet and soft. "But Mom and Dad, the engagement with the Xie family should rightfully belong to my sister. She is the true daughter of the Yu family." Upon hearing Yu Shangxiang's words, Yu Changde's eyes instantly filled with affection. "Good Shangxiang, even if you are not the true daughter, you will always be my daughter in the Yu family. You shall fulfill the engagement with the Xie family." Tao Shuqin kindly grasped Yu Shangxiang's hand. "My precious daughter, you have grown up in luxury, possessing both insight and grace. Only such a refined young lady is worthy of marrying the head of the Xie family." "Yu Shaozi, ever the protector," added Shangxiang, "my foolish sister, I know you do not vie for attention, but do not forget that it was Yu Jiwan who expressly stated she did not wish to fulfill the engagement, wishing for you to marry Xie Jingma instead." Yu Jiwan, Yu Shaozi turned to her, his softened gaze suddenly vanishing, replaced by a harsh tone. "You tell me, was it not you who said you wanted Shangxiang to take your place in fulfilling the engagement?" Yu Jiwan observed the unfolding drama with cold detachment. Only in front of Yu Shangxiang did they appear as the model parents and siblings. Previously, she had envied that. Now, it was merely ironic. They had once told her that as long as she verbally agreed to let Yu Shangxiang fulfill the engagement with the Xie family, they would accept her and treat her as a true family member. Yet, how had they acted? On her very first day back in the Yu family, she had nearly lost her life due to an allergic reaction caused by pineapple juice mixed into her drink. Wasn't that the doing of Yu Changde and Yu Xiuqi? Yu Shaozi was taken aback, realizing the gravity of her revelation. Why Yu Xiuqi's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Yu Jiwan. Being older than Yu Shaozi, he was more composed and perceptive, noticing the shift in Yu Jiwan's demeanor. Her gaze, how it no longer reflected the eagerness to please, instead, it had turned cold, as if she were observing a group of inconsequential strangers. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Yu Xiuqi. He felt an inexplicable sense that something irretrievable was slipping away from them. Typically dismissive of Yu Jiwan, Yu Shaozi sneered after a brief moment of surprise. So what if it was me, an elder brother, who did it? It was merely an allergic reaction. What's the fuss about? You're so delicate, you didn't die, did you, elder brother? And I merely intended to warn you that even if you are the true daughter of the Yu family, upon your return as the elder sister, you should yield to Shangxiang. You must not compete with her for anything. Yu Zhuan's gaze suddenly turned icy, the faint mockery in her eyes sharpening into a piercing glare. Yield to Yu Shangxiang. So when she fell ill, you both completely disregarded my wishes, forcing me to suspend my studies for an entire year to care for her, and when I finally returned to school, you tore up my acceptance letter because I performed better than her on the college entrance exam, nearly preventing me from attending university altogether. Yu Changda's brows knitted together as he slammed his hand on the table. Well, you are indeed harboring resentment. When Shangxiang fell ill and failed her exams, she was already in a foul mood. You had the audacity to excel. Didn't you intend to make her miserable? He thundered. Is this how an elder sister behaves? Moreover, what does it matter that I tore up your acceptance letter? You're still attending university, aren't you? What right do you have to feel aggrieved? Despite having resolved to no longer seek even a modicum of familial affection, Yu Zhuan felt a sharp pang at hearing those words. And behold, this was her biological father and brother, when her acceptance letter had been destroyed. She had been stunned and heartbroken, contemplating leaving the Yu family. It was Tao Shuqin who had comforted her, promising to treat her well henceforth and ensuring she would never suffer again, believing her words. She had held on to the hope that this was her mother, the one who had given her life, and that she would surely harbor at least a shred of maternal love for her. Yet now, driven by fear that she would impede Yu Shangxiang's engagement with the Xie family, they sought to marry her off to the lascivious Gu Chengfeng, unhesitatingly pushing their own daughter into the flames. Recalling her earlier promises, Tao Shuqin's posture stiffened slightly, and she began to argue with Zhuan. It is not that I wish for you to suffer, but rather you are unworthy of Xie Jingma. Shangxiang and Xie Jingma are a match made in heaven. This is for your own good. The Gu family and our Yu family are well matched. Although Chengfeng may be a bit of a flirt, once married, he will surely settle down, and you two will enjoy a loving relationship. Loving relationship, Yu Zhuan scoffed coldly. If it is such a loving relationship, why not let your precious Shangxiang marry him instead? Upon hearing this, Yu Changda's face twisted in displeasure as he retorted, what is this attitude you have? Listen well, Yu Zhuan, this matter is settled. The Gu family is not lacking in resources. Marrying into them is a blessing, not a misfortune. Yu Zhuan met Yu Changda's gaze, a hint of derision curling her rosy lips. If it is such a blessing, then you should marry Gu Chengfeng yourself. Yu Changda was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you speak such nonsense? Not only Yu Changda, but also Tao Shuqin, Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and even Yu Shangxiang were taken aback by Yu Zhuan's audacious words. How could Yu Zhuan possibly suggest that her father marry Gu Chengfeng? Yu Changda, seething with rage, raised his hand, intending to strike her. Wretched girl, how could I have such a daughter? You have truly gone too far. Yu Zhuan raised her hand to block him, her gaze clear and resolute, an icy chill radiating from her. Each word she uttered was punctuated with conviction. How laughable. If you do not wish to have a daughter like me, then I certainly do not wish to have a father or family like you. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yu family. Henceforth bridges will be bridges and roads will be roads, with not a shred of connection remaining. Chapter 4. My fiancée Yi has always been you. As her words echoed in the silence of the living room, Yu Shouqi stared at Yu Zhuan in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Yu Changda was rendered speechless by his own fury. Even Yu Shangxiang was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. After declaring her intentions, Yu Zhuan retreated to her room to gather her belongings. Her room, a small unadorned storage space on the second floor, had been designated for her by the Yu family, and she had resided there for many years. With few possessions, she quickly packed her things and descended the stairs with her suitcase in tow. Yu Shangxiang rushed forward, grasping her arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, this is your home. How can you possibly leave? If anyone should depart, it ought to be me. It is my fault that you have quarreled with father, mother, and brother or sister. You must quickly apologize to father and tell him that you were merely throwing a tantrum. He will surely forgive you. Upon seeing Yu Shangxiang's humble demeanor, Yu Shaozi's heart ached, prompting him to rush over. Shangxiang, do not demean yourself like this. She is unworthy. However, upon noticing Yu Zhuan dragging her suitcase, Yu Shaozi's feelings grew complex. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained his sister by blood. Yu Zhuan, are you truly leaving? He asked, brow furrowed. Yu Zhuan's expression was devoid of emotion. Are you deaf at such a young age? Or do you simply not understand human language? I was quite clear just now. Yu Shaozi was momentarily taken aback. Yu Zhuan had always been courteous and sweet to him. When had she ever adopted such an attitude? Yu Changda, in a fit of rage, bellowed, no one is allowed to stop her. Let her go. I, Yu Changda, have no daughter like this. If she leaves, she should not dare to return. Yu Zhuan seemed to hear a joke. This home, and all of you so-called family members, make me feel nauseous. The Yu family, I shall never return. With that she grasped her suitcase and strode away, her back straight and proud, resolute in her decision. Yu Shaozi clenched his fists tightly, and upon catching a glimpse of Tao Shuqin's dazed expression, he gritted his teeth and reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. No matter what has happened before, it has always been Yu Jiwan who bowed her head in apology first. This time will surely be no different. Let her face some hardship outside. She will soon realize how good it is at home. Within a week, she will return with her tail between her legs." "Brother, do you not agree?" Yu Shoqi observed Yu Jiwan's increasingly distant figure, his gaze complex, yet he nodded in assent. Indeed, she will return on her own. Yu Shangxiang chased after her for a few steps but was called back by Yu Changde. She halted, watching Yu Jiwan's retreating silhouette. "Sister, you truly resemble a drenched dog driven from its home. Whether you believe it or not, I do not wish for you to leave. Are you truly surrendering like this? How unfortunate, your family, your fiancé, they are all mine now." At why Yu Jiwan departed from the Yu family, the weather was dismal, perpetually overcast, as if rain were imminent, yet, within her heart, there was not an ounce of melancholy or confusion. The thorn embedded in her heart had finally been extracted. She would no longer endure the pain and suffering inflicted by her closest kin even if she left the Yu family and found herself homeless. She would not return to her adoptive parents. She had previously taken a year off from school to care for Yu Shangxiang, thus delaying her education compared to her peers, and had only just entered her 4th year this year. Yu Jiwan intended to return to school to apply for accommodation. Just as she prepared to head towards the intersection ahead, a discreet yet luxurious black car suddenly came to a halt. The rear window rolled down, revealing the strikingly handsome profile of Aman. Yu Jiwan paused momentarily, recognizing Xie Jingma. How could she encounter him again? As Xie Jingma approached, he noticed Yu Jiwan tugging her suitcase and promptly instructed Tang Yi to stop the car. He exited the vehicle and walked over to her. "Why are you carrying a suitcase?" Xie Jingma glanced toward the direction of the Yu family and then returned his gaze to Yu Jiwan's face. His voice suddenly darkening. "Have they bullied you again?" Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her expression momentarily stunned. Not long after returning to the Yu family, she had overheard the servants whispering, "Although the true daughter has returned. It seems that the eldest and second young masters do not favor her, only cherishing Miss Shangxiang. Not if you ask me, this true daughter must not be good enough, otherwise, why would the 2 young masters disdain her so?" Her university acceptance letter had been torn up, and when she consulted a senior in the admissions office, the first thing he asked was, "Did you do something to anger your parents, prompting them to tear up your acceptance letter?" Even Gu Chengfeng, shortly after they began dating, told her, "The Yu family favors Yu Shangxiang over you. It must be because you have not done well enough. Look for the reasons within yourself and make improvements." Yet now, Xie Jingma saw her with her suitcase and did not offer any judgment or blame. Instead, his first question was one of concern. "Have they bullied you?" Yu Jiwan's fingers tightened around the suitcase handle, and her heart clenched slightly. As if comforted after having been wronged, she looked up at the man before her, her eyes inexplicably warm. "I have severed ties with the Yu family. From now on, I shall have no further dealings with them, which is why I am leaving with my belongings." Xie Jingma was momentarily taken aback, then a slight smile graced his lips. "Congratulations, then, congratulations on making such a courageous decision." Yu Jiwan felt her heart soften. "Thank you. To her surprise, her first congratulations from someone she hardly knew came from him. It was worth noting that when Yu Changde tore up her acceptance letter, she had received a message saying assistance was available for her to leave the Yu family. At that time, she had contemplated leaving, but under Tao Shuqin's soothing words, she ultimately softened and stayed. Rejecting that message, she still wondered who had sent it. It could have been a mistake or even a prank. Yu Jiwan glanced at Xie Jingma and then at Tang Yi, curious about how Xie Jingma came to be here. Sensing her curiosity, he lazily explained, "I am here to discuss marriage." Yu Jiwan nodded. "I see, since Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, and Yu Shangxiang are all at home, you may go in." Xie Jingma regarded her indifference with a slight smirk, then leisurely corrected her, "Perhaps I was not clear enough, Miss Yu Jiwan. I am here to discuss our marriage." Yu Jiwan was taken aback, nearly choking on her own words. "Me." The man tilted his head slightly, his thin lips curving into a smirk, his tone casual. "You are no longer with Gu Chengfeng, so I should not be considered a third party, correct?" "Of course, even if I were, it would matter little." Tang Yi, standing nearby, gasped in shock. "My heavens, is President Xia really willing to be a third party?" Yu Jiwan replied, "What third party? This is absurd." She pressed her lips together, "But the Yu family previously stated that the one to fulfill the marriage contract with the Xia family is Yu Shangxiang." The man raised an eyebrow, his tone rebellious. "I am marrying a wife. Who are they to dictate terms?" As he spoke, Xie Jingma leaned slightly, drawing closer to Yu Jiwan. His dark, deep-set eyes held her gaze, captivating enough to draw one in effortlessly. Yu Jiwan, the marriage contract established by my grandfather and Yu Laozi has always referred to the true daughter of the Yu family. In other words, my fiancé has always been you and only you." The man's voice was low and magnetic as he uttered such enchanting words, causing Yu Jiwan's heart to race. Her eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, betraying her surprise. How could he take this marriage contract so seriously? Noticing her silence, Xie Jingma gradually straightened up, casually adjusting his cufflinks, his long pale fingers lightly tapping his wrist before he spoke again. His tone devoid of emotion. I know you once stated that you do not like me and do not wish to marry me. However, my grandfather values promises deeply, even though you lousy has passed. He does not wish to break the engagement and wants me to fulfill this contract with you. Xie Jingma lifted his gaze, his dark, profound eyes locking onto the girl's beautiful, shimmering ones. His voice was husky and slow. Yu Zhiwan, if you do not mind, let us marry first. After a year, we can divorce. By then, my grandfather will see that we do not suit one another and will naturally cease to insist on the engagement. In return as compensation, you will receive half of my assets upon divorce. Tang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at this point. Half of President Xie's assets, good heavens, that is an astronomical sum. Tang Yi quickly turned to Yu Zhiwan. His eyes wide with disbelief. Miss Yu, are you not even a little tempted by this windfall? Do you truly dislike President Xie this much? He wished he could swap places with her and marry Xie Jingma himself. It was impossible for Yu Zhiwan not to feel astonished. She stood there momentarily dazed, one hand still gripping the suitcase's handle. This proposal was worth serious consideration. Xie Jingma did not rush or pressure her. Providing her with ample time to contemplate, the air fell silent, only occasionally interrupted by distant birdsong. Tang Yi glanced between Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma, suddenly feeling concern for the latter given Yu Zhiwan's hesitant demeanor. It seemed she was not inclined to fulfill the engagement. Just as Tang Yi contemplated this, Yu Zhiwan unexpectedly spoke up. The girl's features were as striking as a painting, her skin radiant and fair, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at the man before her. Mr. Xie, I am willing to fulfill the engagement, and I do not wish to take half of your assets upon divorce. I only ask that you assist me with one favor. Please help me transfer my household registration from the Yu family. I wish to sever all ties with them and have no further connections or entanglements with the Yu family. The blood ties that flowed through her veins were immutable. Yet she yearned to sever the bonds of kinship entirely. However, the process of relocating her household registration was far from simple. Having just departed from the Yu family, she possessed neither property nor a permanent residence. Thus, marriage presented itself as a convenient avenue for transferring her household registration. Upon hearing her reasoning, Xie Jingma's breath momentarily caught in his throat. He was taken aback that her agreement to marry him stemmed from such a motive. Yet soon a smirk crept across his thin lips, a low, husky laugh escaping from his throat, his peach blossom eyes curving in a way that exuded an indescribable languid allure. Very well, let us go and obtain the marriage certificate today. We shall expedite the transfer of your household registration from the Yu family. This was precisely what Yu Zhiwan desired, and she nodded in agreement. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and naturally took her hand, saying, then let us head to the Yu residence to retrieve the household registration book. I shall accompany you. The gesture of him taking her hand was executed with such ease that Yu Zhiwan momentarily froze. As if she would no longer have to face the tribulations of the Yu family alone, his hand, large and warm, enveloped hers completely. A fleeting sensation coursed through Yu Zhiwan, as if the skin pressed against him had been electrified. Tingling and heated, her fingertips yearning to curl, after several seconds she regained her composure and swiftly grasped his hand, exclaiming, no need to go. I secretly brought the household registration book with me. The Yu family had resolutely determined to arrange her marriage with Gu Chengfeng. So how could she afford to leave the household registration book behind? After all, the Yu family wielded considerable influence, and even in her absence, they could utilize the household registration book or her ID card to sign documents on her behalf. Thus, while packing her belongings, she had meticulously secured her ID and other credentials, even making a trip to the study to conceal the household registration book as well. Xie Jingma's gaze grew cold upon hearing this. How deeply had the Yu family wounded her that she remained in a constant state of vigilance, unable to resist. He reached up to ruffle her hair. Wanwan has been quite thoughtful, you have done excellently. Yu Zhiwan, suddenly receiving such affection, blinked in confusion. Perhaps it was due to her constant belittlement and disdain within the Yu family that she found herself unaccustomed to such compliments from Xie Jingma. Moreover, the way he called her Wanwan felt so familiar and natural, as if he had uttered it countless times before. Perhaps this was indeed a skill possessed by the elite, effortlessly navigating through every situation. Yu Zhiwan silently noted this, recognizing the need to learn from him. Xie Jingma, glancing at her suitcase, spoke with a hint of grievance in his tone, since Wanwan is now willing to marry me, she surely does not harbor any lingering dislike for me, and thus would not mind sharing a residence, correct? Of course, I acknowledge that Wanwan and I are still not well acquainted. Her agreeing to marry me may be somewhat reluctant. So if she prefers not to live together, I shall not impose. I truly do not wish to put Wanwan in a difficult position. Why Yu Zhiwan was taken aback and quickly shook her head. She understood all too well the feeling of being disliked and dismissed. No, there is no need to force it. I have already consented to fulfill the marriage contract. Living together is quite normal, and there is no need for pretenses. Upon hearing this, a lazy smile spread across Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes, his lips curving in a casual manner. Alright then, it is nearly noon, let us return home first to settle your belongings, and we shall proceed to obtain the marriage certificate in the afternoon. Home? Did she still have a home? Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes fluttered, her sparkling eyes gazing at the man beside her, for reasons unbeknownst to her. She felt a twinge of curiosity to see the home he spoke of, and she nodded gently. Meanwhile, Tang Yi, observing the scene with a detached demeanor, feigned ignorance to the earlier remarks made by President Xie. Once Yu Zhiwan affirmed her agreement, Tang Yi promptly stepped forward to assist with her luggage. However, Xie Jingma was quicker, effortlessly lifting Yu Zhiwan's suitcase and placing it in the car's trunk. Tang Yi instantly understood. President Xie was personally attending to Miss Yu's belongings. As the car made its way to Lanchi Garden, Tang Yi, seated in the driver's seat, raised the partition as the attentive assistant to President Xie Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma occupied the back seat. To facilitate communication, Yu Zhiwan suggested they exchange phone numbers, and they subsequently added each other on WeChat. Yu Zhiwan had expected someone of Xie Jingma's stature to have a cold or businesslike profile picture on WeChat. To her surprise, upon adding him, she discovered his profile picture was that of an adorable pink cartoon rabbit. How incongruous with his demeanor. Unable to resist, she gazed at it a moment longer, recognizing it as a drawing of a rabbit. Seemingly crafted with a brush and displaying a rather juvenile style, was it something Xie Jingma had drawn in his school days? Yu Zhiwan blinked in astonishment at the pink rabbit, pondering that perhaps pink was indeed a color befitting a formidable man. She turned to Xie Jingma, intending to inquire if he had drawn the rabbit himself. However, as she did, she caught sight of him pinning her WeChat to the top of his contacts, even changing her label to wife. Yu Zhiwan, Chapter 6, Madam, my lock screen password is 161027. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the man raised his head, displaying no signs of embarrassment, leisurely extending his phone toward her. You need not constantly scrutinize my phone, for I am always open to my wife's inquiries. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. How had he associated it with being scrutinized? She quickly waved her hands, saying, No, I didn't mean to imply that. I just think you're labeled ISA bit. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, casually spinning his phone on his fingertips, maintaining his composure. So, you do not wish to oversee my phone, yet you wish to dictate the labels I use? Yu Zhiwan, the man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he chuckled softly. I did not anticipate my wife to be so concerned with my affairs. Very well, my phone's lock screen password is 161027. Yu Zhiwan, she genuinely had no intention of monitoring him, she didn't even wish to oversee his labels. Xie Jingma turned off his phone and then lit it up again, the screen displaying the lock screen. He leisurely took Yu Zhiwan's hand, gently tapping her index finger one by one, entering 161027. The lock was indeed released. Yu Zhiwan's fingertips trembled involuntarily, her fair earlobes tinged with a hint of pink. Xie Jingma did not immediately release her hand, his finger lightly grazed her delicate palm in action imbued with an inexplicable tenderness. He lowered his gaze, chuckling softly, the contours of his face exuding charm. My grandfather has always wished for us to fulfill our marriage contract and coexist harmoniously. As my grandparents have aged over the past 2 years, since we are to divorce in a year's time, we might as well pretend to be affectionate for now, merely as a comfort to the old ones, shall we? Yu Zhiwan blinked, suddenly recalling something. Xie Jingma had no parents. To be precise, his parents had passed away when he was still a child. This was common knowledge among the public. However, the circumstances surrounding their deaths remained a mystery, something the Xie family seemed reluctant to discuss, and all members of the family refrained from speaking on the matter. Speculations abounded, suggesting it might involve some grand family secret. There were even rumors that Xie Jingma had accidentally killed his own parents, though such claims were absurd and unfounded. Thus, he had been raised primarily by his grandparents. It was only natural for him to be filial toward them. Yu Zhiwan nodded in understanding. I see. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Pretending to be affectionate and harmonious to please his grandparents was not a difficult task. Then I thank you, my lady. The man's eyes sparkled with amusement, his demeanor languidly alluring as he spoke without hesitation. Yu Zhiwan, however, felt a sense of unease as she touched her warm earlobes. My lady. Upon raising her head, she noticed the man gazing at her phone, slightly raising his chin as if signaling something. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily stunned, realizing after a few seconds, no, there's no need for me to label you with a term of endearment. Surely your grandparents wouldn't check my phone, right? The man tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. If you do not wish to label me with an endearment, then what shall you label me instead? Or do you mean to say that I do not deserve any designation at all? Yu Zhiwan silently glanced at him. After all, he had pinned her WeChat to the top and designated it as a priority contact. As for the label, husband felt too sentimental for her to utter. After pondering for a moment, her long fair fingers danced across the screen, and she labeled him simply as Amot was neither unfamiliar nor overly sentimental, a uniquely affectionate title. Xie Jingma's brows arched slightly, a lazy smile gracing his peach blossom eyes, twinkling with delight. He appeared quite satisfied. Only then did Yu Zhiwan find the opportunity to continue her inquiry. By the way, is that cute pink rabbit avatar your own creation? The man lowered his gaze to her, his dark and profound eyes resting on her face, infused with an inscrutable depth. After a lengthy pause, he finally parted his lips, responding softly, No. Yu Zhiwan responded with an O. It was not his own creation, which implied someone else had drawn it. Furthermore, his lock screen password 161027 likely held some significance. However, Yu Zhiwan refrained from probing further, as she was neither overly curious nor particularly concerned about his private matters. Before long, the car arrived at Lanchi Garden, a villa complete with a garden and courtyard. Yu Zhiwan belatedly realized that Xie Jingma's residence was remarkably close to her university, stepping outside the villa's gate and taking a leisurely stroll. She could reach her school in less than 15 minutes. However, as per Yu Zhiwan's understanding, the headquarters of the Xie Group is located on Huaihai Road, quite a distance from here, requiring a drive of approximately 40 to 50 minutes. It seems rather inconvenient for him to live here and commute to work. Xie Jingma exited the vehicle first, then walked around to assist Yu Zhiwan in opening the door, placing one hand above the doorframe to prevent her from accidentally bumping her head. Take a look and see if you like it here. If not, we can relocate to another residence. Yu Zhiwan bent down to exit the car, replying, "No need, this place is quite nice, it just seems a bit far from your company." "Have you always lived around here?" The man appeared nonchalant, his tone light as he responded, "Indeed, I appreciate the environment here." Yu Zhiwan immediately concurred, "The surroundings are indeed lovely, our school is nearby." Xie Jingma smirked. "How fortunate, it allows you to visit your school at any time." After a brief pause, he leisurely added, "I occasionally visit your school as well." Yu Zhiwan's expression shifted to one of surprise. She couldn't help but recall that she and Xie Jingma attended the same high school, albeit not the same university. During their high school years, Xie Jingma was a year ahead of her. Many assumed that, given his background and family, he would pursue further studies abroad after graduation. However, he chose a university in the country instead. Coincidentally, the university he attended was the very one she had long admired and wished to apply to. Unfortunately, her family pressured her to change her application to another institution. Thankfully, her university was not far from Xie Jingma's. Separated only by a street, being a year younger and having taken a year off to care for Yu Shangxiang, when she entered her freshman year, Xie Jingma was already in his junior year. Nevertheless, his name was well known, and even at the neighboring school, she had heard of him. At that time, he frequently visited her school, initially leading everyone to believe he was there to meet a girlfriend, only for them to later discover he was visiting a close friend. By the time Yu Zhiwan reached her junior year, Xie Jingma had already graduated. Once she encountered him at school and wondered if he was there to see a friend again. She thought, is his friend still not graduated? To think he still occasionally came to her school. Did he truly like her school that much? However, it was undeniably quite beautiful. She was majoring in design, specializing in fashion design, and often created sketches for her designs. Chapter 7, Mr. Xia's subtle manipulations. As Tang Yi drove the car into Lanchi Garden, Butler Fu led the servants to greet them. Perhaps Tang Yi had already spoken with Fu in advance, for Fu's demeanor towards Yu Zhiwan was exceedingly respectful, resembling that of a welcoming mistress. With a beaming smile, he greeted, "Sir, madam," given that they had yet to obtain a marriage certificate. Yu Zhiwan was unsure if she should respond to being called madam. Instinctively, she glanced at Xie Jingma, meeting his affectionate and encouraging gaze, which inexplicably calmed her. She nodded graciously at Butler Fu. Xie Jingma curled his lips and told Fu, "You all may resume your duties." Fu, with a warm smile, led the servants to attend to their tasks, though their eyes occasionally darted toward Yu Zhiwan. One couldn't help but acknowledge how stunning the madam appeared. Standing alongside the sir, they were a match made in heaven. Xie Jingma carried Yu Zhiwan's suitcase to the master bedroom on the second floor. Yu Zhiwan followed behind, casting her gaze around. The villa was decorated in cool tones, and there were no signs of feminine belongings, suggesting that no woman had frequented this place. In the master bedroom, Xie Jingma set down the suitcase, crossed his arms, and lazily leaned against the doorframe. "You may take a moment to rest. I will have Butler Fu prepare the daily necessities. If you have any preferences for lunch, I can have the kitchen arrange it." Yu Zhiwan replied, "Anything is fine. I am not picky." Observing her continued politeness, Xie Jingma elongated his tone and asked, "You don't even have a preference for pineapple? Shall we have a pineapple feast for lunch?" Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. The man chuckled softly, standing upright with his hands sliding into the pockets of his trousers, exuding an air of noble elegance. He spoke with a casual smile, "Rest assured, my dear, from today onward our home shall not harbor such an undesirable fruit." Yu Zhiwan was left speechless, wondering why he was using such a tone as if addressing a child. What had pineapple ever done to deserve such disdain? Watching Xie Jingma turn to descend the stairs, she found herself momentarily dazed, her mind replaying his words, "Our home." Wait a moment, did Xie Jingma know about her allergy to pineapple? Lunch was swiftly prepared. In the dining room, Xie Jingma courteously pulled out a chair for Yu Zhiwan, saying, "See if it suits your taste." As she sat down, her dark and bright eyes lit up with delight. "This is perfect. Everything is to my liking." The corners of the man's lips suddenly curled, indicating, "It seems our tastes align, allowing us to enjoy our favorite dishes together in the future." The notion of enjoying meals together tugged gently at Yu Zhiwan's heartstrings. Before the age of 16, while living with her foster parents, she experienced a preference for sons over daughters. All the delicious food and drinks were reserved solely for her brother, never for her. Upon returning to the Yu family at 16, She found that her relatives favored Yu Shangxiang, preparing only her favorite meals at the dining table and purchasing clothes solely for her even when they benevolently inquired about her preferences the next day. It would only be dishes favored by Yu Shangxiang. Her thoughts had never been deemed important. Over time, when her family feigned concern, she developed the habit of responding with anything is fine. And now, hearing Xie Jingma mention enjoying meals together, it struck her as a minor yet significant gesture. Though she had saved up enough to purchase things she liked, for some reason, his words resonated deeply within her heart. She wished to tell her younger self, "You are no longer overlooked. You need not seek others' approval. Someone is here to prepare your favorite things." Noticing her quietly focused on her meal, Xie Jingma used chopsticks to serve her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Saying, "Try this, thank you." Yu Zhuan raised her head, suddenly recalling something, or upon closer inspection of the dishes on the table, she noticed that many were sweet and sour in flavor. Yet, wasn't Xie Jingma not fond of such tastes? Back in high school, when she encountered him in the cafeteria, she had seen him wrinkle his brow in distaste as he pushed a plate of tomato chicken wings toward a friend, who cheerfully exclaimed, "I love chicken wings, they are all mine," who asked brother Xie not to enjoy sweet and sour flavors. Now had he grown to like them? Seeing Yu Zhuan's puzzled expression, Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Do you see your favorite ribs on my face?" Yu Zhuan stammered. "No, perhaps." As men matured, their tastes evolved as well. After lunch, Yu Zhuan excused herself to the restroom. Xie Jingma settled onto the sofa in the living room, and Butler Fu approached with a smile. "Sir, shall we prepare lifestyle products exclusively for Madam, or should we switch all the necessities for both of you to matching couple sets?" He held an iPad, showcasing a picture of matching toothbrush cups in blue and pink. Xie Jingma casually glanced at it, his tone languid. "Is it even a question? Of course, we should have matching sets." "Oh, very well." Butler Fu beamed with delight, his face lighting up with joy. Consequently, when Yu Zhuan returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa with a cup of tea, she witnessed Butler Fu directing the servants and some brand store staff as they brought in a variety of women's clothing, bags and shoes, likely enough to fill the second-floor wardrobe. Yu Zhuan was momentarily taken aback. Before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed the staff bringing in an array of sleepwear, including matching sets for couples, one large and one small, and items such as slippers, bathrobes, toothbrush cups, and other necessities, all in couple designs. Some were even in blue and pink, dazzling her eyes. Yu Zhuan's brows furrowed slightly as she turned to Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma lowered his eyelashes slightly, took a sip of tea, and replied nonchalantly. Butler Fu took the liberty to decide. "Let him be." Yu Zhuan was taken aback. "I didn't expect Butler Fu to be so fashionable at his age." The weather remained overcast throughout the day, and with a few rumbles of thunder, rain finally began to fall. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that the downpour started to ease. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xie Jingma drove while Yu Zhuan occupied the passenger seat, her mind wandering as she thought how even obtaining a marriage certificate could coincide with a rainy day. Was this an omen of bad luck? 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just before stepping out of the car, Yu Zhuan's phone rang, the caller ID displayed. Yu Xiaozi. Yu Zhuan's expression turned cold as she promptly hung up. Frustrated, he sent a text message. "Yu Zhuan, have you grown wings and dared to hang up on me? I warn you, Gu Chengfeng is currently at the Yu residence. You better obediently come back. Bow your head to Gu Chengfeng, apologize, and continue your relationship with him." A hint of derision flickered in Yu Zhuan's bright eyes. Someone like Yu Xiaozi was unworthy of being her brother. Ignoring him completely, she blocked Yu Xiaozi's number, as well as those of the Yu family and Gu Chengfeng. To prevent further harassment, Xie Jingma rounded the car to open the door for Yu Zhuan and caught a glimpse of the name on her phone. His brows furrowed slightly, however. Before he could say anything, Yu Zhuan shut off her phone, declaring, "Let us go. Irrelevant people are not worth our attention. We mustn't delay in getting the certificate." As he gazed upon the exquisite and vibrant visage of the young lady, Xie Jingma's brows arched slightly, and he extended his right hand towards her. His fingers were long and well-defined, gleaming with a pristine, translucent jade hue, resembling a flawless work of art. Yu Zhuan was momentarily taken aback before she regained her senses. Pursing her rosy lips before placing her hand into the man's palm, the rain had ceased, and Xie Jingma led Yu Zhuan into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 8. Congratulations on your marriage, Mrs. Xie. After completing the necessary paperwork and receiving the stamped red booklet, Yu Zhuan felt a sense of disorientation. She had truly gotten married, and her spouse was none other than Xie Jingma, the man she had always believed would never intersect with her life. However, now that they were wed, Yu Zhuan had no time to lament her lost singlehood. She had a more pressing matter at hand, that was to expedite her household registration transfer from the Yu family. She no longer wished to have any ties with them. As she exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sky unexpectedly cleared, revealing a rainbow in the distance. Yu Zhuan's eyes brightened with delight as she watched. Just as Xie Jingma approached her with a bouquet of roses in hand, presenting it before her, the man, strikingly handsome, had his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a casual smile, and the rainbow behind him was radiant and resplendent. Suddenly, Yu Zhuan recalled a phrase, when one encounters a person like a rainbow, only then do they realize their existence. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and nudged the roses closer to her. His voice low and irresistibly seductive. Happy wedding, Mrs. Xie. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, in the living room, Yu Xiao's face shifted through shades of anger as he exclaimed, that insolent girl, Yu Zhiwan, she has truly grown bold. She dares to block me, Yu Shangxiang sweetly advised. Second brother, do not be angry just yet, perhaps sister merely wishes to attract your attention in this manner, hoping for more concern from you. As she spoke, she glanced at Yu Shouqi, urging, eldest brother, you should call sister and comfort her. Why Yu Shouqi, his expression impassive, pulled out his phone. Comfort her? Does she deserve it? She runs away from home and blocks me. I am curious to see what other tricks she has up her sleeve. However, when he dialed her number, he found himself blocked as well. Stunned, his expression darkened. He had never been spurned by Yu Zhuan before. This was a first. Why Yu Zhuan? A sense of foreboding washed over Yu Shouqi as he grabbed Yu Xiangxiang's phone. And then Yu Changda's and Tao Shuqin's phones, calling Yu Zhuan one after another. Unsurprisingly, he was met with the same result. She had blocked them all. Tao Shuqin, her heart aching with indignation, cried, this ungrateful daughter. She has even blocked her own mother's number. How could she be so heartless? Yu Xiaozi turned to Gu Chengfeng. Try calling Yu Zhuan with your phone. Ji Yu Chengfeng scoffed lightly, confidently asserting, no need to call. She certainly won't block me. Why Yu Zhuan likes me so much? She only accepted my pursuit. She wouldn't dream of blocking me. The living room fell into an abrupt silence as Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin exchanged glances. While Yu Shouqi and Yu Xiaozi did the same, all tacitly choosing not to speak, they refrained from revealing the truth to Gu Chengfeng, that Yu Zhuan had only agreed to his pursuit under duress from them. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shouqi spoke. Father, mother, Xiangxiang is now grown and of suitable age, it is time for her to fulfill her engagement with Xie Jingmo. Why Yu Changda nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall visit old Master Xie in the coming days to formally discuss the marriage arrangements for Xiangxiang and Jingma. We should at least secure the engagement. Why Yu Shangxiang blushed deeply, shyly retreating into Tao Shuqin's embrace. Why Yu Xiaozi teased, Shangxiang, do not be shy, second brother is eagerly awaiting the wedding candy from you and Xie Jingma. Gu Chengfeng, unimpressed by Yu Shangxiang's feigned modesty, stood from the sofa and inquired, and what of Yu Zhuan, does she intend to marry me or not? Initially, he had approached the situation with a light-hearted attitude. But after Yu Zhuan had taken the initiative to break up today, he found himself re-evaluating her, realizing he wanted to pursue her further. He acknowledged that Yu Zhuan had successfully piqued his interest. It was no wonder he had grown weary of his other girlfriends within a week, yet he found himself wanting to continue with Yu Zhuan after 3 weeks in their social circle. Marriages were common. If one must partake in such unions, one might as well choose someone of genuine interest. Furthermore, Yu Zhuan was stunningly beautiful, easily manageable, and deeply infatuated with him, an excellent candidate for a marriage alliance. Yu Xiaozi brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, Yu Zhuan will not escape. She will eventually return, humbled and apologetic. At worst, the household registration book was kept upstairs in the study, even if Yu Zhuan was unwilling. With the Yu family's influence, they could easily secure her marriage certificate with Gu Chengfeng. Once that was done, it would be a fait accompli. Yu Zhuan would have no choice but to accept the marriage. Furthermore, once Xiangxiang married Xie Jingma and became the envy of all as the young mistress of the Xie family, the Yu family would ascend to the most coveted heights, elevating their status accordingly. After Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma obtained their marriage certificate, they proceeded to handle her household registration transfer. According to protocol, it would take approximately a week for Yu Zhuan's registration to be moved from the Yu family. Once completed, she would have a new registration, sharing a household book with Xie Jingma. Just one more week after that, she would be entirely free from any association with the Yu family, returning to Lanqi Garden. Yu Zhuan still held the bouquet of roses that Xie Jingma had given her outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. This was the first time he had gifted her flowers, and on the very day of their registration, how meaningful it was. Discarding them would surely be inappropriate, yet leaving them untouched felt equally wrong. Why Yu Zhuan instructed Uncle Fu to fetch a vase, intending to arrange the flowers within it. Xie Jingma smirked, settling down beside her on the sofa. One arm casually draped over the armrest, his well-defined wrist and fair arm showcasing faint veins, exuding an undeniable physical allure. He gazed at Yu Zhuan without blinking, and as she arranged the flowers, he lazily remarked, we are officially married now, are we not? Yu Zhuan looked up at him, puzzled. Yes, but have you forgotten? The man chuckled softly, his lashes impossibly long. Why Yu Zhuan was bewildered by his inquiry when he suddenly leaned closer. Raising his phone and switching to selfie mode. Why Yu Zhuan, he regarded her delicate, fair face and languidly said, come, smile for the camera. His proximity was so intimate that his warm breath brushed against her cheek, mingling with the alluring scent of wood that clung to him, invading her senses. Why Yu Zhuan's heart raced, and she instinctively complied, offering a smile for the lens. With a click, the photograph captured the youthful beauty before the camera. Her skin aglow, lips blossoming with a cheerful curve, and her enchanting brows framing her bright, alluring eyes. Meanwhile, the man did not look at the camera. Instead, he gazed at her, his lips curling lazily, his eyes filled with a languid allure. Brimming with unspoken intimacy, after taking the photo, Yu Jiwan noticed that he unabashedly set the picture as his phone wallpaper and lock screen. Yu Jiwan, but it seemed he was feigning affection, anticipating that their grandparents would believe they were getting along splendidly upon seeing the wallpaper. When he had looked at her with such deep affection earlier, she had nearly been convinced of its authenticity. His peach blossom eyes truly held an enchanting depth once he had set the wallpaper and lock screen. Just as he was about to put down his phone, he received a message from his close friend, Xiaoyi Chen, brother Mo? Xiaoyi Chen, old Mo? Xiaoyi Chen, where are you? What are you busy with? Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow, his well-defined fingers tapping leisurely as he typed. How did you know I was busy getting married? Xiaoyi Chen? Xiaoyi Chen, no way, what the hell? Xia Jingma continued to type at a leisurely pace. Alright, stop urging me, I'll show you my marriage certificate with Yu Jiwan. Xiaoyi Chen? Xiaoyi Chen, wait, you actually got married? Xiaoyi Chen, with Yu Jiwan? Having just obtained their marriage certificate, both were nestled within Yu Jiwan's bag. Xia Jingma turned to her, his demeanor nonchalant. Madam, could you pass me the marriage certificate? Yu Jiwan reached for her bag, casually inquiring, what for? Xia Jingma replied, someone insists on seeing our marriage certificate. Yu Jiwan, but with a glimmer in her eyes, she rummaged through her bag and retrieved their marriage certificate. Handing it over with confusion. Who would want to see that? Xia Jingma feigned innocence. Yes, who could possibly want to see it? He took the certificates, opened them to the inner pages, and snapped a photo. Sending it to Xiaoyi Chen. Xiaoyi Chen, no way, you really got married. Xiaoyi Chen, what happened? Why the sudden marriage? Xiaoyi Chen, Yu Jiwan actually agreed to marry you. Did you trick her? You must have. Yu Jiwan was definitely lured into this. Xia Jingma lazily typed. Stop with the Yu Jiwan already. From now on, call her sister-in-law. Xiaoyi Chen, just go ahead and flaunt it. P.S. When one encounters a person like a rainbow, only then do they realize their existence, is a line from the movie Flip Chapter 9, wearing the marriage certificate around one's neck. Xia Jingma observed Xiaoyi Chen's remark about flaunting. His peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he sent the photo to the family group chat. The group chat erupted in a flurry of messages. Old Master Xia? Old Master Xia, this photo. You didn't manipulate it to deceive me, did you? Xia Jingma, well, you certainly shouldn't believe it. Xia Leoi, trust. Xia Leoi, just now La Fu told me that you brought my granddaughter-in-law back to Lanchi Garden. I was still somewhat skeptical, but now it has been confirmed. Xia Tadai, old man, stop rambling and buy the plane tickets. We are heading back to our homeland immediately. I can hardly wait to meet my precious granddaughter-in-law. Xia Tatai, whether I see my grandson or not is of no consequence. Xia Leoi, of no consequence. Cousin Xia Yuntang, what did I just see? You brother, you finally got married? Cousin Xia Yuntang, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Cousin Xia Yunju, wow, I have long admired sister-in-law's reputation. Brother, you chose well. Cousin Xia Yunju, wishing you and sister-in-law eternal marital bliss and everlasting happiness. Xia Jingma glanced at the phrase everlasting happiness, raising an eyebrow slightly. He sent several red envelopes in the group chat before exiting the chat, aligning the marriage certificate to capture a photo of its vibrant red cover. He then posted it to his Moments. Married. The comments quickly exploded. Xiaoyi Chen commented, seriously, why post to Moments and then use that cover? Almost blinded my eyes. Xia Yunju, haha, I just checked. My brother set his marriage certificate as his Moments cover. Those two bright red covers are simply dazzling. Xiaoyi Chen, Xinan, come take a look, as expected of our Lord Mo. Why doesn't he just hang the marriage certificate around his neck? Xinan, shut up, don't remind him, he might just do that. Xia Jingma, is he out of his mind? Hanging the marriage certificate around his neck, if anything, it should be on his forehead. Xia Jingma could not be bothered with them. He set his phone down, resting his forehead on his hand, and continued to watch his wife arranging flowers. His wife's flower arrangements were indeed captivating. Yu Jiwan finished arranging the vase, looked up, and met the man's deep and tender gaze. Unsure how long he had been watching her, her heart skipped a beat. And she hurriedly averted her eyes, feeling something was amiss. She looked back directly. What are you looking at? Xia Jingma chuckled softly, his Adam's apple gently rolling, his seductive laughter emanating from his throat as if teasing her. Looking at your cuteness. Yu Jiwan, the man leaned his forehead on his hand, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth, his voice lazy. It was their first marriage. Feeling curious, he wanted to look at his wife more. Is that not permissible? Yu Jiwan, it's fine, next time you get married, you'll have experience. Xia Jingma, Yu Jiwan thought for a moment. Actually, saying it this way, this is also my first marriage. Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow slightly, staring at her for a few seconds, then suddenly tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said slowly, then you can also take a good look at your husband. I will show you. Yu Jiwan, that one tea be necessary, she remembered that her suitcase had yet to be packed, so she went upstairs to the master bedroom. As she pulled clothes out, Yu Jiwan suddenly realized a pressing issue. This was the master bedroom, which meant she would be sleeping with Xie Jingma tonight. Meanwhile, in the living room downstairs, Xie Jingma called over Uncle Fu, speaking calmly. Is the bed in the guest room broken? It should be replaced. Uncle Fu looked bewildered. No, everything is fine. Xie Jingma leisurely took a sip from his teacup. Not broken. Uncle Fu was dazed for 2 seconds before suddenly realizing. Oh, it's broken. All of them are broken, uninhabitable. We must move out. I will arrange it immediately. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Yu Jiwan was tidying her suitcase when she suddenly heard commotion outside. Curious, she opened the door and saw servants hurriedly carrying beds out from the guest room, bustling about. Not just one bed, but several beds from various guest rooms were being taken out. Yu Jiwan scratched her head in confusion. Wondering what was happening, seeing Xie Jingma approaching, she asked curiously, "What is going on? Are the beds broken?" Xie Jingma nodded nonchalantly. The guest rooms are usually unoccupied, and the furniture is old. It needs to be replaced. Yu Jiwan, I see. Xie Jingma, don't worry, the bed in the master bedroom is fine. We can sleep there tonight. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiwan cast him a subtly scrutinizing glance. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. What is wrong? Yu Jiwan bit her lip, her tone laced with hesitation and a hint of self-doubt. I can tell you seem to have always disliked the Yu family, so what do you think of me? You sharing a room with me, one tea that feel awkward? Xie Jingma frowned, his expression suddenly turning serious. He pulled Yu Jiwan back into the bedroom, urging her to look directly at him. He gazed into her pure eyes. His voice low, unprecedentedly deep and focused. Why, Yu Jiwan? I dislike the Yu family because I cannot stand them bullying you. I have never harbored even a shred of dislike for you. Moreover, Yu Jiwan, do not doubt yourself. You are wonderful, truly wonderful, irreplaceably wonderful. Why? Yu Jiwan stood there momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the man before her. I in the Yu family, her biological parents and brother often told her, Yu Jiwan, this isn't good enough. That isn't good enough. You will never measure up to Yu Shangxiang. She had worked hard to meet their expectations, yet all she received in return were their critical gazes. But now, Xie Jingma, a man of distinguished background and greater prestige than anyone else, was telling her, you are wonderful, truly wonderful. Why? Yu Jiwan's delicate eyelashes trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Thank you. Truly thank you. The world claims that Xie Jingma is difficult to deal with. Why does it feel to her that he is quite easy to get along with and so adept at comforting others? Rather amiable, he is a good person. Due to the outdated furniture in the guest rooms, and with the beds all moved out, Yu Jiwan remained in the master bedroom. After dinner, Xie Jingma had some urgent business to attend to and went to the study. Yu Jiwan returned to the bedroom first and, upon seeing the large bed in the middle, her eyelids twitched. She had forgotten to ask how the sleeping arrangements would be with Xie Jingma. Chapter 10. Please don't ignore me. Yu Jiwan stared at the bed, lost in thought for a few seconds when suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from her instructor. Why? Yu Jiwan was studying fashion design, and teacher Liang Yulan had been guiding her since her freshman year. Teacher Liang, hello Jiwan, good news, Liang Yulan exclaimed excitedly. The Jinhua fashion design competition is now open for registration. Be sure to register and aim to bring home a trophy. Yu Jiwan's eyes lit up. Teacher Liang, when does registration begin? Liang Yulan, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. By the way Jiwan, you should continue using the pseudonym Wan Yen for the competition. I believe in your design talent, and the chances of winning are very high. Liang Yulan sighed as she spoke. She had recognized Yu Jiwan's design talent and capability early on, noting that she surpassed many professional designers. She had asked Yu Jiwan how she had acquired such skills, only to find out that Yu Jiwan had been self-studying design since high school. In the latter half of her freshman year, there was a newcomer fashion design competition, and she urged Yu Jiwan to participate, regardless of whether she won, as it would be a valuable experience. However, the Yu family opposed it because their faux daughter, Yu Shangxiang, was also studying fashion design. They feared Yu Jiwan might overshadow Yu Shangxiang and resolutely prevented her from registering, even PUAing Yu Jiwan, claiming they were concerned she would be upset if she lost. Liang Yulan, unable to bear the thought of such a promising talent being wasted, suggested that Yu Jiwan enter the competition under the pseudonym Wan Yen. During the competition, Yu Jiwan only directed the models backstage on how to showcase the garments, never appearing in public, nor was she seen by the Yu family. Ultimately, Yu Jiwan's design won the championship of the newcomer competition, while Yu Shangxiang only placed third. During the award ceremony, it was Liang Yulan who accepted the award on her behalf, claiming that Wan Yan was the daughter of a friend. Subsequently, the Starry Design Competition, a higher profile event, attracted designers from all over the country, and Liang Yulan encouraged Yu Jiwan to continue participating under the pseudonym Wan Yan. In the end, Yu Jiwan astonished many with a set of traditional Chinese-style gown designs, winning the championship and gaining widespread recognition. Of course, during the award ceremony, Liang Yulan again helped her accept the award. Wang Yan, an extraordinarily talented designer, had never publicly revealed her identity, becoming a mysterious and acclaimed designer, with many eager to see her true face. As Lian Yulan reminisced about these past events, she kindly encouraged. Jiwan Jinhua is the highest level fashion design competition in the country, with a gathering of great talents and fierce competition, but I believe with your skills, the chances of winning are very high, go for it. Yu Jiwan smiled gently. Thank you, Teacher Liang, I will definitely work hard. At the same time in the Yu family, Yu Shouqi sat on the sofa, his expression serious as he held his phone, politely and respectfully messaging, Teacher Wan Yan. Are you there? Teacher Wan Yan, you haven't replied to me lately. Have you truly decided not to continue collaborating with the Yu family? Or is it something we did wrong that upset you? If we made a mistake, we will apologize immediately, I hope you can forgive us. After sending the messages, Yu Shouqi still received no reply and tiredly rubbed his temples. The Yu family primarily operated a high-end fashion brand, so he had some understanding of fashion design. During the newcomer competition, he had originally hoped for Shang Xiang to take first place, but unexpectedly a Wan Yan had emerged. He could instantly tell that Wan Yan's designs were exceptionally superior. Not only several levels above Shang Xiang but also surpassing many professional designers. At that time, the Yu family's fashion brand had fallen into a trough, devoid of excellent designs, and its operations were deteriorating. Shang Xiang wished to lend a helping hand, yet her designs were still too immature. Yu Jiwan expressed her desire to assist the family as well, but Yu Shouqi scoffed dismissively, too indifferent to even cast her a glance. Deeming her ambitions utterly unrealistic. If Shang Xiang was unable to aid the family, how could she possibly do so without causing chaos? Ultimately, with no other recourse, Yu Shouqi reached out to Wan Yan through Weibo, conveying his intention to collaborate. To his surprise, Wan Yan agreed with remarkable swiftness. Subsequently, Wan Yan secured the championship in the Starlight Design Competition with a collection inspired by Huagua style, gaining increasing popularity and attracting numerous major brands seeking collaboration. However, Wan Yan exclusively partnered with the Yu family, designing garments solely for the Yu brand. The distinguished ladies and some female celebrities who adored Wan Yan's designs began purchasing from the Yu family, and thus, the Yu fashion brand gradually revived, leading to the family's flourishing prospects. It can be said that Wan Yan single-handedly salvaged the Yu brand. The immense benefits Wan Yan brought to the Yu family rendered her an indispensable cornerstone of the brand. Yet, 3 weeks ago, for reasons unknown, Wan Yan abruptly decided to cease her collaboration with the Yu family. Since Wan Yan had never made a public appearance, Yu Shouqi could only contact her through Weibo messages, sending numerous inquiries about the reasons behind her sudden decision, but Wan Yan never responded. Furrowing his brows in concern, Yu Shouqi wondered what could have transpired had they unwittingly offended Wan Yan, but they had never even met her. How could they have provoked her? If Wan Yan departed from the Yu family, those socialites drawn by her fame would surely follow suit, abandoning their purchases from the Yu brand, and these socialites were significant clients. At that moment, Yu Shangxiang approached with her phone in hand, her expression filled with grievance and sorrow. Brother, I just messaged sister on WeChat, and I discovered that she not only blocked our phone numbers but also removed us on WeChat. Yu Shouqi, feeling irritable, frowned. Shangxiang, I understand your attachment to sisterly bonds, yet you must cease your subservient attempts to contact Yu Jiwan. She is unworthy, she pales in comparison to you, and you deserve not to waste your emotions on her. Upon hearing such praise from her brother, a blush crept across Yu Shangxiang's cheeks. Brother, I know you care for me, and I understand that sister cannot match my worth, but she is a girl who has left home without even a place to stay. I worry for her. Enough, Shangxiang. Yu Shouqi interrupted. I have official matters to attend to and no time to concern myself with Yu Jiwan. The mere mention of her name irritates me. She chose to leave home. If anything befalls her out there, it is her own doing. After coldly dismissing the topic, Yu Shouqi urged Yu Shangxiang to return to her rest and continued sending messages to Wan Yan. Teacher Wan Yan, I implore you to reply. If I have erred in any way, please enlighten me, and I shall rectify it immediately. I only ask that you do not ignore me. I am in dire need of you. And so is the Yu family. In Langziyuan, Yu Jiwan perused the messages in her Weibo inbox. Had it been in the past, witnessing Yu Shouqi adopt such a stance would have tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to devise ways to alleviate her family's burdens and strive to contribute to the Yu household. However, now Yu Jiwan set her phone down, her exquisitely radiant visage devoid of warmth. She could not muster a single glance in Yu Shouqi's direction. The current state of the Yu family, whether it basked in glory or wallowed in despair, whether it thrived or perished, held no significance for her. Yu Jiwan gathered her toiletries, preparing for a shower. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Xie Jingma returned from the study. Yu Jiwan gazed at the man's exquisitely handsome features and, after a moment's hesitation, could not resist asking, how shall we sleep later? Xie Jingma glanced at the clothes she cradled in her arms, an eyebrow slightly raised, his tone languid as he replied, Of course. We shall sleep together after our showers. Yu Jiwan. Chapter 11. Washing my wife's delicates. Yu Jiwan took her shower first and then urged Xie Jingma to go next. She settled on the edge of the bed, casually picking up a book from the nearby table. Although her gaze fell upon the pages, not a single word registered in her mind. She glanced toward the direction of the bathroom, listening to the gentle sounds of water within, and could not help but frown. Had Xie Jingma heard her so clearly while she showered? Before long, the sound of water ceased. The man emerged from the bathroom, his defined fingers holding a white towel as he casually dried his hair. Yu Jiwan raised her eyes, her heart skipping a beat. He wore a sleep shirt, the same couple's style as hers. Xie Jingma had previously mentioned that it was a couple set prepared by Fu Bo, one large and one small. It was Yu Jiwan's first experience wearing couple's attire with someone, curiously observing for a few seconds. She suddenly realized that the deep gray silk sleep shirt he wore seemed to accentuate his figure rather too effectively. The shirt, though loose, clung to his body as he dried his hair, outlining the contours of his muscular abdomen. As he raised his arms, the fabric at his waist pulled up, revealing a glimpse of his toned, powerful waistline, exuding an aura of vitality. It appeared both alluring and enticing, as if it were a subtle invitation. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered in a flurry, hastily shifting her gaze downward. Returning to her book, having studied fashion design, she possessed a certain understanding of human anatomy. Her mind involuntarily wandered, contemplating the perfection of his abs and waistline. She wondered how they would feel to the touch. Xie Jingma, while drying his hair, cast a sidelong glance at her, noticing her engrossed in her book. He ceased his actions, folding the towel and putting it aside. His hair was nearly dry, and he turned to re-enter the bathroom. Yu Jiwan, momentarily distracted, recalled that she had washed first and, to avoid delaying, Xie Jingma had tossed her soiled clothes into the laundry basket without washing them yet. Rising from the bed, she walked into the bathroom and found Xie Jingma standing tall at the sink, the faucet running as he washed clothes. The lace fabric slipped through his well-defined fingers. As Yu Jiwan discerned what he was washing, her earlobes flushed. "What are you doing?" He was washing her undergarments. Perhaps her reaction was too intense, for the man paused, turning to look at her with a rare expression of confusion, as if he had been scolded. "What's wrong?" Yu Jiwan was momentarily rendered speechless. "What are you doing?" He replied with utmost nonchalance, "Washing clothes." Yu Jiwan, not taking a deep breath, she insisted, "Why are you washing my clothes?" Xie Jingma glanced down at the small white fabric in his hands, comprehending her earlier reaction. Observing the girl's cheeks tinted with shyness, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, his voice steadied. "That's how my parents did it. My mother's clothes were always washed by my father." Yu Jiwan blinked, realizing that his parents seemed quite affectionate, but that was not the point at hand. She darted forward, her face flushed, her eyes shimmering with moisture as they regarded him. "We don't need to do this. You don't have to wash for me. I can manage on my own." With that, she snatched her panties from Xie Jingma's grasp. Although they were legally married, their relationship had not yet reached the level of a proper romantic partnership. The thought of him washing her undergarments was far too embarrassing. Xie Jingma, momentarily pushed away, narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep as he observed her. Yu Jiwan had no time to spare for him. As she noticed that her bra had already been washed and hung up, and her panties were half cleaned, her earlobes burned once more. Swiftly, she finished washing the remaining items. After rinsing, she turned to find Xie Jingma still nearby, leaning against the wall, his long form silhouetted with a calm demeanor as he watched her, his long pale fingers still bearing traces of the soap from washing. Yu Jiwan could not help but recall how he had just handled her underwear. Her pupils widened in shock, and she grasped his hands, placing them under the faucet. "What are you doing standing there? Quickly rinse your hands." Yu Jiwan meticulously washed his hands, running her fingers over every inch from between his fingers to the back of his hands. As if erasing any evidence of the earlier embarrassment, Xie Jingma stood still, captivated by the delicate touch of her hands weaving through his fingers, his lips curving into a slow smile as he allowed her to wash him. "Thank you, madam, for helping me wash my hands so thoroughly." He watched her exquisite fair profile, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed earlobes. "Rest assured, when I washed your undergarments earlier, I was meticulous and thorough, ensuring every part was cleaned." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiwan nearly stumbled. She had just managed to put the incident out of her mind. Her cheeks burned as she inhaled deeply, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Xie Jingma, it's not that I think you didn't wash them well, I just find this too embarrassing." The man remained silent for 2 seconds before lazily acknowledging, "I see." Understood. Yu Jiwan, what did he understand? Even as she lay in bed, she couldn't shake the thought that he might not take the initiative to wash her undergarments again. Beside her, the sound of rustling sheets indicated that Xie Jingma had climbed into bed. Yu Jiwan's body tensed unexpectedly as the woody fragrance emanating from the man enveloped her in delicate tendrils, clean and pleasant, yet it seemed to ensnare her, forcibly imbuing her with his essence. Yu Jiwan, with her eyes closed, could still perceive an intense, smoldering gaze fixed upon her, causing her fingers to involuntarily curl. Nevertheless, the man merely uttered a leisurely good night before extinguishing the lamp on his side. There were no actions that crossed any boundaries. Yu Jiwan's slightly tense form began to relax. This was the first time she shared a bed with an adult man. She had anticipated discomfort and sleeplessness, perhaps the events of the day had been too numerous. Or perhaps the man beside her offered a sense of security. She soon drifted into a dream-filled slumber. In the enveloping darkness, the man opened his eyes and turned his head to gaze at the girl beside him. Her breaths shallow and soft. He let out a barely audible sigh, gently pulling her into his embrace, nuzzling his forehead against the nape of her neck. Yet, in the next moment, he glanced down at his lower half. His brow knitting in agitation, he loosened his hold on her slightly, distancing himself from her. The following morning, Yu Jiwon awoke from a restful night, only to find the space beside her empty. Had Xie Jingma risen so early? She yawned and proceeded to wash up, inadvertently colliding with Xie Jingma as he emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp as if he had just bathed. "Good morning, madam," he greeted, a playful smile gracing his lips. His deep, magnetic voice tinged with a huskiness that rendered it even more alluring. Still feeling somewhat drowsy, Yu Jiwon replied with a vague morning. However, as soon as she stepped into the bathroom, her mind became alert. The chilling humidity enveloped her. He actually took a cold shower this early in the morning, unfazed by the cold. He truly had a strong constitution. As she reflected on this, she approached the sink. Noticing a set of couples' toiletries, which caused her eyes to twitch slightly, she picked up her cup to brush her teeth. Throughout this process, Xie Jingma lounged lazily against the doorframe, arms crossed. Observing her, once Yu Jiwon finished her routine, he approached and took her hand. Startled, she felt a cool metallic touch on her ring finger. Chapter 12. The ring bore the initials MW. Looking down, she discovered it was a finely crafted plain band. Yu Jiwon blinked in astonishment, looking up at the man. The soft bathroom light illuminated his flawless visage, casting shadows on his high nose and accentuating his striking features, making him appear even more captivating and enchanting. His beguiling peach blossom eyes, lazy and smiling, seemed to conceal endless affection. "Since we are already married, it would be improper to lack a wedding ring. Our official wedding band is still being crafted after the suddenness of our marriage yesterday. So please make do with this plain ring for a few days, my dear." Yu Jiwon's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and though she wanted to protest that it was not a bother and that she didn't need a ring after all. They were destined for divorce in a year. Another pressing question arose. "How did you know my ring size?" This ring fit her perfectly, neither too big nor too small. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. His tone nonchalant. "Oh, I measured your size while you were sleeping last night." Yu Jiwon, seeing her wide-eyed expression, Xie Jingma smirked, his brow arched tired. "I also measured your neck size while you were asleep." Yu Jiwon, a chill ran down her spine as she raised her hand to touch her neck. He wouldn't have used a string to measure her while she slept, would he? The thought sent another shiver down her back. "What else did you do?" she exclaimed, incredulous at how deeply she had slept. Xie Jingma's playful eyes gleamed with mischief. "I also took your waist measurement," and his voice trailed off as his gaze leisurely traveled upwards, landing on her chest. Yu Jiwon, in a fit of anger, she rushed over and covered his eyes. "What are you looking at? Why are you measuring things instead of sleeping?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Xie Jingma chuckled lowly, the sound resonating pleasantly, his chest vibrating slightly with amusement, his eyes sparkling with relaxed joy. He gently pulled her hand away from his eyes and affectionately ruffled her hair, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with mirth. "Just teasing you. I didn't measure anything else, only your finger size, my dear." Yu Jiwon, he called her dear. Defiantly she huffed and shot him a glare before stepping out of the bathroom. Xie Jingma, unfazed by her fierce look, relaxedly smiled, watching the girl's vibrant and spirited demeanor. He noted her growing familiarity and comfort with him, a sign of progress. After Xie Jingma exited the bedroom, Yu Jiwon removed the ring from her ring finger, examining it curiously. Suddenly, she noticed the inner band engraved with two letters. MW. What did that mean? The initials of her online username. Furrowing her brow, she recalled a friend online whose Weibo name was MW, also containing the letters MW. What a coincidence. Yu Jiwon hurried to her bedside table, grabbing her phone. She had two Weibo accounts, her main account, a well-known designer with millions of followers, and her lesser-known account, where she shared casual musings and her love for green grape-flavored desserts. This lesser account was mutual friends with MW. They had been following each other for years, and she had initially thought MW was a girl, only to later discover he was a boy who had been harboring a crush on a girl for a long time. Realizing her friend had turned out to be male was initially awkward, but she admired his deep and bittersweet feelings for someone, silently wishing for his happiness. Logging into her lesser account, she saw that MW had posted the previous day. From today onwards, I can see her every day. Yu Jiwon's eyes lit up. She felt genuinely happy for him and quickly commented, "Congratulations, are you finally with your crush?" To her surprise, MW replied immediately, "Sort of." Yu Jiwon was puzzled by the ambiguity. What did sort of mean? Then she noticed another post from MW. "I'm waiting for the moonlight to fall upon me." A strange sense of loneliness washed over her. With a sigh, she sensed that he still had not achieved his desired outcome. Oddly enough, MW's post seemed to be trending, catching the attention of other netizens. "Ah, I'm also waiting for my moonlight. Do you all have someone you like? Wait, does MW in the blogger's username mean my wife, my world, or my whole? Ah, a friend of mine uses MW as a note for her crush. Ah, the world will eventually be dominated by our pure love. Reading this, Yu Zhuan realized the romantic significance of MW, how lovely, glancing back at the ring Xie Jingma had given her. Inscribed with MW, she realized it was likely just a coincidence, representing her initials. Speaking of which, MW was self-studying fashion design, hoping to one day handcraft a wedding dress for the girl he admired. Sigh, harboring a crush is truly a bittersweet torment. Yu Zhuan cheered him on in the comments. The moonlight will surely fall upon you. I wish you achieve your wish and be with the one you love. MW replied again in an instant. Thanks for your kind words, rabbit, with 2 pink rabbit emojis. Yu Zhuan smiled, setting her phone down and changing her clothes before heading downstairs. Only to find Xie Jingma preparing breakfast. He was wearing an apron adorned with pink bunnies. The sudden burst of youthful charm was overwhelming. Yu Zhuan pondered whether the couple-themed items prepared by Fu Bo should be reserved for Xie Jingma. She had never known him to possess such a whimsical side. As she approached, she keenly noticed that the pink bunny on his apron resembled the one in his WeChat profile picture. Who had drawn that adorable bunny that he cherished enough to use as a profile picture and print on an apron? Noticing her contemplative gaze, Xie Jingma turned his head. What's on your mind? Breakfast will be ready soon. Yu Zhuan looked at him in surprise. You can cook, Xie Jingma? Is that surprising? Yu Zhuan nodded. I thought someone like you would be above such tasks. Xie Jingma turned off the stove. Ladling porridge into a porcelain bowl. Someone like me. Yu Zhuan couldn't tell if it was his handsome face, broad shoulders, or tall stature that made even cooking seem appealing. I meant to say, I thought someone in your position would have everything done for them. He chuckled lightly, his voice languid and seductive. I would gladly attend to my wife's needs, allowing her to be pampered and free from any labor. Yu Zhuan. Fu Bo held a watering can, directing the servants to tend to the flowers in the garden outside. As he passed by, a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt graced his face. Indeed, the gentleman dotes on his lady wife as if she were the very center of his universe. In the dining room, Yu Zhuan sampled Xie Jingma's culinary skills, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Not only was the breakfast prepared to her liking, but the flavors were also exquisite. For instance, the plate of crystal shrimp dumplings was both tender and delectable. Moreover, the bowl of lotus seed soup was so delightful that she finished it entirely. I had no idea your culinary prowess was so remarkable, surpassing even that of a 5-star chef. Yu Zhuan praised him without reservation. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, as long as my lady is pleased. To capture a woman's heart, one must first win over her stomach. It seems there is truth in that adage. His earlier dedication to honing his cooking skills, enduring the sacrifice of several pots, and even employing Fu Bo as a taste tester had not been in vain. Transitioning from dishes that brought one to tears to those that evoked joy. After breakfast, Yu Zhuan intended to visit the school. Initially, she planned to go alone, as Lang Ziyuan was not far from her school. However, Xie Jingma insisted on driving her to the school gate, watching her step out of the car and walk into the school. He then proceeded to the company. With only a few classes left in her senior year, Yu Zhuan arrived at school and headed to Professor Liang Yulan's office to discuss the upcoming fashion design competition. Around 11 o'clock, after bidding farewell to Professor Liang, Yu Zhuan prepared to return to Lang Ziyuan. Upon reaching the school gate, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Chengfeng. Yu Zhuan's expression turned icy as she continued to walk, deliberately ignoring him as if he were refused by the roadside. Yu Zhuan. Gu Chengfeng had never been disregarded in such a manner, and in his annoyance, he blocked her path, just as he was about to unleash his temper. Something caught his eye, causing his pupils to dilate in shock as he fixated on the ring adorning Yu Zhuan's finger. Yu Zhuan, what is that on your hand? Chapter 13. Yu Zhuan claims she is married. Yu Zhuan halted her steps as Gu Chengfeng intercepted her. She made no effort to conceal the ring, wearing it with unabashed pride. Isn't Gu Chengfeng already a graduate? What brings him back to school? Gu Xiao. At that moment, Gu Chengfeng's friend Wei Chen dashed over. Grinning, Zhuan, I heard someone spotted you at school, and immediately informed Gu Xiao. He rushed over as soon as he heard. Gu Chengfeng retorted with irritation. Who said I came to find her? I'm here to see Chanshan. Chanshan was the younger sister he had met at the billiard hall the previous day. Wei Chen was momentarily speechless, realizing Gu Chengfeng was stubborn even in such a situation, yet, as a good friend, he felt compelled to assist. He turned to Yu Zhuan's, chuckling awkwardly. Zhuan, Gu Xiao is indeed here for you. You both had a misunderstanding at the billiard hall yesterday, and you should clarify things today. I'll leave you two to talk. I need to head to the supermarket for some cigarettes. With that, Wei Chen quickly made his exit, granting them privacy. Gu Chengfeng cursed Wei Chen for meddling, yet his gaze remained locked on the ring adorning Yu Zhuan's finger. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a wicked smile spread across his face. Why Yu Zhuan had just broken up with him yesterday, yet today she wore a ring on her ring finger. Clearly she was trying to signal her fidelity to him. Even after their breakup, she wore a ring to warn other men to stay away. He hadn't realized just how devoted Yu Zhuan was to him. In high spirits, Gu Chengfeng raised his chin and spoke condescendingly. Yu Zhuan, about what I said yesterday at the billiard hall, don't take it too seriously. Initially, I intended to play with you, but now I retract that statement. I'm serious about you now, so don't speak of breakups till I permit you to continue being my girlfriend, understand? Yu Zhiwan frowned at his words and took a step back. What nonsense are you spouting? I made it very clear yesterday that I have broken up with you, and we no longer have any relationship. Ji Yu Chengfeng chuckled to himself, realizing she was merely playing hard to get. He pulled out something from his pocket, revealing a handful of red bean beads. Yu Zhiwan, you broke the red bean bracelet yesterday, scattering the beads everywhere. I picked them all up, 18 in total, not a single one missing. Surely this will put you in a better mood. Yu Zhiwan cast a blank glance at the beads, her expression unfazed, showing no sign of emotion. Ji Yu Chengfeng, noticing her indifference, frowned impatiently. Yu Zhiwan, what more do you want? I've already allowed you to continue being my girlfriend, stop being so contradictory, and take off that ring. It's bothersome, he continued, and regarding your severing ties with the Yu family, let us be frank. After leaving the Yu family yesterday, where did you spend the night? Yu Zhiwan's lips curled into a cold mocking smile, her striking features seemingly encased in frost. Ji Yu Chengfeng, I will say this one last time, I have broken up with you. And there is no longer any relationship between us. Furthermore, I cannot remove this ring because I am already married. I kindly request that you respect my wishes and refrain from pursuing me further. Without waiting for Gu Qingfeng's stunned reaction, she turned on her heel and exited the school gate. Ji Yu Chengfeng stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gaped at Yu Zhiwan's retreating silhouette. What did Yu Zhiwan just say? She is married? Married? How is that possible? She just broke up with me yesterday, and today she marries another man. This cannot be true. Gu Chengfeng watched Yu Zhiwan's figure grow distant. Gritting his teeth in frustration as he pulled out his phone to call her. To his dismay, he was met with the cold, mechanical voice stating that the number was unreachable, he had been blocked. Stunned, Gu Chengfeng stared at his phone in disbelief. She blocked me too. How could she bear to do that? How foolish of him to underestimate Yu Zhiwan. That ungrateful woman truly had the audacity to cut him off. Enraged, he nearly hurled his phone away, but instead, he scrolled through his contacts to find Yu Xiuqi's number, intending to ask if he was aware of Yu Zhiwan's marriage. Just before pressing dial, Gu Chengfeng suddenly regained his composure. Wait a minute. Why Yu Zhiwan has such a small social circle? She hardly knows any other men. How could she possibly get married? In just one day, where would she find someone to marry? She is a downtrodden heiress. Who would want her? He scoffed, realizing Yu Zhiwan must be trying to provoke him, to make him jealous by claiming she was married and wearing a ring. Ji Yu Chengfeng chuckled derisively. Is she jealous because I mistakenly called someone my sister? And now she wants me to experience the taste of jealousy. Ever since we started dating, I have not been with any other woman, perhaps just some light flirting, but nothing more. I have already turned over a new leaf. Why is she still so petty? Is she really that possessive? Gu Chengfeng glanced at the red bean beads in his palm. Forget it. If Yu Zhiwan refuses to entertain the advances of others but only mine, it is because she loves me too much, and that is why she is acting so jealous. Once I cut ties with those so-called sisters, this little stingy girl will happily continue as my girlfriend. As Lang Ziyuan was not far from her school, Yu Zhiwan decided to walk back. As she strolled, a black car suddenly pulled up beside her. The window rolled down to reveal Xie Jingma's stunningly handsome face and his uniquely captivating peach blossom eyes. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. What are you doing here? The man raised an eyebrow slightly. It's nearly noon. I was coming to pick you up from school and happened to see you here. Get in. He came to pick her up. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it, as no one had ever come to fetch her while she was at the Yu family. Realizing she was lost in thought, she quickly opened the door and took her seat in the passenger side. Just as she settled in, the man leaned in, kindly fastening her seatbelt. The distance between them suddenly diminished, and the unique, pleasant scent of wood wafted from him, causing Yu Zhiwan's long eyelashes to flutter as she held her breath. She observed that, from such proximity, his eyelashes were indeed long, his nose bridge high, and his lips. After fastening the seatbelt, Xie Jingma noticed the plain ring on her ring finger and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. His warm fingertip inadvertently brushed against Yu Zhiwan's fingers, and as she was captivated by his lips, the unexpected contact made her heart skip a beat. Why are you touching my ring? The man chuckled, his voice deep and alluring, slowly raising his hand. I have one too. If you feel upset, you can touch mine back. Why Yu Zhiwan? How childish. Xie-san. She refrained from touching him and stole another glance at his lips before hastily averting her gaze. For some reason, she suddenly craved jelly. She tugged at the seatbelt across her chest. Isn't it noon? How did you come back from the company? Aren't you busy this afternoon? Yes, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. After a pause, Xie Jingma's peach blossom eyes glimmered as he smiled lazily. I need to trouble my lady to accompany me. Just as Yu Zhiwan was about to inquire further, her phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 14. This is my husband. Xie Jingma gestured for her to answer the phone first. Yu Zhiwan's expression transformed with surprise as she listened to the person on the other end, her eyes sparkling with joy. Once she hung up, Xie Jingma, intrigued, asked, what happened that has you so elated? Yu Zhiwan, brimming with excitement, replied, my aunt. Alright, it was my aunt who called. She isn't a relative from the Yu family, but rather my uncle and aunt from my foster family who have always treated me very well. Yu Zhuan recalled that Xie Jingma was unaware of her past and thus elaborated on the details. The man nodded upon hearing, yet his expression revealed no significant surprise, as if it were not the first time he had learned of her aunt's existence. Yu Zhuan blinked in bewilderment. It shouldn't be so. For she had never mentioned her aunt to Xie Jingma. Could this be the psychological fortitude of a top-tier magnate, remaining unfazed by anything? Yu Zhuan did not dwell on it further and continued. Her excitement palpable. My aunt has a daughter who just entered the second year of junior high. She was hospitalized due to illness not long ago, and the doctor scheduled a surgery for her last week. However, since the operation, my sister has remained in a deep slumber. Just now, my aunt called to say that my sister has awakened, her condition is stable, and she is out of danger. That's why I am so elated. In truth, the surgery incurred a significant expense. Her aunt's family did not possess ample savings, but thankfully over the past few years, Yu Zhuan had managed to save some money by using her late-night smoking persona to design sketches, which she used to assist with the medical fees as a small token of gratitude for her aunt's prior kindness. After all, her foster parents had treated her poorly, without the care of her aunt and uncle. Her life would have been far more miserable, and now, hearing this good news, Yu Zhuan was bursting with joy. She turned to Xie Jingma, eagerly grasping his arm. You mentioned you had something to do this afternoon that you wanted me to accompany you for. What is it? Is it urgent? If not, I would like to make a stop at the hospital first. Xie Jingma glanced at the hand gripping his arm and, seeing her expectant gaze and sparkling eyes, could not help but ruffle her hair, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. It's not urgent. I will accompany you to the hospital first. Yu Zhuan was taken aback. Huh? You are coming with me? She believed she could visit her aunt and uncle by herself. Why did Xie Jingma feel the need to accompany her? Xie Jingma cast her a sidelong glance, his pale fingers tapping lazily on the steering wheel. I am your husband. Is it not only natural for me to accompany you? Yu Zhuan, that noticing her hesitation, the man's tone turned slightly somber. That if you find me embarrassing, unworthy of meeting your family, I can refrain from going. Really, you don't need to consider my feelings. I won't make a fuss. Yu Zhuan's eyes widened slowly in disbelief. When did I ever find you embarrassing? If Xie Jingma is not worthy, then who could possibly be? She was utterly perplexed, striving to explain and reassure him. I have never looked down upon you, truly. Please, do not overthink it. If you doubt my sincerity, then come with me to the hospital right now. Xie Jingma's almond-shaped eyes curved with a smile. All right, I won't overthink it. I will accompany you to the hospital. Yu Zhuan, wait, something seems off. Confused, she scratched her head. Meanwhile, Xie Jingma had already turned the car around, purchasing gifts for the hospital visit and a small token for her aunt and uncle before heading toward the hospital. Upon reaching the third-floor ward, they fortuitously encountered her aunt in the corridor. Yu Zhuan rushed over anxiously. Aunt, how is my sister? Suingzi's face lit up with joy upon seeing Yu Zhuan. Your sister was just asking for you. How did you arrive so quickly? Oh Zhuan, who is this? Suingzi noticed a tall, strikingly handsome man following Yu Zhuan, exuding an extraordinary air of nobility in every gesture. Hearing her inquiry, Xie Jingma did not respond immediately, casting a glance at Yu Zhuan, as if awaiting her introduction. Yu Zhuan bit her crimson lips, silently glancing at Xie Jingma. After a brief moment of internal struggle, she decided to be forthright, otherwise, Xie Jingma might think she found him lacking in stature. How odd, she had never heard of him being so sensitive. It seemed she had to tread carefully around his fragile heart. Moreover, marriage was nothing to hide, it was not something shameful. Aunt, allow me to introduce my newly-wed husband. Xie Jingma. Suingzi's eyes widened in shock. What, Zhuan is married? When did this happen? Upon hearing Yu Zhuan refer to him as her husband, Xie Jingma could not suppress a smile, as if finally receiving his rightful title. His eyes glimmering with joy. Hello, Aunt Zhuan and I just obtained our marriage certificate. Due to special circumstances, we plan to hold a wedding at a later date, and we eagerly anticipate your presence. Yu Zhuan? Wedding? Who said anything about a wedding? At this moment, Suingzi could not help but scrutinize Xie Jingma with a discerning eye as a concerned family member. He possessed an extraordinary demeanor, though he made an effort to appear approachable. His noble lineage and influential aura were palpable. Furthermore, his appearance was undeniably striking, raising concerns about his ability to remain unscathed from the affections of others. Nevertheless, his demeanor towards her was courteous and respectful. Evidently valuing Yu Zhuan, this was reassuring. As long as he treated Yu Zhuan well, that was sufficient. However, Suingzi felt a flicker of familiarity. This man seemed vaguely recognizable, as if she had encountered him before. At that moment, Yu Zhuan's uncle emerged from the ward, having heard the commotion. Yu Zhuan greeted her uncle with a smile, and Xie Jingma also politely addressed him. The couple's harmony was evident, once inside the ward. Suingzi discreetly pulled her husband aside, whispering boldly, look, that man is Zhuan's newly married husband. Do you think he looks familiar? He scrutinized Xie Jingma closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. That's the president of Xie Corporation. I've seen his photograph in financial magazines. Suingzi was equally taken aback, yet shook her head. That's not what I mean. I feel like we have met him in person before, not just in photographs. Perhaps several years ago, when Jiwon was still in high school, Oldie stroked his chin thoughtfully. Surely not. How could we have had the chance to meet someone of President Sea's caliber? Suingzi remained unconvinced, adamantly recalling a time when they must have encountered him, potentially in connection with Jiwon. Speaking of which, this man seemed to hold great regard for Jiwon, granting her some reassurance. After all, Jiwon had endured a harsh upbringing, mistreated by her foster parents. Suingzi recalled the time when Jiwon, at the tender age of 8, had found a nearly frozen stray puppy by the roadside, unable to bear the thought of the puppy perishing. She rushed home to plead with her foster father, who begrudgingly allowed her to adopt the dog. That little puppy became Jiwon's sole companion in a household rife with abuse and favoritism. One fateful afternoon, upon returning home from school, Jiwon discovered a plate of meat on the table. Her foster father and his friends were indulging in a meal, drinking, and boasting. As Jiwon attempted to retreat to her room, her foster father called her over, smilingly urging her to eat. Sensing something was amiss, she declined, but he shoveled a piece of meat into her mouth, asking if it was delicious, terrified of inciting his anger. Jiwon cautiously affirmed that it was, prompting her foster father to laugh heartily, cruelly declaring, "That's the dog you raised. You did a fine job." Jiwon's face went pale with horror as she stumbled into the kitchen. Finding the bloody skin of her beloved dog, tears streamed down her cheeks, and the meat she had been forced to consume made her violently ill. An 8-year-old girl could not possibly withstand the force of a middle-aged man. When Jiwon protested, demanding her dog back, her foster father struck her across the face, scolding, "After raising you for so many years, whether I feed you a dog or sell you for money is my prerogative. How could a mere child resist such brutality?" Hearing her cries, Suingzi, living next door, rushed over and compassionately took Jiwon home, sparing her from a beating. From that day forward, Jiwon never dared to adopt another dog again. Yet Suingzi knew deep down that Jiwon had a profound love for dogs. Her eyes would light up whenever she spotted one on the street. However, the fear instilled in her had left an indelible psychological scar, preventing her from ever adopting one again. Years have passed, yet as Suingzi reflected on those memories, her eyes brimmed with tears. Jiwon had truly suffered during her time with her foster parents. Since returning to the Yu family, Suingzi remained uncertain about Jiwon's current circumstances. After all, she was not privy to the intricacies of the Yu family's affairs. Rumor had it that they favored the false daughter, Yu Shangxiang. Now that Jiwon was married, as her aunt, Suingzi sought nothing more than for this man to treat her well. In the hospital room, Jiwon inquired about her sister's condition and chatted with her for a while. Seizing the moment while Xie Jingma was preoccupied peeling an apple, her sister tugged at Jiwon's sleeve and whispered to sister, "Is brother-in-law good to you? If he dares to mistreat you, just tell me and mom and dad. We will support you." Jiwon looked at her sister, who bore a miniature adult demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, sister knows, you must recover quickly, so I can rest easy." The younger sister chuckled. "The doctor said I will soon be able to get out of bed and run around." Xie Jingma, with his head bowed as he peeled an apple, seemed to be oblivious to their conversation. However, when the younger sister mentioned the brother-in-law and how he would support you, a hint of tender affection flickered in his eyes. Even if they were criticizing him, it didn't matter. As long as it was for Wanwan's benefit, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. He eagerly wished for more people to treat her well. Once the whispers subsided, Xie Jingma poured a glass of water for Yu Jiwon and offered it to her, inquiring whether she wanted to arrange a better hospital room for her sister. Yu Jiwon pondered for a moment and replied, "There's no need to change the room. I would like to invite a seasoned specialist to examine whether my sister is fully recovered after the surgery and if there are any potential aftereffects." Xie Jingma nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. Before long, several esteemed specialists hurried over, including the hospital director. A large entourage arrived, all with a demeanor of utmost respect. Suingzi and her husband were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Yu Jiwon was also taken aback. She turned to look at Xie Jingma, who held her hand reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, let them examine your sister." Soon, the group of specialists conducted a joint consultation and confirmed that the patient's condition had been thoroughly treated. As long as she adhered to medical advice, there would be no lasting repercussions, and she would recover swiftly. Yu Jiwon felt a tremendous weight lifted off her shoulders. Suingzi and her husband were equally delighted. Expressing profound gratitude to the doctors, the director, after modestly declining a few times, nodded respectfully at Xie Jingma before leading the doctors out of the ward. Yu Jiwon and Xie Jingma lingered for a while longer before taking their leave. As they departed, Suingzi couldn't help but reflect that she must attend Wanwan's wedding when the time comes. Suddenly, a memory struck her. She recalled where she had seen Xie Jingma before. It was during Wanwan's first year of high school. At that time, Wanwan had not yet returned to the Yu family. She was still living with her foster parents. She remembered that day vividly when her foster father lost at gambling and took his anger out on Wanwan, twisting her wrist and nearly fracturing it, even slapping her, leaving her face swollen with red marks that took ages to fade. That very night, while returning home late from work, she passed through an alley and heard the sounds of a severe beating. Accompanied by a man's agonized cries, the alley's streetlight flickered ominously. Peering inside, she saw a group of youth surrounding a middle-aged man, mercilessly assaulting him. At that moment, the light flickered back on, and she recognized the bloodied and battered figure. It was Wanwan's foster father. Leading the attack was none other than Xie Jingma. The young man's expression was fierce, his brows knitted in rage, as if he sought to take the man's life, beating Wanwan's foster father to the brink of unconsciousness. Suingzi was unaware of the specifics that transpired in the alley. She only knew that since that day her foster father had spent a long time in the hospital, never daring to lay a finger on Wanwan again. Harboring an inexplicable fear of her, even avoiding getting too close. Shortly thereafter, the school's principal approached her, stating that he was aware of Wanwan's difficult home situation and wished to offer her financial assistance. Knowing Wanwan's parents were unreliable, he sought out her aunt to entrust the funds, hoping she would look after Wanwan. Naturally, the benefactor provided her with a token of gratitude. Suingzi recalled that apart from the principal, there were several other teachers present, along with a rebellious young man in a school uniform. At the time, she had focused all her attention on the teachers and paid little heed to the youth. However, reflecting now, she realized that young man was indeed Xie Jingma, so it was Xie Jingma who had secretly supported Wanwan. He had known of Wanwan's parents' unreliability, so he funneled the assistance through the teachers to ensure her aunt would take care of her. Then, when Wanwan's foster father was imprisoned due to gambling, could this also have connections to Xie Jingma? Suddenly, Suingzi was enlightened. No wonder she found Xie Jingma familiar when she saw him earlier. He had been 17 then, and now, in his 20s, he had matured somewhat, yet his features remained strikingly similar, explaining why she felt a sense of recognition. It turned out that Xie Jingma had quietly cared for Wanwan from such an early age. Had he harbored feelings for her since high school? In an instant, Suingzi was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling both thrilled and conflicted. The thrill came from knowing that since Jingma had feelings for Wanwan, he would surely treat her well in the future. Putting her mind at ease, the conflict arose from whether to reveal Jingma's past affections and his previous actions for Wanwan to her. Chapter 16. The lady is quite beautiful. In the parking lot beneath the hospital, Yu Zhuan sat in the passenger seat, her smile radiant, clearly in high spirits. Indeed, today had been particularly fortunate, aside from encountering Gu Chengfeng at school. Everything else had gone splendidly. Her sister would soon recover. As Xie Jingma prepared to start the car, he paused at her words. She had run into Gu Chengfeng at school. Yu Zhuan, engrossed in her phone, replied without looking up, "Yes, he came to school to find me." Xie Jingma's alluring eyes narrowed dangerously, and he halted the car, with his left hand casually resting on the steering wheel. He spoke in a languid tone. "First, lift your head to see your husband. I have a question to pose." Yu Zhuan, puzzled, raised her head. "What question?" The man's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, and after a brief moment of silence, he inquired nonchalantly, "My dear wife, do you favor men like Gu Chengfeng?" Asking his wife if she preferred other types of men was an odd question, akin to placing a green hat upon himself. Yet, Xie Jingma posed it nonetheless. Yu Zhuan's expression contorted in indignation, as if insulted. "Why do you ask that?" A smirk played on Xie Jingma's lips. "From what I gather, my dear wife has never been short of admirers. After entering university, your suitors multiplied, yet you only accepted Gu Chengfeng's advances, accepted the advances of that good-for-nothing Gu Chengfeng." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly dangerous, tinged with an unmistakable jealousy. Mentioning this made Yu Zhuan feel irritable. She pouted. "It wasn't my choice, it was the Yu family. They pressured me to accept Gu Chengfeng's pursuit for the sake of collaboration with the Gu family. I don't like him at all." Not in the slightest. Xie Jingma was momentarily taken aback, his pupils constricting slightly. So it was for this reason that she had agreed to Gu Chengfeng. In the next moment, his expression darkened, a chilling aura enveloping him. As a flicker of cold fury crossed his brow of the Yu family again, Yu Zhuan keenly sensed the shift in the man's demeanor. "What's wrong?" she asked, momentarily taken aback. "Did she say something wrong?" "It's nothing." Xie Jingma composed himself, soothingly ruffling her hair. Gradually, a playful glint emerged in his eyes. So Wanwan did not fancy Gu Chengfeng, did she? Then what kind of man did she prefer? Yu Zhuan replied. "How would I know? I don't have anyone I like, nor have I thought about that. Why are you asking such questions?" she added, scrutinizing him suspiciously before a light bulb went off in her head. "Oh, I see, you aren't planning to introduce me to someone after a divorce, are you?" Xie Jingma nearly laughed in exasperation. "Before I introduce my wife to anyone else, I kindly ask her to remain single." Yu Zhuan blinked in confusion. "Single? But I'm already married, right? Haven't we tied the knot?" Her words brought a smirk to Xie Jingma's lips. "You are correct, my dear wife, I misspoke." Seeing him smile, Yu Zhuan chuckled in return. "Rest assured, I have principles. During our marriage, I will not engage in any improper relations with other men." The sun shone brilliantly outside, illuminating her fair skin, her lips a luscious red, her eyes sparkling like scattered stars, her smile vibrant and captivating, like a resplendent rose in full bloom. Watching her, Xie Jingma felt a warmth rise within him. His low, magnetic voice tinged with a hint of huskiness, sending shivers down one's spine. "And my dear wife need not worry, I shall not engage in any improper relations with any woman other than you." At any time. Yu Zhuan nodded in agreement. She trusted his words implicitly. After all, he was famously known for being indifferent to women. Suddenly, she recalled, you mentioned earlier that you had something for me to accompany you with this afternoon. What is it? As Xie Jingma drove the car out of the parking lot, his voice relaxed. My grandparents are traveling abroad. They were overjoyed to hear we had registered our marriage and wanted to return immediately. However, a blizzard disrupted their flights, and they just arrived this morning. As soon as they get home, they wish to meet their long-awaited granddaughter. Law. Yu Zhuan was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. You mean your grandparents want to see me? Xie Jingma couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden tension. Don't worry, my grandparents are very amiable and will surely like you. Yet Yu Zhuan remained undeniably anxious, her fingers clenched tightly. When will we meet this afternoon? Xie Jingma smirked nonchalantly. No rush, as it is already past noon. Let's grab lunch first. We can't have my wife going hungry. Yu Zhuan was rendered speechless. He was still in the mood for jokes. After all, meeting the parents was no small matter. Who wouldn't feel nervous? Yu Zhuan delicately ran her fingers through her hair and adjusted her clothing, her brows slightly furrowed. Do you think this outfit is somewhat inappropriate? Reflecting poorly on my image, today, she had not made a special effort to dress up, simply donning her everyday attire before heading out. As they approached a red traffic light, Xie Jingma halted the vehicle. Turning his head to regard her, he spoke without hesitation. How could your appearance be lacking, my lady? You are exceedingly beautiful. After a brief pause, his voice became sensuous and alluring. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. Yu Zhuan was taken aback by the compliment, a sudden wave of shyness washing over her, causing her crystalline earlobes to flush faintly. Thank you. It could be that you simply haven't met many people. Xie Jingma. Yu Zhuan accompanied Xie Jingma to a restaurant he frequently visited, where a private dining room had been reserved for him on the second floor. Once seated, she noticed that the dishes he had ordered were all her favorites. It appeared that their tastes were remarkably aligned. During the meal, Xie Jingma's phone screen lit up intermittently as the elder gentleman and their family sent messages inquiring about any matters requiring his attention. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and replied, please remove everything related to pineapples from the house. She is allergic. Old Master Xie, rest assured, it has all been taken care of. Everything is removed. Old Madam Xie, and the parrot named Pineapple? It has been renamed Fatty overnight. Cousin Xie Yunzhou. Just as Xie Jingma was about to set his phone down, Xie Yunzhou sent him a private message. Your brother, there is a large pineapple plush toy at the old residence that I bought previously. Is that a problem? Xie Jingma, put that away as well. We don't need it around. Xie Yunzhou. Whoa, brother, you are prioritizing your romantic interests over your brother. Xie Jingma, am I? Xie Yunzhou, of course. You are. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. I can't help but feel I am not neglecting my brother enough. Xie Yunzhou immediately burst into louder sobs. Alright, I won't complain anymore. Back in high school, I even helped you deliver gifts to sister-in-law Xie Yunzhou. Now that the clouds have cleared, brother, for your and sister-in-law's happiness, don't worry about my well-being. Chapter 17. Yu Zhuan struck him across the face, seeing Xie Jingma engrossed in replying to messages. She speculated that he was likely preoccupied with work. Having nearly finished her meal, she rose to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the 4 members of the Yu family, who had just finished dining. Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Xiangxiang. Yu Shangxiang initially froze, then rushed to Yu Zhuan with concern etched on her face. Sister, where did you spend the night? Don't consider running away. Apologize to Dad and come home quickly. I am genuinely worried about you. Upon seeing his daughter who had not returned home for an entire night, Yu Changde's expression turned complex. However, upon hearing Yu Shangxiang mention running away, he was instantly reminded of Yu Zhuan's intentions to sever ties with the Yu family, causing his demeanor to grow cold. How could his biological daughter be so inconsiderate? Why couldn't she learn from Shangxiang to be more obedient and filial? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shangxiang, you needn't bother with her. Don't speak up for her. There is no need to beg her to return home. Yu Changde, do not have such a wayward daughter. Yu Zhuan's gaze turned icy, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at him. Wayward, that was nothing compared to Yu Dong's act of marrying off his own daughter to Gu Changfeng, pushing her into the abyss. Worse than a beast. Yu Changde was momentarily stunned, his hands trembling in anger, his chest heaving. Worse than a beast, this unfilial daughter dared to insult her own father. Who gave her the audacity? Tao Shuqin quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on Yu Changde's back to soothe him, casting an irritable glance at Yu Zhuan. How can you utter such treasonous words? Do you even possess a semblance of filial piety? You've even blacklisted our phone numbers. How can you be so willful? It's no wonder you grew up in the home of foster parents without receiving proper education, completely unaware of how to be dutiful to your parents. Yu Zhuan's expression hardened, her enchanting features resembling a frost-laden landscape. Madam Tao, on what grounds do you accuse me? Is it my fault that I was switched at birth? Let me reiterate, I have severed all ties with the Yu family. There is no longer any connection between us. If I wish to blacklist bothersome individuals, I shall do so. Bothersome individuals? Yu Zhuan actually referred to them as bothersome. Yu Changde's anger flared, and he pointed at Yu Zhuan. Berating her, you ungrateful child. However, Tao Shuqin noticed that Yu Zhiwan referred to her as Madame Tao, and earlier she had addressed Yu Changde as Yu Dong. How wonderful, you're throwing a tantrum to the point of refusing to acknowledge your own parents. Tao Shuqin gazed at her, both furious and incredulous. Mother. At that moment, Yu Shangxiang suddenly interjected, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister must have spoken out of anger. Please don't take it to heart, hearing Yu Shangxiang call her mother. Tao Shuqin's heart melted. Although Shangxiang was not her biological daughter, she was always so understanding and considerate, calling her mother with such affection. If only Yu Zhiwan could display even 1% of Shangxiang's good qualities. Meanwhile, Yu Shaozi could no longer stand by and rushed to confront Yu Zihewen. Why, Yu Zhiwan, haven't you bullied Shangxiang enough? Now you're putting on airs with your parents, as your second brother. I shall teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, Yu Shaozi raised his hand to strike her. However, in the next instant, Yu Zhiwan's right hand firmly intercepted his blow. Why, Yu Zhiwan gazed at him coldly. Yu Shaozi, please do not overestimate yourself. What makes you think you are my second brother? What right do you have to hit me? You know very well that I am allergic to pineapples. Yet you still dared to mix it into my juice. I find it revolting to be related to someone like you. Yu Shaozi, infuriated and thwarted, retorted. So what if you're allergic? That happened ages ago. Do you need to dredge it up? You didn't die from it, did you? Why are you so petty? With a resounding slap, Yu Zhiwan struck Yu Shaozi across the face. The impact rang in his head, leaving him in disbelief, a clear imprint of her hand appearing on his face, stinging painfully of why Yu Zhiwan actually dared to hit him, and she hit him with such force. Yu Zhiwan, Yu Shaozi roared in rage, his eyes bulging. Are you seeking death? A sardonic smile graced Yu Zhiwan's lips as she looked at him as if he were a joke. I merely struck you once. After all, you didn't die. Did you? Why are you being so petty? Yu Shaozi was momentarily silenced, caught off guard by her response. He found himself unable to retaliate, his face flushing with rage. Why, Yu Zhiwan, uninterested in wasting further breath on these bothersome individuals, turned and departed. Second brother. Yu Shangxiang, recovering from her shock, rushed to Yu Shaozi, her eyes rimmed with red. How could she hit you? Tao Shuqin also hurried over, her face filled with concern. This Yu Zhiwan is truly outrageous. Shaozi, does it hurt? Mom, I'm fine. Why? Yu Shaozi winced, clutching his face, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed angrily on Yu Zhiwan's retreating figure. Why? Yu Shangxiang, her eyes glistening with tears, bit her lip. Even if sister is upset, she shouldn't have laid a hand on you. If only I could take that slap for you. Why? Yu Shaozi immediately felt a pang of protectiveness and wiped her tears. Shangxiang, don't say that. Your second brother would never let you suffer even a little bit. Shangxiang was such a wonderful girl, she was truly his beloved little sister. Why? Yu Changde was seething with anger. This ungrateful daughter has truly changed. In the past, even when he had torn up her acceptance letter, her angriest moment, she had contemplated leaving the Yu family but ultimately endured under Tao Shuqin's comforting words. Never daring to confront him with a poor attitude, now she had the audacity to call him worse than a beast and even slap Shaozi. Was she truly determined to sever ties with the Yu family? Yu Shaozi scoffed. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Why? Yu Zhiwan is merely putting on a show, claiming to sever ties. She is still on the household register of the Yu family, if she has the ability. Let her move her household registration elsewhere. Yu Changde furrowed his brow. I will not permit her to move her household registration. It's utter nonsense. If my biological daughter moves her registration, it will only reflect poorly on my parenting, tarnishing the Yu family's reputation. As Yu Changde spoke, his phone received a message, and upon opening it, his expression shifted to one of elation. Tao Shuqin hurriedly inquired, what is it? Yu Changde, brimming with excitement, declared, I have received news that the Xie family's elder and matriarch have returned from abroad. Shuqin, there is no time like the present. Let us head to the Xie family right now to discuss the marriage between Shangxiang and Jingma. Upon hearing this, Yu Shangxiang's cheeks flushed crimson. But father, the marriage with the Xie family is for sister. Why? Yu Shaozi sighed. My foolish sister, how could Yu Zhiwan possibly be worthy of becoming the Xie family's young mistress? She grew up with foster parents, endured a life of hardship, lacks sophistication and grace, and aside from her beauty, what else does she possess? How could Xie Jingma possibly take a liking to her? Indeed, Shangxiang, Tao Shuqin gently advised, you have grown up in luxury, you are the genuine daughter of a wealthy family, who else is deserving of being the Xie family's young mistress but you? Tell me honestly. Do you like Jingma? Yu Shangxiang's face turned even redder as she shyly lowered her head. Mom, brother, I will obey your arrangements. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Yu Shaozi teased, our Shangxiang is all grown up now. She is shy, brother, you're so annoying. Yu Shangxiang playfully stomped her foot, yet a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. Sister, oh sister, your recent actions were quite foolish, only serving to deepen the disdain the Yu family harbors for you. Look, even if I were to usurp your family and claim your fiancé, what could you possibly do about it? Yu Changde pondered for a moment and then inquired, Shaozi, where is your elder brother? Have him prepare some generous gifts. Your mother and I will be heading to the Xie family shortly. Why? Yu Shaozi appeared troubled. Father, my brother is at the company that he has been tirelessly negotiating with Wan Yan, who has no intention of continuing our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Yu Chang's expression grew grave. Although the company was currently under Yu Shoqi's management, he was acutely aware of Wang Yan's significance to the business. Why had they suddenly decided to cease their partnership with the Yu family? With a serious demeanor, Yu Shangshang spoke up, "Father, I also studied fashion design. While I may not possess the prowess of teacher Wang Yan, I am willing to assist at the company if needed, to alleviate my brother's burdens." Yu Changde felt a surge of pride. "My dear daughter, all these years of my care for you have not been in vain. Unlike that Yu Jiwan, who is utterly useless and only brings chaos to the family, you are worth more than her entire being." After voicing this, Yu Changde turned to Yu Shaozi and earnestly advised, "Tell your brother to maintain good relations with Wang Yan and to show her the utmost respect. Teacher Wang Yan is our benefactor and our savior." At the mention of Wang Yan, Yu Shaozi's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. "Father, rest assured, I understand." After imparting his instructions, Yu Changde turned to Tao Shuqin, saying, "Shuqin, let us hastily prepare the gifts and proceed to the Xie family to discuss the marriage arrangements." Chapter 18. My wife and I returned together as Yu Jiwan turned the corner down the hallway and walked a short distance back to the private room. Xie Jingma, noticing her unusual demeanor, asked with concern, "What is troubling you?" Yu Jiwan, wishing to avoid discussing those who dampened her spirits or being affected by the Yu family's mood, waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing." After taking her seat, she gazed into Xie Jingma's eyes, her lashes fluttering, and said, "I was just thinking during dinner, what do Grandpa and Grandma enjoy? Do they have any hobbies? We should buy them some gifts." She knew that given the Xie family's status, they lacked for nothing. However, as this was their first meeting with the parents, it was essential to convey sincerity and proper etiquette. One could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, as soon as dinner was over, Yu Jiwan pulled Xie Jingma towards a nearby luxury goods store. Xie Jingma had intended to mention that he was already prepared, but seeing Yu Jiwan dragging him through the mall like a young couple on a shopping spree, he raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent and allowing her to pick out gifts. After they finished shopping, the couple made their way to the Xie family residence. While driving, Xie Jingma's phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Xiaoyichen. Typically preoccupied with frivolities, Xie Jingma had no intention of replying, but upon glancing at Yu Jiwan in the passenger seat, he lazily remarked, "Could you respond for me, my dear? It's inconvenient for me to do so while driving." "You remember the screen lock password, right, Yu Jiwan?" "I remember it." His phone lay on the central console. Yu Jiwan picked it up, entered the password, and unlocked it. The lock screen and wallpaper bore a photo of the two of them. Feeling a bit flustered, she instinctively touched her ear. Opening WeChat, she noticed that he had pinned her contact at the top annotated as wife, which made her feel even more awkward, leading her to touch her earlobe again. She quickly tapped into the chat with Xiaoyichen. "Xiaoyichen, mo go. Xiaoyichen, what are you up to? Let us go out and have some fun." Aside from these two new messages, Yu Jiwan also found a snippet of conversation from the previous day between Xiaoyichen and Xie Jingma. "Xiaoyichen, Yu Jiwan actually agreed to marry you. Did you trick her?" "Absolutely. Yu Jiwan must have been lured in by you." Xie Jingma, stop saying Yu Jiwan, Yu Jiwan. Xie Jingma, from now on, call her sister-in-law Yu Jiwan. What was Xiaoyichen talking about? Trick and lure? Nonsense, she thought. However, she maintained her composure, refraining from delving deeper into the chat history, and simply relayed, "Xiaoyichen wants to know if you're going out to play." Xie Jingma cast a discreet glance at her before stating, "Tell him we're heading back to the old residence." Yu Jiwan replied as instructed. Within seconds, Xiaoyichen sent another message at lightning speed, "Your grandpa and grandma have returned? Just in time. I haven't visited your grandparents in a while. I'm coming to the old residence too." Yu Jiwan read this aloud to Xie Jingma. He responded languidly, "Tell him that my wife and I are returning together. He should not intrude." Why Yu Jiwan? How could she say that, seeing the look of dismay on her face? Xie Jingma teased, raising an eyebrow, "Then just say, I am his wife, and he is driving, so it's inconvenient to reply." Why Yu Jiwan? Ignoring his suggestion, she directly replied, "This is Yu Jiwan, he is currently driving and cannot respond." On the other end, there was an abrupt silence. After several seconds, Xiaoyichen finally came back to life. "Xiaoyichen, oh my god, it's sister-in-law." "Xiaoyichen, so your phone is in her hands." "Xiaoyichen, sister-in-law, hello, I'm Mogo's friend, my name is Xiaoyichen, nice to meet you, sorry for the abruptness." "Xiaoyichen, I didn't expect our first conversation to be on WeChat. I sincerely apologize." "Xiaoyichen, it seems you and Mogo are quite affectionate, which puts me at ease. Hee let us hang out together sometime. I want to be a third wheel and will let you two enjoy your time together. Wishing you and Mogo a happy marriage and may you bear children soon." Reading through the flood of messages, especially the part about their affection and having children soon, made Yu Jiwan's lips twitch. She refrained from reading every word aloud to Xie Jingma, clearing her throat and summarizing. "Xiaoyichen said not to disturb you and for you to continue." Xie Jingma, familiar with Xiaoyichen's loquacious nature, knew he would never keep it that brief. Observing the faint blush on Yu Jiwan's fair cheeks, he smirked. "Is that all?" Yu Jiwan shook her head emphatically. "Nothing more." The man chuckled softly. His voice indulgent. Very well, if my wife says there is nothing, then there is nothing, even if there is, I shall pretend to be blind. Yu Jiwan. Upon arriving at the Xie family residence, the ornate doors swung open and the car proceeded into the estate, eventually stopping before the main house. Without waiting for the servants to announce their arrival, both Xie Laozu and Xie Laotai, upon hearing the engine's roar, could no longer contain their excitement and rushed to the door to peer outside. They've arrived. Their grandson has finally brought someone home. The rest of the Xie family, initially seated in the living room, were drawn over by curiosity. As the sleek black car came to a halt, Xie Jingma exited first, then moved to the passenger side to graciously open the door. A young woman clad in a lake green dress stepped out. Tall and slender, her skin as fair as snow. Even from a distance, her beauty was striking. Concerned that she might feel anxious, Xie Jingma immediately took her hand as they approached. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the girl was exceptionally beautiful, her face reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, her eyes shimmering like clear waters, radiant and pure. Her long, soft, inky black hair cascaded naturally and in the gentle sunlight. Her ethereal grace made her appear almost otherworldly. Beside her, the man stood tall and handsome, his demeanor regal, his languid carefree gaze filled with affection and indulgence. Together, they walked hand in hand, a match so perfect that it was impossible to find a single flaw. Truly a pair seemingly crafted by heaven itself. Xie Laotai, witnessing this scene, couldn't contain her joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Xie Laozu, equally elated, chuckled heartily, feeling as if his old aches had vanished. Xie Jingma led Yu Jiwan to stand before them. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Wan Wan. Yu Jiwan, with clear eyes and a soft voice, greeted. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Good girl, Xie Laotai replied cheerfully. Though advanced in years, she carried herself with grace and had been well preserved. Adorned with a magnificent imperial green jade bracelet, her gaze towards Yu Jiwan was warm and affectionate. Wan Wan, were you tired on your way here? Please don't be shy, your grandparents are thrilled to see you and have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Xie Laozu, with his hair sprinkled with gray, leaned on a meticulously crafted lion-headed cane, tapping it with mild discontent. This child Jingma, rushing you into marriage so hastily yesterday without the proper ceremony, has put you through unnecessary discomfort. Rest assured, your grandparents will make it up to you. Yu Jiwan quickly shook her head. Grandpa, it was not a bother at all, she too wished to finalize the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Eager to transfer her household registration away from the Yu family. Chapter 19. My brother's fortune lies in marrying you. Xie Laotai had completely forgotten about her grandson, affectionately grasping Yu Jiwan's hand. Wan Wan, come, let us head to the living room and chat. Xie Laozu chimed in jovially. Yes, Wan Wan, let us go to the living room. Forget about Jingma for now, your grandparents will introduce you to everyone. Left behind, Xie Jingma queried, what are you two talking about? Just then, a parrot hanging by the window squawked loudly, wedding, bridal chamber candles, may you bear children soon, bridal chamber. Yu Jiwan instinctively turned her head to look. What was that parrot saying? Bridal chamber candles? Xie Laotai shot a glance at the bird, feeling embarrassed. Wan Wan, this parrot is named Fatty. I have no idea where it learned such nonsense. Yu Jiwan. Pang, what a peculiar name. Not far away, Xie Yunzhou. A moment of silence for the lost grand title pineapple on behalf of Pang. Moreover, it's evident that this parrot learned from someone, surely from the old man and old lady who repeat it daily. At this moment, the servant brought down the gifts that Xie Jingma and his companion had brought, a considerable pile of various sizes, besides some precious supplements and tea sets. Yu Jiwan had heard from Xie Jingma that his grandmother adored flower arrangements, so she specifically purchased a pair of exquisitely crafted vases at a hefty price, and since her grandfather enjoyed playing chess, she procured a set of white jade chess pieces and board. Observing these meticulously selected gifts, brimming with heartfelt intention, the old lady beamed. My dear child, you are truly thoughtful. Both Grandma and Grandpa are delighted. The old man could hardly contain his affection, wishing to immediately flaunt this chess set to his old friends. Look, this is a gift from my granddaughter-in-law. And none of you have a granddaughter-in-law, do you? Well, more importantly, the fact that Wan Wan's gift aligns so perfectly with their preferences clearly indicates she consulted Jingma. And perhaps they even chose it together. It seems their relationship is thriving. The old man felt a profound sense of relief. Jingma's parents had passed away early, and both he and Jingma's grandmother were advanced in age, potentially facing their own departures at any time. Now that Wan Wan was by Jingma's side, the young couple could support each other hand in hand through life, allowing him and his partner to rest easy. Upon entering the living room, Xie Jingma introduced Yu Jiwan to others. One by one she greeted them. The Xie family had 3 children. Xie Jingma's father was the eldest. Unfortunately, after marrying and having children, both he and his wife passed away, leaving behind their only son, Xie Jingma. Jingma also had a second uncle and aunt, who had a pair of twins, a sister named Xie Yuntang and a brother named Xie Yunzhou. Xie Yunzhou had always been disgruntled, believing he should rightfully be the older sibling. Jingma had aunts as well, one of whom was currently seated on the sofa with her husband. They were a dink couple, having been married for years without children. Their bond as strong as ever. These were the closest relatives to Xie Jingma. The old man had other siblings, so there were several branches of the Xie family spread across various cities. some even overseas. Today, Xie Jingma returned to the ancestral home with his newlywed wife, and the identity of the Xie family's young mistress was self-evident even if some relatives were far abroad. They would undoubtedly make a special trip to meet this young mistress. However, time constraints prevented an immediate visit, and Jingma assured her they would gradually meet in the future. Yu Jiwan nodded. She had previously heard that the passing of Jingma's parents was a topic the Xie family preferred to avoid, seemingly involving some hidden stories. To it appeared this was indeed the case, as not a single person present, not even the old man and old lady, mentioned their deceased son and daughter-in-law after meeting her second uncle. Aunt and uncle. Xia Yuntang approached wearing a light blue qipao, her face radiant with a smile. Sister-in-law, I'm Yuntang. My brother is truly fortunate to have married you. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Was she implying that Xie Jingma married her? Xie Jingma, seemingly indifferent, lazily smirked. Indeed, it is a stroke of luck. Yu Jiwan, is this a display of affection before the grandparents? Surely, it does not equate to marrying her. Xia Yuntang was straightforward and easygoing. The more she observed Yu Jiwan, the more she liked her. Without hesitation, she linked arms with Yu Jiwan. Sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat later for easier communication. Yu Jiwan nodded. All right. Wait, she suddenly noticed that the light blue qipao Xia Yuntang wore was designed by her. Noticing Yu Jiwan gazing at her attire, Xia Yuntang's eyes sparkled, as if encountering a kindred spirit. Sister-in-law, do you also find this dress beautiful? It is designed by Wan Yan, and I absolutely adore her designs. Moreover, Wan Yan has never shown her face. She is so mysterious. It's a pity that Wan Yan only collaborates with the Yu family. Alas, I particularly dislike the Yu family, but for Wan Yan's sake, I had to endure and purchase Yu family garments. Sister-in-law, I don't mean to belittle the Yu family, it's just that they favor the fake heiress Yu Xiangxiang over you. The true heiress, I can't abide by that. Moreover, I heard from my brother that you've severed ties with the Yu family. Sister-in-law, well done. From now on, we are your family, and we will have your back. Yu Jiwan was momentarily stunned. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. Family. Backing. Such words were exceedingly rare and profoundly touching for her. Yuntang, thank you. Rest assured, Wan Yan will no longer collaborate with the Yu family. Xia Yuntang was momentarily taken aback, then her excitement surged. Sister-in-law, do you know Wan Yan? By the way, you also studied fashion design, right? Do you know Wan Yan? What does she look like? How old is she? Yu Jiwan realized she had inadvertently let something slip and felt a bit awkward about whether to reveal her connection to Wan Yan to everyone. Just as she hesitated, Xia Jingma suddenly interjected, alright. Enough chatter, let your sister-in-law rest for a while. Xia Yuntang, how, brother, can talking tire someone out? Xia Yunzhou, holding an orange with a grin, looked unfazed. Just wait, Xia Xiaotang, in the future, when our brother prioritizes his wife over his siblings, there will be plenty of that. Yu Jiwan, what does prioritizing a wife over siblings mean? Xia Yunzhou smiled charmingly at Yu Jiwan, his handsome features accentuated as he casually raised one corner of his mouth. Sister-in-law. Hello, I'm Xia Yunzhou. I have long admired your name, and today we finally become one family. Long admired your name, finally one family. Yu Jiwan's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. You knew me before? Chapter 20. The reason Xie Jingma likes Yu Jiwan. Xia Yunzhou's smile suddenly froze. Oh no, he let it slip. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow and slowly glanced at him, his gaze carrying an implicit warning. Xia Yunzhou was drenched in cold sweat, his loose tongue was betraying him. Sister-in-law, you and my brother are engaged, so of course I know you. Yu Jiwan went realizing that was the case. Moreover, sister-in-law, Xia Yunzhou winked at her. We went to the same high school, and we were in the same year. Although we weren't in the same class, our classrooms were next to each other. Don't you remember me? Yu Jiwan recalled something and nodded. I think I remember. Xia Yunzhou lifted his chin. Well, my brother also attended the same high school as you. Yu Jiwan was certain of this and nodded. I know. Xia Yunzhou could not help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow meaningfully as he nudged his brother with his elbow. See, brother, even though you and sister-in-law aren't in the same year, sister-in-law remembers you quite well. Xia Jingma smirked. Wan remembers me so clearly? Yu Jiwan shot him a glance. Of course, after all, it was hard not to remember someone so remarkable. In truth, she had been a bit reclusive at that time, not paying much attention to her classmates. But Xie Jingma was simply too distinctive. The most vivid memory was when he had been publicly reprimanded for fighting just the day before, and the entire school was informed. The next day, he topped the class rankings and gave a speech in front of all the teachers and students after scoring full marks in several subjects. He was both the good student and the bad student. With his striking looks and rebellious spirit, coupled with outstanding grades, he was especially popular among girls. He was truly a dazzling and spirited prodigy. Even if they weren't in the same year, she often heard his name while walking around campus, fearing he might let something slip again. Xia Yunzhou quickly stuffed a few orange segments into his mouth to silence himself. In truth, it was he who had learned about Yu Jiwan first. That year, just after starting high school, he heard that the student who ranked first was a very beautiful girl, and she had a significant lead over the second place. However, that girl came from a challenging family background. Her father was a gambler who didn't want her to continue her education and wished for her to work instead, while her mother neglected her in favor of her brother. The teachers could not bear to see such a promising student drop out to work and thus visited her home, explaining that if she maintained her first-place ranking, she would be exempt from fees and could receive a scholarship. Only then did her father relent and allow her to continue her studies. Sia Yunjo, curious as he was, specifically dug out the exam rankings list to discover that the girl who ranked first was named Yu Jiwon. That evening, he casually mentioned this to his brother, who had just learned about Yu Jiwon. Of course, Sia Yunjo could tell that his brother was initially just listening, thinking it was impressive that a girl from such a family could excel academically. He admired and sympathized with her, but beyond that, his brother had no other thoughts about Yu Jiwon, and Han Ti paid her much attention. Later, one evening while playing basketball with his brother, they happened to witness a boy confessing to Yu Jiwon. That boy was clearly a frivolous rich heir, grinning and behaving improperly. "Yu Jiwon, will you be my girlfriend?" The girl's expression was cool. "I don't date." The boy said, "Don't be so quick to refuse. I know you're short on money, right? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll give you money to spend, buy you clothes and a phone." Yu Jiwon frowned and turned to leave. The boy blocked her, being unreasonable and laughing lightly. "Why, Yu Jiwon, don't be stubborn. I know you want to escape your parents, break free from your original family. I am helping you. I possess an abundance of wealth, sufficient not only to offer you shelter but also to bestow upon you a generous allowance, provided you are willing to be my girlfriend. To embrace and kiss me. I in this arrangement, both of us would find our desires fulfilled. Would you not agree? Allow me to present this card, which contains 20,000 yuan, as a token of my sincerity." Here, yet, Yu Jiwon did not even cast a glance at the card. She regarded the young man with a gaze as frigid and indifferent as a handful of snow resting upon a winter's eve. "I seek to liberate myself from my dysfunctional family, however, to escape a painful upbringing only to plunge into your fetid, sordid pit. I'm afraid I am not that foolish." Upon finishing her words, the young man stood in stunned silence. It wasn't until Yu Jiwon had walked away that he regained his composure, furious and intent on confronting her. How dare she label him a foul and filthy pit? Sia Yunjo, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. Truly, the top student of the year is formidable. Even more astonishing was the fact that when the young man, seething with anger, sought to confront Yu Jiwon, his brother stepped in to block him. Wearing an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. "What, you still wish to trouble her?" Upon recognizing Xie Jingma, the young man's bravado swiftly extinguished. He chuckled awkwardly, expressing his newfound timidity. Sia Yunjo was likewise displeased with such men. What merit is there in troubling a girl? Under his brother's silent command, he warned the young man, "Do not speak one way and act another. Should anything happen to Yu Jiwon, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand?" The young man's face turned pale with fear, and he dared not defy the warning. He slinked away in disgrace. Sia Yunjo discerned that his brother's intervention on Yu Jiwon's behalf stemmed from a flicker of pity, yet more so from an appreciation for her unyielding spirit and tenacity. He was certain that at that moment, his brother harbored no ulterior motives towards Yu Jiwon beyond admiration. However, unbeknownst to him, a couple of months later, his brother inexplicably found himself enamored with Yu Jiwon. Sia Yunjo was utterly bewildered. What was happening? This was most peculiar. He had always believed his brother would never easily fall for anyone. Even if he were to develop feelings, he would remain unyielding, unshackled by love, a lofty figure, spirited and unrestrained, impervious to the whims of emotion. Yet, upon falling for Yu Jiwon, his brother seemed to embody an entirely different demeanor. One that was humble and vulnerable. A deity had descended from the heavens solely to elevate her, sacrificing both heart and essence in devotion to her. Chapter 21. After 8 years, he finally took a step closer to Yu Jiwon. Sia Yunjo remained oblivious to the reasons behind his brother's affection for Yu Jiwon, nor did he understand the dynamics of their relationship. However, at that time, numerous boys at school were vying for Yu Jiwon's affection. Despite her humble background, her beauty and academic prowess rendered her a coveted prize, perpetually attracting admirers. Why Yu Jiwon consistently cited the same reason for her rejections: she would not entertain romantic pursuits while studying, adhering strictly to school regulations. Hence, his brother initially refrained from overtly pursuing her. When Sia Yunjo discovered that his brother had developed a secret infatuation, he was taken aback. A secret crush? His brother, with that face, harboring a secret crush? What a waste! Yet, during that period, Yu Jiwon was resolute in her commitment to her studies, seemingly impervious to distractions. Sia Yunjo found it hard to comprehend why Yu Jiwon, already at the pinnacle of her class with scores far surpassing the second place, continued to strive so diligently. However, his brother quickly discerned that Yu Jiwon's relentless pursuit of knowledge was motivated by a desire to secure scholarships each year, ensuring she would not be forced to withdraw from school by her father, allowing her to complete high school and eventually attend university, step by step liberating herself from her stifling family. Consequently, his brother took it upon himself to teach her gambling-addicted father a lesson, ensuring that he would never again dare to lay a hand on Yu Jiwon. He also discreetly provided financial assistance through Yu Jiwon's aunt, enhancing her quality of life. These were merely the actions Sia Yunjo was aware of. Unbeknownst to him, his brother had undertaken numerous other initiatives. Then an unforeseen event transpired. Yu Zhiwan was revealed to be the true heiress of the Yu family, and she was welcomed back into their fold. His brother had always held disdain for the engagement with the Yu family, repeatedly suggesting the cancellation of the betrothal, yet now, he discovered that Yu Zhiwan was indeed his genuine fiancée. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal a silver lining. Xia Yunzhou felt genuinely happy for his brother. However, mere days after Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family, she explicitly stated, "I do not harbor feelings for Xie Jingma and do not wish to fulfill the engagement. I desire for my sister Shang Xian to marry Xie Jingma." Xia Yunzhou was left in shock. He had not anticipated that his brother, who had finally developed feelings for someone, would experience heartbreak before even embarking on a relationship. Xia Yunzhou presumed his brother would ultimately relinquish his affections. Indeed, his brother experienced a period of despondency, yet he soon found himself quietly caring for Yu Zhiwan, still harboring his secret crush. He even inquired about which university Yu Zhiwan wished to attend, and without any intention of going abroad. He applied to the very school she aspired to enter, a prestigious institution. Subsequently, when Yu Shangshan fell ill and took a year off from school, Yu Zhiwan also suspended her studies to care for her. After Yu Zhiwan completed her college entrance examinations, she unexpectedly altered her application, opting not to attend that university. His brother, unaware of Yu Zhiwan's reasons for this sudden change, unconditionally trusted her, believing she would not abandon her ambitions without cause. Fortunately, the two universities were situated close to one another, separated only by a street, and when Yu Zhiwan began her freshman year, his brother was already in his third year, frequently visiting her school. Initially, many speculated that he was there to date a girlfriend, a rumor that gained considerable traction, leaving Xia Yunzhou exasperated. If Yu Zhiwan were to hear that his brother was dating, it would diminish any hope he had. Thankfully, his brother quickly clarified that he was merely visiting friends, albeit under the guise of seeking companionship. He secretly wished to catch a glimpse of the girl he adored. As Xia Yunzhou reflected on the events of the past years, the orange in his mouth turned unexpectedly sour. Thankfully now, Yu Zhiwan had agreed to marry his brother. After 8 years, he had finally taken a step closer to her. However, to Xia Yunzhou's eyes, it appeared that Yu Zhiwan harbored no romantic feelings for his brother. The orange in his mouth became even more bitter. The elderly couple remained elated over their grandson and granddaughter-in-law's marriage certificate, their smiles unwavering. They beckoned the butler to bring forth the list of betrothal gifts. Wan, although you and Jingma have already registered your marriage, the accompanying ceremony must not be overlooked. These gifts have been thoughtfully prepared by your grandparents. Do take a look and see if you like them. The betrothal gift list, thick and substantial, was adorned with auspicious gold-flecked red paper, exuding an air of grandeur and formality. While Yu Zhiwan was astonished, there were betrothal gifts. Xia Yuntang and Xia Yunzhou, clearly in sync as twins, leaned in curiously. Wow, sister-in-law, do take a look at what you have. Yu Zhiwan glanced first at Xie Jingma. His evident enjoyment of her instinctive reliance was apparent. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he reassuringly squeezed her hand and proceeded to unveil the list of gifts. Yu Zhiwan lowered her gaze. The real estate listings alone were extensive. 2 estates of varying styles, 4 villas, 2 riverside apartments, a private island, several commercial properties, 2 jewelry stores, and 2 auction houses, all directly assigned to her name. In addition to luxury cars, there were also various exquisite jewelry pieces, gold and silver adornments, diamond and pearl treasures, among others, and this was merely a fraction of the total. The subsequent entries detailed stocks and funds. Given the vast scale and upward trajectory of the Xie Corporation, even a mere one stake would entail an inexhaustible influx of wealth. Why Yu Zhiwan suddenly felt the weight of the betrothal gift list. Heavy as a mountain, it was astonishingly extravagant. She turned to Xie Jingma, her expression troubled as she subtly conveyed her discomfort through her gaze. She felt unworthy of such generosity and questioned how she could accept it. Moreover, she was not truly Xie Jingma's legitimate wife and anticipated a future divorce. Xie Jingma immediately discerned her thoughts, his eyes narrowing as his demeanor turned cool and distant. Noticing his silence, Yu Zhiwan grew anxious and implored him with her gaze for assistance. Receiving her cue, Xie Jingma turned to their grandparents and spoke slowly. I believe this is insufficient. We should add more. Why Yu Zhiwan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What did he just say? Upon hearing Xie Jingma's words, the elderly couple's faces lit up with joy. Wonderful, there is no such thing as too much for our granddaughter-in-law. We desire nothing more than to ensure Wanwan feels cherished. Subsequently, the grandparents and Xie Jingma, behind the already opulent betrothal gift list, added several more pages. Why Yu Zhiwan gazed at the back of the person responsible for this with a look of despair. Why was he acting this way? Sensing her forlorn gaze, Xie Jingma turned back, feigning innocence. What is it, Yu Zhiwan? After reviewing the betrothal gifts, the elderly lady instructed a servant to bring forth a potted plant. Uniquely, this potted plant was a persimmon tree crafted entirely of pure gold. The trunk and branches were of solid gold, with red persimmons at the tips, fashioned from exquisite hut and jade. They appeared vibrant. round, and exuded a charming and festive aura. The elderly lady affectionately grasped Yu Jiwan's hand and said, Wan, this is a small trinket that your grandparents stumbled upon at an auction abroad yesterday. We found it delightful and decided to acquire it for you. I hope that after you have distanced yourself from the Yu family, your future will be smooth sailing, filled with peace and prosperity. With everything going your way. Yu Jiwan felt a rush of warmth in her eyes, unable to suppress her emotions, when she returned to the Yu family at the age of 16. Her grandfather, the late Mr. Yu, had still been alive and was exceptionally kind to her, the only one in the Yu family who treated her well. However, that bliss was short-lived, as he passed away 6 months later. Ever since then, she had not had an elder who would hold her hand with such earnestness and speak to her with such heartfelt words, wishing her well. The elderly lady claimed it was a mere trinket. Yet the sight of the pure gold and het-yen jade revealed it had been procured at a hefty price. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. Yu Jiwan's voice quivered with emotion. My dear child, we are family. There is no need for thanks, the elderly lady said, gently caressing her cheek, wanting to steer her away from sadness. She added with a smile, there is also a sapphire necklace that I found quite lovely. I acquired it as another gift for you. Xia Yunzhou, ever the chatterbox, chimed in to lighten the mood. Grandma, if you and Grandpa have brought so many gifts for my sister-in-law, what did you get for my brother? He feared the sudden quiet that might ensue. The elderly couple exchanged glances. Oh dear, they had forgotten about their grandson. The old man tapped his cane and cleared his throat, saying, during such a joyous occasion, let us not discuss other matters, Xia Jingma. Xia Yunzhou. Well, it seems they were only concerned about their daughter-in-law, neglecting their own grandson. Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. He took Yu Jiwan's hand, lowering his gaze to her, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with a lazy smile. There was no denying that Wan had an irresistible charm, deserving of all affection, such a natural tone, such candid praise. As if she were the most precious person in the world. In his eyes, she was truly meant to be loved. Yu Jiwan's heart suddenly tightened, a gentle softness enveloping her, akin to the effervescence of carbonated drink bubbles. Her shimmering eyes stared blankly at the man. She realized that Xie Jingma seemed to be perpetually extolling her virtues, often showering her with compliments. Just then, a servant rushed in to announce, Old Master, Old Madam, Yu Changde, and Tao Shuqin have arrived. They are waiting right outside the main entrance, claiming to have come for a visit. Chapter 22, the young mistress of the Xie family, Xie Jingma is married? Upon hearing the names Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, the warm and lively atmosphere in the living room abruptly chilled. Xie Jingma immediately turned his gaze to Yu Jiwan. On the delicate, fair face of the girl, there was only indifference and disdain. The mention of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin stirred not a ripple of emotion within her. She no longer yearned for parental affection nor felt sorrow because of them, and she would never again grant them the chance to hurt her. She had utterly relinquished any attachment to the Yu family and had completely ceased to care. Suddenly, Yu Jiwan felt a warmth on her shoulder and looked up to find Xie Jingma draping his arm around her. His demeanor exuded unconditional support and protection. Yu Jiwan found herself momentarily lost in thought. He truly was an exemplary husband. After hearing the servant's report, Xia Yunzhou scoffed in disbelief. A special visit? How dare Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin show their faces here? To illustrate, it was akin to a banquet suddenly being invaded by cockroaches and rats. Who could remain unfazed? Xia Yuntang also rolled her eyes in disdain at the mention of the Yu couple. The elderly couple evidently cared deeply for Yu Jiwan. Wan, do you wish to see them? The elderly lady's inquiry clearly prioritized Yu Jiwan's feelings. Yu Jiwan shook her head, not wanting to lay eyes on those distasteful members of the Yu family ever again. Upon noticing this, the elderly lady swiftly issued an order for them to leave. Then let it be so, no visit. She showed no mercy, treating Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin as if they were refused to be cast aside. The servant paused for a moment, unable to suppress a sigh. Their young mistress held significant weight in the hearts of the old master and lady. Indeed, instantly the servant's gaze towards Yu Jiwan grew even more respectful. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral home, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin stood nervously, holding lavish gifts, awaiting the servant to guide them inside. Changde, Tao Shuqin suddenly expressed concern. Do you think it's too presumptuous of us to come uninvited to discuss the marriage? Not at all, Yu Changde puffed out his chest. This was a match made by our fathers. How could it possibly be false? We are merely fulfilling the engagement. Speaking of which, Tao Shuqin frowned, but our fathers intended for that wretched Yu Jiwan to fulfill the engagement with the Xie family. When Yu Jiwan returned to the Yu family at 16, the late Mr. Yu had cherished her greatly, even cheerfully suggesting that she marry Xie Jingma. Yet, they had secretly deceived Yu Jiwan, coaxing her to refuse her grandfather's proposal and to express her disinterest in Xie Jingma, instead advocating for her cousin Shangxiang to marry him. Stop overthinking it. The position of the Xie family's young mistress is destined for Shangxiang, Yu Changde lamented, perplexed as to why, since their father's passing, the Xie family had grown increasingly distant and unfriendly towards them. Now they could only cling to this engagement to ascend the ranks of the Xie family, with Xiangxiang's filial piety and understanding. Once she became the envy of all as the Xie family's young mistress, wouldn't she help her family? At that point, the Yu family could expect to soar to greatness. Yu Changde was focused on family interests. While Tao Shuqin was concerned for their daughter's happiness, smiling, Xie Jingma is not only handsome, but he is also the most outstanding heir in the history of the Xie family. If Shangxiang can marry such a man, she will enjoy endless blessings, and others will only be left to envy and resent her. Of course, therefore, we must finalize Shangxiang's marriage today. Just then, the servant who had gone inside to make the announcement returned. Yu Changda's spirits lifted as he addressed the servant. Quickly lead us inside, we wouldn't want to keep the old master and lady waiting. As he spoke, he was already stepping forward to enter. But the servant stood firm, her demeanor cold. I'm sorry, but our old master and lady have said they will not meet. What? Yu Changda's brows furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Not meet? That is impossible. Did you relay the message incorrectly? The servant remained silent. This is the old lady's direct order. An order to leave. Tao Shuqin suddenly panicked, anxiously looking at Yu Changda. Changda, what is going on? Though the distance between the Xie family and them had grown since the passing of the late Mr. Yu, they had come bearing gifts for a visit, and yet the old lady had disregarded common courtesy by issuing an order for them to leave. Wasn't this akin to driving them away? It felt as though the mask of civility had been torn away, leaving no semblance of decorum. Could it be that they had offended the Xie family in some way? The mere thought sent a chill of cold sweat down Yu Changda's back. He steadied himself and cautiously asked the servant, why did the old lady issue the order? Is it because there is an important matter at hand? Or perhaps because there are other distinguished guests present? To his surprise, the servant revealed, indeed, there are distinguished guests. Hearing this, Yu Changda let out a sigh of relief. As long as they hadn't offended the Xie family, everything could be resolved. He pressed on, may I ask who the distinguished guest is? The servant replied, of course, it is our Xie family's young mistress. The thunderous revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. The Xie family's young mistress, Xie Jingma, is married. After the servant finished speaking and heard another servant calling for her, she paid no heed to the expressions on Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin's faces as she hurried away. In that moment, Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin stood outside the Xie family ancestral home as though struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. It was Tao Shuqin who first regained her senses, anxiously tugging at Yu Changda. The Xie family's young mistress? Xie Jingma is married. Yu Changda, as if awakening from a dream, turned pale. When did this happen? How did I not hear a whisper of it? Tao Shuqin fretted, pacing in distress. What will happen to Shangxiang? She was meant to be the Xie family's young mistress. Who did Xie Jingma marry? Yu Changda, equally frantic, understood that if Xie Jingma had wed another woman, the Yu family's hopes of climbing the social ladder would be dashed. Suddenly, Yu Changda spotted something, excitement flooding his expression. Wait, don't panic. Look over there. Whose sports car is that? Tao Shuqin followed his gaze, squinting for a moment, uncertain. The one in the courtyard. Isn't that Xie Yunzhou's frequently driven sports car? Exactly. It must belong to Xie Yunzhou. This means Xie Yunzhou has also returned to the Xie family ancestral home. Yu Changda exclaimed, I told you, Xie Jingma has never been interested in women. How could there have been no gossip leading up to his sudden marriage? The young mistress the servant mentioned must be Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend. Tao Shuqin looked bewildered. Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend? Is that so? Yu Changda grew increasingly convinced. It must be. Xie Jingma has no girlfriend. So how could he suddenly bring a woman home? But Xie Yunzhou is different. He has been in a relationship for years and is now bringing his girlfriend to meet the grandparents. Which makes perfect sense. That must be why the old lady was unavailable to meet us, hence the order for us to leave. Inside the Yu family's living room. Why Yu Shaozi was consumed by thoughts of his parents visiting the Xie family to discuss the marriage contract. So anxious that he could hardly sit still, pacing back and forth in agitation. Why Yu Shochi, the elder brother, remained relatively composed, seated on the sofa with a document in hand, though it was evident that his mind was elsewhere. Yu Shangxiang had been blushing since the afternoon, her heart fluttering like a startled deer, beating rapidly upon seeing Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin return. Yu Shaozi rushed over first. Dad, Mom, how did it go? Has the marriage been settled? When will Shangxiang and Xie Jingma tie the knot? Next month. Chapter 23. Yu Zhuan discovers something awry. Hearing that the wedding was scheduled for next month, Yu Shangxiang's face flushed even deeper. However, Yu Shochi sensed something amiss and stood up. Dad, Mom, why did you bring back the gifts you intended to give? Did you not deliver them? Yu Changda sighed in resignation. Today was unfortunate. Xie Yunzhou brought his girlfriend back to the old residence. And Grandpa and Grandma Xie were not in a position to meet with us. Tao Shuqin remained anxious in her heart. Changda, I still feel uneasy about what the maid said regarding the young mistress of the Xie family. Yu Changda reassured her, you needn't overthink it, nor frighten yourself. Xie Jingma is already bound by a marriage contract. One is the stubborn Yu Zhiwan, and the other is our precious Shangxiang. Who do you think you would choose to fulfill the contract? It would certainly be Shangxiang. Yu Shochi nodded in agreement, analyzing. Father is correct. Shangxiang, a girl raised in wealth, and Yu Zhiwan, who grew up in poverty. Xie Jingma would undoubtedly choose Shangxiang. How could he possibly be interested in Yu Zhiwan? Yu Shangxiang bit her lip, her hands shyly entwined. But I feel as though Jingma's attitude towards me is rather cold. To this day, she didn't even have his phone number or WeChat, let alone exchanged a single word with him. Yu Shaozi comforted her. Silly Shang Xiang, he is aloof with every woman. It's simply part of his high and mighty demeanor. Moreover, I have a feeling that his distance from other women is due to your engagement. So once you two are married, nurturing your feelings will come naturally. Yu Changde laughed. Indeed, your second brother is right. Tomorrow, your mother and I shall visit the Xie family once more to finalize your wedding. Tao Shuqin furrowed her brow, still feeling uneasy. At the Xie family estate, Xia Yunzhou sat nearby, observing how his brother peeled oranges for Yu Jiwan and whispered sweetly to her. If it weren't for their grandparents calling him. He seemed reluctant to tear his gaze away from her. How curious that he appeared so warm and attentive in stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor towards other women. Anyone who claims he is indifferent to the fairer sex will have to contend with him. Xia Yuntang, seated beside him, playfully kicked Xia Yunzhou, commanding him with ease, "Stop gazing idly and peel me an apple." Xia Yunzhou immediately retaliated, "Don't think just because I am your brother that I will indulge you." Xia Yuntang, are you rebelling, you rascal? Their grandmother interjected sternly. Yunzhou, show some respect. Yuntang is your sister. Xia Yunzhou, at a loss for words. Xia Yuntang laughed mercilessly. Despite their playful banter, it was evident to Yu Jiwan that the sibling bond was strong. A testament to their unique dynamic. Just as she was reflecting on this, she suddenly heard Xia Yuntang divulging a scandal about Xia Yunzhou. He had experienced a heartbreak. He was the one who had been dumped. 2 months prior, Xia Yunzhou looked utterly speechless, a mix of anger and frustration directed at Xia Yuntang. Little aunt, this happened 2 months ago. Could you please refrain from bringing it up repeatedly? Xia Yuntang huffed, what of it? Even if 2 years pass, I could still resurrect this topic and tease you endlessly. Indeed, that girl had foresight, realizing you were unreliable and choosing to part ways with you. She teased. Xia Yunzhou, am I not reliable? Xia Yuntang, just for that remark, call me brother or I cannot promise not to retaliate. Xia Yuntang, unfazed, turned to their grandparents. Look at him, a sharp glare shot from their grandmother. The grandfather's cane twitched ominously. Xia Yunzhou immediately surrendered. Alright, I won't quarrel with a girl today, let's call a truce. He cast a sly glance at Xia Yuntang. You just keep being irritating. Xia Yuntang laughed until her stomach hurt. Grabbing Yu Jiwan's hand as sister-in-law, did you see that Xia Yunzhou is at the bottom of our family hierarchy, so you can command him for anything you need? Upon hearing this, Xia Jingma shot her a sidelong glance. His tone lazy. Does your sister-in-law need to command him? Xia Yuntang smacked her forehead, instantly comprehending sister-in-law. I misspoke just now. You can simply command my brother for whatever you need, Yu Jiwan. She turned to Xia Jingma, who offered her a peeled orange, a smile gracing his lips, his voice deep and alluring. Did you hear that, Mrs. Xia? Remember to command me when you need assistance. His fingers were long and elegant, each joint distinct. And even the orange was impeccably peeled. Yu Jiwan felt as though her heart was gently caressed by a feather. Ripples of emotion spreading through her, leaving her breathless. She gazed at him for several seconds before accepting the orange from his palm and softly replied, I understand. I actually have a request. You're blocking my view of Grandpa and Grandma. Could you please step aside? Xie Jingma, seeing him momentarily stunned, Yu Jiwan's lips curved into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I was just teasing you. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow in surprise, seemingly incredulous. Moments later, he swallowed hard, chuckling indulgently. What a lovely wife I have. Suddenly turning mischievous, however, I quite like this side of you. It's delightful to see you so vibrant and spirited. Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma were invited to have dinner with the grandparents, along with the second uncle and aunt, the aunts and uncles, and Xia Yuntang and Xia Yunzhou. The atmosphere remained harmonious throughout the meal. After dinner, Yu Jiwan chatted with the elders for a while before following Xie Jingma to his former room, located on the second floor. This was the room Xie Jingma had lived in before attending university. Intrigued, Yu Jiwan explored the space, which was meticulously clean, with the furnishings untouched. For instance, the bookshelf held various intriguing mechanical models and several certificates and awards. However, Yu Jiwan remarked with curiosity, there is surprisingly nothing pink in this room. Xie Jingma, pink? Yu Jiwan blinked. I had the impression that you liked pink things, considering your WeChat profile picture and your apron both feature cute pink rabbits. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. Oh, that. He lazily leaned against the desk, tilting his head slightly with a smirk. I don't particularly like pink. I simply like that rabbit. His response piqued Yu Jiwan's curiosity further. Who had drawn that adorable pink rabbit that captivated him so? She realized her curiosity had escalated rapidly. Just yesterday, she hadn't been interested in this rabbit, and now she was increasingly intrigued. On the desk lay an album, which Yu Jiwan picked up to peruse. To her surprise, it contained childhood photos of Xie Jingmo. In the images, he appeared no more than 2 or 3 years old, exquisitely cute, resembling a delicate figurine. Truly charming from a young age. The photos featured a man and a woman, whose features bore a resemblance to Xie Jingma. Could this be his parents? Yu Jiwan hesitated to inquire, fearing it might evoke sadness, as his parents had passed away, which must be a painful topic for him. However, Xie Jingma preemptively offered an explanation, as though he had long since come to terms with it, his tone devoid of any tumult or deep sorrow. The individuals in the photo are my parents. Yu Xiwan glanced at him and awkwardly shifted the topic. You were quite the handsome child. To this, the man's charming eyes sparkled with mischief. Am I not handsome now, Yu Xiwan? He sighed dramatically. Feigning self-reproach, it's my fault for not meeting the standards of a lady's aesthetic. Why Yu Xiwan? Not at all, you are still exceptionally handsome, by my standards. As soon as the words left her lips, a deep husky laugh escaped from Xie Jingma, rich with a languid pleasure that sounded utterly captivating. So, I am within your aesthetic standards, huh? This is the first compliment I've received from you, and I must jot it down. Yu Xiwan, what was he on about? She decided to ignore him and continued flipping through the album, noting the warm family atmosphere. In the photographs, his father either held his mother's waist or draped an arm around her shoulders. Their affection palpable, even little Xie Jingma seemingly unbothered, unable to suppress a smile. Yu Xiwan turned the pages, but upon flipping through a few more, she sensed something was off. In the photos, while Xie Jingma's father gazed at his mother with adoration, she appeared cold and distant, instinctively leaning away from him, as if repulsed by physical contact. This pattern persisted across nearly all the photographs. Why Yu Xiwan's brow furrowed slightly. Last night, Xie Jingma had washed her underwear. Claiming his parents had a similar dynamic, with his father taking care of his mother's clothes, she had assumed their relationship was filled with love. However, as she gazed at the photographs, it seemed that the affection was not as profound as it appeared. Yu Xiwan was suddenly reminded of the passing of Xie Jingma's parents, a matter the Xie family preferred to avoid discussing. What on earth could have transpired? Chapter 24. He only wished to indulge her, to pamper her, nurturing her delicate nature gradually. Why Yu Xiwan set the album aside, her expression one of utter confusion as she looked at Xie Jingmo. To her astonishment, he actually retrieved a small notebook from the drawer and scribbled a line. On the evening of September 23rd. Wanwan praised my aesthetic sense. Yu Xiwan, what is he doing? Is he seriously recording this in a notebook? And that adorable expression, what is that all about? With an expression of extreme complexity. Yu Xiwan stared at him, saying, You. Xie Jingma casually twirled the pen between his fingers, raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant demeanor. What's wrong? Did I write something incorrect? Yu Xiwan, it's not that it's incorrect. This indeed reflects what just transpired. However, was it truly necessary to document it in a notebook? Xie Jingma acknowledged her with a casual "oh," appearing genuinely receptive to her feedback, and set the pen down. My apologies. I shouldn't have recorded it this way. Having said that, he pulled out his phone, snapped a picture of the line, and then promptly shared it on social media. Why Yu Xiwan? The man's charming eyes curved playfully, a lazy and teasing smile gracing his lips. Thank you for the reminder, my dear. Paper and pen are no longer in vogue. It's all about documenting directly online now. Why Yu Xiwan? Who reminded him? This is simply turning the tables. At that moment, the comments on Xie Jingma's post exploded. Xia Yinzhao, hee, Xia Yuntang, hee, old master, hee, old madam, hee, Xiaoichen, wow. Xinan, come over and take a look. Xinan, my dog's eyes are blind. Xiaoichen, mo, tell me the truth, did you hold a knife to Yu Xiwan's neck and force her to say this? There's no way she would voluntarily praise you. Xinan, you foolish dog, don't seek death. Moe is currently in love. He can't bear to hear such words. However, it was too late. Xie Jingma narrowed his eyes at Xiaoichen's comment, a look of aristocratic disdain crossing his face as he swiftly blacklisted him. Xiaoichen, woof woof woof, Yu Xiwan. Entangled by Xia Yuntang, added her WeChat, and naturally Xia Yunzhao did as well, along with the old master and old madam, who all exchanged contact information and added her to the family group chat. Initially feeling somewhat anxious, Yu Xiwan found herself warmly welcomed as she entered the group. Everyone greeted her enthusiastically, and the elders even kindly sent her red envelopes, especially Xie Jingma, who, while she responded to the elders, would lazily send a message each time she did, as if ensuring her safety and providing support. Any tension in Yu Xiwan's heart dissipated in an instant. As the hour grew late, it was time for Yu Xiwan and Xie Jingma to depart. The old master and old madam were reluctant to let go, repeatedly urging Yu Xiwan to visit often. Naturally, their grandson was to accompany her as well. Otherwise, who would drive her? Xie Jingma, driver. Suppressing a laugh, Yu Xiwan held back her amusement. She attentively listened to her grandparents' advice, nodding in agreement. During their drive back to Lanchi Garden, Xie Jingma remained at the wheel. Yu Xiwan sat in the passenger seat, her gaze subtly drifting towards the slim notebook in the back seat. Opening to the first page, she was greeted by the bold, vigorous handwriting. On the evening of September 23rd. Wanwan praised my aesthetic sense. He even brought his little notebook back to Lanchi Garden. Yu Xiwan's lips twitched. She could never have imagined that Xie Jingma could engage in such childish antics. Truly, he was like a child of 3. Recalling his earlier action of taking a picture and posting it online, Yu Xiwan felt compelled to check it out. She opened her WeChat, where her pinned contact was Xie Jingma. Clicking on his profile picture, she entered his social media feed. The next moment, her eyelids twitched violently. What was his cover photo? What was that glaring red object? Yu Xiwan suddenly looked up, her expression one of utter disbelief as she addressed the man in the driver's seat. What is that cover photo on your social media? Xie Jingma cast her a sidelong glance, a look of realization crossing his features as he responded evasively, "This is Wan's first time viewing my social media, isn't it, Yu Jiwan, that's not the point. The point is, why on earth did you set the cover of your marriage certificate as your social media cover photo? That's just too bizarre." As night fell, the dazzling glow of the neon lights along the roadside reflected upon the man as strikingly handsome and deep features. Enhancing his allure, his long, slender fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, his tone languid, with a playful lilt. "Is it truly strange? I was even considering wearing the marriage certificate around my neck starting tomorrow, Yu Jiwan." His tone didn't seem like a joke, it sounded serious. Wearing the marriage certificate around his neck, the thought was simply too absurd for her to fathom. Immediately, Yu Jiwan interjected, No, that's not necessary. That would be exceedingly strange. As for the cover photo, it's quite alright, let us leave it as it is, it's fine. The man's charming eyes narrowed playfully, since my dear wife has approved, I shall comply and set it as the cover photo. Yu Jiwan, it felt as though she had fallen into his trap. M or Lu Sun once said, if you wish to open a window in a room, most people will disagree. However, if you propose to tear off the roof, everyone will relent and agree to your opening a window. Wasn't Xie Jingma just employing this tactic with her? He set the marriage certificate as his cover photo, which she found odd, but when he suggested wearing it around his neck, she conceded that the cover photo was acceptable. Truly a top-tier businessman, cunning, exceedingly cunning. Yu Jiwan gazed at him with an expression that conveyed her disapproval of a villain. The man's lips curled into a smile, his gentle, affectionate eyes regarding her. Were you very anxious before arriving at the old residence? Are you still anxious now? Yu Jiwan paused, shaking her head. Not anymore. Grandfather and grandmother have been very kind to me, and Yuntang and Yunzhou have also welcomed me warmly. The family and kinship she had longed for and dreamed of experiencing, she had found within the Xie family. And it was not superficial politeness, they genuinely cared for her. Approaching an intersection, Xie Jingma turned left. Then shall we visit often in the future? Yu Jiwan nodded. That sounds good. Xie Jingma chuckled softly. What if grandfather and grandmother invite you to stay overnight? Yu Jiwan, that would be fine too. Xie Jingma glanced at her, his gaze deepening. What if grandfather and grandmother wish to see you every day, asking you to reside in the old residence, which is quite far from your school and inconvenient for your studies? Would you still agree? Yu Jiwan contemplated for a moment before replying. Actually, that would be fine too. I can manage the inconvenience of school on my own. Hearing this anticipated response, Xie Jingma's brow furrowed slightly, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Wan, you have the right to say no. If something makes you uncomfortable or feels forced, or is something you dislike, you can simply say no. At that moment, Yu Jiwan felt as though her nerves had been tugged sharply. Her slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the seatbelt, and she turned to look at the man, her eyelashes fluttering intensely. I just feel that grandfather and grandmother have treated me so well, and Yuntang and Yunzhou have also been very kind. I wish to cherish this and reciprocate their kindness. Xie Jingma found a place to park by the roadside and halted the vehicle. He leaned over, affectionately ruffling her hair, his dark, enchanting eyes fixated on her without wavering. Wan, there is no need for you to strive to reciprocate anything. They like you not for your obedience, but for who you are. They will continue to treat you well, even if you say no. Yu Jiwan felt her heart race suddenly, her eyes growing warm. In the Yu family, when Yu Shangxiang fell ill and took a leave from school, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi disregarded her opinions and compelled her to do the same, stating that as the elder sister, it was her duty to care for her younger sibling. When it came time to fill out college applications after the college entrance exams, Yu Changde ignored her preferences and forcibly altered her choices, insisting she must yield to Yu Shangxiang and not attend a better university than her. Tao Shuqin also disregarded her wishes, pressuring her into a relationship with Gu Chengfeng in the Yu family. She had no right to refuse, she had to do what she did not wish to do. And now, however, Xie Jingma was telling her that she did not need to force herself, nor did she need to feel wronged. She had the right to say no, and even if she did, grandfather and grandmother would not stop liking her. Wan, Xie Jingma gazed steadily at her face, his long fair fingers caressing her soft hair. My family likes you for who you are inherently deserving of their affection, and they will always treat you well. So will I. His girl, who had endured so much hardship and trials in the care of her adoptive parents and in the Yu family. Sometimes, those who lack love will yearn to repay even the slightest warmth, even at the cost of their own comfort. Xie Jingma desired to help her grow accustomed to being loved, to learn to refuse things she did not wish to do. He did not want her to feel wronged or suppress herself. He only wished to indulge her, to pamper her, nurturing her delicate nature and sense of worthiness gradually. Chapter 25. I am but a fleeting wisp of smoke. Upon returning to Lanchi Garden in the living room, Yu Jiwan sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of water in her hands, sipping delicately while occasionally stealing glances at Xie Jingma. The words he exchanged with her in the car continued to reverberate in his mind, and the stirring sensation in his heart had yet to subside. To express those sentiments to her truly reflected his character. He was indeed a good man, an exceptionally good man. She hesitated over whether to confide in Xie Jingma about a particular matter. Engulfed in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed Xie Jingma retrieve his little notebook and pen from seemingly nowhere, writing down a line. What was he jotting down now? Yu Zhuan's face darkened as she couldn't help but lean closer. Only to read, on the evening of September 23, Wan stole glances at me several times. Yu Zhuan instantly felt a flush of embarrassment. I did not steal glances at you. I simply have something to tell you. Xie Jingma shot her a sidelong glance, leisurely writing another line. Denying it after stealing glances is rather adorable. Yu Zhuan's face turned crimson. Adorable? Where was the adorableness in that? She exclaimed. Xie Jingma, I genuinely have something to discuss with you. Xie Jingma, pleased by his wife's assertiveness, tucked away his notebook, relishing her candid demeanor. I am listening, my lady. Feel free to share whatever is on your mind. Taking a sip of water to compose herself, Yu Zhuan inquired. The moonwhite Chongsam Yun Tang wore today was designed by Wan Yan. Are you familiar with this designer? Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. A hint of playful intrigue flickering in his peach blossom eyes. Naturally, I am aware. Wan Yan is quite renowned and shrouded in mystery, possessing exceptional design skills, of which I am a great admirer. Yu Zhuan was taken aback, nearly spilling her drink, gazing at him in sheer astonishment. You like Wan Yan? Indeed. The man lounged on the sofa, his posture relaxed, 2 buttons of his white shirt undone. Exuding an alluring charm from his collarbone to his Adam's apple, his languid, smiling peach blossom eyes fixed on Yu Zhuan, the curve of his lips carrying profound significance. I am an ardent admirer of Wan Yan. If I ever have the chance to meet her, I shall certainly request her autograph, a photograph, perhaps even a hug. Yu Zhuan was utterly flabbergasted, her pupils widening in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Xie Jingma, too, would be such a devoted fan of Wan Yan, yearning for her autograph and embrace. This was a complete revelation. Yu Zhuan gazed at him incredulously. You also find Wan Yan's designs exceptional? Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Of course, I have followed every single one of Wan Yan's collections. Her level of artistry far surpasses that of other designers. Why? Yu Zhuan's eyes widened again in shock. He has followed every piece she has published. This was beyond mere fandom. He was practically a die-hard fan. While many appreciated Wan Yan's designs, Yu Zhuan had grown accustomed to their admiration and was grateful for it. Yet, inexplicably, when Xie Jingma professed his admiration, she felt something distinctly different. Fidgeting, Yu Zhuan touched her earlobe, her eyelashes fluttering. Well, today I mentioned to Yun Tang at the old residence that Wan Yan would no longer collaborate with the Yu family. Are you curious how I came to know this? Oh, why? Yu Zhuan looked up at him, her gaze shimmering with a curious light. The outside world is always intrigued, as every time Wan Yan participates in design competitions, it is teacher Liang Yulan who accepts the awards on her behalf, yet Wan Yan never appears in public. In truth, teacher Liang is merely accepting the award for me. I am Wan Yan. Xie Jingma appeared genuinely astonished, straightening his posture. You are Wan Yan? Yu Zhuan puffed her cheeks. Why does your surprise seem so exaggerated? Xie Jingma, exaggerated? He pinched the bridge of his nose, chuckling helplessly. No, I am genuinely astonished. 2 years ago, when I first discovered that Yu Zhuan was Wan Yan, I was indeed taken aback upon seeing Wan Yan's designs at the newcomer competition. I thought the style felt eerily familiar, akin to Yu Zhuan's. After conducting a private investigation, I confirmed it was indeed her. Subsequently, I silently attended every competition Wan Yan participated in. Only the wind knew that I bore witness to each of her victories, each significant moment in her career. I have followed and cherished every design she unveiled. I believe more than anyone else that no circumstance could eclipse the brilliance that resides within her. She is inherently radiant. Xie Jingma gazed at the girl before him, his eyes dark and profound. Why did you choose to share such an important matter with me? Yu Zhuan pressed her lips together, candidly stating, you are the first person I willingly chose to confide in regarding Wan Yan. Xie Jingma's gaze deepened almost instantly. At why? Yu Zhuan continued, I have distanced myself from the Yu family and will no longer assist them. I aspire to establish my own fashion design studio, where I will draw designs daily. Since we currently share a roof, it is only a matter of time before you uncover the truth. So I thought it best to tell you now. Xie Jingma narrowed his eyes slightly. You wish to open your own studio? Yes, this had been her long-held ambition, and she had been diligently saving for it. For the past 2 years, she had been creating designs for the Yu family under the alias Wan Yan, primarily to assist them, hence her modest pricing, which left her with little savings. Furthermore, after covering the medical expenses for her aunt's daughter's surgery, her current funds fell short of what was needed to establish a studio. However, she was close up by designing for other companies. She would soon have enough to launch her own fashion studio. As Yu Zhuan contemplated her plans, Xie Jingma suddenly spoke up, his dark eyes fixed on her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I shall invest in you. Why? Yu Zhuan was momentarily taken aback. You will invest in me? She furrowed her brow. Are you doing this out of our marital connection, wanting to support me? The man, with his stunningly handsome features, lounged against the sofa, his elegantly long fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his demeanor effortlessly charming. Fear not, my lady, I never engage in unprofitable ventures. As I mentioned, I am a devoted fan of Wan Yan, deeply admire her, and understand her work well. Therefore, I am confident that with your talent and reputation, My investment will yield significant returns in the future. Yu Jiwan inhaled sharply. You have such faith in me, Xie Jingma. Naturally, the Yu family serves as the best testament, the Yu brand's revival. Due to Wan Yan's involvement, attests to her prowess and influence. Yu Jiwan hesitated. But what if it ends up being a loss? The man raised an eyebrow. What is there to fear? I will cover any losses. Yu Jiwan blinked, then blinked again. Yet you just said you never engage in unprofitable ventures. The air fell silent. Xie Jingma paused for a moment before chuckling softly, exuding a sense of helpless indulgence. Wan, I trust in your abilities and my judgment. More importantly, I believe your studio will not incur losses, hence, pursue your aspirations boldly. Hearing the man's resolute tone, Yu Jiwan felt a wave of encouragement wash over her. Her previous worries dissipating, replaced by a surge of determination. With Xie Jingma, a top-tier business magnate, believing in her, how could she not feel emboldened? It is known that the industries and sectors the Xie Group is involved in are all ripe for development, aimed at expanding their commercial reach and profitability, a testament to Xie Jingma's leadership and decision-making prowess. Undoubtedly she had faith in his discerning eye. The man tilted his head slightly, a lazy smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand. You boss. Will you accept my investment? Chapter 26. The self-cultivation of a domestic husband. Yu Jiwan gazed at the man's hand for several seconds, steeling herself before firmly grasping it. A pleasant collaboration. I will diligently manage the studio, ensuring that your investment does not go to waste. Xie Jingma smiled. Before we proceed, there is an even more pressing matter. Yu Jiwan, what matter? No sooner had she spoken than she found herself unexpectedly swept into his embrace. Yu Jiwan froze momentarily. What are you doing? Their bodies pressed together, the warmth of his body radiated through the thin fabric of their clothing, akin to skin melding, their breaths mingling. Yu Jiwan's heart raced. Her thoughts momentarily blank, and then her heartbeat quickened in a chaotic rhythm. Teacher Wan Yan, he finally spoke, tightening his hold around her. I like you very much so. I am your devoted fan. His voice was low and magnetic, yet tinged with an inexplicable sense of melancholy, his warm breath brushing against her ear. In that instant, Yu Jiwan felt as if her body had been electrified, a shiver coursing through her, an irresistible sensation that made her tremble slightly. He truly adores Wan Yan. He genuinely wishes for autographs, photographs, and embraces. The surroundings fell silent, cradled in Xie Jingma's arms. Yu Jiwan listened to the rhythmic pounding of his heart, felt his fervent warmth, and inhaled the delightful scent of wood that enveloped her senses. Her delicate lashes quivered as, almost instinctively, she raised her hands to embrace him. Thank you for your admiration. In that first moment of holding Xie Jingma, Yu Jiwan felt only one thing: his waist was incredibly alluring. Having studied fashion design, she naturally understood human anatomy. Previously, she had accidentally glimpsed his abdominal muscles and waistline, marveling at their perfection, and now, as she held him, she realized his waist was remarkably slender, devoid of any excess flesh, yet exuding a sense of strength. It was both enchanting and desirable, radiating an overwhelming sexual tension. Uncertain of the sensation of his abdominal muscles, she hesitated, yet, in this moment, she felt it quite impolite to entertain such chaotic thoughts about Xie Jingma, who so innocently cherished Wan Yan. A flicker of unease washed over Yu Jiwan as she hastily pushed him away, her gaze flitting nervously. Ahem, so you truly adore Wan Yan, do you? Xie Jingma's eyes settled upon her face, his brows arching slightly. Why is the lady's face so flushed? Taken aback, Yu Jiwan instinctively touched her face, indeed feeling a hint of warmth, which only compounded her embarrassment. It's not your fault. You suddenly embraced me, and I struggled to breathe. This is merely a reaction. Surely, her reddening cheeks were not due to the allure of Xie Jingma's waist. Having muttered her retort, she ignored his response and fled upstairs. It's getting late. I need to shower and sleep. After her shower, Yu Jiwan sat on the bed, contemplating the tasks that awaited her in the coming days. The sound of water ceased from the bathroom, yet Xie Jingma had yet to emerge. Her heart skipped a beat as realization dawned upon her. She dashed to the bathroom. Why are you washing my lingerie again? She exclaimed, rushing over. She found him dutifully tending to her undergarments, all impeccably clean. A wave of embarrassment flooded her. Soon he would be fully aware of the nature of her intimate apparel. Observing her hurried approach, her nightgown disheveled, Xie Jingma reached out to adjust her neckline. His gaze lingered for a moment on her delicate collarbone, darkening slightly before he lazily raised his eyelids to meet hers, his tone nonchalant. It seems the lady will be preoccupied with her studio affairs lately, since you are out there striving to earn a living. I suppose I shall take on the duties of meal preparation and laundry. Yu Jiwan, was this man truly so capable? She scrutinized him, wondering if he was diligently studying some guide on the virtues of a qualified house husband. Or perhaps, he harbored a peculiar penchant for servitude. Just yesterday, he had expressed his eagerness to cater to his wife's every need. It seemed she might indeed become a lady of leisure. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she murmured, if you wish to wash, then go ahead. The effort is yours. The man chuckled softly, his voice sultry, as if teasing her, yet with a hint of sincerity. How could it be tiring? I always wash your clothes with a smile. Dear Wan. Smiling while washing, Yu Jiwan envisioned the scene, her face instantly scorching with embarrassment. I no longer wish to engage with you. In the ensuing days, with minimal classes at school, Yu Jiwan busied herself with registering her studio. She and Xie Jingma collaboratively named the studio Jinghong, which would also serve as the brand for their clothing line. The dowry bestowed upon her by her grandparents included several commercial properties, ranging from jewelry stores to cosmetics shops, all situated in vibrant, bustling districts. Thus, Yu Jiwan seized the opportunity to lease a shop in a prime location. Establishing Jinghong's inaugural flagship store, subsequently she began procuring supplies, though she need not run errands personally. Xie Jingma enlisted Fu Bo's assistance, allowing her merely to compile a list, which Fu Bo would see to. The challenge lay in hiring personnel. While recruiting assistants was manageable, securing an operations director proved more daunting. Initially, Yu Jiwan interviewed several candidates to no avail until she encountered He Kaiwei, a poised woman in her 30s. Exuding intellect and presence. Yu Jiwan was immediately captivated and engaged in extensive discussions, recognizing that He Kaiwei was not only experienced but also possessed a unique insight into the operations of fashion brands. Along with connections to fabric suppliers and garment factories. As He Kaiwei stated, with good designs, she could penetrate the market and elevate Jinghong's profile. Yu Jiwan stored some unpublished design sketches in her phone and promptly shared them with He Kaiwei. Furrowing her brow, He Kaiwei remarked, "President Yu, who provided you with these designs? I apologize for my bluntness, but have you been misled? These sketches bear an uncanny resemblance to a particular style." Yu Jiwan, intrigued, inquired, "Whose style?" He Kaiwei slowly revealed a name, Wan Yan. Any professional in the fashion industry would recognize the name Wan Yan. He Kaiwei shook her head. These designs cannot be utilized. Not only is the style too similar, but even the finer details align with Wan Yan's. If produced, they would likely be accused of plagiarism. Yu Jiwan chuckled. "Missy, you possess remarkable discernment. These designs are indeed by Wan Yan." He Kaiwei blinked in astonishment. "President Yu, are you implying?" With a slight smile, Yu Jiwan replied, "Indeed, Wan Yan is our chief designer at Jinghong." He Kaiwei stood, disbelief etched across her face. "President Yu, is that truly the case?" Yu Jiwan smiled gently, naturally. Elated, He Kaiwei felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. Given that Jinghong was a nascent brand, establishing its presence in the market was no small feat, requiring careful and steady progress. However, with Wan Yan as the chief designer, the scenario transformed entirely. With Wan Yan's popularity and influence, the mere announcement that Jinghong's garments were designed by her would undoubtedly attract numerous affluent patrons and celebrities, securing a robust customer base from the outset. Yet, was not Wan Yan already collaborating with the Yu family? Would this partnership not lead to significant losses for the Yu family? He Kaiwei, both astonished and perplexed, turned to Yu Jiwan. "Do you know Wan Yan?" Yu Jiwan smiled subtly. "You shall find out in due time." Recognizing He Kaiwei's capabilities, Yu Jiwan promptly appointed her as the brand director for Jinghong, facilitating her recruitment of several employees and liaising with garment factories to produce initial samples based on the designs. Yu Jiwan was busier than ever, yet with He Kaiwei's support, she finally felt a sense of relief. Returning to Lanchi Garden that evening, Xie Jingma had yet to arrive. Yu Jiwan sat on the sofa, massaging her weary legs as she contemplated the following day, when her household registration could finally be transferred from the Yu family. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, Gu Chengfeng rushed into the living room, a stack of photographs in hand. "Look at who is in these photos." In the living room, the 5 members of the Yu family were present. Yu Changde, having just taken his medication, had been delayed in visiting the Xie family to discuss marriage due to a bout of stomach pain. Spotting Gu Qingfeng's urgency, Yu Shaozi snatched the photographs, his expression one of disdain. "Isn't this Yu Jiwan?" Yu Shochi noticed the details in the photographs, revealing Yu Jiwan entering a new clothing store named Jinghong. "Jinghong, Yu Jiwan is shopping there." Gu Chengfeng, gazing at the girl in the photographs, recalled how Yu Jiwan had recently blocked him, playing a game of emotional cat and mouse. He felt a mix of affection and resentment toward this petty woman who clearly harbored jealousy. "Does she truly long for me that much?" he mused, confident that she surely cried herself to sleep each night missing him. Yu Shaozi, observing Gu Chengfeng's conflicted emotions, urged, "What are you staring at? Just tell us what these photos signify." Yu Changde, sitting on the sofa, echoed, "Chengfeng, speak up." Tao Shuqin, lovingly embracing Yu Shangxiang, chimed in, "Yes, Chengfeng, do enlighten us on what mischief Yu Jiwan is up to." Though Gu Chengfeng understood that Yu Jiwan, the true heiress, was not favored, seeing Tao Shuqin showering affection upon Yu Shangxiang while disparaging Yu Jiwan filled him with discomfort. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, flicking a finger against the photographs. "A friend of mine encountered Yu Jiwan and sent these to me. He mentioned that Jinghong is a newly established clothing brand. She isn't merely shopping there, she frequents the store, which might suggest a connection to her." Yu Changde's expression darkened as he took the photographs. "A connection to her?" Suddenly, Yu Shangxiang gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Could it be that my sister has applied to be a designer at this store?" Tao Shuqin immediately protested. "That ungrateful girl. The Yu family specializes in fashion. Instead of working for us, she runs off to serve others." Yu Changde, already displeased with Yu Jiwan, felt his ire intensify as he slammed the photographs onto the coffee table. "The traitorous child, I may have deemed her talent inferior to Xiangxiang's. But to abandon her own family's business for another, does she harbor resentment? Is she attempting to undermine us? Yu Xiaozi scoffed. Father, you are overreacting. With Yu Zhuan's talents, does she even stand a chance? We have Wang Yan on our side. Yu Zhuan has studied fashion design for several years, yet what does she possess to rival the illustrious Wang Yan, and this Jinghong, a brand scarcely heard of? Does Yu Zhuan truly believe she can aid Jinghong in opposing the Yu family? What a pipe dream! Upon mentioning Wang Yan, Yu Changde immediately turned to Yu Shoqi. Shoqi, have we received any response from Wang Yan? Yu Shoqi shook his head gravely. Not yet. He pondered, having always maintained the utmost respect for Wang Yan, never daring to offend her, yet she still refuses to acknowledge him. Why? Yu Xiaozi stroked his chin thoughtfully. If you ask me, Wang Yan has never collaborated with any other brands, only with our Yu family, which suggests her fondness for us. Perhaps her lack of response these days is due to some unforeseen circumstance on her end. Yu Changde nodded pensively. That is a possibility. He then cast a glance at the photograph of Yu Zhuan entering and exiting Jinghong, his anger surging. This scoundrel, going off to work for another company. Does she not possess even a modicum of self-awareness as a member of the Yu family? Yu Xiaozi scoffed. Self-awareness? She clearly holds us in contempt now, perhaps even contemplating severing ties with the Yu family. Yu Changde, lost in thought, instructed a servant to fetch the household registration book from the study on the second floor. However, the servant returned in a flurry. And no, it's gone, sir. What do you mean, gone? Yu Changde sprang from the sofa in alarm. Even the typically composed Yu Shoqi's expression changed. The household registration book has always been in the study. How could it possibly be missing? The servant replied, Young master, I searched the study several times but could not find it. Yu Xiaozi grew anxious. The last time it was used was for the business license. Could it have been left behind then? Yu Shoqi shook his head. No, I distinctly remember putting it back in the study myself. Gu Chengfeng, though not a member of the Yu family, felt a sudden sense of foreboding upon hearing the registration book was missing. Beside him, Yu Shangxiang bit her lip. Mom and Dad, big brother. Second brother, I just thought of something. Could it be that on the day sister ran away from home, she also took the household registration book with her? How could she do such a thing? Mom and Dad have always treated her so well. Upon hearing this, Tao Shuqin felt a sharp pain in her chest, suddenly realizing something, her face paling. If Yu Zhuan not only ran away but also took the household registration book, did she intend to sever her ties with the Yu family? Was she truly willing to disown even her own mother? How could she be so cold-hearted? Yu Xiaozi sneered. Well, she certainly seems to have grown wings and wishes to leave the Yu family. Yu Changde's face turned a deep shade of anger. Absurd, utterly absurd. If word of this spreads, how will others view the Yu family? They will only see us as a laughingstock, claiming I, Yu Changde, have failed in raising my daughter. Where shall I place my face? Shoqi, you must immediately arrange for a new household registration book. That one in Yu Zhuan's possession must be rendered invalid. She must not be allowed to change her registration. Absolutely not. Yu Shoqi nodded in agreement, firmly opposed to Yu Zhuan's intentions. Although he harbored no fondness for her, she was still his blood-related sister, and allowing her to change her registration would only bring shame. Yes, father, I will go arrange for the new household registration book at once, and I will not allow Yu Zhuan to act recklessly. In the launchy garden, Yu Zhuan sat on the sofa in the living room, replying to messages on her phone. Hearing the sound of a car engine, she realized Xie Jingmo was returning from work. Feeling too lazy to move, she glanced up casually. The next moment, she saw the tall figure of the man entering the living room, his right hand holding two dark red book-like items resembling household registration books. Why? Yu Zhuan froze for a moment, recognizing what they were, a spark igniting in her eyes as she excitedly sprang to her feet and rushed toward him. What do you have in your hand? Did you manage to get my household registration out? Chapter 28. The household registration is out. Seeing the girl dash toward him with sparkling eyes, Xie Jingma tugged at his tie, his peach blossom eyes holding a teasing glint, exuding an inexplicable danger. She had just ignored him moments ago, and now she was suddenly so enthusiastic. Yu Zhuan paused, realizing her intentions were a bit too obvious, awkwardly touching her nose, but the thought of her household registration propelled her to hasten toward him. You finally returned from the company. The man looked down at her, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you mean by that? Were you specifically waiting for me? Yu Zhuan quickly nodded. Yes, I was waiting for you, she lied effortlessly, her heart racing. Then, she stealthily glanced at his right hand, feigning curiosity. What are those things in your hand? Xie Jingma, fully aware of her intentions, lazily shot her a sidelong glance before striding toward the sofa. Why? Yu Zhuan immediately followed, sticking to him like a little tail. Why aren't you saying anything? This was the first time Xie Jingma experienced her clinginess, raising an eyebrow as he loosened his tie and unbuttoned two shirt buttons with one hand, his fingers long and delicate, his throat notably attractive, giving off an irresistible languid charm. He lounged on the sofa, his eyes dancing with a teasing smile. Mrs. Xie, your behavior almost makes me think my status in this household is quite elevated. Yu Zhuan was taken aback. What do you mean by that? It sounded as though she bullied him daily. Come on, your status in this family has always been quite high. Alright. Yu Zhuan sat beside him, Eagerly gazing at the two household registration books in his right hand, nearly reaching out to snatch them. "Hurry up and show me." The man, however, remained unfazed, resting his left hand leisurely against his forehead, his eyelids lifting as he regarded her. "I have a question I've been curious about for many years." "Huh, many years?" Yu Jiwan blinked, her curiosity piqued. "What question?" The man narrowed his peach blossom eyes, his tone casual yet carrying an underlying assertiveness. "When you returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, you stated that you did not like me, did not wish to fulfill our engagement, and even wanted Yu Shangxiang to marry me." He let out a short laugh, as if amused by the memory. "Dear Yu Jiwan, I don't recall having provoked you during high school. If you didn't like me, that was one thing, but why would you want Yu Shangxiang to marry me?" "Huh?" Yu Jiwan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. "But that was so many years ago, how could you still remember?" No wonder he had been curious for so long. Why? Yu Jiwan immediately waved her hands, feeling unjustly accused. "You mustn't hold this against me, it has nothing to do with me, I was deceived." Xie Jingma's expression darkened. "Deceived? This is a long story." As Yu Jiwan recalled her grandfather, a hint of sadness washed over her. "When I first returned to the Yu family, my grandfather was still alive. He was very kind to me, believing I had suffered too much with my foster parents and always wanting to make it up to me. He could hardly wait to take me himself and informed the Yu family that the marriage with the Xie family was mine and that I should fulfill it. The very next evening, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin approached me privately, deceiving me into believing that if I rejected the engagement, they would accept me as a true family member and compensate me well. At that time, having just left my foster parents' home, I truly yearned to experience what it felt like to have loving parents, so I agreed to them." As she spoke, her eyelashes lowered, a thin veil of moisture gathering in her eyes. Back then, when she heard her classmates discussing their parents, one would say their father bought them a long-awaited gift, and another would share how their mother took them to a beloved amusement park. She would listen, feeling envious deep within. She had harbored so many hopes and expectations for Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, only for them to shatter every single one of them time and again. Suddenly she felt a warm hand envelop hers. Why? Yu Jiwan blinked in surprise, looking up to meet Xie Jingma's dark, affectionate gaze. He held her hand with one hand while the other gently caressed her cheek. "Wan. They did not cherish you, it is their blindness, your unique affection will surely arrive." Why? Yu Jiwan's heart jolted at his words, his eyes brimming with endless tenderness and compassion, wrapping around her like a protective net, shielding her from all external harm and malice. Under Xie Jingma's gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably, the sadness and bitterness she felt earlier slowly dissipating. "Your unique affection." Unable to resist, Yu Jiwan lifted her hand to cover the one caressing her cheek, staring at Xie Jingma with shimmering eyes, her gaze pure and sincere. "Back then, I did not know you well and did not want to be bound by an engagement to someone I did not know. Moreover, my foster father was abusive and addicted to gambling. Having witnessed such behavior from a young age, I developed a certain aversion to the institution of marriage. So when I said I did not like you and did not wish to fulfill our engagement, that was my true inner thought. However, the latter part about wanting Yu Shangxiang to marry you was something that Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin made me add. It was not my intention, and I only later realized I had been deceived by them." Xie Jingma finally understood the whole story, his heart aching for the girl before him, while his resentment toward the Yu family grew. A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the man's gaze as his slightly calloused thumb tenderly caressed the delicate, fair skin beneath her eyelid. "Wanquan, congratulations, you have now completely severed ties with the Yu family." Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of bewilderment. "What do you mean?" Xie Jingma's lips curled into a subtle smile, his peach blossom eyes lazily sparkling with mirth. "Wanquan, your household registration has been transferred." At that moment, Yu Jiwan's eyelashes trembled violently, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. "The household registration has been transferred, it truly has been, her registration has indeed been removed from the Yu family." Excitement surged within Yu Jiwan, her chest swelling as if she were a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, radiating newfound vitality. Her eyes shone like stars as she eagerly looked towards the household registration book placed beside her by Xie Jingma. "Wait," her hand. It was only then that Yu Jiwan realized that when Xie Jingma had lifted his hand to stroke her cheek, she had unconsciously responded by placing her own hand atop his. How could she have acted in such a manner? Surely, it must have been his allure that led her to it. Her earlobes flushed with heat as she hastily withdrew her hand, her snow-white cheeks tinged with a blush, the corners of her eyes shimmering with moisture reminiscent of a rose's delicate bloom, captivatingly radiant. Fortunately, the awkwardness dissipated within moments, and Yu Jiwan excitedly grasped the two household registration books. The first was that of the Yu family. Upon opening it, she found the names Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang, yet her name was conspicuously absent. The Yu family's household registration no longer contained her name. Immediately, she seized the other household registration book, her heart racing, her fingertips trembling slightly. Chapter 29. A confession. Yu Jiwan took a deep breath and gently opened it. The first page revealed Xie Jingma, listed as the head of the household. Flipping to the second page, She found her own name designated as spouse. Yu Jiwan stared at her name for a considerable time, then turned back to the first page to gaze at Xie Jingma's name again, and then back to her own. An inexplicable warmth flooding her eyes. She was on the same household registration as Xie Jingma. They were now one household. Her registration was finally no longer tied to the Yu family. She had severed all connections with them. Apart from the unchangeable blood that coursed through her veins, she would no longer have any ties with the Yu family. Gazing at the household registration book, she felt a mixture of tears and laughter welling up. Her eyes burning with emotion, yet her lips could not help but curve into a smile. She flipped back to the first page to admire Xie Jingma's name once more, then back to the second page to gaze at her own. Repeating this action multiple times without feeling the least bit fatigued, observing her delight, Xie Jingma found her endearing, his tone laced with a teasing note. "Are you happy?" Yu Jiwan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I am." The corners of Xie Jingma's lips subtly lifted, and upon seeing her joy his smile followed suit. Yet, the very next moment, Yu Jiwan excitedly declared, "When we divorce a year from now, my household registration will swiftly be separated from yours. And it won't linger on your registration book, so rest assured." The smile on the man's lips immediately faltered, his jaw tightening slightly, his peach blossom eyes devoid of emotion as they regarded her. After several seconds, he spoke in a flat tone. "Do I seem to be bothered by you remaining on my household registration, Yu Jiwan?" He averted his gaze, his voice taking on a tone of unexpected coldness. "Let us discuss the matters of a year from now then." The latent sense of authority that he had concealed from Yu Jiwan began to seep through. A subtle tension gripped her heart as she blinked her water-laden eyes in confusion. Why did it seem as though he was displeased? Yu Jiwan scrutinized him for several seconds. The man's complexion was pale, his ethereal beauty inscrutable, providing no insight into his true emotions. It was impossible to discern whether he was angry, however, when he was not smiling. His once languid and affectionate peach blossom eyes appeared distant and aloof, devoid of warmth. Moments later, Yu Jiwan observed Xie Jingma donning a light pink apron adorned with adorable little bunnies, opting not to enlist the help of the housekeeper but rather cooking for her himself. Preparing an array of her favorite dishes to celebrate her registration's transfer from the Yu family. Yu Jiwan's heart softened immensely, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "Thank you, you are so wonderful." He was truly an extraordinarily kind person. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself devouring 2 additional bowls of rice, her sharp, contrasting eyes fixated on Xie Jingma across the table. Wait a moment, didn't she think her household registration would only be transferred tomorrow? How was it resolved today? The man lazily lifted his eyelids. "I intended to surprise you." He had wielded a bit of influence to arrange a special channel for her, facilitating the quick transfer of her household registration. He wished to surprise her, but she remained preoccupied with thoughts of their divorce. A cold-hearted woman who couldn't be warmed. This warranted punishment. To penalize Yu Jiwan, Xie Jingma maintained a stern demeanor while preparing dinner, serving her with the same icy expression as he selected dishes and picked out fish bones. When it came time to wash her undergarments that evening, he resolved not to smile at all. Oblivious to the punishment she was undergoing, Yu Jiwan finished her meal heartily. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The Yu family's household registration book remained in her possession and was increasingly irksome. The transfer required notifying the Yu family, warning them that she no longer had any ties to them, urging them not to presume to be her parents or brothers, nor to attempt to reprimand or scold her. They were unworthy. Naturally, Yu Jiwan had no intention of returning the household registration book to the Yu family personally. She called for a local courier service, ensuring that within an hour, the household registration book would reach the Yu residence. Once they opened it, they would immediately realize her registration had been transferred. Whether the Yu family reacted with anger or fury was of no concern to her. Moreover, she opted for the courier fees to be paid upon delivery. She would not spend another cent on the Yu family. After sending off the package, Yu Jiwan returned to the living room, only to catch a whiff of a sweet, delightful aroma, sniffing the air. She soon discovered that Xie Jingma was in the kitchen baking a small cake, and it was green grape matcha, her favorite flavor for cakes and candies. Her microblog account was even named a bowl of green grapes. She never imagined that Xie Jingma could bake. How incredibly considerate of him. Strangely, he maintained a stoic expression throughout the baking process, presenting the finished cake to her with an impassive demeanor. Yu Jiwan blinked in confusion, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Are you unhappy?" he replied. "No." Yu Jiwan tilted her head in puzzlement. "Do you also enjoy green grape-flavored cake?" he replied. Yes. Her eyes sparkled with delight, her exquisitely shaped brows and eyes lighting up with surprise. "What a coincidence, I also adore green grape flavor. There's a bakery in the eastern part of the city that makes an incredible green grape cheesecake roll." Xie Jingma, still punishing her, responded tersely with an Without taking a break, he returned to the kitchen, his expression unfaltering as he prepared 2 green grape cheesecake rolls for her. Yu Jiwan, ultimately, she was thoroughly spoiled by his attentions and ended up quite full. Yet, it must be said, Xie Jingma's culinary skills were such that they surpassed even that bakery in the eastern part of the city. Most astonishingly, she and Xie Jingma not only shared the same tastes in meals but also in desserts. After finishing the small cake, Xie Jingma had to attend to work in the study while Yu Zhuan skipped merrily back to her bedroom. Today had been such a joyful day, her studio preparations were nearly complete. And she would soon be opening officially. Moreover, her household registration had been successfully transferred from the Yu family. Since leaving the Yu family, everything had been gradually improving and her life was slowly returning to normalcy. Yu Zhuan logged into her microblog account and posted a status reflecting her mood, a bowl of green grapes, a happy day. After posting, she set her phone down, preparing to take a shower when suddenly a notification pinged. The recent post received a comment from GMW. Not happy, huh? What happened? Yu Zhuan sent him a direct message asking, what's wrong? What happened? It seemed he was typing something. Then deleting it, and after several moments, he finally replied, she always wants to leave me. Why? Yu Zhuan suddenly understood that it must be related to the girl he had a crush on. Indeed, after mutual following for so many years. Aside from that crush, nothing seemed to easily sway his emotions. A bowl of green grapes. You mentioned last time that you two are together. Are you trying to date? GMW. No, she doesn't know I have a crush on her. A bowl of green grapes. Then how did you two end up together? GMW. A whirlwind marriage. A bowl of green grapes. What explosive words. They had gone from a sweet but unrequited crush to suddenly tying the knot. A whirlwind marriage, no less. Wait a minute, she and Xie Jingma had also married in a flash. She and GMW had indeed been mutual followers for years, even sharing the same whirlwind marriage experience. Yu Zhuan pondered for a moment before typing out her advice. A bowl of green grapes. Since you two seem to be getting along well, why not try to take it a step further? A bowl of green grapes. She doesn't know you like her yet, so why not try confessing your feelings? Chapter 30. Her graduation photo contains Xie Jingma. After Yu Zhuan sent those two messages, a considerable amount of time passed before GMW finally responded. If for some reason you become friends with a man you previously didn't pay much attention to, and the interaction is relatively harmonious. To MW, now this man confesses to you, saying he has secretly liked you since high school, would you find it troubling? Yu Zhuan was taken aback. A man, who she had rarely noticed before, was confessing his affection, claiming he had harbored feelings for her since their high school days. A bowl of green grapes. Troubling? I doubt it. A bowl of green grapes. He merely liked me in silence. He hasn't harmed me or done anything unreasonable. Why should I feel troubled? To MW, that's good to hear. Rabbit, rabbit. He sent the pink rabbit emoji he frequently used, appearing quite pleased. Yu Zhuan was aware that MW had harbored a crush on a girl for many years. Although she was not well acquainted with the details from the previous chat, it turned out that his infatuation began in high school, a time of youthful exuberance. Yu Zhuan couldn't help but reminisce about her own high school days. With excitement, she rummaged through her drawer, pulling out her graduation photos. Besides the class group photo, there were several individual snapshots, such as those with her deskmate, some taken in front of the teaching building, others beneath the lush camphor trees. Just gazing at the pictures brought back memories of the cicadas singing in the summer of that year. During their final year, all the students were busy taking graduation photos, resulting in other students appearing in the background. Some outgoing students would enthusiastically make peace signs for the camera as they passed by, their smiles radiant and youthful. As Yu Zhuan looked at these old photographs, a smile crept across her lips. However, her expression suddenly shifted when she noticed a particular photo taken under the camphor tree. In it, she was facing the camera, while a tall boy with a handsome profile passed by in the background. How strikingly similar he looked to Xie Jingma. Yu Zhuan leaned in for a closer look, and it was unmistakable. The resemblance to Xie Jingma was uncanny, but back in her senior year, Xie Jingma was already in his second year of university. Why had he returned to high school? At that moment, the bedroom door opened, and Xie Jingma emerged from his study after finishing some work. Yu Zhuan immediately turned to him, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a newfound discovery. Do you know what I just found out? It turns out we took a photo together back in high school. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Yu Zhuan hurried over, holding the photo up to him. Look, the man looked down, and the girl in the photograph had captivating eyes, dazzlingly beautiful, so stunning that it was hard to look away. He smirked, his voice smooth and teasing. Our Wanwan truly is beautiful. Why is he praising me? Yu Zhuan thought, feeling flustered. She urged him to see the photo more closely, pointing out, look here, the boy passing by, could it be you? Xie Jingma followed her finger, seemingly noticing himself for the first time, and his tone elongated in surprise. Oh, it really is me. Yu Zhuan questioned him skeptically, but weren't you already in university back then? Why did you suddenly return to high school? He casually closed the bedroom door, his handsome face displaying a nonchalant demeanor. I can't quite recall. I must have had something to attend to at school. Yu Zhuan understood. Oh, I see, what a coincidence it was that you happened to return to school on the day I was taking graduation photos, passing by just at the right moment to create such an early snapshot of us together. This must be fate. The Yu family had invited Gu Chengfeng to dinner. Yu Changde sat at the head of the table, reassuringly saying, Chengfeng, rest assured, Yu Zhuan's household registration cannot be moved. I still have the final say over her marriage, and your union with her will surely continue. You are destined to be our son-in-law. Tao Shuqing chimed in. Indeed, Chengfeng, do eat more. It's a blessing for Zhiwan to marry you, Yu Shangxiang playfully added. You must treat my sister well in the future, brother-in-law. Gu Chengfeng felt a wave of comfort wash over him at being called brother-in-law. Although he usually disapproved of Yu Shangxiang's pretentious behavior, he realized that she could be quite charming at times. Why Yu Shaozi scoffed. Chengfeng, you cannot spoil that stubborn girl too much, she has a difficult temperament. And you must discipline her when necessary, Gu Chengfeng confidently replied. Don't worry, she listens to me. During the 3 weeks they had been together, Yu Zhiwan had never once thrown a tantrum, she was exceedingly docile. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that Yu Zhiwan truly liked him, accepting only his pursuit while rejecting others. She was gentle and quiet in his presence, and he imagined that after marriage, she would be a devoted wife and nurturing mother. The more Tao Shuqing observed Gu Chengfeng, the more satisfied she became. While he might be somewhat of a playboy, the match between Yu Zhiwan and him was genuinely suitable. Most importantly, once their engagement was confirmed, Yu Zhiwan could no longer vie with Shangxiang for the position of Mrs. Xie. That way, Shangxiang could marry Xie Jingma as she wished. Tao Shuqing smiled as she encouraged Gu Chengfeng to eat more, repeatedly calling him son-in-law. Just then, Yu Xiuqi returned from outside, striding towards the dining table. Mom and Dad, I've applied for the reissuance of the household registration book. Yu Changde finally relaxed. Good, as long as the reissuance goes through. The household registration book that Yu Zhiwan took will be rendered void. Let us see how she plans to move her household registration out, as long as she remains in the Yu family. I am her father, and I have the right to manage her. Tao Shuqing instructed the maid to add an extra set of chopsticks. Xiuqi, you've been busy, sit down and eat. Yu Shangxiang sweetly called out. Big brother, please sit. This black pepper steak, your favorite, was specially made for you by the kitchen. Yu Xiuqi felt warmth in his heart. Shangxiang, you really are considerate, you are a good little sister, unlike that Yu Zhiwan, who only brings me trouble. Suddenly, a maid rushed in reporting, young master, their SA Same City Express delivery. They say it's a document and that it's cash on delivery. Yu Xiuqi frowned. Same City Express delivery? Yu Shaozi put down his utensils, looking perplexed. Who ordered something, and cash on delivery? Yu Xiuqi replied, I'll go take a look. After stepping outside, he paid the delivery person. Such tasks had always been handled by assistants. When had he, the eldest son of the Yu family, ever done such a thing? He wondered who had sent the package and if it was meant to annoy him. After paying, Yu Xiuqi returned to the living room with the package. Yu Shaozi could hardly contain his impatience. Big brother, quickly see what it is. Yu Xiuqi opened it, retrieving a dark red, square booklet from the envelope. Why Yu Shaozi gasped, it's the household registration book. Yu Changde, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his food as he rushed over. Is it our household registration book? Tao Shuqing, Yu Shangxiang, and Gu Chengfeng also gathered around. Why Yu Shaozi, with a casual smile, remarked, I told you, it must be the household registration book we accidentally misplaced while applying for the business license. A kind person must have found it and sent it back to us. Why Yu Zhiwan isn't clever enough to have taken it. Why Yu Changde urged anxiously. Xiuqi, quickly open it and check. Yu Xiuqi flipped it open. The first page displaying Yu Changde's name. Dad, it is indeed our household registration book. As Yu Xiuqi continued flipping through, he found the second page belonged to Tao Shuqing, the third to him, the fourth to Shaozi. And on the following page was the name of that stubborn girl, Yu Zhiwan. However, as Yu Xiuqi turned the page, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 31, the Yu family was furious, demanding Yu Zhiwan return her household registration. Yu Zhiwan was no longer on the household registration book. Flipping further revealed that the page for Yu Zhiwan was missing, and the next was Yu Shangxiang's. Yu Xiuqi's face instantly tensed, flipping back and forth in disbelief several times. There was a page for their father, a page for their mother, one for him, one for Shaozi, and one for Shangxiang, yet there was no trace of Yu Zhiwan. She had truly moved her household registration out. Yu Changde was so furious that he felt faint, nearly collapsing. Nonsense, how dare she do such an outrageous thing? Tao Shuqing hurriedly supported him, feeling a mix of anger and urgency. Xiuqi, did you see clearly? That stubborn girl really did move her household registration out. Yu Xiuqi gripped the household registration book tightly, his eyes burning with rage. Mom, I checked multiple times. Yu Zhiwan is no longer on the household registration. It has only the 5 of us left. Why Yu Shaozi's expression darkened as he snatched the household registration book, flipping through it himself, for finally he slammed it shut in fury. Well, I really underestimated her. She has truly become capable. Yu Shangxiang observed the scene, her eyes flickering. Sister, have you truly abandoned this family? Are you willing to forsake your status as the eldest daughter of the Yu family? Gu Qingfeng's expression also turned grave. It's strange, how did she manage to move her household registration out? Yu Changde's hands trembled with anger as he fumbled several times to retrieve his phone from his pocket, finally finding Yu Zhiwan's number and dialing it. The call failed to connect. It dawned on him that Yu Zhiwan had blocked all of them. Why Yu Changde, heart aching with fury, slammed his phone on the ground, shattering the screen. This ungrateful child, is she trying to drive me to my grave? Changde, calm down. Tao Shuqing hastily supported him, placing her hand on his chest to soothe him. How can that stubborn girl be so heartless? She has even abandoned her own father, her own mother. Is she so eager to sever ties with the Yu family? Yu Shaozi was incensed. Not only has she moved out of the Yu family, but she has also completely cut off all familial ties, father-daughter, mother-daughter, and sibling relationships. Legally, we are no longer connected. Tao Shuqin froze. A sudden pain gripping her heart, when Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, transferring her household registration from her adoptive parents to the Yu family. How joyous she had been. The way she looked at her mother was filled with brilliance, akin to a shimmering light, calling out to her as mom with warmth and longing. When had it all changed, as she gazed at her mother? The expression in her eyes gradually morphed into one of sorrow, disappointment, numbness, and despondency, devoid of any lingering hope. A wave of discomfort surged within Tao Shuqin's chest, akin to a sponge saturated with water. Constricting her breath, had she, as a mother, failed her daughter? Had her bias led to this estrangement, where her own flesh and blood would rather sever ties than acknowledge her as their mother? Suddenly, the sound of muffled sobs echoed through the living room. Tao Shuqin turned her head in alarm. Shangxiang, my precious daughter, why are you crying? Yu Shangxiang, sensing the guilt and self-reflection in Tao Shuqin's eyes, wept through her sniffles. It's all because of me that my sister has moved her household registration. Mother, let me leave this home. Let me return to my original family. Perhaps if I go, my sister will be willing to come back. Upon hearing Yu Shangxiang's tearful declaration to leave, the flicker of guilt and pity she had felt for Yu Zhiwan was instantly suppressed. And she grasped Yu Shangxiang's hand, heart-aching. Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? This is your home, and I am your mother. Where would you go? Yu Shaozi rushed over, declaring, Shangxiang, don't say such foolish things. You will always be my dearest sister, Yu Shoqi added solemnly. Shangxiang, can you truly bear to leave your elder brothers? With her eyes red and tears streaming, Yu Shangxiang responded, of course, I cannot bear it. But Yu Chang's face was etched with concern. Shangxiang, your biological father is abusive and a gambler, though he is in prison now. Your biological mother favors your brother. How could she possibly care for you? What kind of life would you return to in such a miserable household? Yu Shangxiang's tears shimmered in her eyes. If my sister could endure from childhood to adulthood, so can I. Tao Shuqin, desperate, grasped her hand. My precious darling, your sister has been accustomed to hardship from a young age. She has always lived such a difficult life. You cannot endure that. You have always had the best of everything. Growing up as a princess, how could I bear to see you suffer? Do you remember when that girl Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family, worried you would be bullied by your biological parents? She agreed that you should not return to that home, allowing you to stay here. Shangxiang, please remain in the Yu family and never speak of leaving again. It pains me to hear it. Tears flowed from Yu Shangxiang like a broken string of pearls as she rushed to embrace Tao Shuqin. Mother, Gu Chengfeng looked at Yu Shangxiang, who appeared overly dramatic, his brow furrowed. Have you finished your melodramatic performance? If you could be as decisive as Yu Zhiwan walking away without a second thought, I might have admired you a little. Why Yu Shangxiang stiffened, curling up in Tao Shuqin's embrace, her cries growing more pitiful. Mother! I will leave now. Please don't try to stop me. Why Yu Shaozi glared, wishing he could punch Gu Chengfeng. Shut up, don't speak to Shangxiang like that. Yu Shoqi, with a stern demeanor, defended her. Shangxiang is my sister. Chengfeng, watch your tone. Yu Chengfeng scoffed. Fine, let us talk about Yu Zhiwan. She has severed all ties with you. Can you still make decisions for her regarding the marriage alliance? Yu Chang's face darkened as he slammed the table. The marriage alliance will certainly proceed. I will ensure she relocates her household registration back here. Tao Shuqin, troubled, interjected. How will you make her come back? We can't even reach her by phone. The household registration book must have been sent back by that girl. And the return address is vague. Where can we find her? The stack of photographs Gu Chengfeng had brought along remained, depicting Yu Zhiwan entering and exiting the Jinghong clothing store, accompanied by promotional flyers for Jinghong. Yu Chang's anger flared. I will make this ungrateful daughter understand what happens when one defies their father. Since Jinghong's flyer states it will officially open in 10 days, Shoqi, let us reschedule our Yu family's new product launch to coincide with Jinghong's opening. Yu Shoqi, taken aback, responded, Father, you mean why? Yu Changde affirmed. Is it not easy for the Yu family to suppress a newly established brand? I intend for Jinghong to collapse the moment it opens. Regardless of whether Yu Zhiwan is working at this shop or has taken a position as a designer, once Jinghong fails, she will be left with nowhere to turn, unable to earn a living. And will have no choice but to return home. Gu Chengfeng was startled by this revelation, initially wanting to intervene. It seemed unnecessary to drive Yu Zhiwan, a young girl, to such extremes, but then he reconsidered. If Jinghong were to fail, Yu Zhiwan would be utterly isolated, without even a penny to her name. In that eventuality, she would have no one to rely on but him, and thus she would have to humble herself before him. Gu Chengfeng's resolve hardened, and he ceased to oppose Yu Changde. Yu Shoqi, with a stern expression, nodded. Understood, father. I will take care of it and ensure Jinghong cannot open, with Wang Yan overseeing matters. The Yu family's clothing brand was a dominant force in the industry, making it a cinch to suppress a nameless small brand. Yu Shaozi clenched his teeth in anger. When this wretched girl returns in disgrace, I will make her apologize for relocating her household registration. Nearby, Yu Shangxiang observed her family's mercilessness towards Yu Jiwan, a flicker of triumph gleaming in her eyes. Sister, this is how your biological parents and brothers truly love you. This is the consequence of your refusal to listen to me. Why Yu Shangxiang lowered her gaze to the stack of photographs featuring Yu Jiwan, suddenly noticing something, her expression tensed. Is my sister wearing a ring? Chapter 32, addressing you as sister-in-law. A ring. Tao Shuqi looked over in confusion, and upon realizing, her heart sank. It is indeed a ring worn on the ring finger. What does that wretched girl intend to do? A wedding ring is not something one dons casually. Could it be that she, Aunt Gu Chengfeng interjected at the opportune moment, his tone flippant and mischievous. Yu Jiwan is wearing it on purpose. She wants to make me jealous, Tao Shuqin, puzzled, asked. Wearing it on purpose, as Gu Chengfeng explained. I had several adopted sisters, and she felt uncomfortable, so she wore a ring to make me think she had married someone. Hoping to provoke my jealousy, rest assured, Aunt, I have severed ties with those adopted sisters. Tao Shuqin sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a childish tantrum. She had nearly feared that Yu Jiwan was truly marrying someone else. Yu Shaozi, upon hearing this, felt contempt for Yu Jiwan. They had pressured her to accept Gu Chengfeng's courtship, and now it seemed she had genuinely developed feelings for him, becoming concerned about his adopted sisters. Yu Changde assumed the authoritative role of the family head. Enough, let us not dwell on the ring. Shochi, you are responsible for suppressing Jinghong. Ensure that ungrateful daughter returns obediently, Yu Shochi affirmed. Yes. Father, that morning, Yu Jiwan was making the final preparations for the opening of Jinghong. After all, Xie Jingma had invested a significant amount of money in her, and she could not allow him to suffer losses. When she rented the shop, she deliberately paid extra for a spacious and well-lit space. Some ready-to-wear garments were already displayed according to her designs. Among them was a particularly special gown, from the fabric to the embroidery and the jewels adorning it. All meticulously supervised by her, this gown would serve as the centerpiece for the opening day. As Yu Jiwan conducted her final checks, the other employees busily attended to their tasks. He Kaiwei rushed over. Lowering her voice, Boss, have you heard? The Yu family has advanced their new product launch by half a month, coinciding with our opening date. He Tsaiwei's expression was laden with concern. The Yu family was a major brand, and their new product launch has always attracted considerable attention. Now, with the Yu family's event scheduled for the same day as Jinghong's opening, public interest would surely be drawn away, leaving Jinghong overlooked. Yu Jiwan, having anticipated this, maintained a composed demeanor, her delicate features revealing no sign of anxiety as she raised an eyebrow. Do you know the nature of my relationship with the Yu family? He Kaiwei paused, then nodded. I do. After all, the Yu family was also a prominent clan. When they welcomed back the true daughter, it had been publicly declared. However, after returning, it seemed the true daughter was not particularly favored, with the family continuing to dote on the false daughter. He Tsaiwei's heart sank. Now that the Yu family has moved their launch date forward, it might very well be intentional, perhaps aware of your ties to Jinghong, and targeting you. Yu Jiwan's slender fingers brushed against the luxurious gown, her lips curving into a subtle smirk, her captivating eyes sparkling with sarcasm. What is meant to happen will come to pass. Let them witness who truly stumbles. He Kaiwei felt a surge of inspiration. She couldn't quite place why, but the girl before her, though young, possessed an air of composure and tranquility that seemed beyond her years. Perhaps born of past experiences, however, upon hearing Yu Jiwan's words, He Kaiwei suddenly recognized an important factor. The public's interest in the Yu family's launch was primarily due to Wan Yan, as they were eager to see what new creations she would unveil. It could be said that Wan Yan was the Yu family's greatest asset, yet now, Wan Yan was collaborating with Jinghong, serving as its chief designer. Without the substantial support of Wan Yan, can the Yu family still maintain its former glory? At the headquarters of Yu Company, Yu Shaozi burst into the president's office, brimming with excitement. Elder brother, do you know who I just encountered while dining out with Shangxiang? Yu Shochi looked up from a pile of documents, glancing at his younger brother and Yu Shangxiang as he inquired, who did you meet? Yu Shaozi's face was flushed with exhilaration. It was the eldest daughter of the Xie family, Xia Yuntang. He rushed to the desk, leaning over it with his hands planted firmly, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Yu Shochi. Shangxiang and I were dining at the restaurant when we spotted Xia Yuntang with her friends. We were just a few steps behind them and overheard her say, of course I must support my sister-in-law's clothing brand. The sister-in-law she referred to must be Shangxiang, on the day of the new product launch. Xia Yuntang is coming to support us at Yu Company. Hearing this, Yu Shochi's spirits lifted. Is that true? Yu Shaozi affirmed emphatically. Of course, Xia Yuntang mentioned her sister-in-law and the clothing brand. Every detail aligns perfectly with Shangxiang. Yu Shangxiang, shy and flustered, lowered her head, her cheeks burning like fire. She had not anticipated that Xia Yuntang would refer to her as sister-in-law in such a casual manner. Why? Yu Shochi analyzed thoughtfully. Xia Yuntang has frequently purchased clothing from Yu Company and has expressed admiration for Wan Yan's designs. However, she has never attended one of our new product launches. The fact that she is making a special appearance this time is truly an honor for us. It is worth noting that Xia Yuntang hails from an exceedingly prestigious background, arguably the foremost socialite in the capital, or among the myriad daughters of affluent families. None surpass her in beauty, and none can rival her family's lineage. For such a distinguished young lady to attend our new product launch is a testament to the esteem in which she holds us. Furthermore, Xia Yuntang operates her own entertainment agency, having elevated numerous male and female stars to prominence. And she is regarded as a financial benefactor by many netizens, boasting millions of followers on Weibo, should she allow her female stars to don company gowns on the red carpet. Our brand would undoubtedly gain immense popularity. Yu Xiao's aside, alas, when Xiang Xiang and I were walking behind Xia Yuntang, she didn't notice us. Upon hearing her refer to sister-in-law, I intended to greet her, but Xiang Xiang shyly pulled me back. Xiangxiang stomped her foot in embarrassment. Second brother, given the circumstances, how could she have felt comfortable? Yu Xiaoza teased. Then Xiangxiang, what would you do if Xia Yuntang were to call you sister-in-law in person at the launch? Xiangxiang's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Second brother, you're so annoying. Yu Xiaoza erupted with laughter, and Yu Shouqi chuckled softly. Do not tease Xiangxiang, she's a delicate girl and easily flustered. I will make thorough preparations to warmly welcome Xia Yuntang. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the grand opening of Jinghong arrived, coinciding with U Company's new product launch. Chapter 33, Let Wan Yan appear. The atmosphere at the U Company new product launch was dazzling, with opulent decorations. Yu Shouqi invited all fashion media representatives to attend, aiming to bolster U Company's standing while simultaneously suppressing Jinghong's emergence in the media. Alongside the journalists, numerous VIP clients of U Company, predominantly affluent young ladies and esteemed matrons, were also in attendance, elegantly attired and habitual purchasers of U Company's haute couture gowns. The venue buzzed with activity as reporters hoisted their cameras, creating a throng that rendered movement nearly impossible. In a corner, several journalists engaged in hushed discussions. Why has U Company's new product launch been moved up by half a month? Who knows? Perhaps U Company is particularly confident about this season's new offerings. In essence, it reflects confidence in Wan Yan. Perhaps she has once again designed something extraordinary. I can't wait to see it. I am also a fan of Wan Yan. I am genuinely curious, amidst so many fashion brands, why does Wan Yan exclusively collaborate with U Company? I know a bit about that, at the time when U Company was facing a downturn. It was Yu Shouqi who proactively approached Wan Yan. To everyone's surprise, she agreed immediately, disregarding other major brands to work solely with U Company. TSK, U Company must have accumulated tremendous good fortune in a past life to attract such an opportunity. By the way, what does Wan Yan truly look like? I only know she is a woman. The launch is about to begin. Stop talking. In previous new product launches, it was always the brand director who hosted. But this time Yu Shouqi personally took the stage, demonstrating the significance he placed on the event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the U Company new product launch. Today, we will unveil our brand new high-end custom gown collection. After some pleasantries, Yu Shouqi introduced the design philosophy behind the gowns, clarifying that these garments were all crafted by U Company's designers. Subsequently, staff members dressed in coordinated outfits wheeled out display racks showcasing the gowns one by one. As each gown was revealed, the reporters instantly directed their cameras at the stage, capturing every moment. However, it wasn't long before some journalists noticed a discrepancy, and their enthusiasm for photographing began to wane. Something seems off. These designs don't resemble Wan Yan's style. I don't think they do either. Yu Shouqi just mentioned these are works by U Company's other designers. Wan Yan's designs are surely the grand finale. You make a valid point, but I'm still impatient. Let us see Wan Yan's designs already. Even the VIP guests in attendance appeared disinterested in the gowns on display. After all, the designs were rather conventional, lacking any standout features, failing to capture the eye. Observing the audience's reactions, Yu Shouqi became increasingly convinced of Wan Yan's critical importance to U Company. After the first batch of new gowns was displayed, Yu Shouqi returned to the stage once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the next collection of new products is rather special. It is designed by my sister, Yu Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang is an outstanding talent in our design department and was once the third-place winner in a newcomer design competition. I hope everyone will appreciate her designs. Following his announcement, staff members again brought forward display racks adorned with gowns. Upon hearing that the designer was Yu Shouqi's sister, the journalists leaned forward in curiosity. They were well aware of Yu Xiangxiang, the second young lady of the Yu family, who was also a purported daughter of the family. Has she truly made it into U Company's design department? What about the true daughter of the Yu family? The VIP guests nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the stage. Indeed, the second young lady of the Yu family has designed gowns that are far more appealing than the previous batch. I heard the true daughter of the Yu family is also studying fashion design. She probably cannot compare to the second young lady. Not probably, she certainly cannot. Fortunately, the Yu family has such a remarkable second young lady. Their future is bound to improve. Nearby, a young lady in a red gown rolled her eyes in disbelief. You all really know how to flatter. I think the second young lady's designs are nothing special. How can you shower her with praise? The young ladies who had just been extolling the designs fell into an awkward silence. Qinwu, why are you still so blunt? Aren't you afraid of offending people? The young lady named Qinwu huffed, I know you all too well. You're only praising Yu Shangxiang because she is the sister of Yu Xiuqi, the esteemed president, when it comes to the true daughter of the Yu family. You're all too quick to tread lightly. I came here to buy clothes, so I'll choose what I like. The designs up there don't even compare to Wan Yan's little finger. Let alone her whole self. They certainly don't captivate my interest. A young lady in a blue gown nodded in agreement. Though Qinwu speaks bluntly, she isn't wrong. The second young lady's designs are indeed lackluster and fail to ignite my desire to purchase. Meanwhile, at a side position backstage, Yu Shangxiang had been quietly observing the situation on stage. Hearing the VIP clients express their dissatisfaction, her eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Second brother, I've been trying so hard. Yet I still can't measure up to teacher Wan Yan. What should I do? I truly wish to alleviate our family's burdens, but am I really that useless? Why Yu Shaoza had not anticipated that the guests would be so unimpressed with Shangxiang's designs. It seemed that she still could not shoulder the weight of expectations. Shangxiang, you are already doing wonderfully. Wan Yan is such a gifted and talented designer, truly a rare gem. It's only natural that you cannot compare. Trust me, you are already exceptional. If it were Yu Zhiwan, she would likely face even harsher criticism. Yu Shangxiang managed to smile through her tears. Second brother, I knew you cared for me the most. Of course, who else would I care for if not you? Yu Shaoza patted her shoulder and continued to observe the stage. In the VIP section, several impatient young ladies from affluent families were growing restless. President Yu, please stop keeping us in suspense. We've been sitting here for half an hour. Let us see Wan Yan's designs already. Yes, we want to see what new creations Wan Yan has for us. I absolutely adore Wan Yan's designs with a Chinese aesthetic. If this new collection includes that style, I will certainly place an order on the spot. Not only the socialites but even the journalists in attendance were eagerly awaiting. Yu Xiuqi was not oblivious. He could clearly discern that the majority of attendees were there primarily for Wan Yan. The more the situation unfolds, the more the news of Wan Yan's refusal to continue collaborating with the Yu family must remain concealed. Otherwise, the Yu family will suffer significant losses. However, Yu Xiuqi's brow furrowed in worry as he occasionally checked his phone, only to find that Wan Yan had yet to respond to his messages. At such a critical juncture, Yu Xiuqi clenched his teeth, resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 34. Such a spectacle, such a display, is simply astounding. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm, Yu Xiuqi said with a pained expression. I must sincerely apologize. Teacher Wan Yan has been unwell recently and is currently recuperating, which is why she cannot participate in this season's new product design for the Yu family. However, rest assured, Teacher Wan Yan's condition has significantly improved, and her works will undoubtedly feature in the Yu family's next seasonal launch. Please stay tuned. What? Wan Yan is ill? Upon hearing Yu Xiuqi mention that Wan Yan's condition had improved, the crowd collectively let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, that was frightening. Thankfully, it's not serious. We all hope the great Wan Yan recovers swiftly and look forward to her new creations. Indeed, the relationship between the Yu family and the esteemed Wan Yan seems quite favorable. They likely communicate daily. Wait a moment, if Yu Xiuqi was already aware of Wan Yan's illness and her inability to design new clothing for the Yu family, why didn't he announce it sooner? Had he done so, I would have skipped attending today's launch altogether. Exactly. A lavishly dressed lady from the VIP section stood up, her expression one of discontent, since this launch lacks Wan Yan's creations. Mr. Yu, why didn't you make an earlier statement? You've wasted my trip. Another young lady expressed her frustration. Honestly, a little heads up would have been nice. Was this just a ruse to draw us in under Wan Yan's name? We came here for her work, only to find ourselves wasting our time. The media reporters in the audience were less perturbed, as the Yu family is a prominent brand in the country. Regardless of whether Wan Yan had new works, they would still attend the Yu family's launch to capture the news. However, the wealthy socialites in the VIP section felt deceived for making the trip in vain. And a chorus of complaints arose. Why Yu Xiuqi remained composed, having already devised a strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm yourselves. Although there are no new works from Wan Yan today, we are honored to have Miss Xia Yuntang attending our launch as a surprise guest. At the mention of Xia Yuntang's name, the discontented socialites fell silent. Who doesn't know Xia Yuntang, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, a direct granddaughter of the venerable Xia patriarch and matriarch? And the cousin of Xie Jingma. Not only is she renowned for her beauty, but her illustrious lineage makes many eager to form connections with her. Moreover, Xia Yuntang runs her own entertainment agency, having propelled numerous stars to fame, showcasing her remarkable talent. If Xia Yuntang truly attends today, they would certainly seize the rare opportunity to befriend her. Wow, will Miss Xia really come? I've heard she frequently purchases haute couture from the Yu family. To be precise, she buys the garments designed by Wan Yan. Xia Yuntang is quite fond of Wan Yan's work. The Yu family seems quite impressive, managing to invite the eldest daughter of the Xia family. The title of the country's premier clothing brand undoubtedly belongs to the Yu family from this point forward. While the crowd buzzed with discussion, Yu Shouqi sidled up to the side stage and quietly inquired of Yu Shangxiang, "Any news on whether Xie Yuntang has arrived?" Yu Shangxiang shook her head. "Not yet, second brother has gone outside to wait personally." As they spoke, Yu Shaozi returned, but he was alone. He rushed over, flustered like an ant on a hot pan. "Elder brother, Xie Yuntang still hasn't arrived. Could she be delayed on the road?" Yu Shouqi remained relatively calm. "Perhaps she will arrive shortly, let us not panic. How is it going with Jinghong?" Mentioning Jinghong, a hint of disdain flashed in Yu Shaozi's eyes as he scoffed. "Elder brother, rest assured, I've instructed someone to keep watch. Jinghong is rather desolate. They've only invited a couple of media outlets, and their isn't much attention. With such a dismal opening day, they might as well wait for their downfall. That wretched Yu Jiwan should not expect to continue at Jinghong." Yu Shouqi nodded approvingly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Why, Yu Jiwan, you can relocate your household registration, but you will return and admit your mistakes to me." However, just then, a bespectacled reporter shouted loudly, "Everyone, look, Xie Yuntang just posted a Weibo update praising a clothing brand." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd pulled out their phones and indeed found Xie Yuntang's Weibo post. She used a plethora of commendatory phrases, her words resplendent, passionately endorsing a clothing brand. Initially, the audience assumed Xie Yuntang was endorsing the Yu family, yet, upon closer inspection, the brand she promoted was none other than Jinghong. "Jinghong? Which brand is that? It seems to be a newly established clothing line. Goodness, how fond is Miss Xie of Jinghong?" Having praised it with hundreds of words without repetition. "How peculiar, wasn't she supposed to attend the Yu family event? Why is she promoting this lesser-known brand?" Yu Shaozi, who had been feeling quite pleased, suddenly found his smile faltering as whispers of Jinghong's name spread through the crowd. "Elder brother, what is happening?" Yu Shouqi had already pulled out his phone, his eyes widening in shock as he read the Weibo post, utterly perplexed. Did Xie Yuntang mistakenly promote the wrong brand? How could she endorse Jinghong? However, even more shocking revelations followed after Xie Yuntang's promotional Weibo post. The stars from her agency began to retweet it. These were all popular celebrities with millions of fans. Their synchronized retweets would undoubtedly yield significant results. Jinghong's name skyrocketed to the trending topics. The media reporters and socialites alike were left dumbfounded. "I can't believe this. Who exactly is Jinghong to receive such enthusiastic promotion from Miss Xie? This spectacle, this magnitude, is truly overwhelming." Unable to contain herself, "I must see Jinghong. Wait a moment. Did you notice at the end of Xie Yuntang's Weibo post, she mentioned she is currently at Jinghong's flagship store? What, didn't Yu Shouqi just say Xie Yuntang was a surprise guest at the Yu family event? Why is she at Jinghong? Isn't it obvious? Someone must have lied." Xie Yuntang's grand promotion of Jinghong, coupled with her presence there, indicates she has no regard for the Yu family. Otherwise, would she have taken so long to arrive? The wealthy ladies in the VIP section could no longer contain their frustration and turned their glares toward Yu Shouqi. "Mr. Yu, first you concealed the absence of Wang Yan's designs from today's launch, and now you falsely claimed that Miss Xie would attend. Time and again, you deceive us. Are you attempting to toy with us? Is this how the Yu family conducts business, by toying with its VIP clients? Let us go check out Jinghong. Since there's no display of Wang Yan's designs today, what are we still doing here?" With that, many stood up in anger. Even the reporters could no longer remain, as there was nothing left to capture without Wang Yan's designs. Yu Shouqi immediately attempted to intervene. "Ladies and gentlemen, please wait." However, no one heeded his words, and he could not stop the exodus. Within moments, a throng of people had departed, leaving the once bustling venue eerily quiet. Only a few staff members exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how it had come to this. "Elder brother, what do we do now?" Yu Shaozi exclaimed, frantically darting about like a headless chicken. "Damn it, why did Xie Yuntang endorse Jinghong?" Yu Xiangxiang's brow furrowed, her expression equally grim. Why Yu Shouqi's face darkened. Though the launch ended poorly, the news of Wang Yan's refusal to continue collaborating with the Yu family has not leaked. Everyone believes Wang Yan is still with us, so the Yu family will incur no losses. Let us head to Jinghong and deliver a gift. He had been keenly observing Jinghong and noticed that some of the garments showcased bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yan's designs. Unmistakably plagiarized, such audacity to copy even Wang Yan's work. He would expose Jinghong's true nature and ensure their ruin. Chapter 35. I am the owner of Jinghong at Jinghong's flagship store. Although many reporters had been dismissed by the Yu family, He Kaiwei managed to secure the presence of 2 media outlets through her connections. After all, Wang Yan's appointment as Jinghong's chief designer was a significant matter that warranted public announcement. Inside the store, Xie Yuntang linked her arm with Yu Jiwan and whispered his sister-in-law, "I took the liberty of promoting Jinghong on Weibo, so please don't take offense." Why Yu Jiwan was not one to be overly sentimental, not at all. "You are doing me a favor." Xie Yuntang smiled brightly, her excitement palpable as she embraced Yu Jiwan. "Sister-in-law, you're simply wonderful. Jinghong will undoubtedly prosper, and you, the owner, will make a fortune, not far away." He Kaiwei was consumed by curiosity about her boss's true identity, capable of bringing Wan Yan on board as chief designer and garnering the affection of the illustrious Xie family. Surely her status was not ordinary. Just then, an excited security guard burst in. "Boss, director He, there are numerous luxury cars outside. It seems like distinguished guests have arrived." He Kaiwei swiftly turned her head to gaze outside, and indeed, she spotted an array of luxurious vehicles, as well as elegantly attired socialites and affluent ladies disembarking from them, heading directly towards Jinghong.at. That moment, another security guard rushed in excitedly. "Boss, there are numerous reporters outside. They claim to be here to capture our grand opening ceremony." Yu Xiwan instantly comprehended that this was the effect of Xia Yintong's promotional Weibo post. She turned to He Kaiwei, exchanging a knowing glance. He Kaiwei nodded in understanding, then decisively instructed the staff to attend to their respective duties. As the reporters approached, they were immediately struck by the spacious and brightly lit Jinghong store, adorned with a distinctly fashionable decor. For instance, the chandeliers and the seating arrangements were designed in uncommon geometric shapes, exuding an air of sophistication akin to that of international luxury brands, far removed from the realm of ordinary shops. To their astonishment, perhaps due to the opening, Jinghong had set up a small runway within the store, allowing models to showcase Jinghong's garments under the best lighting and effects, presenting a comprehensive display of the collection. Oh my goodness, these distinguished ladies, who had come from afar, were instantly captivated. It was such a surprise. Initially, I thought it was just some obscure brand, but it looks so grand and upscale. They even have a runway. This is far more sophisticated than the exhibition style it uses. Only by seeing the garments worn by models can one truly appreciate their effect. Moreover, I genuinely find these clothes stunning. They surpass even the new releases from major brands under Yu's name. What an unexpected delight. Well done, Jinghong. No wonder Miss Xie is supporting this venture. It truly possesses remarkable talent. The media reporters were already eagerly raising their cameras, frantically capturing images of the models and their attire. As each piece was unveiled, the audience remained transfixed, showing no signs of aesthetic fatigue. Every outfit, every collection of gowns evoked feelings of surprise and anticipation. Gradually, the final piece de resistance arrived, a gown of exquisite splendor, ethereal as if woven from celestial clouds, in a striking white hue. The fabric of this gown was exceptionally unique, light as mist and airy like drifting clouds, adorned with scattered rhinestones across the voluminous skirt, reminiscent of a sprinkle of starlight. Most astonishingly, the hem was intricately embroidered with silver threads, revealing subtle patterns of traditional Chinese motifs that shimmered softly with every movement of the model, as if she were cloaked in moonlight, embodying an otherworldly grace. The scattered rhinestones sparkled like crushed galaxies, casting a radiant brilliance across the room. How breathtakingly they combined ethereality with opulence. In that moment, both the media present and the affluent ladies were left spellbound, taking a long while to recover, before erupting into waves of astonished exclamations. So beautiful, my goodness, this gown is utterly stunning. I can't take my eyes off it for even a second. What a unique style. The ethereal quality combined with opulence is seamless. This design is extraordinary. Is this also a new piece from Jinghong? Absolutely breathtaking and shocking. Just then, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaozi, and Yu Xiangxiang, who had hurried over, chanced upon the unveiling of the gown, their gazes immediately drawn to it. Yu Xiuqi felt a surge of pressure. The design level at Jinghong was so high that it made him feel threatened. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangxiang gazed at the gown with rapt admiration. It was simply too beautiful, too ethereal, and she longed to possess one. Yu Xiaozi, hearing the praises surrounding him, clenched his fists in frustration, his expression darkening. Earlier at Yu's press conference, this crowd had remained silent, but now, at Jinghong, they were lavishing unreserved admiration, overshadowing Yu's presence entirely. At this moment, He Kaiwei stepped beside the model and addressed the crowd with clarity. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening ceremony of Jinghong. The gown being showcased by the model is our piece de resistance today, aptly named Jinghong." Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but marvel at the fitting name. Jinghong at a glance, unforgettable, a fleeting glance that could haunt one for a lifetime. Wow, the name aligns perfectly with the brand. Is it conveying the idea of designing beautiful clothing for customers? Jinghong is indeed remarkable. This flagship piece surpasses all the new products launched by Yus today. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaozi's faces darkened even further. The entire press conference organized by Yus, after all their hard work, paled in comparison to a single gown from Jinghong. The crowd remained immersed in the wonder Jinghong had brought forth. By the way, who is the designer of this gown? They are truly impressive, surely a top-tier talent. Why does this gown's design style seem somewhat familiar? To be honest, I find it familiar too, as they listened to the discussions around them. Yu Xiuqi smirked coldly. Of course, it was familiar. It was a copy of Wan Yan's design. Yu Zhuan worked at Jinghong, and he wondered if this gown was indeed designed by her. If so, she had dared to plagiarize Wan Yan. To think that as a designer, the gravest sin one could commit is to be labeled a plagiarist. Such a label could ruin one's reputation, making it impossible to survive in the industry again. Yushochi cast a glance at Yu Jiwan, his expression devoid of warmth, as if he were contemplating the destruction of her reputation and everything she held dear, leaving her with no choice but to grovel to the Yu family. Never daring to defy them again, Director Yushochi stepped forward, his demeanor stern, who were the owner and designer of Jinghong. Only then did others notice that members of the Yu family had indeed come to Jinghong. Hikaiwei, upon seeing Yushochi, felt a flicker of wariness wash over her. Sir, what brings you here? Yushochi lowered his gaze, smoothing down his sleeves. I wish to meet the owner of Jinghong. I have important matters to discuss with them. Hikaiwei furrowed her brows, about to speak when Yu Jiwan slightly raised her hand, stopping her. Why? Yushochi looked up to see Yu Jiwan stepping forward with an air of calm authority. Her cold gaze sweeping over him like the chill of frost, her voice as frigid as winter. I am the owner of Jinghong. Chapter 36, slapping the Yu family's face as the words fell. Yushochi was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief, losing even the semblance of his usual composed demeanor. Why? Yu Shaoze and Yu Shangxiang were equally incredulous. What? This wretched girl, Yu Jiwan, is actually the owner of Jinghong. How is this possible? They had always believed that Yu Jiwan was merely working for Jinghong, yet she was, in fact, its owner. The crowd around them gasped upon hearing Yu Jiwan's declaration. This is the owner of Jinghong. So young and beautiful, they hadn't expected the founder of Jinghong to be such a young woman. Truly impressive, indeed, her aura is distinctly different. Suddenly, a wealthy lady murmured in confusion, why does the owner of Jinghong seem somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere. I feel the same way. I remember now. Isn't she the true daughter of the Yu family? What? Good heavens, it truly is. The expressions of the crowd shifted subtly. It was well known that the Yu family primarily operated in the fashion industry, and now the true daughter had ventured out on her own, establishing Jinghong, another clothing brand. Was this a challenge to the Yu family? Yushochi, snapping back to reality from his shock, furrowed his brows tightly. How could this be? How can you possibly be the owner of Jinghong? Where did you get the funds to open a store? Yu Jiwan cast a dismissive glance at him, her tone laced with sarcasm. Why should I explain where my funds come from to someone like you, who is irrelevant to me? Who do you think you are? Yu Shaoze immediately stepped forward, displeased. Yu Jiwan, what kind of attitude is this? Hikaiwei, witnessing the exchange, warned sharply. Gentlemen, unless you wish to be escorted out by security, I suggest you mind your attitude towards our owner. The security personnel in the store immediately focused their attention on Yushochi and Yu Shaoze, as if awaiting a command from the owner to expel them at once. Why? Yu Shaoze was so enraged that he nearly stomped his feet. How dare you? When have I ever been humiliated like this in front of Yu Jiwan? Yushochi gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger for the moment. Very well, Yu Jiwan, since you are the owner of Jinghong, I must inform you that your designs are plagiarizing Wan Yan's work, infringing upon our Yu family's rights. As the head of the Yu family, I formally demand a public apology from you and the destruction of all your garments. What do plagiarizing Wan Yan? Upon hearing Yushochi's words, the crowd suddenly reacted. No wonder I thought Jinghong's designs looked familiar. They resemble Wan Yan's. Indeed, the style is strikingly similar to Wan Yan's. Could it be that such an appealing new brand is actually a copy? Disappointment rippled through the crowd, observing the public sentiment shifting in his favor. Yushochi smirked coldly, adopting a righteous tone. As is well known, Wan Yan only collaborates with the Yu family as our exclusive designer. Now someone shamelessly plagiarizes her work, attempting to ride on Wan Yan's coattails. Our Yu family has an obligation to seek justice for Wan Yan. His declaration was met with admiration from those who favored Wan Yan. The socialites and media reporters praised the Yu family for their integrity. The Yu family truly stands up for Wan Yan. What a commendable and principled company. Moments ago, Yu Shaoze narrowly escaped being expelled by Yu Jiwan's security. Harboring a pent-up frustration now, witnessing the tide turn, he eagerly anticipated seeing Yu Jiwan's flustered and disheveled expression, relishing the thought of her losing her imposing demeanor. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yu Jiwan stood there with an ethereal poise. Exuding an otherworldly grace, her face devoid of any panic, still breathtakingly beautiful. Why? Yushochi, you claim our design at Jinghong plagiarized Wan Yan. What evidence do you possess? Yushochi replied haughtily. Evidence? Are you attempting to divert the topic or stall for time? I tell you, the eyes of everyone here serve as evidence. It is evident to all present that your design bears an uncanny resemblance to Wan Yan's style. A chorus of agreement echoed among the attendees. Nodding in affirmation, indeed, anyone with discerning eyes could see the resemblance. Truly, Wan Yan's designs are imbued with a distinct personal flair. It is no small feat for others to emulate Jinghong. Why choose to copy Wan Yan specifically? That is tantamount to courting disaster. Do you comprehend Wan Yan's standing in the design world? Do you grasp how many admirers she has? I, for one, refuse to support a brand that rises by trampling upon Wan Yan's legacy. Unless Jinghong offers an apology and a satisfactory explanation, we shall unite in our boycott against Jinghong. Precisely, let us resist such a vile brand. In mere moments, several socialites, in defense of Wan Yan, resolved to commence their boycott against Jinghong. As Yushochi listened to the cacophony of condemnation, a flicker of smug satisfaction danced in his eyes. Why? Yu Jiwan, let us see how you turn this around. Jinghong, brace yourself for bankruptcy. Hikaiwei cast a worried glance at Yu Jiwan. Yu Jiwan glanced at the time on her wristwatch, a faint smile gracing her lips as she regarded Yu Shouqi with a gaze brimming with irony, as if observing an ignorant ant. Subsequently she turned to the camera, her visage striking and her voice clear and resonant. Earlier, due to time constraints, I failed to introduce our esteemed guests. All garments from Jinghong are designed by Wang Yan. Wang Yan is our chief designer. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. The atmosphere suddenly shifted into an eerie quietude, even causing two young journalists to nearly drop their cameras in shock. Wait, what? Did we hear that correctly? Yu Jiwan just claimed that Wang Yan is Jinghong's designer, and the chief designer. All the clothes displayed in the shop were designed by Wang Yan. Is this for real? In the suffocating silence, Yu Shouqi clenched his fists, sneering coldly. This is utterly absurd. Yu Jiwan, do you believe that fabricating such a lie will absolve you of the plagiarism accusations? Yu Jiwan shot him a derisive glance. Fabricate? Allow me to clarify that this was stated by Wang Yan herself. She said it herself. Suddenly, a tall journalist in the crowd exclaimed with excitement, "Look everyone, Wang Yan just posted on Weibo. She stated that she enjoyed collaborating with Jinghong." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately pulled out their phones, and indeed, they discovered that Wang Yan had posted just a minute prior, expressing her delight in being Jinghong's chief designer and indicating that her collaboration with the Yu family had concluded a month and a half ago. More importantly, Wang Yan attached a record of her conversation with Yu Shouqi, clearly stating that she had informed the Yu family of the termination of their collaboration a month and a half prior and that she would never work with them again. I cannot believe it. Wang Yan herself posted this on Weibo. Holy moly, Wang Yan has personally issued a statement confirming her collaboration with Jinghong. She truly is the chief designer of Jinghong. Oh my, everything Yu Jiwan said was indeed true. Wang Yan has validated it. Chapter 37, publicly announcing the severance of ties with the Yu family. Therefore, it is not plagiarism. The garments in Jinghong are indeed designed by Wang Yan. No wonder they resembled Wang Yan's distinctive style. How could they not, when this is Wang Yan's latest work? What on earth is Jinghong's background? They managed to recruit Wang Yan. At this moment, Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang stared at the Weibo post with blank expressions, their minds reeling, particularly Yu Shouqi, whose hand trembled as he held his phone, as if struck by a monumental blow. How could this happen? How could this be? Wang Yan has collaborated with Jinghong and has become its chief designer. Wang Yan, who had not responded to him for days, had chosen to work with Jinghong. Wang Yan had abandoned him. Abandoned the Yu family. Wang Yan no longer wanted him. Why Yu Jiwan remained unperturbed throughout, fully aware that the launch event would consume the day. Leaving no time for phone interactions, hence she had scheduled a Weibo post in advance, using Wang Yan's account to publicly declare that Wang Yan would be Jinghong's chief designer. That earlier post had been timed for release. Yu Jiwan turned her gaze to Yu Shouqi, whose face had drained of color, and with a stern expression she asked, "Now, what do you have to say?" At that moment, the others in the store began to grasp the situation. Wait, everyone look at the last part of Wang Yan's Weibo. She mentioned that she ended her collaboration with the Yu family a month and a half ago, and she has a chat record with Yu Shouqi as proof. Yet, during the Yu family's press conference, Yu Shouqi insisted that Wang Yan was ill and unable to provide new designs for the Yu family. Yet he was lying. It was a blatant lie. Has he lost his mind? Yu Shouqi knew full well that Wang Yan was no longer collaborating with the Yu family, yet he chose to lie in front of everyone. That is chilling to contemplate. It's outrageous. How dare he curse Wang Yan for being unwell? Ha, the Yu family has been leveraging Wang Yan's name to deceive us all. They are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. If not for Wang Yan personally posting her statement today, we would have remained oblivious for much longer. Moments ago, Yu Shouqi had boasted about how Wang Yan would surely present new designs at the next season's launch. What a shameless claim. In business, integrity is paramount, and the Yu family's actions are a disgrace to their credibility. Despicable, abominable. Since Wang Yan will no longer be associated with the Yu family, I will never purchase their clothing again. Boycott the Yu family. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, glared at Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang, their eyes brimming with contempt, even uniting to resist the Yu family. Why Yu Shaozi panicked, cold sweat trickling down his back. Brother, what are you doing? Yu Shaozi reached out to protect Yu Shangxiang, anxiously glancing at the dazed Yu Shouqi. Yu Shouqi seemed oblivious to the collective outrage, fixated on the Weibo post with a lost expression, muttering repeatedly, impossible. Impossible. He had previously enjoyed pleasant conversations with Wang Yan. Wang Yan had always treated him well. Moreover, when he first approached Wang Yan, she had readily agreed to collaborate with the Yu family, ignoring all other brands, exclusively assisting them. He had even entertained the thought that Wang Yan helped him solely because she was enamored with him, solely assisting the Yu family, and now Wang Yan was indifferent to him, having chosen to collaborate with Jinghong. He could not accept this. He could not accept it. He could not bear it. Impossible. It cannot be like this. Yu Shouqi appeared deranged, engulfed in the enormity of his shock, entirely unresponsive to his surroundings. Why Yu Shaozi could only hold him and Yu Shangxiang tightly. Why Yu Shangxiang gazed at Yu Jiwan, who stood resplendent and radiant outside the crowd. While she and the Yu family behind her were met with disdain and scorn, the disgrace fell not upon Yu Jiwan but upon them. Yu Shangxiang, on the verge of fury, felt a spark of determination in her eyes as she tearfully confronted Yu Jiwan. Sister, why did you take Wan Yan away from the Yu family? You know how vital Wan Yan is to the Yu family. Why would you treat your own family this way? These days, you haven't returned home. Mom and Dad are worried sick. Sister, we are family. Please, do not retaliate against the Yu family like this. I implore you. Why Yu Shaozi immediately felt a pang of heartache and pulled her back. Shangxiang, such a disloyal daughter. Seeking vengeance against her family, showing no filial piety towards our parents, she is not worth such deference. After speaking, Yu Shaozi glared at Yu Jiwan in dissatisfaction. How could she have poached Wan Yan from the Yu family, plunging them into peril and turning him, his brother, and Shangxiang into a public spectacle of ridicule? How could this wretched person be so cold-hearted, showing no regard for familial bonds? He was her own brother. The others in the store exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. After all, a clear-headed official cannot resolve family disputes. Why Yu Jiwan is the true daughter of the Yu family, having established Jinghong independently. Was she truly intent on challenging the Yu family? Was it, as Yu Shangxiang suggested, a quest for revenge against the Yu family? A trace of scorn surfaced in Yu Jiwan's exquisite features, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Am I seeking revenge against you? Wasn't the Yu family's press conference deliberately scheduled half a month early to target Jinghong? As her words fell, the journalist suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So that was it. No wonder we were puzzled by the Yu family's press conference being held half a month early. It was to target Jinghong, therefore, it was not Yu Jiwan seeking revenge against the Yu family, but rather the Yu family intentionally targeting Yu Jiwan. Unbelievable. Jinghong, a newly established brand, yet the Yu family, a major player, went to such lengths to suppress it. That is simply excessive. Wait, isn't Yu Jiwan the true daughter of the Yu family? Aren't they family? Amidst a cacophony of whispers, Yu Jiwan lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with clarity as she focused on the nearest camera. With deliberate enunciation, she boldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, seizing this opportunity today, I wish to make a public announcement, that is, I, Yu Jiwan, have severed ties with the Yu family and am no longer their daughter. Furthermore, my household registration has been transferred out of the Yu family, and from this moment forth, I hold no further connection with them." The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Severed ties? The household registration has been transferred? No longer a daughter of the Yu family? My heavens, what could have prompted this? I had previously heard whispers that the Yu family favored the false heiress, leaving the true daughter neglected and likely suffering great grievances. Otherwise, such a disconnection from one's own parents would seem unfathomable. This was no mere rumor, it was a long-standing truth within the elite circles, known to nearly all. The Yu family had a pronounced preference for the false heiress. Yu Shangxiang, just moments ago, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi had accused Jinghong of plagiarism, seemingly intent on ruining Yu Jiwan's reputation, casting her into despair. If their public demeanor towards her was so harsh, one could only imagine the depths of their disdain in private. Such treatment from a brother towards his own sister likely indicated a failure in parental guidance. It seems Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, the very parents, are hardly exemplary. How perplexing it is that Yu Jiwan, their own daughter and sister, could be cast aside so readily. Alas, some families are blinded by favoritism to an extreme. That false heiress is truly remarkable. Having so effortlessly ingratiated herself with the Yu family, as the discussion surged, Yu Shaozi stared blankly at Yu Jiwan, his expression one of bewilderment. How could she publicly renounce her ties to the Yu family with such resoluteness? Such clarity? Did she truly wish never to return to the Yu family? Chapter 38. Wan Yan is set to make her public debut. Listening to the critical murmurs of the crowd, Yu Shaozi, unusually calm, gazed at Yu Jiwan as though seeing her for the first time. Meanwhile, Yu Shangxiang bit her lip anxiously, paling at the implications. A sister, you truly leave no room for retreat. After her announcement, Yu Jiwan showed no desire for further discussion about her personal matters. With a charming smile, she graciously addressed the audience. Today marks the grand opening of Jinghong, and we warmly welcome your presence. Moving forward, both Jinghong and Wan Yan will continue to provide you with more exquisite designs. He Kaiwei, catching the moment, signaled to the nearby staff of the employees, brimming with excitement, rushed outside, igniting fireworks. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed, buzzing with renewed energy. The socialites promptly surrounded Yu Jiwan, clamoring, "Boss, I wish to purchase that signature piece from Jinghong." "And I was the first to express interest." Yu Jiwan beamed. "Jinghong offers a global limited edition of 10 sets. If you wish to purchase, please register for an appointment." He Kaiwei, recognizing the opportunity, chimed in. "Ladies and gentlemen, please register over here." A throng of eager individuals surged towards her. In no time, the pre-order requests surged. Those who failed to secure a purchase lamented, "Boss, 10 sets is far too few. Surely you could produce more." "In my opinion, 50 sets would still be insufficient." Yu Jiwan maintained her smile, resolutely refusing to yield. Jinghong aims to pursue a high-end branding strategy, and such limited dresses must indeed be valued for their rarity. Furthermore, the fabrics and the diamonds adorning the garments are extraordinarily precious and rare, not suited for mass production. Some customers, unable to obtain what they desired, sought to customize alternative styles, promptly upgrading to Jinghong's VIP membership. Before long, the order registrations in the staff's hands extended 2 months out. Since Wan Yan has now partnered with Jinghong, why should I continue to be a member of the Yu family? It's time to withdraw. Wait, did you see the news online? Wan Yan is set to make her public appearance. What? Where can I see it? It turned out to be a new post on the official Weibo account of the Genoa Fashion Design Competition. First of all, we congratulate Jinghong on its grand opening and wish for a delightful partnership with Wan Yan. We are thrilled to announce that Wan Yan has registered for this year's Genoa Fashion Design Competition. Furthermore, she informed the organizers that she will make her first public appearance at the event. Those eager to catch a glimpse of Wan Yan's true visage should stay tuned. The moment this post was released, it ignited a frenzy within the design community and quickly ascended the trending charts. Those socialites and affluent women who adored Wan Yan's designs were beside themselves with excitement. At last, we will behold Wan Yan's true face. To create such beautiful garments, she must possess exceptional grace. Oh, by the way, boss Yu, have you and Jinghong met Wan Yan in private? What does she look like? Yu Jiwan, with a gentle smile, replied, in 10 days at the Genoa Fashion Design Competition. You shall all find out. Among the crowd, Yu Shaozi, standing on the outskirts, watched as Yu Jiwan basked in the limelight, surrounded by admirers, his expression a mixture of emotions. Jinghong's grand opening was a resounding success. While the Yu family's new product launch had ended in disarray, not only did their sales remain stagnant, but many customers had also fled. Seizing the moment when attention waned, Yu Shaozi hurriedly pulled the dazed Yu Shouqi and Yu Shangxiang away. Retreating like a mouse escaping the gaze of cats, once they had taken a few steps, Yu Shouqi's phone rang. It was a call from Yu Changde Shouqi. What have you done, even through the phone? Yu Changde's fury was palpable, his voice laden with distress. Do you realize what is being said outside? They claim we mistreat you, Jiwan, that your mother and I are not fit parents, that we show no concern for our own flesh and blood. Yu Changde's anger surged, his chest heaving violently as he unleashed a torrent of invective. How could you allow Yu Jiwan to publicly sever her ties with the Yu family, making her household registration transfer known to all? How do you think the outside world perceives our family? They are mocking us. They say your mother and I are heartless. Yu Changde's escalating rage was so intense that even with Yu Shouqi holding the phone to his ear, Yu Shaozi and Yu Shangxiang could hear his tirade. Why Yu Shaozi's brow knitted tightly. He had never witnessed their father so enraged. The Yu family had been reduced to fodder for gossip. On the other end, Yu Changde grew increasingly irate. And then there's the company. Numerous VIP customers have called to cancel their pre-orders. They wish to withdraw from the Yu family membership. Do you have any idea how much business we are losing? Most troubling of all was that those who opted out of the Yu family membership were swiftly turning to purchase from Jinghong. With Jinghong's grand opening, the Yu family was left severely weakened. And how could that not infuriate him? The most vexing aspect was Wan Yan. Why collaborate with Jinghong of all choices? Meanwhile, Yu Shaozi observed his father's growing ire, while his older brother remained in a daze. Seizing the phone, he interjected, Dad, please rest assured, those customers lost to Jinghong, my brother, and I will certainly win them back. After soothing Yu Changde for a moment, Yu Shaozi hung up and turned to Yu Shouqi with a serious expression. Brother, what is wrong with you? You've been so distracted. Yu Shangxiang, concerned, added, perhaps brother is deeply affected by the situation with Wan Yan. Yu Shaozi understood that his brother held a particular attachment to Wan Yan. Throughout the past 2 years of collaboration between the Yu family and Wan Yan, it had always been Yu Shouqi who communicated with her. Yu Shaozi took a deep breath, placing his hands on Yu Shouqi's shoulders. Gazing intently into his eyes, brother, pull yourself together. Wan Yan is now collaborating with Jinghong, but that does not mean she will always remain with them. Wan Yan has previously worked with us, and her ties to us are undoubtedly stronger. She is merely momentarily swayed by Yu Jiwan. We have a significant opportunity to win Wan Yan back. Yu Shouqi, previously lost in thought, suddenly appeared animated at the prospect of reclaiming Wan Yan. His eyes, once shrouded in gloom now glimmering with a faint light. Is it truly possible? Yu Shaozi affirmed. Of course, Wan Yan is set to make her public appearance at the Genoa Fashion Design Competition. We shall approach her with sincerity, persuading her to leave Yu Jiwan and Jinghong and return to us. As thoughts of Wan Yan's imminent public appearance filled his mind, Yu Shouqi's gaze sharpened and became resolute. He did not believe that Yu Jiwan's connection with Wan Yan could rival his own. Over the past 2 years, he had maintained the closest contact with her, even knowing her texting habits. In essence, he had fostered the most intimate relationship with Wan Yan. Yu Jiwan was merely an interloper. Good. Yu Shouqi's expression returned to normal, his confidence restored. We will reclaim Wan Yan and ensure she abandons Jinghong. Delivering a resounding lesson to Yu Jiwan wishes to contest for Wan Yan, a mere dream. Jinghong aims to challenge the Yu family, an even greater folly. Chapter 39. What madness is this? Seeing Yushochi finally regain his composure, Yushaoza let out a sigh of relief. This is more like it, brother. Rejuvenate yourself. Our chances of success are substantial, Yu Shangxiang sweetly remarked. Indeed, big brother, Wan Yan shares the closest bond with you. As long as you engage in a good conversation with her, you will surely win her back. Yushochi nodded, no longer lost in despair over Wan Yan's abandonment. His mind began to function again. His brow slightly furrowed. It was strange. On that day, Xia Yuntang had said, "Of course I will support my sister-in-law's clothing brand," yet turned around to go to Jinghong. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Yushochi. Was the sister-in-law that Xia Yuntang referred to actually Yu Jiwan? Upon hearing this, Yushaoza's expression instantly changed in shock. Why Yu Shangxiang's legs turned to jelly, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Impossible. Yushaoza shook his head vigorously. How could this be? Yu Jiwan, of all people, worthy of such recognition, the only person Xia Yuntang would refer to as sister-in-law would be Xia Jingma's wife, and how could Xia Jingma possibly be interested in Yu Jiwan? Moreover, Xia Jingma and Yu Jiwan had hardly any interactions, they were practically strangers. Suddenly, Yushaoza had an epiphany, slapping his hands together. I understand, Xia Yuntang has always appreciated Wan Yan's designs. Perhaps he heard some gossip and already knew that Wan Yan had become the chief designer for Jinghong, which is why he diverted his attention there. Yes, that must be it. Yushaoza grasped Yu Shangxiang's shoulders. Shangxiang, don't panic. Aside from being more beautiful than you, Yu Jiwan is inferior in every other aspect. Xia Jingma is not the type to be swayed solely by looks. He would never ever be interested in Yu Jiwan. Rest assured, the position of Madame Xia belongs solely to you. Yushochi also felt that Xia Jingma and Yu Jiwan were worlds apart. Suppressing his inner doubts, he nodded. Xiaozi is right, Xia Jingma and Yu Jiwan are hardly acquainted, and as for Xia Yuntang, his admiration for Wan Yan's designs likely drew him to Jinghong. Shangxiang, don't worry. Mom's dad, and both brothers will ensure that you marry Xia Jingma as you desire. Why Yu Shangxiang displayed an understanding, considerate demeanor. Big brother, second brother, I believe in what you say, you are the best family I could ask for. Yushochi gently patted her shoulder and then squinted. Where did Yu Jiwan get the money to open her shop? It must be borrowed or perhaps taken out as a loan. Yushaoza scoffed. No matter how she obtained the funds, once we bring Wan Yan back and cause Jinghong to go bankrupt, Yu Jiwan will suffer immense losses and drown in debt. By then, she will have no choice but to return to the Yu family if for some inexplicable reason. Upon hearing Yu Jiwan publicly sever ties with the Yu family and witnessing her cold demeanor, Yushaoza felt a pang in his heart. Previously, her gaze towards him had been filled with familial affection and longing, yet now it had turned so frigid. Why Yushaoza could not fathom why he felt this way. But he was resolute in not allowing Yu Jiwan to sever her ties with the Yu family. He did not wish to hear her utter such harsh words again, they were grating on his ears. He must force Yu Jiwan back into the Yu family to continue being a part of it, to remain his sister under his guidance. Inside Jinghong, the store was bustling with customers, leaving Yu Jiwan too occupied to attend to Xia Yuntang. There was a lounge area at the back equipped with tea and snacks, and she suggested that Xia Yuntang take a seat for a moment. Understanding her predicament, Xia Yuntang did not press her and skipped off to the lounge. Hikaiwei approached with an order. Boss, take a look at today's sales figures and our inventory. Why Yu Jiwan glanced down. Suddenly a male voice excitedly called her name. Yu Jiwan. She looked up, her brow furrowing in surprise. It was Gu Chengfeng. He had seen the news about Jinghong in the Yu family's press conference online and was aware of everything that had transpired that morning. What astounded him the most was that Yu Jiwan was actually the owner of Jinghong. Gu Chengfeng hurried over, scrutinizing her from head to toe. How did you manage to open a shop? Where did you get the money? Who funded you? Yu Jiwan shot a glance at Hikaiwei, signaling her to continue with her tasks. Hikaiwei nodded and stepped aside. What I do with my finances is of no concern to you, Yu Jiwan replied flatly, her expression cool and distant as if cloaked in frost. Yu Chengfeng was taken aback, recalling how Yu Jiwan had been jealous of his interactions with his younger female acquaintances, which had colored her demeanor towards him. Yu Chengfeng cleared his throat, feeling awkward. And for the first time in front of a woman, he spoke in a subdued tone. Alright, I've cut ties with those younger sisters. Stop sulking. As the esteemed young master of the Gu family, I have gone out of my way for you, breaking my own rules for your sake. You should be satisfied with that. Demanding too much from a woman is hardly commendable. Why Yu Jiwan found his words perplexing. What was this man rambling about? Whether you cut ties or not has no bearing on me. She took a step back to distance herself from his antics. Yu Chengfeng, noticing her retreat, suppressed his irritation. Yu Jiwan, stop playing hard to get. Truth be told, you've missed me during this time when you haven't seen me or heard my voice. Haven to you. He flashed a devilish grin, spreading his arms wide, patting his chest. Come, let me embrace you and ease your longing. Why Yu Jiwan, is he deranged? She stared at him incredulously, as if regarding a simpleton. Yu Chengfeng, let me reiterate, we have broken up and have no further relations. Cease your harassment. Hearing the word breakup irked Gu Chengfeng, his brows knitting in frustration. Why Yu Jiwan, a little temper can be charming, but excessive sulking becomes annoying. I know you like me. I have some interest in you too. So why not just reconcile? At this, Yu Zhuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Who says I like you? Gu Chengfeng scoffed dismissively, his confidence unwavering, hands tucked into his pockets. You still have the audacity to deny it at this point. If you didn't like me, why did you agree to my pursuit? You have countless suitors. Why did you only agree to me if not for your affection? Almost forgetting that detail, Yu Zhuan's expression turned indifferent. I did not willingly agree to your pursuit. It was coerced by the Yu family. They publicly claimed it was to promote collaboration between the Gu and Yu families, but in reality, they resented my hindrance to Yu Shangxiang's engagement. What? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed, his casual demeanor vanishing as his body tensed. What did you say? The Yu family forced you to accept my pursuit? Yu Zhuan replied, yes, I would never agree to it of my own accord. Her clear words struck Gu Chengfeng like a thunderclap, his blood running cold. Chapter 40. The damned one. It took him several seconds to regain his voice, his gaze locked onto her. I don't believe you. You must be trying to provoke me. Why? Yu Zhuan's eyes were calm as water, like a tranquil pool under moonlight. If you do not believe me, you may confront the Yu family. Or you could call them now, and you will find out. Stop! Gu Chengfeng abruptly interrupted her, his eyes turning crimson as he cupped his ears. I don't believe it. With that, he turned and dashed out. Why? Yu Zhuan, was this young master performing in a drama? After Gu Chengfeng bolted, he ran straight to where he had parked his car. It was noon, and the sun blazed down, yet he remained oblivious, panting and standing vacantly beside his vehicle, though he claimed disbelief. Deep inside, he understood that Yu Zhuan would not lie to him. Her words echoed in his mind. If it were up to me, I would never agree to you. Never. It was the Yu family that pressured her. Not her own volition. She never liked him, from beginning to end. It was all his one-sided affection, a solo performance on his part. When she said they broke up, she meant it. It was not jealousy over his younger female acquaintances. She never felt jealous for him at all. That heartless woman. Gu Chengfeng felt a mix of anger and sadness, his temper flaring as he kicked the car door with a resounding thud, only to stub his toe painfully, sinking to the ground while clutching his foot, tears almost spilling forth. So what if Yu Zhuan doesn't like me? I don't like her either. What is so great about it? I am not short on women. Out of spite, Gu Chengfeng pulled out his phone, his fingers nearly breaking the screen as he dialed a younger female acquaintance named Chanxian. Come out and keep me company. Bring a few more people. Inside the bar's private room, the atmosphere was intoxicating, with music blaring and a crowd of men and women. Yu Chengfeng sat in the middle of the sofa, flanked by two alluring women. The woman to his left, named Chanxian, leaned against his arm, exhaling softly. Gu Xiao, would you like some grapes? Gu Chengfeng had been frowning since entering the room, seemingly preoccupied. Automatically he replied, I prefer green grapes. Chanxian immediately switched to green grapes, feeding them to him like a silk-sleeved handmaiden. The moment he caught the scent of the green grapes, he snapped back to reality. Those were Yu Zhuan's favorite. He had pursued her for 3 months and knew she adored green grapes. Green grape-flavored cake and candy. He himself was not fond of green grapes. Just now, he had unconsciously mentioned them, all because of that detestable woman Yu Zhuan. Gu Chengfeng's expression darkened. Never mind, switch to regular grapes. Qin Xin was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at him. Immediately she switched to a grape and delicately fed it to Gu Chengfeng, personally placing it at his lips. Then, she nestled into his embrace, her slender fingers gently tracing circles on his chest. Ji Xiao, why haven't you sought me out lately? Gu Chengfeng replied, that won't happen again. I will seek you out often. Qin Xin let out a playful giggle, lifting her chin, eager to plant a kiss on his cheek. Instinctively, Gu Chengfeng turned his head away to evade her. Qin Xin was once again taken aback. Ji Xiao. Ji Chengfeng was infuriated by his own reflexive action. Yu Zhuan had no feelings for him, so why was he trying to change his ways for her? What was he hesitating for? He should continue kissing her. Ji Chengfeng glanced at Qin Xin, who immediately leaned in for a kiss, planting a peck on his cheek. She then started to kiss her way down, aiming for his lips. However, just as her kiss was about to land on Gu Chengfeng's lips, he abruptly pushed her away and stood up. Qin Xin fell back onto the sofa, completely bewildered. Ji Xiao, what's wrong? The others in the private room heard the commotion and turned to look. Ji Chengfeng clenched his jaw in anger, his fists tightening, his eyes bloodshot. Boredom consumed him. There was no thrill in it anymore. The once cherished pastime felt utterly devoid of joy, tedious and uninteresting. The others in the room, chuckling, inquired, what's wrong with Gu Xiao? Is Qin Xin's kiss not sweet enough? Then just kiss her more. Qin Xin, why aren't you taking the initiative to kiss him? TSK, is Gu thinking about that woman? Yu Zhuan, just as the words left their lips, Gu Chengfeng suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes icy as he glared at the speaker. Get lost, all of you, get out. The laughter ceased abruptly, and everyone exchanged glances, unsure of why Gu Chengfeng had suddenly erupted in anger. What was wrong with this young master? Not daring to provoke him further, they promptly rose and discreetly exited the room. Silence enveloped the once boisterous space. Yu Chengfeng collapsed back onto the sofa, tilting his head back and wearily shielding his eyes with his hand. Yu Zhuan did not harbor feelings for him, not even a trace. How ridiculous, she had never liked him from the start. What did their 3 weeks of dating signify? He refused to believe that she had not felt even the slightest inclination towards him. After all, he was her first love. Yu Jiwon had even gifted him a red bean bracelet. Suddenly Gu Chengfeng sat up straight, cautiously retrieving the 18 red bean beads from his pocket. That day in the private room, when Yu Jiwon had snapped the bracelet and ended their relationship, he had collected all the scattered beads. He squinted and dialed Wei Chen, instructing him to bring a string suitable for threading the beads. Wei Chen, a good brother of Gu Chengfeng, was taken aback by the request. What on earth do you need a piece of string for? When Wei Chen arrived at the private room, he pushed the door open and asked, What do you need a broken string for? Gu Chengfeng placed the red bean beads on the coffee table without looking up. Just hand me the string. Wei Chen handed it over, his curiosity piqued. These red bean beads seemed rather familiar. Where had he seen them before? Gu Chengfeng took the string and meticulously threaded the red bean beads. However, his hand slipped, causing 2 beads to fall and roll onto the floor. In a panic, he kicked the trash can, retrieving 1 bead, while the other rolled beneath the sofa. Gu Chengfeng, disregarding the dirt, knelt down and reached under the sofa to retrieve it. Wei Chen watched in astonishment. What the hell, is this really Gu Xiao? Has he been possessed by something filthy? It's just a broken bead. Why is he treating it with such reverence? After several attempts, Gu Chengfeng finally retrieved the lost bead, gently blowing off the dust and wiping it with a wet tissue before threading it onto the string. Once all 18 beads were strung together, he tied a knot, which turned out somewhat unsightly. He tried again, but it remained ugly. Ultimately, he grew weary of fussing over it and happily adorned his wrist with the red bean bracelet. Wei Chen exclaimed, Wait, isn't this the string of red bean beads that Yu Jiwon broke in the private room that day? When did Gu pick it up? Gu Chengfeng concealed his hand. What is it to you? If you break it, it's on you. He refused to believe that during their 3 weeks together, Yu Jiwon had felt nothing for him. Perhaps she had developed feelings for him without realizing it. Yes, Yu Jiwon must have secretly harbored feelings for him, only unaware of them herself. He was determined to find proof of her affections and ignite her hidden love, making her fall for him all over again. Desperately and profoundly, thank you, madam, for granting me this title. At the Jinghong main store, Yu Jiwon brought some desserts to Xia Yuntang in the lounge. Thank you for promoting us today. Xia Yuntang waved dismissively. I only did a little promotion, but the orders are pouring in. Customers are willing to spend because of your prowess. After all, you managed to invite Wan Yan as the designer. Moreover, my brother and Xie Xiaozhou are still abroad on business and won't be back until tomorrow. Yu Jiwon nodded. If all goes well, then yes. A few days prior, Xie Jingma had to go abroad for a business trip to negotiate a multi-billion-dollar project, but he did not wish to go. Wanting to postpone his trip to help her with the grand opening of Jinghong. Yu Jiwon was utterly flabbergasted. Was the opening worth him delaying work? Wasn't that akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Besides, it was a multi-billion-dollar project whose importance was self-evident, yet Xie Jingma was completely unfazed, declaring that her opening was of greater significance. Yu Jiwon felt compelled to kneel before him. A new store for Jinghong couldn't even compare to a fraction of that multi-billion project. How had he concluded it was more important? What was more, this trip had been scheduled 2 months in advance, and reneging at the last minute was inappropriate. Thus, Yu Jiwon firmly pushed Xie Jingma onto the private plane. Ensuring he went on his trip as planned, she had wondered if Xie Jingma was so invested in Jinghong's opening because he had invested in it, fearing she might mess it up and cause him to incur losses. However, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Xie Jingma was not a person who valued trivial gains. He must genuinely care for her, perhaps even anticipating that the Yu family might stir up trouble. Wanting to support her, he truly was an impeccable husband, even if only in name, taking care of her in every aspect. It made her contemplate actually marrying him. As for why Xie Xiaozhou also went abroad, it was simply because he was participating in a car racing competition. He had a passion for racing, a sport that consumed money, but he lacked nothing but time and had even established his own racing club. Winning multiple championships, recently a racing competition was held in the same city where Xie Jingma was on business, so he eagerly tagged along with his brother. Xia Yuntang lamented, What a pity that my brother and Xie Xiaozhou won't witness the grand opening of Jinghong today. Just then, a nonchalant voice chimed in, Who says we won't see it? Yu Jiwon was momentarily stunned, half wondering if she had imagined it, before turning in astonishment to see Xie Xiaozhou leaning against the doorframe of the lounge. Casually holding a trophy, upon noticing their gaze, he playfully tapped his forehead with his fingers and waved forward, smiling with carefree abandon. Such a show-off, Yu Jiwon thought, stealing only a brief glance before turning her attention elsewhere. There, she spotted Xie Jingma, who was on the phone, seemingly engaged in business discussions, his lips occasionally uttering incomprehensible jargon. His phone was pressed to his ear, fingers elegantly poised, the cuffs of his black shirt rolled up, revealing his well-defined pale arms, veins prominent, exuding a captivating allure, as if he were not holding a phone, but rather a woman's waist, though he was conversing with someone on the other end of the line. His captivating eyes were fixed on Yu Jiwon, dark and intense, emanating an unmistakable aura of possession and desire, that overwhelming sense of longing felt as if it had accumulated over 2 days. drowning her in waves of yearning, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, intent on consuming her whole. Yu Zhuan's heart skipped a beat, her eyelashes fluttering in a rapid tremor as she instinctively averted her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes any longer, her chest felt inexplicably warm. He Kaiwei, who was also present, was evidently shaken as well, after Xie Jingma and Xie Xiaozhou arrived at the store and inquired about Yu Zhiwan. He Kaiwei had guided them to the lounge. At that moment, her mind was in disarray. Xie Jingma, the man of immense power and influence, whom countless wished to meet but could not, what on earth was her boss's status that even Xie Jingma sought her out? He Kaiwei swallowed hard, trembling as she turned to pour tea. Xie Yuntang, regaining her composure from the surprise, asked, "Why are you back early? Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow?" Xie Yunjiao smiled and said, "As for me, I completed my competition yesterday. As for our brother, he has been hastening his work overnight, and finally, this morning, he managed to finalize the crucial aspects of the project. The remaining finishing touches will be entrusted to his subordinate manager and the project team. Naturally, the reason for his urgency is to return and see his sister-in-law." His words took a convoluted turn, sounding both flamboyant and cheeky. Yu Zhiwan interjected. Xie Yuntang followed suit with a grin. Hee, I get it. I get it. Yu Zhiwan remained silent. Just then, Xie Jingma, having just finished a phone call, noticed the smiles on the faces of Xie Yunjiao and Xie Yuntang. He raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Yu Zhiwan, lowering his voice in self-mockery. "Well, this is bad. Everyone now knows I'm a devoted husband. Where shall I put my pride?" "Mrs. Xia," Yu Zhiwan replied. "What do you mean by devoted husband?" Before she could finish her thought, the man sighed dramatically. "Forget it. When it comes to pride, nothing is more important than my wife." Yu Zhiwan's cheeks flushed crimson, and inexplicably, her earlobes turned red as well. He Kaiwei entered with 2 cups of tea, placing them on the small table in the lounge. As she looked up the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of something silver on Xie Jingma's hand. Upon closer inspection, she saw he was wearing a simple ring, and it was on his ring finger. Xie Jingma is married." He Kaiwei's heart shattered anew. What sensational news this was. Wait, the design of the simple ring on Xie Jingma's hand. In the past few days, while preparing for the grand opening of Jinghong, He Kaiwei had been seeing Yu Zhiwan daily and had noticed the simple ring on her finger, and now the ring on Xie Jingma's hand was identical to Yu Zhiwan's same wedding band. He Kaiwei's heart was not merely shattered, it was on the verge of volcanic eruption. Seeing the expression on He Kaiwei's face, Yu Zhiwan knew she had discovered something. He Kaiwei, usually composed and perceptive, was now wearing such an incredulous expression, indicating she had noticed something significant. Yu Zhiwan had initially wished to keep her personal matters private, but she feared Xie Jingma might become sensitive and think she looked down on him. With a sigh, she decided to protect his fragile heart, introducing her friends to He Kaiwei. "This is my friend, Xie Yuntang, and this is Xie Yunjiao. You must have heard of their names, and this one." Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingma, cleared her throat, and said to He Kaiwei, "This is Xie Jingma, my husband. He might occasionally come to the shop to find me, so I wanted to inform you in advance." In an instant, He Kaiwei's pupils trembled. Did she just hear that correctly? Was this something she could comprehend? He Kaiwei was utterly shocked, barely managing to keep her composure. "All right, understood, boss," as He Kaiwei exited the lounge. Her legs felt weak, and her spirit was adrift. Her boss was indeed extraordinary. She was none other than the newlywed wife of Xie Jingma. In the lounge, Xie Jingma's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually unbuttoned 2 of his shirt buttons. Exuding a relaxed yet alluring demeanor, he looked at Yu Zhiwan, his lazy, charming peach blossom eyes shimmering with mirth. "Thank you, my dear wife, for giving me a title." Chapter 42, The First Kiss Stolen by the Wife. Yu Zhiwan responded. "What title are you referring to?" Xie Yunjiao wore a mischievous grin and signaled to Xie Yuntang with a knowing glance. "Oh, I just arrived at my sister-in-law's shop and know nothing about it. Would you take me on a tour?" The implication was clear. He wanted to create a private space for his brother and sister-in-law. Xie Yuntang, understanding the unspoken communication, immediately nodded in agreement. "Sure, let us go." As they chatted, they made their way outside. Xie Yunjiao handed his trophy to Xie Yuntang, saying, "Here, Xie Xiaotang, you can play with my trophy." Xie Yuntang took a look and remarked, "You managed to win the championship with skills like yours? You didn't T-crash, did you? No injuries?" Xie Yunjiao's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Of course not," Xie Yuntang haughtily huffed. "That's because I asked for a talisman for your safety," Xie Yunjiao retorted. "It's clearly my superior skills." Xie Yuntang scoffed. "With your pathetic skills, can you stop boasting? It's embarrassing." Sigh, "We really should have dealt with our little brother while he was still young, otherwise, he'll rebel every day when he grows up." Xie Yunjiao exclaimed. "Xie Xiaotang, how many times must I tell you to call me brother? Don't think I won't dare to hit you." Xie Yuntang was equally defiant, despite being born on the same day. How could he grow so much taller than her? The two exchanged playful banter, poking and pinching each other as they left the lounge, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Yu Zhiwan observed their dynamic and found it quite amusing. Racing is indeed dangerous, but Xie Yunjiao enjoys it, and while Xie Yuntang teased him about his skills, she had sought a talisman for his safety, clearly caring for him. As for Xie Yunjiao, he entrusted his championship trophy to Xie Yuntang for her amusement. It was no wonder they were twins, inherently close. Curious, Yu Jiwan asked Xie Jingma if they often bickered as children. Xie Jingma replied affirmatively, his gaze scrutinizing her. After just 2 days apart, he felt she appeared somewhat thinner. He resolved to ensure she regained her vitality. To Yu Jiwan, her eyes sparkling, guessed, then I presume Xia Yuntang won most of their arguments, right? Xie Jingma replied, more or less. Yu Jiwan continued, so they had just then. The man leaned closer. The distance between them suddenly narrowing to the point where a slight inclination could lead to a kiss. Yu Jiwan's heart raced. What are you doing? The man wore a half smile, teasing her. Why is Yu Jiwan so concerned about them? Why not inquire about my matters? The proximity was overwhelming. His warm breath brushed against her skin, sending tremors through her. She instinctively stepped back, attempting to create distance. What is there to ask? Xie Jingma found her reaction amusing. For every step she took back, he advanced forward, his presence exuding a captivating allure, his eyes glimmering with playful intent. What is there to ask? You may as well inquire if your husband had a crush during school. You could even ask if my first kiss is still intact. Or perhaps, you might inquire about the most sensitive spot on my body. Yu Jiwan exclaimed. What do you mean by the most sensitive spot? Is this something to discuss in broad daylight? Seeing that she was too shy to ask, he decided to disclose it himself. The man raised an eyebrow, his voice languid and teasing. As for the first kiss, it remains. Regarding the most sensitive spot. He seized Yu Jiwan's hand, as if intending to lead her to discover it. Yu Jiwan's eyelids fluttered, and she quickly withdrew her hand. No, that's unnecessary. The most sensitive spot on a man could only be one thing. She had no intention of exploring that. Wait, she had backed up to the door, her back pressed against the doorframe, yet he continued to advance, closing the distance between them, enveloped by his towering figure. The enticing scent of wood wafted into her nostrils. Yu Jiwan's heartbeat quickened inexplicably, nervously licking her lips. You should step back a bit. The girl's delicate tongue brushed against her rosy lips, glistening with moisture, causing Xie Jingma's gaze to darken, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. He gazed at her intently, his deep, magnetic voice carrying a sensual huskiness. I brought you a small gift. I haven't had the chance to give it to you yet. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. He returned from a business trip and even thought to bring her a gift. However, he had minimized his schedule to return home in just 2 days, likely busy beyond measure. Yet amidst such busyness, he still remembered to buy her a gift. Yu Jiwan felt her heart soften. In her past, whether with her foster parents or in the Yu family, no one had ever cared for her this way. Let us see if you like it. The man retrieved a small round box made of black velvet from his pants pocket. As he opened the lid, a pair of exquisitely crafted pearl earrings emerged, adorned with tiny diamonds shaped like butterflies in flight, both delicate and vibrant, embodying youthful exuberance. They were clearly suited for a girl of her age, while Xie Jingma claimed it was a small gift. The luster of the pearls and the quality of the diamonds indicated it was anything but inexpensive. Yu Jiwan's long eyelashes fluttered. Why did you suddenly think of giving me a gift? The man tilted his head casually, his tone implying it was only natural. Isn't it customary to give gifts to one's wife? Do you like it? Should I put it on for you? Yu Jiwan felt as if her heart had been gently tapped, stirring a flutter within her. Looking at him with her glistening eyes, she nodded. I like it very much. For reasons unknown, she wished to gift him something in return for his thoughtfulness. The lounge was dimly lit as Xie Jingma leaned down, gently pinching her delicate earlobe, softly placing the earrings on her. Yu Jiwan was not particularly ticklish, yet at that moment, she felt unexpectedly sensitive. The skin he touched ignited a warmth within her, a tingling sensation that reached deep inside, causing her heart to constrict slightly. Just as Xie Jingma finished adorning her with the earrings, her phone on the table suddenly chimed. Yu Jiwan instinctively turned to look. As a result, the light here is too dim. When Xie Jingma adorned her ears with earrings, he was exceedingly close to her. As she turned her head back, her cheek brushed directly against the man's lips, a fleeting contact. Yu Jiwan was momentarily stunned. Xie Jingma was equally taken aback. The soft, delicate, and sweet sensation caused his pupils to constrict suddenly, and his breath caught for a few seconds. He slowly straightened his body, his throat tightening, and a lazy yet seductive smile crept upon his lips. Now the first kiss was no more, it had been claimed by his lady. Pausing for a moment, the man's enchanting eyes curved gently, a triumphant and joyful expression spreading across his face. Wow, Wanwan, you now have to take responsibility for me. Yu Jiwan, still in shock, was suddenly wide-eyed upon hearing his words, forgetting her embarrassment. What responsibility? How can that be considered a first kiss? The man, unperturbed, inquired. Why doesn't it count? Yu Jiwan, flustered, retorted. I merely brushed my face against your lips. Not my lips against yours. A kiss on the lips is what counts as a first kiss. Alright. Xie Jingma nonchalantly raised an eyebrow, responding with an "oh." His gaze slowly descended, landing on the girl's rosy, plump lips, his eyes smoldering with dark desire. So kissing here counts as a first kiss, does it? Chapter 43. Baby, do you not want to part with me? Yu Jiwan's heart tightened suddenly, her spine tensing as the man's gaze remained fixed on her lips, an air of intimacy that made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Did he intend to? Before a complete thought could form, the man suddenly leaned in to kiss her. Yu Jiwan instantly held her breath. Her eyes widening, her back pressed tightly against the door, her delicate gaze shimmering with unshed tears, the man's strikingly handsome face loomed closer, and Yu Jiwan couldn't help but clench her fingers tightly. In the next moment, the man turned his head, not kissing her, but letting his prominent nose gently graze her soft cheek, a gesture imbued with a hint of affection. As if enduring to the extreme. His voice was husky and seductive, almost unbearably enticing. "Baby, don't be nervous, I was just teasing you." Yu Jiwan exhaled sharply, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her palms, her heartbeat racing as if it would leap from her throat. Her legs felt weak, uncertain whether from anxiety or his flirtation. Was he doing this on purpose? That naughty rascal. Wait, what did you just call me? Yu Jiwan, belatedly realizing the oddity of his earlier address, shot him a glance, her cheeks slightly puffed. "That term is a bit strange," Xie Jingma inquired with a playful glint in his flirtatious eyes, slightly reddening at the corners. "Baby, is it not permissible?" Yu Jiwan's heart fluttered, her previously calmed heartbeat quickening once more. "That term is rather peculiar, Xie Jingma." "In what way is it peculiar?" Yu Jiwan fell silent, striding over to the table to retrieve her phone. Xie Jingma observed her, his eyes narrowing playfully, his tone more dangerous than ever. "How did you and Gu Chengfeng address each other back then?" And thus the strange question arose again. Why Yu Jiwan shot him a glance. Her cheeks slightly puffed. "I didn't tea like him, so what terms could we have used? We just called each other by our full names." Curiously she asked, "By the way, have you ever been in a relationship?" "How did you address your girlfriend?" Xie Jingma lazily raised an eyebrow. "Sweetheart, you've taken my first kiss. Do you think I've had relationships before, Yu Jiwan? What nonsense are you spouting? What was that even? And that earlier moment, how could it be considered a first kiss?" Yu Jiwan chose to ignore him, focusing on the messages on her phone. However, the man leaned languidly against the table, one hand in his pocket, his demeanor insistent. "Who sent you a message that allowed Wanwan to take advantage of me in broad daylight?" "Yu Jiwan, who took advantage of you?" She felt embarrassed. "It's all that wretched phone's fault. If it hadn't rung, I wouldn't have turned back to look. If I hadn't turned, my cheek wouldn't have brushed against your lips." Yu Jiwan wore a pitiful expression, angrily tapping on her phone screen. Upon opening the message, her anger intensified. It was a spam text. Those infuriating spam messages had ruined her day. Today, Jinghong had a splendid opening with excellent performance, and the staff were bustling about all day. Yu Jiwan wanted to treat everyone to a meal as a reward. However, with Xie Jingma, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Yunju present, it was inconvenient due to their status. Therefore, Yu Jiwan transferred money to He Kaiwei, instructing her to take everyone out for dinner wherever they pleased to. "Wow, thank you, boss. I love you, boss." The employees cheered exuberantly, and He Kaiwei smiled. "All right, boss, I'll take everyone out," after giving a few reminders and letting them enjoy themselves. Yu Jiwan left the store, heading out for dinner with Xie Jingma, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Yunju. The four of them found a nearby restaurant. After dinner, Xie Yunju, grinning broadly, remarked, "Brother, we two lightbulbs won't disturb you and sister-in-law any longer. We re-off." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingma cast an approving glance at him. "Not bad, you understand. Why Yu Jiwan? But what on earth was he talking about?" After the Xie siblings departed, Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma strolled along the road for a while. As they walked, they suddenly heard the barking of a small dog by the roadside. It was just dusk, the streetlights had illuminated, and in the glow, they could see a small yellow dog lying in the grass, a small, somewhat dirty creature that appeared to be a stray. The little dog was quite well behaved, not aggressive, wagging its tail upon seeing them. Xie Jingma casually glanced at it before returning his attention to Yu Jiwan, only to find her gazing intently at the small dog, her eyes filled with an unspoken affection. Xie Jingma took her hand. "Do you like it? Shall we take it home and adopt it?" As soon as he spoke, he keenly noticed the girl stiffen, her complexion paling slightly, not looking at the dog anymore, seemingly avoiding the subject. "No need, we don't need to adopt it." She repeated this twice, her tone rigid, striding forward. "Don't look, let us head home quickly." Xie Jingma watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Something was off with her emotions. She seemed a bit frightened, but it was more than mere fear. What could be the matter? On the way home, Xie Jingma kept a close eye on Yu Jiwan's emotional state. Despite her efforts to appear unaffected, he discerned her distress. After nearly 20 minutes, she finally managed to calm down. Upon arriving at Lanchi Garden, Xie Jingma leaned in to unbuckle her seatbelt, casually stating, "I have to return to the office for a bit. You rest at home first." Why Yu Jiwan was taken aback. "Going back to the office at this hour? What is so urgent?" The man chuckled softly, his voice sultry. "Is my baby reluctant to part with me, Yu Jiwan? Hurry up and leave, go now." Seeing this, the man shook his head, adopting an expression of a wronged husband gazing at a heartless woman. Sighing, "To take advantage and deny it is one thing, but to be so fierce to me is another." Why Yu Jiwan was momentarily stunned, her expression frozen. When had she ever been fierce with him? And as for that earlier matter, how often would he bring it up? Yu Jiwan exited the car, looking at him through the window with a serious expression. "Xie Jingma, you're sleeping on the couch tonight." "Xie Jingma," Yu Jiwan maintained her poker face. "Now that's what you call being fierce." With that, she turned on her heel, striding toward the living room. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, his throat rolling as he chuckled softly. Watching her retreating figure lazily calling out, "Wan Wan, you were really fierce just now." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiwan proudly lifted her chin, continuing without looking back. However, the next moment, so fierce, yet so adorable, Yu Zhiwan stumbled slightly. Nearly losing her balance, she shot him an irritated glare. Fierce as ever, Xie Jingma, satisfied by his wife's fierce glare, started the car and drove away, feeling pleased that she was showing a bit of her temper. Yu Zhiwan thought that Xie Jingma was going back to the office for overtime. However, after exiting Lanqi Garden, he took a different route, one that did not lead to the office. Chapter 44, Discovering Xie Jingma's Secret. Recently, Yu Zhiwan's aunt's daughter had undergone surgery due to illness, and last week she was discharged from the hospital. Xie Jingma accompanied Yu Zhiwan to visit her aunt's house. The direction the car was heading now was indeed towards her aunt's home. Upon arrival, Su Yingzi heard the doorbell, opened the door, and upon seeing Xie Jingma, her face lit up with joy. "Jingma, you're here, come in quickly." As she spoke, she glanced behind him. Xie Jingma, with his noble demeanor, replied, "Aunt, Wan Wan did not come. Apologies for the late visit, but it concerns Wan Wan, and I could not wait until tomorrow." Su Yingzi, hearing this, grew anxious. "Concerning Wan Wan? What happened? Is she in trouble?" Xie Jingma reassured her, "Please don't worry. Wan Wan is fine. It's just that this evening, while we were taking a walk, we came across a stray dog." After leaving his aunt's house, Xie Jingma sat in the car, a heavy cloud of gloom enveloping him. He had only just learned that Yu Zhiwan had endured such experiences during her childhood with her foster parents. No wonder when he asked her about adopting the dog, she had displayed such a fearful expression. Xie Jingma closed his eyes. The 8-year-old girl, who had regarded that little dog as a friend, had witnessed it being brutally slaughtered by her foster father, forced to consume its flesh. How despairing and helpless she must have felt at that tender age. When he reopened his eyes, an icy chill surrounded him, his gaze filled with a chilling ferocity. He had never felt such regret, regretting not meeting her sooner to rescue her from her suffering. That scoundrel of a foster father, the wretched Song Jipeng, is merely confined to prison. Such a fate is far too lenient for him. Xie Jingma retrieved his mobile phone, his expression darkening as he dialed a number. That very night, Song Jipeng received special attention, enduring a severe lesson at the hands of the other inmates. Bewildered as to whom he had offended, he found himself battered to the brink of death. Reduced to a frightened shadow of his former self, yet, the group of inmates showed no signs of relenting, frequently reminding him of his predicament. Dai and the Langziyuan, Yu Zhiwan, after finishing her bath, made her way to the study. This was a space meticulously arranged for her by Xie Jingma, conveniently located beside the master bedroom, bright and airy, perfect for her to sketch design drafts or engage in other pursuits. Just as she settled at her desk, her phone buzzed incessantly with private messages from Yu Shochi directed at Wan Yan. "Teacher Wan Yan, why are you collaborating with Jinghong? Someone like Yu Zhiwan is not worth it." She severed ties with her own parents. "She is nothing but a rebellious and unfilial person. Teacher Wan Yan, please pay attention to me. I truly cannot live without you. I need you. As long as you acknowledge me, I am willing to do anything you ask." Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Truly, one cannot shed tears until faced with the grave. The Genoa fashion competition was just 10 days away, and she intended to publicly unveil Wan Yan's identity. Plunging the Yu family into utter despair, with Yu Shochi's relentless messaging becoming a nuisance, she promptly blocked him and exited the Wan Yan Weibo account. Her mind, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Xie Jingma. She wished to present him with a token of gratitude for his care, but what could she possibly gift him? Yu Zhiwan found herself in a quandary, almost wishing to bang her head against the desk in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Why not design a piece of clothing for him? His physique was so exceptional, he was practically a natural model. If he were to don a uniform, he would undoubtedly captivate everyone. However, her expertise primarily lay in women's fashion, and she had never formally designed menswear. The world knew that Wan Yan had never crafted male garments. Propping her forehead with one hand, she tapped her chin with a pencil. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that her first official design for men's clothing would be a gift for Xie Jingma. Such a present would carry profound significance. No other man would possess it. Xie Jingma was unique. Yu Zhiwan's eyes brightened as the idea became increasingly appealing. Indeed, she would personally design a garment for him. Once the design was complete, it must be brought to fruition, but she was uncertain of Xie Jingma's measurements. Rising, she scurried into the cloakroom in her slippers, rifling through Xie Jingma's shirts. To her dismay, she discovered they were custom-made, lacking any size tags. She rummaged through his trousers, only to find the same absence of labels. Yu Zhiwan pouted, skeptical of this misfortune, as she continued her search. Alas, in her fervor, her hand inadvertently brushed against his underwear. Why? Yu Zhiwan's scalp prickled, her fingers recoiling as if scalded, her earlobes flushed crimson. In that moment, she realized that her clandestine exploration of Xie Jingma's clothing might come off as rather perverse. Just then, the sound of a car engine erupted from the garden outside. Xie Jingma had returned. Panic surged within Yu Zhiwan as she hastily restored his clothes and dashed back to the study, feigning deep concentration on her design sketches. As Xie Jingma passed by the study, he noticed the door ajar and raised an eyebrow in surprise. So late at night? Are you still busy, my lady? Yu Zhuan, feeling guilty, dared not lift her head. I have a few matters to attend to. You should rest first, Xie Jingma replied. That must he keep vigil alone, don't work too late. Get some rest. Why Yu Zhuan pretended to be engrossed in her writing. Understood. Noticing her persistent downward gaze, Xie Jingma frowned slightly, pondering whether she was reminded of a childhood incident involving a stray dog. Was she grieving over past traumas? She kept her head lowered, seemingly unwilling to reveal her emotions to him, reluctant to exhibit her sorrow. In truth, it was perfectly acceptable. All her vulnerabilities could be laid bare before him. Observing the girl's fragile silhouette, Xie Jingma approached compassionately, ruffling her hair. Wanjie, it's alright. Why Yu Zhuan froze. Is it alright even if I inadvertently touched your underwear? Xie Jingma bent down, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Pulling her gently into his embrace. Don't overthink it, dear. Yu Zhuan could only think, how can I not overthink it? She truly felt that her earlier actions were quite akin to those of a voyeur. Xie Jingma lightly brushed his chin against the crown of her head, his tone filled with tenderness. Don't be alone, let me keep you company, shall we? Yu Zhuan blinked, sensing something amiss. She looked up to find him gazing at her. His peach blossom eyes brimming with warmth, akin to an enchanting temptress. Wait a moment, was it merely a fleeting touch of his underwear that warranted such a gaze? Confused, Yu Zhuan scratched her head. I am done here, you needn't accompany me, let us head back to sleep. Xie Jingma assumed she was putting on a brave front, and his gaze grew even more affectionate. Alright, I'll do as you wish. Yu Zhuan wondered, what, perhaps she had indeed crossed into the realm of peculiarity. After all, it was an accidental brush, primarily aimed at discerning his clothing size for the design. The following morning, Yu Zhuan visited Jinghong. As she approached the store entrance, she unexpectedly collided with a stylishly dressed, well-maintained middle-aged woman exiting the shop. Why Yu Zhuan abruptly halted, her pupils dilating in shock. This middle-aged woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Xie Jingma's mother. Having seen family photographs during her visit to Xie Jingma's ancestral home, she recognized what his parents looked like, yet Xie Jingma had mentioned that his parents had passed away many years ago. During his childhood, the woman had already exited the store, and Yu Zhuan turned her head in astonishment. The resemblance was strikingly uncanny. In broad daylight, a cold chill coursed through Yu Zhuan's body. Her hair standing on days, she fumbled for her phone and dialed Xie Jingma. Chapter 45. He is a deity. Once the call connected, Yu Zhuan gradually regained her composure, her eyes fixated on the figure of the middle-aged woman receding into the distance. Perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken identity. The woman appeared well preserved, with a few faint wrinkles adorning her face, and her features resembled those of Xie Jingma's mother, but then again, it could be nothing more than a superficial resemblance? Yu Zhuan recalled that the topic of Xie Jingma's parents was a sensitive subject for the Xie family, one that should not be trifled with. Surely there were matters not meant for outsiders to know. Would it be inappropriate to question Xie Jingma about this? As this thought crossed her mind, she contemplated hanging up, only for the call to be answered almost instantaneously. A rare occurrence indeed, for Mrs. Xie to take the initiative to call. The man's voice, deep and magnetic, dripped with evident mockery and jest. I should jot this down. Why Yu Zhuan felt momentarily taken aback. He truly had no end to his antics. Constantly remembering to record trivial matters, the man chuckled lazily. Feel free to curse me in your heart, but don't forget to mention what you need from your husband. Why Yu Zhuan stammered. Not at all. I haven't cursed you, yet. Direct inquiry posed a dilemma for her. Biting her rosy lip, she hesitated for several seconds before finally speaking. Well, I encountered a person at the entrance of Jinghong. It was a middle-aged woman, and I couldn't help but notice her resemblance to your mother. The moment her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the line. When he finally spoke again, the previous lightheartedness was replaced with a calm, measured tone. It's merely someone who bears a resemblance, nothing extraordinary. At that moment, Yu Zhuan stood at the store entrance, her head bowed, her toes upsetly tapping against the ground. She was not foolish. She could discern the shift in Xie Jingma's demeanor. As expected, matters concerning his parents were not for her, an outsider, to broach. Not wishing to delve into his painful memories, she opted not to press further and said upon reflection, I too believe it must be a case of mere resemblance. Seamlessly transitioning the topic, she inquired, by the way, when is your birthday? Has it already passed this year? Xie Jingma responded with surprise. My birthday? Yes, if it hasn't occurred yet, I'd like to prepare a gift for you in advance. In exchange, I can share my birthday with you. The man chuckled softly, his tone nonchalant. Isn't your birthday on December 15? Yu Zhuan gasped. How did you know? After a brief pause, his voice came through, casual yet revealing a hint of mischief. I glanced at your ID when we registered our marriage. Why Yu Zhuan was taken aback. He was quite observant, she hadn't even thought to check his ID. December 15. The man's voice carried a playful undertone. A rather fine date. This, Yu Zhuan's lips curved into a smile, her exquisitely crafted features lighting up with joy reminiscent of the radiant spring sun. Indeed, it was a splendid day, as December 15th was also the auspicious day for his company. Reflecting on it, the announcement of this lucky day had created quite a stir. According to rumors, Xie Jingma had personally drawn the date from a selection of 365 days. Choosing December 15. On that day, he granted all employees of the Xie Corporation a paid holiday and orchestrated a grand fireworks display at midnight, wishing a happy birthday to all born on that day. This tradition had commenced 3 to 4 years prior. Yu Zhuan held a fondness for this lucky day, as it afforded her a small token of birthday cheer in her previous life with her foster parents. She never celebrated her birthday, only on her brother's birthday would her foster mother buy a cake, yet it was never meant for her. She could only stand by and watch. Later, upon returning to the Yu family, she discovered that she shared her birthday with Yu Shangxiang each year. The Yu family would exuberantly prepare a lavish birthday banquet all in honor of Yu Shangxiang, the little princess of the evening. She would merely exist in the corner, overshadowed and overlooked. Heaven knows how envious Yu Zhiwan felt towards Yu Shangxiang during those times. No one ever cherished her, nor had anyone ever celebrated her birthday. She had even heard that the Jianin temple in the outskirts of Beijing was quite miraculous, and she had gone there to pray, hoping for just a smidgen of divine favor that would suffice for her contentment. She remained uncertain whether she had indeed received such favor. However, she knew that later, at an event hosted by the Xie Group, Xie Jingma had drawn the lucky date of December 15. At the stroke of midnight on that December 15th. A grand display of fireworks lit up the sky, spelling out, "Happy birthday to you born on December 15." As Yu Zhiwan gazed at the dazzling fireworks illuminating the city, her eyes brimmed with tears. Even if it were mere coincidence she had received a kind birthday wish, she understood that the fireworks were not specifically for her, yet she had surreptitiously claimed a fragment of birthday blessing. From that day forth, she eagerly anticipated the midnight fireworks each December 15, as if it were a ritual, a chance to borrow a birthday wish that belonged to her for a prolonged period. She had believed her very existence was a sin. Her birth was marked by misfortune and suffering. Even December 15 held a dreary connotation. However, after Xie Jingma drew that fateful date, she gradually began to perceive her birthday in a different light. As something that could be anticipated, imbued with a sense of fortune. Xie Jingma, I am truly curious. Yu Zhiwan's curled lashes fluttered as she inquired, her face aglow with charm. How did you manage to draw December 15 from among 365 days? The odds are simply minuscule. The man lowered his gaze with a languid smile, exuding an effortless allure. Perhaps I was just lucky. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiwan's eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling with delight as she grinned. Then I wish you continued good fortune. After hanging up the phone, Yu Zhiwan stepped into the store. He Kaiwei, who had been observing her chatting outside, cheerfully asked, "Boss, who were you on the phone with? You looked so happy." Yu Zhiwan paused, her delicate fingers brushing her lips, still wearing an unconscious smile. It dawned on her that she had been so blissfully unrestrained in front of Xie Jingma, vibrant and full of life. Even able to indulge in moments of playful petulance without suppressing herself. In her former life with her foster parents and at the Yu household, she had always conformed, sought approval, and endured belittlement and disdain. This realization struck her hard, and she furrowed her brow in distress, her small face scrunching up in concern. The more she thought about it, the more she appreciated Xie Jingma. What would she do if, after a year, they were to part ways and she found herself unwilling to let go? Chapter 46, a bold move by Mr. Xie. After discussing with He Kaiwei, Yu Zhiwan concluded that in addition to the physical storefront, an official online flagship store for Jinghong should also be established. The significance of online shopping as a vital channel could not be overlooked. At noon, Yu Zhiwan had a simple lunch at the store. In the afternoon, she made a detour to the school for 2 classes. Just as she exited the school gate after her classes, she received a call from He Kaiwei. "Boss, a peculiar customer has just arrived at the store. Claiming he wants to buy all the clothes." Yu Zhiwan was taken aback at first, then cautiously asked, "Such a grand gesture, buying everything would cost quite a sum." The shop was bustling with customers, and it was somewhat noisy, prompting He Kaiwei to move to a quieter spot. The male customer said he would only place the order if he could meet the owner of Jinghong. Yu Zhiwan raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Meet me?" He Kaiwei replied. I inquired further, and he said his surname is Gu Chengfeng. Why? Yu Zhiwan's expression soured. This lunatic, what is he up to now? I've already ended things with him and made it clear that I had only agreed to his pursuit out of necessity. Why is he back? On the day we broke up at the billiards hall, didn't Gu Chengfeng say he was just playing around? What does this mean now, spending so much money just to see me? Her tone turned icy. Tell him I won't meet. He Kaiwei, seasoned and perceptive, recognized the complexity of the situation from Yu Zhiwan's tone and lowered her voice. The customer said that if you don't see him, he will wait in the store until you do. A flicker of derision crossed Yu Zhiwan's eyes, then have the security escort him out. We can't let him disrupt the business. Understood, I'll call security right away. In the Jinghong store, Gu Chengfeng was humiliated as he was escorted out by security in front of everyone, his face burning with rage. When had he, a wealthy heir, ever endured such disgrace? This Yu Zhiwan was clearly taking advantage of his affection for her. In a fit of anger, he stormed over to the Yu Corporation headquarters, disregarding his assistant's attempts to stop him, and barged into the president's office. Upon entering, he was met with a nauseating stench of alcohol. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand in front of his nose, frowning as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him, empty liquor bottles strewn about, and there sat Yu Xiaoji in a daze. His bloodshot eyes and unshaven jaw betraying his disheveled state. Yu Shangxiang quietly wept in a corner, while Yu Xiaozi looked on with concern, snatching a half-empty bottle of alcohol from Yu Xiaoji's grasp. Big brother, stop drinking. Gu Chengfeng stared in disbelief at the disarray unfolding before him. What the hell, is your brother out of his mind? You're the one who's out of your mind, Yu Xiaozi retorted. My brother hasn't returned home all night, and when Shangxiang and I came to check on him today, this is what we found out. We learned that it was because of Wang Yan that he got blacklisted. Employees outside the office, catching a whiff of the pervasive alcohol scent, couldn't help but steal glances inside. Good grief, was this really their astute and composed President Yu? How had he become such a wretched drunken mess? Yu Xiaozi slammed the office door shut, cutting off the prying eyes from outside. Yu Chengfeng, rendered speechless, turned to Yu Xiaoji. You act like you're on the brink of death just because Wang Yan blacklisted you. But when Yu Zhiwan did the same, you didn't seem to care at all. Yu Zihiwan. Yu Xiaoji mumbled the name, suddenly glaring with fury, his eyes wild with rage. Don't mention Yu Zhiwan to me. That harbinger of doom, that calamity, she is the one who took Wang Yan away from me. Why hasn't that scourge met her end yet? No one understood the significance Wang Yan held for him. It had been the greatest crisis since he took over the Yu Corporation, with the company's development plummeting and operations deteriorating. The board members, a bunch of old fossils, had secretly looked down on him, claiming he couldn't bear the weight of the Yu family legacy, labeling him a mere decorative figure, predicting the downfall of the Yu Corporation under his stewardship. But he endured sleepless nights, turning to sleeping pills in vain, until he finally mustered the courage to approach Wang Yan, who surprisingly agreed to collaborate with him. With Wang Yan's involvement, the Yu Corporation began to flourish, and the once derisive board members sang his praises, declaring him the most capable successor. His successes, his glory, were all thanks to Wang Yan. With her by his side, he felt at ease. He had often envisioned a future where they would join forces to elevate the Yu Corporation to the pinnacle of the industry, expanding internationally and conquering new territories. Yet now Wang Yan had cast him aside, she ignored him and had even blacklisted him. His faith wavered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yu Xiaozi hurriedly opened a window to disperse the alcohol odor before allowing the person outside to enter. The marketing department manager, visibly distressed, entered with a report in hand. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoji in such disarray, he froze momentarily before becoming increasingly anxious. Heavens, the company can't be on the verge of collapse, can it? President Yu, the marketing manager stammered. Today, yet another VIP client called to cancel their order with the Yu Corporation. I've analyzed past sales data, and among all our clients, 78 were drawn by Wang Yan's designs, and now that she has left for Jinghong, this poses a significant disadvantage for us. Moreover, with the public fallout regarding Yu Zhiwan severing ties with the Yu family, the external perception is that the Yu family has treated their own daughter cruelly, which severely tarnishes the reputation of the Yu Corporation. Our stocks are plummeting. It's truly adding insult to injury. Yu Xiaoji remained in a dazed stupor, seemingly oblivious to the manager's words. Yu Xiaozi was beside himself with worry. Understood, the board will make a decision promptly. You may leave now. After the marketing manager exited, Yu Shangxiang tear-streaked, lamented, Big brother, second brother, it's all my fault. I'm utterly useless and can't help the family at all. Yu Xiaozi was too frazzled to comfort her. She truly was of no assistance. Yu Xiaoji, clutching his phone, stared blankly at the chat page with Wang Yan, unable to send another message after being blacklisted. He yearned desperately for the day when Wang Yan would make a public appearance. He would do whatever it took to win her back. He even contemplated pursuing her romantically, hoping to make her his girlfriend. Then, she would never abandon him again. Before long, time sped by, and there were less than 5 days until Wang Yan's public appearance. That morning, after finishing breakfast, Yu Zhiwan planned to return to her high school, City No. 1 High School. Previously, in order to earn credits, she had signed up as a volunteer for the autumn sports meet at City No. 1 High School. To her surprise, the autumn sports meeting of the first high school was postponed until October. Upon arriving at her alma mater, the playground was filled with exuberant students, creating an atmosphere of lively excitement. Yu Zhiwan was tasked with recording the results of the 200-meter race. The competition would not commence for another half hour, so she donned her volunteer badge, settled herself at the table, and took out her phone, intending to capture a photograph of her high school for Xie Jingma, as this was also his alma mater. Zhiwan, suddenly, a handsome boy with an elegant demeanor approached, his smile radiant like the sun. You signed up as a volunteer too? I did as well, over there, recording the high jump results. Yu Zhiwan looked up, realizing it was Lin Xiang, a university classmate. Although they were in different classes, they shared the same major, fashion design. Lin Xiang pulled over a chair and sat beside her. By the way, Yu Zhiwan, have you registered for the Genoa fashion design competition? Yu Zhiwan nodded. I have. Lin Xiang smiled. I signed up too, knowing I probably won't win, but I thought it would be a good experience. As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Zhiwan, his ears slightly reddening. Yu Zhiwan, how about we add each other on WeChat? We can discuss the competition together. While Yu Jiwan felt no need to discuss with anyone, she found it impolite to refuse, so she nodded in agreement. Lin Xiang was instantly overjoyed. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, he shyly scratched his head. Ziwan, how about I treat you to lunch later? I heard there's a popular food street nearby. Why? Yu Jiwan's eyelids flickered slightly. She had never been without admirers, and she sensed something was amiss. She placed her hand on the table, attempting to subtly reveal her ring, hoping Lin Xiang would withdraw on his own. However, she suddenly realized, where was her ring? Where was her wedding band? Why was it missing? A chill ran down her spine. What if Xie Jingma found out she had lost the ring? Would he be angry? Yu Jiwan immediately pushed her chair back and began searching the ground, hoping it had fallen nearby since she had been sitting there. Lin Xiang looked puzzled. As Yuan, what are you looking for? Just then, a low, sultry male voice drifted towards her. I believe she's in search of this. Lin Xiang looked up to see a man with a wedding certificate hanging around his neck standing behind Yu Jiwan. His eyes widening in surprise. Lin Xiang, when Yu Jiwan turned around, her expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. Chapter 47. Why is the lady taking advantage of me? Yu Jiwan stared at Xie Jingma, who had the wedding certificate draped around his neck, her heart sinking. How could he actually have put it around his neck? He had somehow procured a transparent plastic card holder, slipped the wedding certificate inside, and hung it around his neck, the bright red cover and the bold yellow letters of wedding certificate glimmering in the light wherever he went. Why? Yu Jiwan could hardly bear to look at him. What are you doing here, and dressed like that? Xie Jingma, unfazed by his peculiar appearance, raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Madam, you left your ring at home, so I brought it to you on my way. The ring? Lin Xiang, who had been staring agape at the wedding certificate around the man's neck, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing about the ring. Wait, what did this man call Yu Jiwan? Xie Jingma took Yu Jiwan's hand and helped her slip the ring back onto her fourth finger before glancing at Lin Xiang, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his tone laced with an unspoken challenge. This classmate of mine, is he a friend of my wife? Upon hearing the words my wife, Lin Xiang's eyes widened in shock. Why Yu Jiwan is married? When did she start dating? His first reaction was disbelief, but her husband was flaunting their love by wearing the wedding certificate around his neck. Stunned, Lin Xiang swallowed hard, stammering, hello, I'm a classmate of Yu Jiwan. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Lin Xiang felt utterly embarrassed to pursue Yu Jiwan further, quickly making his exit. That man exuded an intimidating aura, and besides, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Jiwan's husband resembled the well-known Xie Jingma. But would Xie Jingmo really wear a wedding certificate around his neck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After all, this was Xie Jingmo. How could he engage in such a ridiculous display of affection? As Lin Xiang hurried away, Yu Jiwan sighed in relief. This potential romantic interest had been effectively thwarted. The playground was bustling with students, and Xie Jingma's ostentatious display of the wedding certificate drew many curious glances, unable to tolerate it any longer. Yu Jiwan reached out to cover the wedding certificate. Could you please take that off? It's too embarrassing. The man chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing. Where are your hands wandering? Are you trying to take advantage of me in broad daylight? Yu Jiwan, flustered and annoyed, withdrew her hand. I wasn't touching you. I just want you to remove the wedding certificate. Also, why are you here at school? Xie Jingma cast a sidelong glance at her hand, inexplicably remarking, it's quite soft. Why? Yu Jiwan, dressed casually in a loose white t-shirt, Xie Jingma appeared tall and slender, effortlessly charming. The wind tousled his black hair and the fabric of his shirt billowed, giving him the carefree air of a newly graduated high school student. He pulled out a chair and sat beside Yu Jiwan, then lazily reclined. My high school teacher saw my WeChat moments and couldn't believe I got married, insisting on seeing my wedding certificate. As a dutiful student, of course, I had to oblige. Why? Yu Jiwan's lips twitched slightly. A good student, who was reported for fighting by the entire school and left teachers both exasperated and affectionate. Xie Jingma stretched his long legs and suddenly shot her a teasing glance. What a coincidence, I happened to see a boy adding my wife on WeChat and inviting her to lunch. It seems that my Jiwan has quite a few admirers. He leaned closer, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. What do you think of that, boy? Am I interrupting anything? Yu Jiwan detected an undercurrent of sarcasm in his tone and playfully punched his arm. What do you mean? What do I think? Stop talking nonsense. I was actually going to use my ring to signal to him that I am married, but now it's gone. Not be. By the way, where did I leave my ring? At home. Xie Jingma, having been playfully punched, took her hand and gently rubbed it as if to ease any discomfort. It's on the dressing table in the master bedroom. Why? Yu Jiwan recalled that she had taken off the ring while applying hand cream and forgotten to put it back on. The playground was bustling with activity, and since this was the area for the 200-meter race, students would soon be passing through. Looking at the wedding certificate around his neck, she felt exasperated. How long are you planning to wear that? Please take it off. It's so embarrassing. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. Embarrassing? He gazed at her for several seconds, his expression turning somber as he lowered his eyes. I knew it, Ejuan. Deep down, you don't like me. You find it shameful to be married to me, don't you? Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook her head, realizing her previous comment might have been too harsh. I don't dislike you. Nor do I think you were shameful, truly, I was just anxious and spoke without thinking. Xie Jingma's gaze remained fixed on the ground, his expression filled with melancholy as he spoke. What slips out often reveals one's true feelings. You must think that of me, it's alright, I won't burden you with my emotions, I can handle it myself. For seeing him so understanding and considerate, Yu Zhiwan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She scooted her chair closer to him, nearly pressing against him, anxiously grasping his hand. I really spoke without thinking, honestly, I think you're amazing, truly. Xie Jingma glanced at her holding his hand, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. Yet his expression remained sorrowful. Yu Zhiwan doesn't need to pretend to comfort me, I'm really fine. Why? Yu Zhiwan was at her wit's end. I'm not pretending, I genuinely think you're wonderful. And I've never kept you a secret, whenever I introduce you to others, I always say you're my husband. As she spoke, she took the wedding certificate from around his neck and draped it around herself. See, now I'm wearing the wedding certificate, I truly believe you are exceptional. Xie Jingma looked at her. Really? Yu Zhiwan nodded vigorously, her head bobbing. Really? Then can Zhuan call me husband? He asked tentatively, his voice low and hoarse as if it might shatter at any moment. I haven't heard you call me that privately. Why? Yu Zhiwan, huh? Seeing her hesitation, he lowered his gaze in disappointment. If you don't want to, that's fine, I shouldn't have put you in such an awkward position. Husband. Why? Yu Zhiwan called out decisively. After all, she had called him that before, so why not again? Xie Jingma paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his voice barely above a whisper. Then Zhiwan, may I have another hug? Seeing his anxious demeanor, Yu Zhiwan couldn't bring herself to refuse. After all, she had hugged him before. Why? Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath and boldly embraced the man, her hands encircling his slender waist. Xie Jingma's almond-shaped eyes crinkled with delight as he inhaled the soft fragrance scent emanating from the girl, burying his forehead comfortably in the crook of her neck, concerned that he might still be feeling downcast. Yu Zhiwan gently patted his back, soothingly saying, can you not be so oblivious about yourself? You are incredibly handsome, and your family background is so good, why would you think I would look down on you? Xie Jingma nestled his forehead against her shoulder again, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Because Wan, you once said you didn't like me and didn't want to marry me. His dark hair brushed against her delicate neck, sending a shiver of tingling warmth through Yu Zhiwan, causing her heart to skip a beat. She bit her lip and replied, that was said so many years ago, besides, I never said I disliked you. And honestly, with your status and position, who would dare to look down on you? After a few seconds of silence, the man finally lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes locking onto hers, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, my parents certainly looked down on me. Why? Yu Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback. His parents, this was the first time Xie Jingma had mentioned anything regarding them. It was hard to believe that someone from the prestigious Xie family could be looked down upon by his own parents. It was utterly unexpected. Furrowing her brow slightly, she inquired, why do they look down on you? Xie Jingma tapped his fingers on his knee nonchalantly, his tone dismissive. Are you sure you want to know? Once you learn this secret, you can't divorce me afterward. Why? Yu Zhiwan replied, then maybe it's best you don't tell me. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow in mock indignation, his hands playfully gripping her face. Yu Zhiwan, I absolutely must tell you today. Why? Yu Zhiwan's eyes, bright and expressive, sparkled as he pinched her cheeks, causing her to mumble incoherently, stop with the dirty talk. She swatted at his hands, urging him to let go. Her skin was delicate and smooth, a sensation that was simply too enticing for Xie Jingma to resist, prompting him to squeeze her cheeks gently once more, his tone languid. How can every part of you be so soft? Yu Zhiwan retorted, as if you've touched every part of me. She swatted his hand away and rubbed her own cheeks. Though her parents were still alive, they had never treated her well. Xie Jingma's parents had passed away long ago, but it seemed they hadn't been kind to him either. To some extent, she and Xie Jingma shared a bond of mutual understanding. Noticing the marriage certificate hanging around her neck, Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow casually. Our Wan is truly beautiful. Even with the marriage certificate around her neck, she remains stunning. Why? Yu Zhiwan's face darkened as she nearly forgot about it. Don't think that just because you flatter me, I'll wear it forever like a fool. Swiftly, she removed it, determined to prevent Xie Jingma from hanging it around his neck again, and promptly stuffed it into her bag. I'll keep it for now and return it to you later. The man chuckled lightly. You certainly are strict. Very well, I shall heed my darling's wishes. The mention of my darling sent a shiver down Yu Zhiwan's spine, her earlobes flushing with warmth. The 200-meter race concluded swiftly, and she completed her volunteer duties with ease. At noon, Yu Zhiwan tugged Xie Jingma toward the school cafeteria, playfully turning around to face him while walking backward, her eyes twinkling with mischief. When I was in high school, I adored our school cafeteria. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh really? Yes, the food was not only delicious, but they would occasionally distribute free yogurt and fruits to the students. She reminisced, during her first year of high school, while living with her foster parents, there was a day during PE class when the girls were chatting about their favorite cake flavors. One girl asked her about it, and Yu Zhiwan honestly replied, I've never eaten cake. Even though she had a scholarship and had worked part-time jobs, part of her earnings had been taken by her foster father for gambling, while her foster mother spent it on her younger brother. There was a time when her brother had secretly given her a piece of cake, only to have it snatched back by their mother. She had no idea what cake tasted like. Only assuming it must be sweet. Upon hearing that she had never eaten cake, her classmates fell silent, their gazes filled with sympathy, pity, and even mockery. How could you have never eaten cake? She must come from a poor family. Yet, there were also those who reassured her, it's alright, we all have things we've never eaten. Besides, Jiwon studies well, she's better than all of us. Jiwon had long understood the futility of caring about others' opinions. Yet the sensitivity of adolescence made her pride feel intensely vulnerable. A few glances and comments could easily stir the delicate pride, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Later, perhaps by luck, the school cafeteria decided to improve its meals and began distributing desserts and fruits for free. Among those desserts were various small cakes. Even after many years, Jiwon vividly remembered the first bite of cake she ever had was green grape flavored. From that moment on, a green grape cake became her favorite flavor, a bright spot in her otherwise dim adolescence. Subsequently, the cafeteria would occasionally offer free desserts or fruits to students. Recalling those memories, Jiwon clasped her hands behind her back, glancing at Jingma while walking backward. When we heard the cafeteria was giving away free desserts, everyone was thrilled, wondering if some benefactor had made a donation to the school. Jingma guided her carefully, pulling her back just as she was about to step on a pebble. And how about you? Were you happy? Jiwon nearly stumbled into his arms, stopping in her tracks, her eyes sparkling as she replied, of course, I was thrilled. Thank you, benefactor. He smirked, ruffling her hair with his large hand, his teasing tone evident. Don't celebrate too soon. Think about what you'll eat for dinner. Jiwon huffed, you're so annoying. In the end, she chose a few dishes that she remembered being particularly tasty. They found a spot to sit. And soon many students filled the cafeteria, the sounds of laughter and chatter creating a nostalgic atmosphere reminiscent of high school days. As she watched Jingma across the table, a rumor floated to mind. And she blinked her long lashes playfully. I have a question for you. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Jiwon leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, did you have a crush on any girls in high school? As soon as the words left her lips, the air around them seemed to freeze momentarily. Jingma's gaze shifted to hers, his pupils narrowing slightly. Why the sudden interest in this? Jiwon pointed towards a group of boys in basketball jerseys nearby. I just saw them playing, and it reminded me of the time I watched you play basketball in high school. Intrigued, Jingma raised an eyebrow. When was that? She tilted her head, trying to recall. I can't remember the exact date, but I was passing by the basketball court one day and saw a crowd gathered. I think you were playing against another class, so I stopped to watch for a bit. Her eyes sparkled as she reminisced. I stood on the sidelines, and once you scored, you smiled, and glanced over at us. The memory of him in that vibrant red jersey, his black hair dancing in the wind, and the confident smirk on his lips was etched in her mind. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the crowd, and someone teased, are you looking at your crush? Their essay saying that the first person you look at after scoring is the girl you like. Jiwon animatedly illustrated with her hands, you don't know how everyone turned their heads, trying to find out who your crush was. Jingma raised an eyebrow, a lazy O escaping his lips. It seemed he recalled that moment. Jiwon, caught up in her excitement, had forgotten about her meal, her bright eyes fixated on him. I also looked around, but didn't he find anyone? Jingma laughed, a genuine sound emanating from his chest. You were looking too. She nodded eagerly, genuinely curious. So, did you have a crush back then? With a smirk, he replied, I had a crush on a blind girl. Jiwon blinked, her mouth agape in disbelief, her skin fair and her lips a rosy hue. Wait, she was blind? But I remember there were no blind students in our school. How could he have a crush on someone who couldn't see? Realizing the jest, her cheeks puffed up in mock annoyance as she shot him an exasperated look. You're just teasing me. Yet, observing his demeanor, it seemed he might have genuinely had a crush on someone. It surprised her that someone like Jingma, so exceptional, could have experienced unrequited feelings. Perhaps such tender emotions in adolescence were indeed approached with caution. As Jiwon resumed eating, her mind wandered to the girl he had once liked, her appetite waning as she inadvertently picked up a piece of ginger, only realizing it when it hit her tongue. The pungency made her scrunch her face up, and she hastily grabbed a napkin to spit it out. Jingma handed her the drink he had purchased earlier. Is your mouth feeling uncomfortable? Have a sip to soothe it. Jiwon bit the straw, gulping down a large sip, her fair cheeks slightly puffed as she lifted her raven-like lashes to gaze at the man. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but inquire, do you not still harbor a secret crush? Jingma's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a slow smile curling at the corners of his lips. If I were to say that I still have a crush, would you distance yourself from me to avoid suspicion, or would you consider divorce? Rest assured, my lady, I am quite the gentleman. The only female presence in my life has been you from beginning to end. Thus, there is no need for you to distance yourself or contemplate divorce. Jiwon cradled her drink, gulping down a couple more sips, suddenly realizing how sweet the beverage was. After finishing their meal, the two stepped out of the dining hall. They strolled around the school, and not far from the gate, they stumbled upon a bookstore. Jiwon excitedly pointed it out to him. The owner of this bookstore is particularly kind. I used to come here often after school. He even reserved a special spot for me. It was here that I began self-studying fashion design. She did not reside on campus during high school but commuted from home. At that time, she dreaded returning to face her foster parents, a household that suffocated her. Thus, she would hide in the bookstore, reading and teaching herself design. The owner, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, noticed her frequent visits and saved her a seat. Occasionally, when the owner was busy, she would help him watch the store. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, his demeanor unruffled. This bookstore, I've been here a few times and have occasionally seen you. Yu Zhuan was taken aback. Really, what a coincidence. The man's voice held a teasing lilt. Indeed, it's quite the coincidence. Yu Zhuan, having come this far, decided to step into the store for a look. It was much the same as before. Showing little change, still bustling with students coming and going, the owner was absent, and his son was managing the store. Yu Zhuan did not require Xie Jingma's company and ventured in on her own. Intending to purchase a few design books, Xie Jingma waited for her at the cash register, lazily leaning against the counter as he glanced at his phone. Before long, the bookstore owner returned, and upon sighting the man at the counter, his face lit up with surprise. What a rare visitor. What brings you here? When did you arrive? Xie Jingma turned to see the bookstore owner, a faint smile gracing his lips. I just got here. Come sit down, I'll fetch you a chair. The owner was brimming with enthusiasm, his face creased with smiles. You used to come back to this high school area during your first and second years of university. Ever since that girl graduated, you haven't visited often. I knew it. You only come back for her. Xie Jingma chuckled. All right, you attend to your business and don't mind me. The owner clicked his tongue. How can I not pay attention to you? My esteemed guest, when your family fell into trouble and the bookstore was on the brink of closing, it was thanks to you, young master, that we could continue operating. Initially, he had thought this benefactor was a devoted scholar who couldn't bear to see the sacred, knowledge-filled atmosphere of the bookstore vanish. However, after inquiring, he realized he had misjudged. Young Master Xie had hardly bought any books, doing it all for the girl he fancied, the very girl, Yu Zhuan, who often visited his store to read and purchase books. Self-studying fashion design. If the bookstore were to close, it would severely hinder Yu Zhuan's studies, as there were no other bookstores in the vicinity. Thus, young Master Xie had generously funded the store's survival. All for the sake of the girl named Yu Zihiwan. Yu Zhuan meandered through the store, selecting several design books. Upon exiting, she spotted Xie Jingma in conversation with the owner, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. You know each other? The owner, spotting Yu Zhuan, beamed with delight. Zhuan, you've come too. Wait a moment. He glanced between Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma, his eyes widening. Did you two come together? Xie Jingma slightly raised an eyebrow, intending to flaunt their marriage certificate, but it had been tucked away by Yu Zhiwan. He turned and gently took her hand, his lazy smile radiating warmth as he introduced her. My wife, the bookstore owner exclaimed. My heavens, you really managed to win her over. He broke into an ear-to-ear grin. Wonderful, congratulations. Yu Zhuan was utterly perplexed. Why was the owner so ecstatic? She tugged at Xie Jingma's sleeve. Do you know him? Xie Jingma glanced at her hand clasped around his sleeve, a lazy smile gracing his lips. Not well, just seen him a few times. The bookstore owner chuckled, and Xie Jingma tilted his chin toward a nearby spot, addressing Yu Zhuan. Isn't that where you used to sit? I once saw you there drawing little rabbits, with their rosy long ears. Why Yu Zhuan was taken aback. You remember that? She had sketched countless drawings, so many that she had lost track. After chatting with the owner for a while, reminiscing about their high school days, they finally took their leave. On their way home, Xie Jingma drove while Yu Zhuan occupied the passenger seat. She was taken aback, realizing that he had even remembered her drawing little rabbits. Wait a moment, little rabbits. Why Yu Zhuan's eyes darted around as she pulled out her phone, opening WeChat to view Xie Jingma's profile. His avatar was a pink, brush-painted rabbit. She enlarged the image, scrutinizing it. The more she looked, the more she felt that this little rabbit bore a striking resemblance to her early drawing style. Her heart raced unexpectedly. Pounding fiercely against her chest, she took a deep breath, sneaking a glance at Xie Jingma in the driver's seat before returning her gaze to her phone screen, the first time she had seen this little rabbit avatar. She had noticed that the style was rather immature. This unrefined style bore a curious similarity to what she had drawn when she was just starting to learn. However, truthfully, she had sketched a myriad of chaotic images on scratch paper back then, so many that she could hardly remember them all. If she were to draw a rabbit again now, it would undoubtedly differ from that immature style. Thus, whether this little rabbit was indeed her creation remained uncertain. If she were to think rationally, how could Xie Jingma possibly use her drawing as his avatar? What was she to him? They had hardly been acquainted before. Why Yu Zhiwan shut her eyes, inhaling deeply. Do not overthink. Do not overthink. I am the blink of an eye. Only a day remained until the Jinhua fashion competition, where Wan Yen would publicly make her appearance. That afternoon, Yu Zhiwan was in her study, sketching design drafts when her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Why Yu Zhiwan answered casually. Hello. Yu Zhiwan, it's me. The arrogant voice of Yu Shaozi came through the receiver. Why Yu Zhiwan's expression turned icy as she glanced at her phone screen, confirming it was indeed an unfamiliar number. This Yu Shaozi, whom she had blocked, had managed to acquire a new phone number. Without granting him a chance to speak, she hung up and promptly blocked the new number. Wishing to sever all ties with the Yu family. Meanwhile, at the Yu family residence, Yu Xiaozi was seething with rage after being hung up on. He angrily dialed again, cursing, "She blocked me again." Yu Xiangshan's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Sister, you used to appear so eager for familial affection, so desperately seeking approval. Now, you've cast it all aside so completely. Even when the Yu family reaches out to you, you refuse to acknowledge them?" Yu Xiaoqi's expression turned cold. "We have lowered ourselves to reach out, yet she ignores us completely. Let's see how long she can maintain that attitude. Tomorrow marks Wang Yan's public appearance. We must reclaim her. By then, I will ensure Yu Zhuan has no tears left to shed." As Yu Xiaoqi spoke, he turned to Yu Shangshang. "Shangshang, help me pick out a couple of suitable outfits. I want to present myself in the best and most handsome light when I meet Wang Yan. I must leave a lasting impression and attempt to pursue her." Yu Zhuan sat at her desk, stretching her back. The outfit she had designed for Xie Jingma was ready, merely awaiting construction, yet she was still uncertain of his exact measurements. Asking Fu Bo would certainly lead him to inform Xie Jingma, ruining her surprise. After much contemplation, she resolved to measure him herself. Last time, when Xie Jingma had given her a ring, he mentioned that he had stealthily taken her finger measurements while she slept. So she could do the same while he was asleep, couldn't she? What a clever plan. That night, Yu Zhuan feigned sketching design drafts, urging Xie Jingma to sleep first. She remained in the study until the early hours. Feeling the time was right, she retrieved a soft measuring tape from the drawer and quietly tiptoed into the bedroom. The room was illuminated by a warm yellow light. The man lay on the bed, his eyes closed and breathing shallow, appearing to be fast asleep. At Yu Zhuan approached, gently nudging him, whispering, "Xie Jingma, I'm here to steal your secret stash." He showed no reaction, confirming that he was indeed asleep. Relieved, she gently lifted his blanket and began measuring his leg length. Goodness, it was quite long. Yu Zhuan noted the measurement in her phone's memo. Next up was the hip measurement. Perhaps it would be better to start with the waist measurement. She glanced at the sleeping Xie Jingma, then carefully climbed onto the bed. However, no matter how she positioned herself, it was challenging to take accurate measurements. Yu Zhuan tried several times, but the results remained imprecise. As she was lost in her thoughts, the man suddenly turned over, his arm sweeping her into his embrace, his long legs draping over hers. In that instant, Yu Zhuan felt a jolt of electricity run through her. Her body stiffening as if she were an inanimate pillow, too afraid to move or even breathe, lest she disturb him. After several tense seconds, noticing that he remained still, she quietly exhaled and attempted to reposition his arm. However, the moment she stirred, he tightened his hold on her. Then, a low sultry chuckle pierced her ear, laced with an ambiguous tone. "You promised to steal some secret funds, yet here you are measuring my waist." Yu Zhuan gasped, her breath hitching in her throat as her eyes widened in surprise. "When did you wake up?" "No, wait, you weren't even asleep." The man abruptly flipped over, pinning her beneath him, his gaze descending upon her. "Still pinching my nose?" The position was undeniably intimate. Yu Zhuan, lacking the luxury of time to ponder, decided to turn the tables. "Why are you still pretending to be asleep?" The man, with an air of languid charm, glanced at the soft measuring tape in her hand, a lazy laugh escaping his lips. "How could I know what Wan is up to if I'm not pretending to be asleep? Is this an attempt to measure my waist in secret?" Of course, Yu Zhuan could not confess that she was designing a surprise outfit for him, revealing that would ruin the element of surprise. "No, it's not for your waist, I was just measuring casually. Do you expect me to believe that, darling?" Xie Jingma scrutinized her with a nonchalant expression, suddenly recalling something. His gaze deepened, subtly drifting to his lower body. Yu Zhuan, initially oblivious to his implication, felt a sudden thrill of panic at his expression. Don't think nonsense." She was not measuring him there. Xie Jingma glanced at the measuring tape in her hand, his tongue brushing against the roof of his mouth. Before reaching out to gently clasp her hand, he playfully scratched her delicate palm, his voice low and sultry. "If you want to know, there is no need for that tape, sweetheart." Yu Zhuan, Chapter 51. "I beg you, darling, please stop tormenting me." Yu Zhuan was on the verge of a breakdown, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, terrified he might lead her to touch his most sensitive area. "I really didn't mean to measure you. Fine, I admit it. I wanted to measure your waist, after I hugged you last time. I felt like your waist was so easy to hold, and I just wanted to see how slim it truly is." Xie Jingma's charming eyes narrowed slightly, his tone tinged with regret. "Is that all?" Yu Zhuan, what on earth is he regretting? Not daring to collide head-on with his teasing, she replied earnestly, her bright, glistening eyes blinking innocently. "Yes, precisely, your waist is truly delightful to hold. I'm just complimenting your charm." The man loomed above her, an eyebrow arched as he asked, "Have you heard the saying that when people see something adorable, they can't help but want to take a bite?" Yu Zhuan was taken aback by his sudden shift in topic, her eyes sparkling like a doe's. "I've heard of it. In psychology, it's referred to as cute aggression. When people see something cute." Before she could finish, the man leaned down and gently nipped at her cheek. Her eyelashes fluttered, her pupils widening in shock. "Why did you bite me?" He couldn't help but take another playful bite before releasing her, his throat gently rolling as he spoke. "I'm sorry." My lady, but you're simply too adorable to resist. To say Yu Zhuan's face turned crimson would be an understatement, her toes curled involuntarily, her entire body radiating a soft pink hue. How could he behave like this to I? In the next moment, the man's long elegant fingers grasped her slender wrist, placing her hand on his waist, as if offering himself willingly. Didn't you say my waist was delightful to hold? As compensation, I am always available for you to embrace. Do you prefer holding me in clothes or without? His words were casual, but he had already guided her hand beneath his shirt, allowing her soft palm to connect directly with his warm skin. Upon feeling the heat of his body, Yu Zhuan's fingertips trembled, the blush that had barely faded from her ears began to resurface. It must be said, his waist was indeed a pleasure to touch. There was not an ounce of excess flesh, the lines were perfect, utterly enticing. Yu Zhuan swallowed hard, her delicate eyelashes quivering as a sudden surge of boldness overwhelmed her. Unable to resist, she teasingly pinched his waist. Almost simultaneously, the man's body softened, pressing down on her, his breath brushing against her ear with a low groan. His deep, sultry voice sent shivers down her spine. Yu Zhuan felt a ticklish sensation and instinctively shrank away. Her chest feeling as though it had been compressed. Wait, was that a reaction to my pinching? Are you ticklish on your waist? The man's temples throbbed intensely, his heated breath cascading over her neck. Laced with an undertone of restrained frustration, you really don't get it, do you? That is not being ticklish. Yu Zhuan? What does that even mean? In a fit of irritation, she deliberately pinched his waist again. Delighting in the man's muffled groan that echoed with a strange allure, she was eager to retaliate further when suddenly a firm hand captured her wrist. Xie Jingma regarded her, his eyes glinting with a passionate hue. His raspy voice emerging from his throat, laden with longing. I beg you, darling, please stop tormenting me. Yu Zhuan's heart raced, a sudden realization dawning upon her, her body stiffening as her earlobes flushed a deep crimson. Her eyelashes fluttering nervously. You get off me, keep your distance. His dark, fervent gaze bore into her, the veins in his forearms standing out, taut with restraint as he held her gaze for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he pulled her into a tight embrace before rising to head to the bathroom. Yu Zhuan sat up in a daze, her hand pressed against her chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her expression was one of bewilderment as she listened to the sound of water cascading in the bathroom. It suddenly dawned on her, the mornings of the past few days where she had caught Xie Jingma taking cold showers, she had assumed he was simply healthy and unfazed by the chill. But now, the truth was it was about his morning routine. Yu Zhuan covered her face with her hands, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She flopped onto the bed, burying her flushed face into the pillow. When Xie Jingma emerged from the bathroom, still carrying the cool mist of water, he found Yu Zhuan curled up like a little quail, her face hidden in the pillow, revealing only her rosy earlobes. Raising an eyebrow, he approached her, gently tugging at her clothing. What are you doing? The girl remained motionless. Xie Jingma squinted slightly, then bent down to scoop her up as if she were a delicate cat. Freeing one hand to lightly pinch the nape of her neck, aren't you feeling stifled? Yu Zhuan lifted her damp, doe-like eyes, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. A faint blush painting her otherwise porcelain features. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you that way. I forgot you're a normal man too. Xie Jingma, he laughed lightly, bemused. Yu Zhuan? How abnormal did you think I was in your eyes? Yu Zhuan, not abnormal, I mean. Oh dear, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, the situation feeling unbearably awkward, just as she grappled with her words. Her stomach audibly grumbled, the air fell silent. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, glancing at her flat stomach. Are you hungry? Yu Zhuan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head, not really having been preoccupied with measuring Xie Jingma's dimensions. She hadn't eaten much for dinner, forcing herself to hold out until the early hours, and now her stomach was beginning to protest. The man pinched her cheek, a casual smile tugging at his lips. Just wait. I'll whip up something for our little ancestor. Yu Zhuan quickly protested. You don't have to go to so much trouble. Why would it be troublesome to cook for my wife? His tone was nonchalant as he bent down to open the bedside drawer, retrieving a small black velvet box, placing it in her lap. Here's a little gift for you that I haven't given yet. With that, he stood and left the bedroom, leaving Yu Zhuan blinking in confusion. Why was he giving her another gift? She hadn't even presented the outfit she designed for him yet. Opening the box, she discovered a beautifully crafted bracelet adorned with rare green diamonds shaped like grapes. Yu Zhuan held it up to her eyes in delight. It was indeed her favorite kind of grape. Adorably charming, slipping it onto her wrist, she found it even more endearing, then dashed downstairs in her slippers. The servants had returned to their quarters, and Xie Jingma, not having called them, was in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack. Yu Zhuan eagerly trotted over, intending to ask him why he had gifted her again, only to spot several slices of tomatoes cut into heart shapes laid out on the counter. Her eyes twitched. What on earth is this? Chapter 52. She wanted to kiss Xie Jingma. It was pure infatuation. Xie Jingma, clad in a pink bunny apron, replied calmly, I followed a recipe, whose recipe slices tomatoes into heart shapes. Yu Zhuan had never encountered such a thing. She leaned over to peek at the recipe on his phone. Well, it appeared that the recipe indeed featured heart-shaped tomatoes. Before long, 2 bowls of fragrant, visually appealing noodles were placed on the dining table. It smells wonderful. The gluttony within Yu Jiwan stirred, compelling her to consume an entire bowl of noodles in less than 10 minutes, leaving it bare and even drinking the broth. Slow down, have you had enough? Xie Jingma observed himself to be hopelessly infatuated, finding her eating habits endearing. Not just enough. I feel as though you fattened me up. Truly, your culinary skills are exceptional, Yu Jiwan responded with a thumbs up. However, as she placed a cup of hot water beside her, her hand inadvertently brushed against it, causing the scalding water to spill and the cup to teeter dangerously off the table. Instinctively, Yu Jiwan reached out to steady the cup. A habit ingrained from her time with her foster parents, where dropping a bowl would result in reprimand, no matter the burns endured. As the boiling water splashed, Xie Jingma furrowed his brow and swiftly placed his hand over hers. Using his other hand to steady the cup, pulling it away to prevent any further burns, your hand. Yu Jiwan's pupils dilated in alarm. His hand, having borne the brunt of the hot water, was now red and swollen. With blisters forming, the hand shielding hers bore signs of the same scalding. Yu Jiwan immediately stood, pulling him towards the kitchen, where she placed his hand under the cool tap. I'm so sorry. Let me take you to the hospital, she said, guilt welling in her eyes, her brows knitting in anguish. Seeing her distress, Xie Jingma couldn't help but smirk, his tone still languid. My dear, it's merely a burn. Why do you look as though I'm on the brink of death? Yu Jiwan retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? She quickly spat in disbelief. Xie Jingma took her hand, inspecting it closely to confirm it was unharmed. Our Jiwan possesses such beautiful hands, the very hands of a designer. They must not be injured. If a cup breaks, so be it. It pales in comparison to your precious hands, understand. Yu Jiwan's heart fluttered painfully as she gazed at him. Her eyes shimmering with moisture. Doesn't it hurt terribly, given the severity of your burn, yet you still worry about me? Apart from a brief wince when first scalded, he hadn't uttered a single complaint. Nor had he blamed her, yet, how could a burn of such magnitude not cause pain? His complexion was slightly pale, yet his demeanor remained nonchalantly relaxed, teasingly asking, It doesn't hurt much. Seeing you look this way makes me want to take a bite. Would you allow it? Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Am I a peach for you to nibble on? After rinsing his hand, she intended to escort him to the hospital, but Xie Jingma insisted it was unnecessary. Instead, she retrieved some burn ointment, applying it meticulously. I should remove your ring for now. You can wear it again once you heal, she remarked, noting the burn on his finger and the need to avoid infection. After applying the ointment, Yu Jiwan instinctively leaned closer, pouting her soft, rosy lips to gently blow on his wounds. Xie Jingma's gaze deepened, his throat involuntarily swallowing. It was truly maddening as they lay in bed. The clock neared 2 in the morning, yet sleep eluded Yu Jiwan. Jiwan, she heard his voice call her. Turning to face him, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the curtain, illuminating his flawless visage, accentuating his striking features and captivating allure. Yu Jiwan instinctively glanced at his hand, concerned it might be hurting again. I really think we should visit a hospital. He raised an eyebrow. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Rest assured, your husband is not so fragile. Yu Jiwan shot him a look. She had removed his ring while applying the ointment. By the way, those initials MW on your ring, do they stand for the first letters of our names? Indeed, he replied. Yu Jiwan's eyes twinkled with a smile reminiscent of a moonlit night blooming flower. How coincidental. I have a friend I've known online for several years whose username is MW. Sharing those same letters. He inquired casually. A friend you've known online for years? Yes, I can't recall how we initially connected, but we became friends who could chat. He has been pining after a girl for quite some time. Suffering in silence. As she spoke, she felt Xie Jingma's thumb gently caressing her hand. Her words faltered, anxiety creeping in. Why are you moving like that? Doesn't it hurt? He let out a low chuckle. His expression a blend of teasing and affection. Darling, I assure you, I am not a fragile porcelain doll. Yu Jiwan's thoughts raced. She noticed a stray strand of hair falling, and Xie Jingma reached up to tuck it behind her ear. Their proximity subtly diminishing, his lazy, enchanting eyes sparkled under the moonlight, brimming with affection that seemed to ensnare her very soul. Yu Jiwan had always noticed how captivating Xie Jingma's eyes were, his high nose bridge. And those subtly rosy lips, perfectly shaped. Perhaps it was the water he had just drunk that made his lips glisten like jelly, appearing delectable. She swallowed hard, curiosity igniting within her. She wondered if his lips were as soft and inviting as they seemed. The last time their cheeks had brushed against each other, she remembered them feeling quite tender. Yu Jiwan's gaze fell uncontrollably upon his lips, her heart racing, a strange yearning surging within her, just as she contemplated leaning in to test her theory. A sudden realization jolted her. What was she doing? How could she entertain such thoughts? In a flurry of panic, her heart raced erratically, and she couldn't bear to look at him. She hastily turned away. I am tired, I'm going to sleep. As Xie Jingma was still arranging her hair, her abrupt movement left his hand suspended in midair. He squinted at his hand, then turned his probing gaze upon her back. Good night. Yu Jiwan remained silent, her back turned, offering no response. Xie Jingma's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Yu Jiwan's mind was in turmoil, her thoughts spiraling wildly. Had she truly developed feelings for Xie Jingma? How could she suddenly desire to kiss him? She absent-mindedly touched the bracelet he had gifted her, her heart fluttering uncontrollably as she traced the tiny green gems. Her thoughts were a chaotic storm of this was wrong, so terribly wrong. Why? Yu Jiwan pondered deeply. Realizing she needed to sort out her feelings towards Xie Jingma, previously she had thought highly of him, considering him a wonderful person, but what about now? His closeness seemed to evoke no resistance within her. The next day, as dawn broke, Yu Jiwan awoke feeling guilty, deliberately avoiding Xie Jingma. Unable to meet his gaze, she hurried out without breakfast, first stopping by Jinghong before heading to the venue for the Genoa fashion design competition with He Kaiwei. Chapter 53, The Moment of Reckoning. 1. The Genoa Fashion Design Competition is the pinnacle of domestic events, organized by the National Fashion Association. With a grand setup, the venue is adorned with dazzling lights. And the runway ahead is where contestants showcase their designs, flanked by 6 esteemed judges renowned in the industry, who will score the participants live, determining the champion on the spot, before the competition commenced. Numerous media reporters flocked to the venue, not only to cover the fashion event but also for the highly anticipated public appearance of the elusive genius designer, Wan Yan. In a bid to reclaim Wan Yan. Yu Shoqi and Yu Shaozi arrived early. Yu Shangxiang also participated in the competition as a contestant. Unable to contain themselves, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin joined them, as the Yu family is deeply rooted in the fashion industry. And Wan Yan's return is crucial for their future prospects. Upon entering the venue, the Yu family was immediately spotted by sharp-eyed reporters, who swiftly surrounded them with microphones. Chairman Yu, Ms. Tao, your biological daughter, Yu Jiwan, publicly severed ties with the Yu family. Is it due to your harsh treatment as parents? The true daughter was forced to leave home, while the false daughter enjoys endless affection. The public claims you are heartless and cruel. Chairman Yu, what is your response? Yu Shangxiang, were you afraid that Yu Jiwan would undermine your position upon her return? Yu Shaozi, why does Yu Shangxiang, who is not your biological sister, still reside with the Yu family instead of returning to her real parents? Listening to these sharp and piercing questions, Yu Changde's face darkened, mortified. The public now labeled them as heartless, having wronged their own daughter. All of this stemmed from that wretched Yu Jiwan, even if they favored Shangxiang. So what, couldn't Yu Jiwan just endure a little? Must she cause such a ruckus, leading the Yu family to become a laughingstock? Yu Changde impatiently replied, Yu Jiwan severing ties is a private matter for our family and not for public disclosure. Today is the design competition. I ask you to focus your inquiries on that. Yu Shoqi, quick on his feet in such situations, chimed in. Indeed, the esteemed Wan Yan will also be making an appearance today. And we are all eager for it. Furthermore, the Yu family is determined to bring Wan Yan back. Upon hearing this, the reporters gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the Yu family aimed to reclaim Wan Yan? It is worth noting that Wan Yan is now the chief designer of Jinghong, a company founded single-handedly by Yu Jiwan. The Yu family's tactic of poaching talent is clearly aimed at opposing Yu Jiwan. However, it must be said that Wan Yan's collaborative relationship with the Yu family has been more long-standing. It is entirely possible that she might indeed be lured back by them, as reporters conducted their interviews. They suddenly spotted Yu Jiwan and He Kaiwei entering the venue. A few astute journalists rushed over, microphones poised towards Yu Jiwan. Boss Yu, earlier Yu Shoqi made a statement about wanting to reclaim Wan Yan for the Yu family. What are your thoughts on this? Boss Yu, Wan Yan is the chief designer of your Jinghong. Have you met her privately? Yu Jiwan, despite the circumstances, the Yu family is still your kin. Blood ties are unbreakable. Do you truly plan to sever all ties with the Yu family henceforth? Yu Jiwan hesitated to respond to the first two inquiries, but for the last question, she surveyed the reporters present with a cool demeanor and a resolute tone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have severed all ties with the Yu family, and we shall have no further association. As for family, I do not possess such filthy and disgraceful relatives. I will never set foot in the Yu household again. Each word resonated with conviction. Nearby, Yu Changde was visibly agitated, exclaiming in frustration, What do you mean by filthy and disgraceful? This wretched girl dares to speak such words in public. She has utterly tarnished the Yu family's reputation. Standing beside him, Tao Shuqin gazed at Yu Jiwan in disbelief, her face a canvas of bewilderment and sorrow. What has this girl done to become so heartless? What went wrong between her and her own daughter that it has come to this? The reporters surrounded Yu Jiwan for a few more questions, but upon noticing the approach of the event organizers, they swiftly flocked away, eager to inquire about Wan Yan. Once the reporters had dispersed, Yu Changde could no longer contain his frustration and confronted Yu Jiwan. Unfilial child, who permitted you to speak such words in front of so many people? Do you have any idea how the public perceives your mother and me? You shamelessly thrust your parents into the spotlight. You truly are a wonderful daughter. He Kaiwei, observing the scene, cast a worried glance at Yu Jiwan, quickly realizing from Yu Changde's demeanor just how Yu Jiwan had been treated within the Yu family. Yet, Yu Jiwan showed no sign of retreat. Her eyes gleamed with mockery. Chairman Yu, are you blind or deaf? Who do you think you are to lecture me? Spare me your pathetic attempts to claim kinship. I find it utterly distasteful to be associated with your family in any regard. Yu Changde was so enraged that he could barely articulate his thoughts. Yu Shaozi stormed over, his brows knitted in discontent. Yu Jiwan, is this how you treat your father? Have you no sense of decorum? As your elder brother, I must discipline you today." With that, Yu Shaozi roughly reached for Yu Jiwan's collar, intending to drag her away for a reprimand. However, with a resounding slap, Yu Jiwan struck him hard across the face. Yu Shaozi was momentarily stunned, and as the fiery sting registered, he covered his face and glared at her, shouting, "Yu Jiwan!" Yu Jiwan regarded him with an expressionless face. "Who are you to discipline me? Try touching me again, and see what happens." The force of her earlier slap had been substantial, drawing the attention of those nearby, who turned to witness the commotion. Yu Shochi approached with a frown, pulling Yu Shaozi behind him, his gaze icy as he confronted Yu Zihiwan. "Why, Yu Jiwan, continue your defiance. I shall see how long you can revel in it. Let us see if you can still smile after today." After saying this, he led Yu Shaozi away, coaxing Yu Changda along with them. He Kaiwei, quick to comprehend the situation, realized that Yu Shochi was determined to lure Wan Yan away. They were preparing to retaliate against Jing Hong. She immediately turned to Yu Jiwan with concern. "Boss, is it certain that Wan Yan will continue to collaborate with us?" Yu Jiwan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, she will." He Kaiwei felt a modicum of relief, but then recalled the force with which Yu Jiwan had slapped Yu Shaozi. The sound had startled even her, let alone Yu Shaozi, whose face had swollen to a comical degree. He deserved it. Nonetheless, Chapter 54, The Moment of Reckoning, 2. Once Yu Shochi had moved away, he instructed Yu Shangxiang, "You have also registered for the competition. Make sure to achieve excellent results and bring glory to the Yu family." Yu Shangxiang nodded obediently. "I will, big brother." Why Yu Shaozi, still nursing his swollen face, seething with anger. "Shangxiang is the good one, obedient and sensible. She is the sister I cherish, unlike that Yu Jiwan, who has become so sharp-tongued and arrogant. I must force her back into the Yu family and make her revert to her former meek and accommodating self." Soon, the organizers of the Jinhua fashion design competition announced the list of all participants on the venue's large screen. Journalists and spectators immediately gathered to take a look. After searching thoroughly, they found no trace of Wan Yan's name. Where is the esteemed Wan Yan? Wasn't she supposed to participate? I understand. The great Wan Yan must be making a public appearance today, so she must be using her real name. One of the participants here must be Wan Yan. Wow, who could it be? Let me guess, since Yu Shangxiang had also signed up for the competition. The Yu family was keenly interested in the announced list. To their surprise, they spotted Yu Jiwan's name. Why Yu Shaozi blinked in disbelief, scoffing derisively. "This jinx dares to compete?" Truly lacking in self-awareness, Yu Shochi glanced at the list, his tone indifferent. "Though she studied fashion design, she has not participated in any competitions over the years. Her first competition is the fiercely contested Jinhua Award. She is truly overestimating herself. Shangxiang, Yu Jiwan is no match for you. You must trample her underfoot in this competition and avenge yourself." Yu Shangxiang nodded in agreement. "Big brother, I will do my best." As the three conversed, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, as if a significant event had occurred. However, the crowd quickly dispersed in small groups. Why Yu Shochi frowned in confusion. "Strange, what just happened?" Yu Shaozi spotted Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin returning and hurriedly inquired, "Mom and Dad, did you see what happened while you were in the restroom?" Tao Shuqin replied excitedly, "I overheard someone say that it seems Xie Jingma has arrived." A few leaders from the organizing committee personally welcomed him and escorted him to the VIP lounge. "What does Xie Jingma is here?" Yu Shaozi exclaimed, inadvertently tugging at his injured face, causing him to wince in pain, before cursing Yu Jiwan internally once more. Why Yu Changda pondered for a moment before speculating. Xie Jingma has never attended a fashion competition, yet he came today. Could it be? For our Shangxiang? At this, Yu Shangxiang's face flushed crimson, her hands nervously twisting together. Why Yu Shaozi clapped his hands in excitement. "Father is right, Shangxiang only participated in the newcomer contest before. This is her first official competition after that, and Xie Jingma is surely here to witness her important moment." Tao Shuqin joyfully embraced Yu Shangxiang, her face beaming with pride. "My precious daughter, I have always said that Xie Jingma has remained aloof from women all these years because of his engagement with the Yu family. He must have feelings for you." Yu Shangxiang blushed deeply, her head bowed shyly. "Mom, please stop saying that." Why Yu Shochi remained silent, his thoughts consumed by Wan Yan. This moment, back in the backstage area, each participant had their own preparation room. Yu Jiwan was busy organizing her competition attire, having boldly adopted a new style that was different from her previous works. When she showed it to Yi Kaiwei, the latter could barely recognize it as Wan Yan's design, indicating a significant departure from the past. For Yu Jiwan, this was both an innovation and a risk. "Boss, the competition is about to start," Yi Kaiwei announced as she entered the room. Why Yu Jiwan nodded. "Understood." Yi Kaiwei opened her mouth, eager to inquire whether Mr. Xia had arrived, as she had heard the rumors outside. If Mr. Xia were indeed present, Yu Jiwan, being his wife, should be aware of it. However, seeing Yu Jiwan's calm demeanor, it seemed she was unaware of Mr. Xia's arrival. Perhaps it was merely a rumor. Soon, the 25th Jinhua fashion design competition officially commenced this year. There was no theme restriction, allowing participants to design garments in their most proficient styles. Showcasing their true capabilities as designers, the order of appearance for each participant was determined by drawing lots, and Yu Xiangxiang drew the 13th position. While Yu Shouqi expressed his satisfaction, this order is acceptable. I noticed that Yu Zhiwan drew the 30th spot, which is not advantageous. The judges and audience may be fatigued by then, leading to a lack of appreciation for any ordinary designs. While Yu Shaozi scoffed. Even if she were to go first, the judges would still overlook her designs. The judges of the Jinhua Award were notoriously strict. For instance, the first participant had competed 3 times previously and was a well-known designer in the industry. Yet, when the model showcased his garment, the judges scored him sparingly, with some giving only 7 points and others as low as 6. Ultimately, his average score was a mere 6.9. Other participants also presented some impressive designs, but the highest score achieved was only 8.6, highlighting the judges' rigorous standards. When it was finally Yu Xiangxiang's turn to present her design, the audience's attention was immediately captured. The model donned a gown reminiscent of a forest fairy, with flowing green tulle and a hem adorned with flowers, evoking a refreshing sense of spring akin to a princess from the Garden of Eden. The audience erupted in admiration. Wow, how beautiful, she looks just like a princess. I am enamored with this piece. Is the designer Yu Xiangxiang? Is she not the second young lady of the Yu family? It is no surprise that she has entered the Yu clan's design department. Showcasing considerable talent, the judges present exchanged opinions amongst themselves and awarded commendable scores, ultimately arriving at an average score of 9.4. Yu Shaozi was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. 9.4, this surpasses the scores of previous contestants. Xiangxiang, you hold the highest score thus far. Yu Shouqi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, today the judges are particularly stringent. Yu Zhiwan would never attain such a high score. Yu Changde was even more pleased. Truly, my dear daughter, you have brought honor to the Yu family, unlike that ungrateful Yu Zhiwan. Yu Xiangxiang smiled sweetly. Mom and Dad, I will strive even harder. This is a style she deliberately emulated from Wan Yan. Over the past 2 years, Wan Yan has designed numerous gowns for the Yu family, and the electronic design drafts were shared with Yu Shouqi. She meticulously replicated those drafts, integrating her own designs, ensuring that the audience would not suspect her of plagiarizing Wan Yan, while also achieving high scores in the competition. Sister, no matter what, you cannot surpass me. The subsequent contestants garnered scores as high as 9. 2, yet none could eclipse Yu Xiangxiang. Yu Shaozi grew increasingly smug. I am filled with confidence. Perhaps today's champion will be our Xiangxiang. A score of 9.4, the host announced the next contestant, the 30th to take the stage. Upon hearing this, Yu Shaozi sneered. Finally, it's Yu Zhiwan's turn. Just based on her capabilities, earning an 8 would be a miracle. Yu Changde huffed coldly, once Xiangxiang triumphs over her, the world will understand why we favor Xiangxiang. That scoundrel has nothing on her, Yu Shaozi added. She certainly cannot compare. She is not even worth a single finger of Xiangxiang. However, just as Yu Shaozi scoffed, he was abruptly silenced, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the model showcasing a stunning black gown. The voluminous black skirt was adorned with ancient embroidery techniques, depicting a ground covered in blood-red higan flowers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern skulls, shadows, and various ancient, mysterious totems intricately woven among the flowers, yet, rather than evoking horror, it exuded an alluringly enigmatic and dangerous charm, radiating an aura of chilling elegance and immense power. As one's gaze ascended, the totems gradually faded from the hem, replaced by clusters of sparkling diamonds from the waist upwards, reminiscent of stars beneath a black night sky, culminating at the chest where they converged like a vast galaxy. From the depths of hell to the expanse of the cosmos, it was a metamorphosis, a rebirth. The designer chose not to adorn the model with a necklace or earrings, instead crowning her with a diamond tiara. It was as if she were a queen traversing the path of the underworld, adorned with higan. Emerging from despair into the light, the once cacophonous venue fell into a profound silence, the audience transfixed by the exquisite, ethereal black gown. Astonishing. Utterly breathtaking. Chapter 55, the continuous slap in the face. Mr. Xia has arrived. Astonishing. Utterly breathtaking. It was unclear who shouted first, but those who had been left speechless with awe finally regained their composure. It was as if a play button had been pressed, and the entire venue erupted back to life. My heavens, what an overwhelming visual impact, such a unique design style. The combination of higan, shadows, darkness, and the cosmos created an astonishingly harmonious effect, evoking a sense of mystery and grandeur. I absolutely adore this work. Who is the designer? It is simply stunning. Yu Zhiwan. To goodness, this is Yu Zhiwan's design. Wait, isn't she the owner of Dinghon? Does she also engage in fashion design? I can hardly believe it. She has concealed her talents so well to create such an astonishing piece. I thought this was Wan Yan's design. How surprising it is that it is not. Wan Yan's style is distinctly different. Not only the audience and reporters present but even the 6 judges were left speechless. One judge was so overwhelmed that he knocked over the water bottle on the table, failing to notice just moments ago Yu Changde and Yu Shaozi had mocked Yu Zhiwan. Now they were utterly dumbfounded. They said, how is this possible? This is indeed Yu Zhiwan's work. Even Yu Xiangxiang stared blankly at the stage. Yushochi could hardly believe it, that such an astonishing and enigmatic gown could have originated from Yu Jiwan. Her design skills are so remarkably high, how was he completely unaware, after the model showcased the gown? It was time for the judges to score. The 6 judges did not confer, they simply focused on their scoring. The large screen displayed the scores: 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Every judge awarded a perfect score. The host, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Perfect scores, all perfect scores, my goodness, this is the first occurrence of full marks in this year's Jinawa Awards. Let us congratulate contestant number 30 for achieving a perfect average score of 10 points. Currently in first place, as soon as the results were announced, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Even the contestants who had previously performed could not help but join in the applause. Incredible, just as I had anticipated, I also predicted a score of 10 points. This dark-themed gown is truly extraordinary, it deserves every accolade. Bravo, Yu Jiwan, the highest score so far. This score surpassed the second place Yu Shangxiang by a staggering 0.6 points. This is madness. How can Yu Jiwan possess such exceptional design skills? How could the Yu family let her leave? This is an unfathomable loss. Who knows what the Yu family was thinking? Abandoning their own daughter, have they lost their minds? At this moment, Yu Changde, overhearing the discussions around him, wore a face more sour than if he had swallowed a fly. He had originally hoped Shangxiang would bring glory to the Yu family. Stepping over Yu Jiwan, he never anticipated that this unfilial daughter would achieve a perfect score, leaving Shangxiang in her shadow. Shangxiang's 9.4 points now seemed utterly insignificant. Yu Shaozi was on the verge of madness. Unwilling to believe, impossible, she must have imitated someone else's work. Yu Shochi fixed his gaze on the stage. How could she imitate a style so distinctively unique if she were to mimic it? The judges and other designers present would surely recognize it. Moreover, the elements of higanbana and skulls are so unconventional. It must be her own conception. Tao Shuqin gazed in a daze at the stage. Her biological daughter, how could she be so formidable? Turning, she noticed Yu Shangxiang's face awash with grievance and sorrow, and immediately embraced her. Shangxiang dear, it's all right, it's just a score. Achieving 9.4 is remarkable in itself. Who knows if Yu Jiwan merely stumbled upon good fortune? Though she spoke these words, Tao Shuqin's gaze could not help but be captivated by the design on stage. Mom and Dad, I am so sorry, I have let down your expectations. Why Yu Shangxiang's face was filled with guilt and sorrow, yet her eyes glimmered with venom. She had always felt superior, believing that apart from her appearance, Yu Jiwan could not compare to her in any way, yet today's reality was like a slap across her face, awakening her to the sense of urgency. Despite her secret emulation of Wang Yan's designs, she had still been outshined by this wretched Yu Jiwan. Suddenly, Yu Changde's expression shifted as a realization struck him. Oh no, this unfilial daughter Yu Jiwan is so talented, and as the owner of Dinghong, doesn't he that make Jinghong even more formidable? Alas, Shangxiang, you ultimately cannot compete with that ungrateful child. Yu Shochi advised, Father, do not worry, we still have Wan Yan. As long as we can bring Wan Yan back, everything will be resolved. She is our greatest ally. Yu Changde felt reassured, letting out a sigh of relief. You're right, no matter what conditions Wan Yan proposes, we will agree, as long as she is willing to return to the Yu family. Yu Shochi nodded, his eyes fixated on Yu Jiwan's design. In the past 2 years, when the Yu family faced a crisis, Yu Jiwan had offered to help, yet he had scoffed, believing her to be overreaching. Never even glancing at her design drafts, now he found himself regretting not having taken a look. Even a brief glance would have sufficed. The competition continued, but the audience remained entranced by the wonder that Yu Jiwan had brought forth. Unable to regain their composure, the subsequent contestants failed to present any particularly outstanding designs until the final contestant, who managed to capture the audience's interest and achieved a commendable score of 9.3. Once all contestants had performed, someone noticed something amiss and began looking around. Wait, where is Wan Yan? I haven't seen the work of the great Wan Yan. To be honest, I have been watching from the first contestant until now, and none of the designs seemed reminiscent of Wan Yan's. Wait, could the contestant who just received full marks, Yu Jiwan, actually be the great Wan Yan? Impossible, Wan Yan's style is not like that. Then perhaps Wan Yan did not participate in the competition and is merely waiting to make a public appearance later. That is plausible. Why is the host leaving the stage? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, they suddenly saw the host being called off stage by someone from the organizing committee, who whispered something to her, and her expression shifted to one of surprise and joy. What could be happening? Amidst the bewilderment of the audience, the host once again dashed onto the stage. Exhilarated, microphone raised high. Dear esteemed guests, all the designs by the contestants have now been unveiled, after an intense competition and the judges' evaluations. The contestant with the highest score is Miss Yu Jiwan, contestant number 30. Let us congratulate Yu Jiwan for becoming the champion of this year's Jinawa competition. Please welcome Yu Jiwan to the stage. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, fully acknowledging Yu Zhiwan's achievement. The host, barely able to contain his excitement, beamed as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Furthermore, I have another exhilarating announcement. Indeed, we are immensely honored to have a distinguished guest to present the award to our Jinhua Prize champion. What, a high-profile award presenter? Who could it be? Next, may I invite Mr. Xie Jingma, the president of the Xie Group, to the stage to present the trophy and certificate to Yu Zhiwan. Chapter 56, The Public Revelation. Xie Jingma, no way. Like the crack of thunder, the entire venue erupted. In the front row, a socialite who was retouching her makeup trembled, her lipstick snapping under the pressure. Did I hear that correctly? The host mentioned Xie Jingma, right? Yes, I heard it too. Help, is it really Mr. Xie? Am I dreaming? Not just the socialite, but even the prominent business moguls present, along with designers and media reporters, all craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the stage. It was Xie Jingma. Not only were people eager to network, but many longed for even a fleeting glance of him. More importantly, the Jinhua Prize had previously invited Xie Jingma, only to be met with his unyielding refusals. Why had he agreed this time? The Yu family was equally astonished. Was Xie Jingma there to present the award to the champion? They had thought he was merely there to support Shang Xiang in the competition. At that moment, a tall and commanding figure had already ascended the stage. Why Yu Zhiwan gazed at that silhouette, bewildered, blinking rapidly. Why was he here? He informed her in advance. The man was clad in a perfectly tailored black suit. Tall and handsome, exuding an aristocratic charm. However, his suit was unbuttoned, and he wore no tie, the white shirt casually undone at 2 buttons, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbone, radiating an air of languid allure. Especially those captivating, mischievous eyes that drew one in, making hearts flutter, yet his formidable aura exuded a sense of authority that made it impossible to approach him without trepidation. As soon as Xie Jingma made his entrance, the photographers' cameras clicked in rapid succession, the sound of shutters echoing like fireworks. The audience erupted in fervor, unable to contain their excitement. It's really Mr. Xie, so handsome, he is so charming, I want to be with him. Who wouldn't he want to, but who would dare? Wait, why is Mr. Xie's hand bandaged? It truly is, no wonder he isn't wearing a tie. With an injury, even a tie wearer is absent, and it seems he has been without a woman by his side. Why has he never had a girlfriend? Perhaps there's a lingering attachment to a past love, which is why he has remained distant from women, never even holding hands. At that moment, the hostess appeared on stage with the trophy. This competition is the pinnacle of prestige in the domestic design industry, an honor of immense significance to designers. Xie Jingma took the trophy and certificate, his penetrating gaze settling on Yu Zhiwan as he solemnly handed them to her. Yu Zhiwan suddenly felt a sense of delight at his presentation. She earnestly accepted the trophy and certificate just as all eyes were upon them. The man, smiling lazily and enticingly, unexpectedly extended his arms to embrace her. Yu Zhiwan momentarily froze. With a slight smirk, Xie Jingma's voice was sultry. Congratulations, boss you. Not madam, but boss you. Acknowledging her identity, he congratulated her on her well-deserved glory. The first congratulatory words she heard came from him. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, vibrant and lively. You're too kind, Mr. Xie. Once Xie Jingma released her, Yu Zhiwan caught a glimpse of his lips and recalled her desire to kiss him the previous night, causing her heart to race, and she quickly averted her gaze. Meanwhile, from the audience, the distance rendered their conversation inaudible, yet everyone had their eyes glued to the stage, witnessing Xie Jingma embracing Yu Zhiwan, instantly igniting a small uproar. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be disinterested in women? How did it come to this? He even initiated the embrace, wrapping his arm around her waist. The socialites in the front row, having the clearest view, sensed something was amiss. Am I going crazy? Why do I feel that Mr. Xie's gaze towards Miss Yu is not so innocent? Indeed, the way he looked at her was undeniably suggestive. Truly, Xie Jingma had never attended such competitions before, no matter how hard they tried to invite him, yet today he suddenly appeared as an award presenter and even initiated an embrace. Could it be for Yu Zhiwan? How strange. I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Xie and Miss Yu are quite the match on stage. What is so strange about that? Yu Zhiwan is already stunning, and she is the owner of Dinghong. Her designs are exceptional. I greatly admire her. At that moment, Yu Shangxiang was fixated on the striking man on stage, her teeth biting down on her lower lip in frustration. It should have been her. It should have been her standing atop the stage, basking in the spotlight alongside him. Yet out of nowhere, Yu Zhiwan had emerged. The man who only appeared in her dreams, her fiancé, was now embracing that wretched Yu Zhiwan. Yu Shaozi glared at the stage, seething. If it weren't for Yu Zhiwan, with Shangxiang's score of 9.4, she should be the champion. She should be on stage with Xie Jingma. Yu Shangxiang, feeling aggrieved, sobbed into Tao Shuqin's embrace. Mother, I accept that I'm outmatched. I'm willing to relinquish the championship to my sister, but my fiancé, Tao Shuqin hurriedly reassured her. My dear daughter, please don't cry. The position of Mrs. Xie is yours. There is no chance for Mr. Xie and her. Yu Chang's brows furrowed intensely. This ungrateful child, not only stealing Wan Yan and opposing the Yu family but also taking Shangxiang's championship. Truly lawless, Yu Shochi watched Yu Jiwan on stage with an icy demeanor. This calamity was nothing but a scourge. She had taken away Wan Yen from him, causing her to block him, resulting in significant losses for the Yu family. Now she was even robbing Shang Xiang of her championship. The moment he returned to the Yu family, he should have added more pineapple juice to her drink, ensuring she had an allergic reaction to it. Once Wan Yen made her appearance, he would undoubtedly bring her back. He would see to it that Ginghong faced utter defeat and bankruptcy. Remembering Wan Yen, Yu Shochi's gaze towards Yu Jiwan was filled with loathing and disdain. Finally, after the award presentation concluded, the host invited both Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma to the VIP seating area. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all been eagerly anticipating this moment. Next up is the first public appearance of the legendary Wan Yen. Just moments ago, the organizers handed me a card bearing the true name of Master Wan Yen, which I have yet to unveil." The audience and reporters below were instantly on edge, their anticipation palpable. "You truly can hold out, hurry and reveal it. If you don't look, show it to me. Bring Master Wan Yen out already. Quickly, don't keep us in suspense." Amidst the clamor, Yu Shochi anxiously adjusted his collar, determined to maintain his best image. Finally, he was about to meet the one he had been yearning for during the Yu family's downturn. While he languished in despair, relying on sleeping pills to survive, it was Wan Yen who had supported him. Wan Yen was not only the savior of the Yu family, but also his personal savior. The host no longer kept the audience in suspense, taking a deep breath. "Please everyone settle down. At this moment, Master Wan Yen is also present in our audience. The spotlight will shine on Master Wan Yen in 5 seconds. 5, 4. As the countdown commenced, the spotlight began to flicker about, and the crowd turned in anticipation, eager to see where the light would finally settle. Point 1. With the final countdown, the rapidly moving spotlight suddenly came to a halt. Illuminating a woman, her features were stunning, her skin fair as snow, a visage so striking it drew the eye, her aura ethereal, her eyes shimmering, radiating beauty that seemed otherworldly amidst the noisy crowd. Yu Shochi instantly held his breath, nervously turning his head, but in the next moment, as he clearly saw the woman's face, it was as if a heavy hammer struck his mind, causing him to spring to his feet. Color draining from his face, fists clenched tightly at his sides, his form swaying unsteadily. Wan Yen was actually, Chapter 57, pleading for forgiveness. In stark contrast to Yu Shochi's public display of shock, the rest of the Yu family was in a state of disbelief. Their eyes wide as saucers stood. "No, this is impossible. How could the spotlight be on Yu Jiwan?" The host immediately opened the card in hand, trembling with excitement as he read the name written on it. "Now, it is with great honor and solemnity that we invite the legendary Wan Yen, also known as Miss Yu Jiwan, to the stage to address the audience." A sudden, profound silence enveloped the entire venue. Yu Jiwan is the renowned Wan Yen? No way." In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at the resplendent woman gracefully ascending the stage. Upon reaching her position, Yu Jiwan accepted the microphone from the host, her bright eyes shimmering and her lips a vibrant red. With a subtle smile, she radiated an unparalleled beauty. "Hello everyone, I am Wan Yen." And in that brief utterance, she ignited a fervor within all present, transforming the previously silent venue into a cacophony of gasps and applause. The Yu family, on the other hand, appeared utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by a thunderbolt. How could this be? The person they had been desperately seeking, pleading not to abandon the Yu family, the one hailed as their savior, Wan Yen, was none other than the very Yu Jiwan they had scorned and belittled. She was their biological daughter and sister. How could fate be so cruel? Yu Xiangxiang's eyes were fixed intently on Yu Jiwan, her previously sweet and gentle demeanor twisting into a grotesque mask of rage and denial. Utterly unwilling to confront this reality, the person she had always looked down upon, the one she deemed beneath her, was the very individual who had triumphed over her in the new talent competition. Claiming first place as Wan Yen, how could she accept that the person she despised had now risen above her? Yu Jiwan's design prowess had long surpassed her own by an unfathomable margin. All her self-satisfaction, fostered by the Yu family's dismissive comments about Yu Jiwan, had transformed her into a mere laughingstock. Yu Shochi had stood there, completely unhinged since the moment, his body taut as a bowstring stretched to its limit. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Yu Jiwan. When others mocked him for being incapable of shouldering the Yu family's burdens, she had unhesitatingly agreed to assist him. Now he discovered that this very person was his own sister. The one who had supported him during his darkest days, when he relied on sleeping pills to survive, was his biological sister, the one who had single-handedly rescued the Yu family from the brink of despair. Bringing him unparalleled success was indeed his own flesh and blood, his sister whom he had despised and mistreated, the one he knew was allergic to pineapple yet still taunted with it in her drinks. Wishing for her to suffer an allergic reaction, Yu Shochi staggered violently, clutching his chest in agony, as if a dagger had pierced his heart, the sharp pain rendering him breathless, his face drained of color. Why did it have to be like this? Meanwhile, the audience erupted into excitement, the socialites and esteemed ladies who adored Wan Yen continuing their rapturous cheers. Insane, no wonder Yu Jiwan received a perfect score. She is Wan Yan, the divine Wan Yan. Is that dark-themed gown your new style? Wait a moment, does this mean that Wan Yan, who has designed clothing for the Yu family and helped them become a leading domestic brand, is their legitimate daughter? Incredible, with such an accomplished child the Yu family's ancestors must be smiling in their graves. Oh, but wait, Yu Zhuan has severed ties with the Yu family, she is no longer their daughter. TSK, just moments ago, Yu Xiuqi was proclaiming he would bring Wan Yan back to the Yu family, treating Yu Zhiwan so disrespectfully. I bet he regrets it now, deservedly so, to neglect such a beautiful and talented legitimate daughter in favor of that fake one. He truly deserves this fate, as the crowd murmured. Curiosity piqued about why Yu Zhiwan had not directly aided the Yu family but instead adopted the identity of Wan Yan. Several journalists could not resist posing this question. Holding the microphone, Yu Zhiwan cast a detached glance toward the Yu family, her gaze devoid of warmth. At that time, when the Yu family was in decline, and their operations were faltering, I wished to alleviate my parents' and brothers' burdens. To contribute to the Yu family, however, when I presented my design drafts to Yu Xiuqi, he dismissed my abilities without even a glance, deeming me unworthy. Thus I had no choice but to assist the Yu family under the guise of Wan Yan. In that moment, despite feeling disheartened by Yu Xiuqi's disdain, she had still regarded him as family, as a brother, and could not bear to see him suffer. She had hoped, albeit humbly, to receive even a glimmer of familial affection from her parents and brother. It was only later that she realized that a heart of stone could never be warmed. The audience listened, their expressions a mixture of sympathy and indignation. How could anyone treat their own sister so cruelly? This was his flesh and blood. From a young age she had endured hardship after being mistakenly taken in by another family, and now, after finally returning home, she faced such disdain from her own biological parents and brother. Alas, it seemed Yu Zhiwan had initially harbored hope for the Yu family. Even when marginalized, she was willing to assist them as Wan Yan. With such heartfelt dedication, how could she have wronged the Yu family? The Yu family's blatant favoritism was truly astonishing. They neglected their own daughter, leaving her disheartened, and now it was too late. Just moments ago, Yu Xiuqi had declared he would bring Wan Yan back. This was the epitome of overreaching. At that moment, Yu Xiuqi, upon hearing Yu Zhiwan's response, stumbled, his face pale, and he collapsed back onto his chair, utterly drained. If only he had not held such prejudice against Yu Zhiwan. If only he had acknowledged her as family. As a sister, would things have turned out differently? He realized he had been grievously mistaken. In days, he recalled how upon her return to the Yu family she had looked at him with such yearning and admiration. Softly calling him brother as she followed closely behind, she had even stayed by his side for several nights when he fell ill, preparing him thoughtful birthday gifts each year, despite his disdain. She had still assisted him as Wan Yan, yet how could he have been so cruel? Knowing she was allergic to pineapple yet still taunting her with it in her drinks, he had cast aside her birthday gifts. Thrown them into the trash. For years, he had neglected to celebrate her birthday. He had praised Yu Shangxiang in her presence, deliberately belittling and disparaging her, insisting that Yu Shangxiang was his true sister. How could he have committed such heinous acts? She had offered her heart, and he had cast her aside like refuse. Yu Xiuqi's heart ached as if it were being torn asunder. It felt as though a piece of flesh had been ripped from his chest, causing him to gasp for breath, utterly drained as he slipped from his chair, collapsing to the ground in despair. Xiuqi, brother, Tao Shuqin and Yu Shaozi rushed over to support Yu Xiuqi, attempting to help him up. But he remained on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and dazed, oblivious to the words of those around him. Xiuqi, what is happening? Don't frighten your mother. Tao Shuqin's eyes brimmed with tears. Why Yu Shaozi, shedding his usual arrogance, spoke hoarsely. It's because of Yu Zhiwan. Upon hearing Yu Shaozi's words, Tao Shuqin turned her gaze toward the stage, where Yu Zhiwan stood, the celebrated designer Wan Yan, her own flesh and blood. How could this not fill her with pride? Yet, Xiuqi, please don't do this, pull yourself together. Tao Shuqin's heart ached for her eldest son, who had fallen into despair. Why Yu Xiuqi, with his head bowed in distress, one hand clutching his aching chest, the other pressed firmly against the ground, his fingers digging into the floor as if to anchor himself, his nails threatening to split. In his daze, he heard a journalist ask Yu Zhiwan whether she would continue to assist the Yu family in the future. Her voice was cold and resolute. No, never again. Why Yu Xiuqi's body convulsed violently, his fingers pressing against the floor until his nails cracked, crimson blood seeping forth, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, a solitary tear silently falling to the ground. Until the conclusion of the Genoa fashion competition, the socialites and esteemed ladies continued to surround Yu Zhiwan, even a few young designers seeking her autograph. Why Yu Zhiwan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Taking several minutes to extricate herself before heading backstage, the audience, still present, cast complex and disdainful glances toward the Yu family. Why Yu Changde could no longer concern himself with the opinions of outsiders. Reaching out to pull Yu Xiuqi up, Xiuqi, you're bleeding. Suddenly, Yu Xiuqi pushed him away with force, nearly toppling him. Before he could express his anger, he saw Yu Xiuqi sway and sprint toward the backstage area. Xiuqi, what are you doing? Yu Changde called out, his brow furrowed in concern. Perhaps due to his weakened state, Yu Xiuqi stumbled a few steps, tripping on the stairs and crashing to the ground, once the illustrious president of the Yu family. He now lay in utter disarray, lacking even the semblance of his usual composed demeanor. Instantly, all eyes were on him, unsure of his intentions. Why Yushauza rushed over, but as soon as he touched Yushochi's clothing, Yushochi pushed him away. Brother, Yushochi seemed oblivious to Yushauza's words, staggering to his feet, blood dripping from his hand, his eyes filled with red veins as he stumbled toward the backstage area. Jiwon, his biological sister, was there. Upon returning to the dressing room where she had prepared her garments before the competition, Jiwon had yet to push the door open when she suddenly heard a hoarse voice calling her. Jiwon, she felt a pang of unfamiliarity, unable to recognize the voice, turning to see none other than Yushochi, her heart racing in shock. Why Yushochi was in a disheveled state, blood trickling from his nails onto the ground. Yet he felt no pain, his reddened eyes fixated solely on the girl before him. I was wrong before, I shouldn't have. Why Jiwon furrowed her brows, a hint of faint sarcasm etched upon her features. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you think that by saying this, I will return to the Yu family and continue designing clothes for them? Yushoji was instantly flustered, his voice still hoarse and labored, as if scraped against sandpaper. That is not what I meant. He stumbled over his words, unsure of how to express the piercing pain within his chest and the gnawing regret consuming him. Closing his eyes, his trembling lashes betrayed the moisture pooling beneath. Wanwan, you are my biological sister. You have endured so much suffering since childhood. After finally being brought back home, I failed to fulfill my duty as an elder brother. Biological sister, Yu Jiwon interrupted him, her expression devoid of emotion. From the moment I severed ties with the Yu family, you ceased to be my brother. Why Yushoji's face turned pale, his lips quivering in cowardice. Yu Jiwon regarded him with an impassive gaze. Do you think that by merely admitting your mistakes now, I will joyfully forgive you, sweeping all past grievances under the rug, as if they had never occurred? And resume our relationship as if nothing had ever happened? Yushoji's pupils contracted as he stepped forward anxiously, yearning to reach out to her, only to witness Yu Jiwon retreating, disdainfully avoiding him. His outstretched hand froze midair, and in that moment, his heart felt as if it were being crushed, causing him to choke back his anguish. So this is how it felt when she was scorned by their family. Chapter 58. My wife is amazing. When Ikaiwei arrived, she saw Yushoji in a state of disarray, attempting to reach out to Yu Jiwon. Boss, Hitsaiwei's expression tightened as she rushed over. Was Yushoji really attempting to lay hands on her? Yu Jiwon cast a detached glance at him and instructed Hikaiwei call security to have him removed. After saying this, she pushed the door and entered the lounge. Yushoji watched as the girl turned her back on him, her indifference piercing his heart, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Hikaiwei was efficient, swiftly arranging for security to escort Yushoji away. As Yu Jiwon gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, Xia Jingma approached, holding what appeared to be a lunch. He raised an eyebrow. Did you come here without eating anything this morning? Are you hungry? Yu Jiwon still could not face him calmly, her eyelids twitching. Not hungry. I have something to attend to. I need to return to Jinghong first. I have to go. She needed to sort out her feelings regarding why she suddenly wanted to kiss Xia Jingma last night. It was too, she had to clarify what her emotions toward him truly were. However, if she allowed Xia Jingma to remain near her, he would undoubtedly influence her. Thus, Yu Jiwon decided to go to Jinghong to think quietly by herself. I am off. Watching her hurried departure, Xia Jingma's eyes narrowed dangerously. Why had she been avoiding him since last night? Brother. At that moment, Xia Yunzhou and Xia Yuntang rushed over, filled with excitement. Where's sister-in-law? So sister-in-law is the renowned Wan Yan. Given Xia Yuntang's admiration for Wan Yan, she had planned to attend today's Jinawa fashion design competition since she knew Wan Yan would be making a public appearance. However, disaster struck when a male celebrity with 80 million fans in her company encountered a scandal last night, resulting in several trending topics. Xia Yuntang quickly summoned the public relations department to devise a strategy and even dragged Xia Yunzhou along to assist. Fortunately, the male celebrity maintained a clean image, and by noon, the rumors were finally clarified and put to rest. After resolving company matters, the two hurried over, only to find their brother without sight of sister-in-law. Xia Jingma lazily glanced at them. She returned to Jinghong. Xia Yuntang replied, then I'll go find sister-in-law right away. Xia Xiaozhou, are you going? Xia Yunzhou pondered for a moment before saying, you go ahead, I have something to ask our brother. What is it? Xia Yuntang asked. Never mind, I'm in a hurry to see sister-in-law, I'm off. After saying this, she dashed away. Xia Yunzhou leaned closer to his brother, a puzzled expression on his face. It is strange, brother, with such a great opportunity today, why didn't you take the chance to publicly announce your marriage to sister-in-law? Xia Jingma's brows slightly raised. This is her important moment. Why would I want to disrupt it? This is Wan Yan's stage, Yu Jiwon's stage, not Mrs. Xia's. Why would I detract attention from her with marriage? Xia Jingma lazily pulled out his phone. Yu Jiwon's identity as Wan Yan had already become a hot topic online. Look, many are praising her talent. How wonderful. The Yu family belittled her and suppressed her, yet he was determined to see her soar to new heights, shining brightly. Xia Yunzhou listened, somewhat bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. He then turned to find his brother gazing at the online praises for Yu Jiwon, a lovesick expression adorning his face, as if he were thinking, my wife is amazing. At the Jinghong flagship store, Gu Chengfeng did not attend the Jinhua fashion competition. Upon seeing the news online that Yu Zhiwan was Wan Yan, he could no longer contain himself and rushed over in shock, observing the girl within the store. Gu Chengfeng's heart swelled. Truly, she was his woman, remarkable in every sense. Chapter 59. Who did Zhiwan marry? Yu Zhiwan was busily engaged in the store, and following the revelation of her identity as Wan Yan. Pre-orders had surged significantly. Only when Yi Kaiwei reminded her to look towards the entrance did she notice Gu Chengfeng's arrival. Instantly, her expression turned cold. Seeing her swift change of demeanor, Gu Chengfeng felt a pang in his chest. He had never been treated with such disdain by a woman. Wanting to explode in anger yet fearing it would frighten her, he suppressed his frustration. What kind of attitude is this, even as a customer entering your store? Is this how you treat your patrons? Yu Zhiwan dismissed him. Jinghong does not welcome you. Yu Chengfeng's anger flared. Are you really going to throw me out? I know you are Wan Yan. I came specifically to see you. His voice was loud enough for other customers in the store to turn their heads in curiosity. Why? Yu Zhiwan's brow furrowed with irritation. Do I need your attention? Gu Chengfeng found himself being rebuffed at every turn. His temper boiling, his veins bulged on his forehead. This ungrateful woman infuriated him, yet he could not bring himself to scold her. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his entitled temperament to speak. Why? Yu Zhiwan, I am your first love. I pursued you for 3 months and we dated for 3 weeks. I refuse to believe that after all this time, you have no feelings for me whatsoever. At his words, Yu Zhiwan's emotions remained unperturbed. Her expression unchanged as she appraised him from head to toe. Oh, I really don't. Yu Chengfeng was taken aback. What? Fuming, Gu Chengfeng ground his teeth. You're just being disingenuous. Yu Zhiwan's brow creased tighter. As if insulted, before she could respond, Gu Chengfeng suddenly recalled something and softened his tone, albeit with a hint of hesitance. Ahem, I know you haven't dated before and may be oblivious to emotions. Even if you have developed feelings for me, you might not realize it. So how about this? I'll pursue you again, and we can have a proper relationship. Yu Zhiwan's frown deepened. You pursuing me? Gu Chengfeng let out a smug huff. How about it? Hearing that I want to pursue you, aren't you thrilled, perhaps even a little shy? Yu Zhiwan realized that when people are left speechless, they can indeed laugh. Thrilled, shy, if it were Xie Jingma pursuing her. Perhaps she would genuinely feel elated, but with Gu Chengfeng, wait, why would she feel happy if Xie Jingma pursued her? Why did he suddenly come to mind? Yu Zhiwan found herself in a muddle. Casting an annoyed glance at Gu Chengfeng, I've told you before, I'm married, please refrain from bothering me. Yu Chengfeng, still basking in his own self-satisfaction, froze upon hearing the word married, his gaze fixating on the ring adorning her ring finger. Realization dawning upon him, this ring, previously, when Yu Zhiwan mentioned being married, he hadn't believed her, thinking she was simply jealous of his younger sister and had donned a ring to provoke him. Yet, he later discovered that Yu Zhiwan had been coerced into dating him and did not genuinely harbor feelings for him, thus, the ring she wore was not a ploy to incite jealousy. But rather. Yu Chengfeng's mind suddenly went blank, a wave of dizziness washing over him as he struggled to speak. You really got married? Yu Zhiwan responded succinctly and decisively, yes, I am married. In that instant. It felt as though all the blood in Gu Chengfeng's body rushed to his head, leaving him dizzy and unable to see her face clearly. His legs weakened, and through clenched teeth, he managed to utter, no, I don't believe it. Like a coward, he turned and stumbled out of the store. Why? Yu Zhiwan was left bewildered. Is this young master putting on a drama? Xie Shaozi drove to find Yu Zhiwan and had not yet arrived at the Jinghong store when he spotted Gu Chengfeng, who appeared dazed and confused, wandering on the sidewalk, oblivious to the world around him, even bumping into passers-by without a care, earning him a scolding from an elderly man. Xie Shaozi quickly parked the car by the roadside and jumped out. Gu Chengfeng, what on earth are you doing? Gu Chengfeng seemed not to hear, continuing to walk in a daze, heading toward the road where cars were rushing by. Alarmed, Xie Shaozi seized him. Have you lost your mind? There are cars everywhere. Do you want to get yourself killed? Gu Chengfeng finally came to a halt, and upon seeing Xie Shaozi, his temples throbbed painfully, his face devoid of color. She is married. She has truly tied the knot. He had clearly intended to pursue her earnestly, to be with her in a meaningful way, yet she had chosen to wed another. How could she marry a different man? Yu Shaozi, bewildered, asked, who is married? Gu Chengfeng raised a hand to press against his aching temple, a metallic, sweet iron taste surging in his throat. Yu Zhiwan, she told me she got married. Why? Yu Shaozi was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is that possible? Gu Chengfeng forced a bitter smile, not knowing whether to cry or laugh, his mouth feeling as if filled with bitter herbs. The day she broke up with me, she married another man. How foolishly confident he had been, thinking that Yu Zhiwan would eventually return to him. Why? Yu Shaozi looked utterly perplexed. That day she had just severed ties with the Yu family. And yet she had so suddenly married. Yu Shaozi grasped Gu Chengfeng's shoulders tightly, urgently asking, who did Zhiwan marry? Gu Chengfeng looked up at him. Zhiwan, you call her Zhiwan? When had he ever addressed the sister with such gentleness? Hadn't he always referred to her disparagingly as that troublesome girl? Yu Shaozi's face flushed with embarrassment. You know that Zhiwan is Wan Yan, right? The very sister he had scorned had turned out to be the esteemed savior of the Yu family. The Yu family had risen to prominence in the nation, allowing him to live a comfortable life as the second son of the Yu household, all thanks to Wan Yan. Yu Chengfeng regarded him with a sudden cold smile. If Yu Zhiwan were not Wan Yan, would you still treat her any more kindly? Yu Shaozi was momentarily stifled. Yu yet found himself unable to retort that he had come to find Yu Zhiwan to tell her that their parents had agreed to treat her as family and to promise to treat her well in the future, urging her not to remain resentful, to return home. But for some reason, Yu Shaozi suddenly felt a lack of confidence. Reluctant to approach Yu Zhiwan, frustrated, Yu Shaozi gritted his teeth, disregarding Gu Chengfeng, and drove straight home. In the living room, Yu Shoqi's hand had already been bandaged. Wai Yu Changde sat in the position of the family head, with Tao Shuqin and Yu Shangxiang present as well. Shaozi, how did it go? Did you speak with that girl? Yu Changde inquired eagerly. Your dad. I didn't go. Why didn't you go? Yu Changde frowned, anxious. Zhiwan is the illustrious Wan Yan. This brings great honor to the Yu family, enhances our reputation, and she can contribute to Yu Corporation's designs. Inviting her back is a matter of immense benefit. Do you understand? Beside him, Yu Shoqi's gaze turned icy. Dad, is it merely for reputation and profit that you wish to have Zhiwan return? Yu Changde, Shoqi, don't rush. Here's the plan. I will personally invite that girl back, put the past behind us, and urge her not to hold grudges, so we can live as a family. Surely that should suffice. Chapter 60. Treasuring you beyond measure. Yu Shoqi rose from the sofa, his tone laced with sarcasm. Hold grudges? You still think Zhiwan is the one being petty? Dad, do you not realize your own mistakes? Yu Changde, reprimanded by his son, felt a wave of shame. Then what do you propose? As a father, if I humbly seek her return, what more could she desire? Yu Shoqi sneered in anger. You are only concerned about family reputation and corporate interests. Wanting Wan Yan to continue designing for Yu Corporation, that's why you want to bring Zhiwan back. Have you ever regarded Zhiwan as your own daughter? I know that Zhiwan is my biological sister. We have wronged her too much already and must make amends. I will strive to earn her forgiveness and hope she does not owe the Yu family anything further. The engagement with the Xie family was always meant for Zhiwan. With these words, Yu Shangxiang stiffened, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. In the past, whenever the engagement was mentioned, her elder brother had always agreed to let her fulfill it. Why was he now favoring Yu Zhiwan so? Did he now hold Yu Zhiwan in higher esteem than her? Yu Shangxiang clenched her fists, jealousy and resentment flashing in her gaze. That wretched Yu Zhiwan was even seizing her brother's affection. Tao Shuqin hastily interjected, Shoqi, I know you wish to make amends with Zhiwan, and I too want to reconcile with this daughter, but Shangxiang has done nothing wrong. This engagement belongs to Shangxiang. How can it be passed to Zhiwan? Yu Shoqi remained expressionless. Mom, you are mistaken. This engagement was always Zhiwan's and has nothing to do with Yu Shangxiang. When Zhiwan first returned to the Yu family, she couldn't bear to let Yu Shangxiang suffer in her previous family, so she agreed to let her stay and continue as the second young lady of the Yu family, which was already a great kindness. Now, does she even have to relinquish her engagement? Tao Shuqin, at a loss for words, wished to reconcile with her biological daughter, yet she favored Shangxiang more. After all, Shangxiang had done nothing wrong. Both daughters were dear to her. If she had to choose, perhaps it was better to let Zhiwan endure this final injustice. Yu Changde, with a serious expression, declared, Enough, there is no argument. This engagement remains with Shangxiang. She is more suited to the position of the Xie family as young mistress. Wai Yu Shoqi's expression hardened. I disagree. The matters of Yu Corporation are determined by me. Wai Yu Changde, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. Very well. You wish to oppose your father for that girl, Dad, elder brother. Wai Yu Shaozi suddenly spoke up, tiredly rubbing his forehead. Please stop arguing. Zhiwan is already married. What? Yu Shoqi's heart jolted. When did she get married? To whom? Yu Shaozi shook his head. I haven't asked her who she married. I only know that she got married the day she severed ties with the family. Wai Yu Shoqi's brow furrowed in distress. How could she marry so hastily? Where did she find a man to marry? Would that man treat her well, or would he mistreat her? With no one from her maternal family to support her, what would happen if she suffered? In contrast to Yu Shoqi's worries, Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde both let out a sigh of relief. Tao Shuqin, filled with sympathy, embraced Yu Shangxiang. All right, Shoqi, since that girl is married now, even if I wished for her to fulfill the engagement with Jingma, it is now impossible. It seems Shangxiang must marry Jingma instead. Wai Yu Shangxiang nestled in Tao Shuqin's arms, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Sister, you truly know how to assist me, since you no longer know whom she is married. Then Xie Jingma is entirely mine. The thought of Xie Jingma and marrying him, becoming his woman, made Yu Shangxiang blush, shyly biting her lip. She could finally rest easy, eagerly awaiting the day she would be his bride. Yu Shoqi furrowed his brow tightly, showing no signs of relaxation. No, he had to find out from Zhiwan who she had married, whether that man was reliable. At the Jinghang General Store, when Xia Yuntang arrived, she carried a large assortment of food. Sister-in-law, on my way here, my brother specifically texted me, saying you didn't eat breakfast before heading to the design competition, and asked me to bring you something to eat. He even mentioned some of your favorite dishes and particularly reminded me that you are allergic to pineapples, so I can't buy pineapple juice or any dishes containing pineapple. TSK. My brother truly treasures you beyond measure. Yu Zhiwan felt her earlobes heat up. What does being treasured beyond measure even mean? The truth is, she had been too shy to share a meal with him that morning. So she hastily left without eating. She hadn't expected him to remember and worry about her hunger. Why Yu Zhiwan helped Xia Yuntang carry the food to the lounge. Xia Yuntang, overjoyed, hugged and pinched Yu Zhiwan, nearly kissing her on the lips. There was no way she could, considering her brother's possessiveness and jealousy. She didn't dare to be so bold. Really, I'm just so excited. This is the living embodiment of Wan Yen. My brother has such good taste. Yu Zhiwan, what does this have to do with your brother? Xia Yuntang smiled playfully. Only because my brother has good taste can he marry you. Otherwise, how could I have such a wonderful sister-in-law? Yu Zhiwan. As they sat down to eat, Yu Zhiwan's mind lingered on Xie Jingma, making her unable to enjoy the food. Glancing at Xia Yuntang beside her, she suddenly asked, a spark of inspiration igniting within her, Yuntang, have you ever been in love? Xia Yuntang replied nonchalantly, why would I bother with that nonsense? Yu Zhiwan. Xia Yuntang pouted, sister-in-law. You wouldn't know, but all the men around me are constantly fawning over me, flattering me to know it feels pointless. I'd rather bicker with Xie Xiaozhou than why Yu Zhiwan's eyes shimmered with curiosity, her fair skin glowing with a translucent hue. Have you ever had someone you liked before? Xia Yuntang, unembarrassed, smiled brightly. I have. Heck. Immediately, Yu Zhiwan leaned closer, as if encountering a wise mentor, her eyes sparkling with naive eagerness. So, did you two end up together? What does it feel like to like someone? Xia Yuntang refrained from answering whether they were together, setting down her chopsticks and stroking her chin. When one harbors feelings for another, saying, when you like someone, you often find yourself thinking of them, longing to meet them, and feeling immense joy upon seeing them. Of course, your emotions can easily be swayed by them. Their happiness can elevate your spirits, while their displeasure can lead you to sulk or feel jealous. Moreover, when you are with them, your heart might race with excitement, yearning for closeness, even desiring physical contact. Why Yu Zhiwan listened in admiration, nearly wanting to jot down everything she heard. Yuntang, you seem to know so much. So if you wish to kiss someone, does that mean you like them? Chapter 61. Xia Checho Online Green Tea. Xia Yuntang was taken aback by the question. Sister-in-law, who do you want to kiss? Yu Zhiwan nearly spat out her drink, surprised that the conversation had turned to her. Not me. Who could I possibly want to kiss? I'm just asking casually. Xia Yuntang clearly didn't believe her and playfully winked. Then sister-in-law, is it that you have a friend who had a whirlwind marriage and now she suddenly wants to kiss her husband? You might as well be asking for my ID. Yu Zhiwan firmly denied it. Yu Zhiwan staunchly denied, no way, I merely watched an idol drama yesterday, wherein a young girl suddenly wished to kiss her childhood friend and began to question her feelings for him. If you want to kiss someone, it surely indicates affection. Just think, would you want to kiss someone you dislike? Yu Zhiwan immediately shook her head. If it were someone she detested, she wouldn't even want to see them. Xia Yuntang shrugged. Of course, it could also be mere infatuation, but it depends on your personality. For instance, sister-in-law, I feel like someone with your temperament wouldn't be one to suddenly want to kiss someone. That would definitely make your brother envious and jealous, right? Yu Zhiwan thought for a moment and shook her head. Actually, I've never felt that way about any man except for Xie Jingma, but they had only been married for a little over a month. A boy had pursued her for half a year, yet she felt nothing. However, thinking about it, Xie Jingma was such a handsome and devoted husband, sharing meals and a bed with her daily. If she developed feelings for him, it wouldn't be surprising. Her heart raced with excitement, akin to a startled deer. She fiddled with the bracelet Xie Jingma had gifted her, unconsciously caressing the small green grapes on it. It was settled. She truly had feelings for Xie Jingma. After lunch, Xia Yuntang had to return to her company. Yu Zhiwan remained in the lounge, cradling her flushed cheeks, and when she glanced at the mirror, she saw herself grinning like a simpleton. She quickly slapped her face, stopped smiling. Yu Zhiwan supported her chin with her hands. She felt she was developing feelings for Xie Jingma, but what about him? His marriage to her was out of obligation. She caught a glimpse of her reflection, grinning foolishly, looking like a naive child from a wealthy family. She quickly slapped her cheeks. Stop grinning. Yu Zhiwan supported her chin with her hands. She felt that she was falling for Xie Jingma. A Weibo post had been made. Yu Zhiwan clicked it open. GMW had posted a photo, and to her astonishment, it was of her and Xie Jingma. It was a picture from the Jinhua fashion competition, where Xie Jingma had presented her with an award, capturing their embrace. This photo must have been taken by a reporter. How did this make it to his Weibo? When she opened the comments section, the image featured her and Xie Jingma. It was from the Jinhua fashion competition today, the moment Xie Jingma awarded her, capturing their embrace. This photo must have been taken by a reporter. Why did he post it on his Weibo? GMW responded, Then the netizen posted another image showing her and Xie Jingma sitting together in the audience after the awards ceremony. The photo was somewhat dim, but the atmosphere was delightful. To which, MW replied, yes. The same netizen then shared another image depicting her and Xie Jingma seated together in the audience after the awards, albeit a bit dim, yet it radiated a warm atmosphere. Likely a candid shot from a nearby audience member. The netizen was ecstatic. "Aw, sister, look at this leaked photo." President Xia has been raising his eyebrows at Wang Yan. What was he thinking at that moment? After all, it's Xie Jingma, how could he possibly think that? Yu Zhiwan felt utterly bewildered. A sister? What kind of sister is GMW? He is a man. Moreover, she had glared at Xie Jingma because he had leaned in to whisper playfully in her ear. How could he possibly think that? Yu Zhiwan was left utterly bewildered. Sister? What sort of sister is, to MW, he is a man? Moreover, she had glared at Xie Jingma merely because he had leaned in to whisper teasingly. Madam, your waist is so slender. She instinctively shot him a glare. There was no way he could think. Wang Yan glared at me. She has feelings for me. Why? Yu Zhiwan felt her lips twitch and used a small account named Green Grape to comment. Wouldn't he think that? How could I not know him? But such a statement was impossible to articulate. Ultimately, Yu Zhiwan chose not to reply. In Lanchi Garden, in the living room, Uncle Fu approached with ointment, observing the man's burned hand. Sir, it's time to apply the ointment. It needs to be applied 3 times a day. Xie Jingma glanced at his silent phone, his tone indifferent. I know, just leave it. Why had he been avoiding him since last night? You should apply the ointment. It suggests applying it 3 times a day. Xie Jingma glanced at his silent phone, his tone indifferent. Understood, just leave it. Why has he been avoiding him since last night? There was a green grape yogurt mousse cake and a green grape double-layer pudding. Xie Jingma opened his camera, aiming it at the green grape cake, strategically placing his burned hand beside it. Instructing Uncle Fu to fetch the desserts prepared by the chef, there was a green grape yogurt mousse cake and a green grape double-layer pudding. Xie Jingma opened his camera, angling it towards the grape cake. Upon receiving the photo from him, Yu Zhiwan first noticed the cake at the center of the image, then her gaze fell upon his burned hand, her brow furrowing immediately. Why, Yu Zhiwan, did you apply the ointment? I shall send it to you. Upon receiving the photo from the man, Yu Zhiwan first noticed the cake, followed by the sight of his burned hand, her brows furrowing instantly. Why, Yu Zhiwan, have you applied the ointment? Why does it still look so severe? After a considerable delay, his reply came, as if the pain had hindered his typing. If the madam is absent, who will apply the ointment for me? Why was Uncle Fu being so careless? She quickly typed, just wait, I'll return home immediately. He replied, it's nothing, just a minor injury, I'm fine. Even if it hurts, I can endure it. Wan, you must be busy, don't let me delay your time. In that moment, Yu Zhiwan felt her heart warm. How considerate of him to say such things at this time. I am not in pain. Even if it hurts, I can endure it. Wang Yan must be busy outside, don't let me delay you. In that instant, Yu Zhiwan felt her heart warm considerably. Xie Jingma, alright, I'll wait for Wan to return. Obedient.jpg, he added a cute emoji at the end. At Yu Zhiwan's heart swelled once more. He was truly endearing. Chapter 62, the first step in pursuing Xie Jingma. Yu Zhiwan hurriedly grabbed her bag and headed out. I've already finished my work, I'll be home right away. Xie Jingma, alright then, I shall wait for Wang Yan's return. Obedient.jpg, he followed with a charming emoji. Yu Zhiwan's heart melted again. He Kaiwei replied, stepping aside. It's your teacher. Teacher. Yu Zhiwan looked up, surprised to see Teacher Liang Yulan. Teacher Liang, what brings you here? She exclaimed, rushing over with delight. Previously, when she participated in competitions under the name Wang Yan, it was Teacher Liang who accepted awards on her behalf, thus she held great respect for her. Teacher Liang, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and warmth, spoke. Zhiwan, I won beat around the bush. Teacher Liang, what brings you here? Yu Zhiwan exclaimed with delight, hurrying towards her. Previously, when she participated in competitions under the name Wang Yan, Teacher Liang had always accepted awards on her behalf, and she held deep respect for her. Lu Sun, come here. Examining the young man, Yu Zhiwan noticed he was tall, in his 20s, with his hands in his pockets, sporting striking silver hair and silver earrings, his appearance handsome yet exuding a carefree attitude. This attire certainly didn't resemble that of a medical student. Teacher Liang sighed at his silver hair and said, Zhiwan, don't feel the need to be polite with this boy, treat him like an assistant. Tall and in his 20s, casually dressed with striking silver hair and silver earrings, exuding an air of carefree defiance, certainly not the appearance of someone aspiring to be a doctor. Teacher Liang sighed. Lu Sun grinned, revealing his 2 sharp canine teeth. I know, aren't you the famed Wang Yan? I've heard so much about you. Teacher Liang chuckled, as long as you know Zhiwan, please take care of him. Yu Zhiwan would naturally not refuse. After all, Teacher Liang had assisted her so much in the past. Teacher Liang, it's no trouble at all, just let Lu Sun stay in the shop for now. Isn't this the Grandmaster Wang Yan? I've heard so much about you. Teacher Liang chuckled, as long as you know Wang Yan, I would appreciate your guidance for him. Why Yu Zhiwan would naturally not refuse. After all, Teacher Liang had assisted her so much in the past. Teacher Liang, it's no trouble at all, just let Lu Sun stay in the shop for now. I will teach him whatever he wishes to learn. I will browse around the shop if that's alright. Yu Zhiwan nodded and hurriedly exited. At Lanchi Garden, upon entering the living room, Yu Zhiwan noticed a green grape cake on the coffee table but failed to find Xie Jingma. I have matters to attend to today and must return home. Elyusin appeared flamboyant and carefree, yet he was quite polite. Sure, you take care of your business first, I will browse around the shop. If that's alright, Yu Zhuan nodded and hurriedly exited. A tea lunchy garden. Upon entering the living room, Yu Zhuan noticed a green grape cake on the coffee table but failed to find Xie Jingma. After inquiring with Fu Bo, she learned he was upstairs in the bedroom. Wasn't he supposed to apply medication? Why is he back in the bedroom? Is the wound too severe, or is he feeling unwell? And upon seeing her covering her eyes, his brows lifted slightly. The timing was quite fortunate. She had returned just as he had removed half of his clothing. Xie Jingma, with a nonchalant demeanor, approached and gently took her hand away from her eyes. Why cover? We shared the same bed. Yu Zhuan exclaimed. That is not the same, you're fully clothed. Once her eyes were unshielded, her gaze fell directly on his chest, her eyelids fluttered, and she hastily looked up. And upon seeing her covering her eyes, his brows lifted slightly. The timing was quite fortunate. She had returned just as he had removed half of his clothing. Xie Jingma, with a nonchalant demeanor, approached and gently took her hand away from her eyes. Why cover? I was going to make you a glass of fresh juice, but I accidentally bumped my hand against the injury, lost my grip, and spilled juice all over myself. Do you think you might find me useless? Attempting to keep her focus on his face. You should hurry and change. The man drawled lazily. I'm not changing. I'm thinking of taking a shower. A shower? Why would you take a shower at this hour? I was going to make you a glass of fresh juice, but I accidentally bumped my hand against the injury, lost my grip, and spilled juice all over myself. Do you think you might find me useless? His tone subtly revealed a hint of disappointment. Yu Zhuan immediately shook her head. How could that be? If your hand hurts, don't exert yourself, just tell me what you want to do. And I'll assist you. He raised an eyebrow. Really? Yu Zhuan nodded earnestly. Of course, then. Xie Jingma spoke in a nonchalant tone. My hand still hurts. I can't bend it or apply pressure. Would you be so kind as to help me take off my shirt? His request, though casually stated, left Yu Zhuan momentarily stunned. Removed his shirt. The upper garment was simple enough. He had already unbuttoned it. However, the trousers, how was she supposed to assist with those? Yu Zhuan bit her lip. Feeling somewhat awkward. How about you endure it for a bit longer and skip the shower? But the juice is sticky on my skin. Just look. He pointed to the damp area on his abdomen. Not giving him a bath, taking a deep breath, she finally relented. Alright, I'll help you. Upon hearing this, the man tilted his head slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he cooperatively raised his arms, allowing her to assist with his shirt. As for the trousers. Yu Zhuan closed her eyes, her eyelashes quivering uncontrollably, and slowly extended her hand. He was wearing dress pants, and she could only fumble to unfasten the button. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his abs several times, and she had to admit, the sensation was quite delightful. Suddenly, she heard a low, husky chuckle from above. Yu Zhuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What are you laughing at? The man's throat bobbed enticingly as he replied in a voice dripping with allure. Darling, with how you're groping around, I'm feeling a bit ticklish. Unable to contain herself, Yu Zhuan opened her eyes wide, shooting him an annoyed glance, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Then tell me, how should I remove it? Xie Jingma's eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, slightly arched, his demeanor languid and flirtatious. Is it wrong to open your eyes? The man's throat bobbed enticingly as he replied in a voice dripping with allure. Darling, with how you're groping around, I'm feeling a bit ticklish. Unable to contain herself, Yu Zhuan opened her eyes wide, shooting him an annoyed glance, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Then tell me, how should I remove it? Xie Jingma's eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, slightly arched, his demeanor languid and flirtatious. Is it wrong to open your eyes? Yet, lacking experience in such matters, she pondered that since Xie Jingma needed her assistance, perhaps this was where she could begin. With newfound determination, she composed herself, her face radiant. Since you said so, I will open my eyes. And for reasons unknown, a sense of calm washed over her, dispelling her previous anxiety and embarrassment. If she had already developed feelings, she didn't want to hold back any longer. She was indeed interested in pursuing him. Yet, lacking experience in such matters, she pondered that since Xie Jingma needed her assistance, perhaps this was where she could begin. With newfound determination, she composed herself, her face radiant. Since you said so, I will open my eyes. After all, I have nothing to fear. With that, she lowered her gaze, no longer shutting her eyes, focusing instead on the man's abdomen. Though her fingers still trembled slightly, gritting her teeth, she boldly unfastened the button of his dress pants. Chapter 63, Xie Checha is teased by Wanwan. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow in surprise, puzzled by her sudden composure. It seemed as if something had shifted within her unbeknownst to him. In that split second, Yu Zhuan's hand felt as if it had caught fire, scorched by the man's warmth, her fingertips quivering uncontrollably as if they were a shy plant shrinking back. Help. Why Yu Zhuan's expression appeared composed. With a final resolve, she removed his last layer of clothing. Although she had covered him with a towel and did not see anything inappropriate, her hands inevitably brushed against him during the process. In that split second, Yu Zhuan's hand felt as if it had caught fire, scorched by the man's warmth, her fingertips quivering uncontrollably as if they were a shy plant shrinking back. Help. Why Yu Zhuan's expression appeared composed. But her mind had completely short-circuited. This was nothing like ordinary skin contact. Her face and neck flushed crimson, akin to a rose under the sun, warm and vibrant. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat, driving her to the brink of madness. Yu Jiwan's voice trembled as she sought to articulate something, only to suddenly notice Xie Jingma's unusual demeanor. "What's wrong with you?" In a rush, she pushed aside her shyness and pressed him for an answer. Seeing the towel around his waist slipping, she scrambled to secure it once more. This towel couldn't fall. However, as her fingers brushed against his abs, Yu Jiwan furrowed her brows in confusion, murmuring softly, "How odd. Why is it suddenly so firm? It feels different from before." Do Men's abs changed too. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingma's temples throbbed, his jaw tightening as he struggled to contain something. His eyes, once bright, now appeared dark and brooding, locked onto hers, pulling the air thick with tension. Under his gaze, Yu Jiwan's heart skipped a beat, her spine tingling as she averted her face, her ears burning as she urged him toward the bathroom. Yu Jiwan, the man finally spoke, his voice husky to the point of being dangerously seductive. Just now, his throat tightened as he gripped her wrist, his thumb caressing her delicate skin, his eyes, filled with dark desires. Dazedly sitting at the edge of the bed, glancing at her own pale hand before looking towards the direction of the bathroom. Oh dear, was she truly not one to be swayed by appearances? Previously, she had merely thought Xie Jingma was strikingly handsome, but now he seemed increasingly charming, alluring, and irresistibly seductive. Was this what they called beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Such beauty could be misleading. Dazedly sitting at the edge of the bed, glancing at her own pale hand before looking towards the direction of the bathroom. Oh dear, was she truly not one to be swayed by appearances? Yu Jiwan, fearing for his injured hand, proactively took the hairdryer to dry his hair, then carefully applied medication. Once she had thoroughly treated his wounds, she leaned closer and playfully suggested, "Since Fu Bo has trouble seeing." And how was it that she felt no aversion or discomfort with such intimate contact? Was it simply because the person in question was Xie Jingma? After finishing his shower, Xie Jingma emerged. Xie Jingma was taken aback. "Hot," the girl's eyes sparkled like spring water, her smile sweet, "but I'm willing to be troubled for you." Instantly, Xie Jingma's gaze deepened. After she finished speaking, Yu Jiwan scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. She pondered whether this could be considered pursuing someone. In the past, some boys had pursued her, writing her love letters and reciting cheesy pickup lines. Xie Jingma was taken aback. "Hot," the girl's eyes sparkled like spring water, her smile sweet, "but I'm willing to be troubled for you." Instantly, Xie Jingma's gaze deepened. After she finished speaking, Yu Jiwan scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. She pondered whether this could be considered pursuing someone. In the past, some boys had pursued her, writing her love letters and reciting cheesy pickup lines. Should she gather a few cheesy lines to say to Xie Jingma? Fu Bo, the elderly gentleman with poor eyesight, was thrilled today. For reasons unknown, after the Sir returned from the bedroom, he appeared in high spirits, granting Fu Bo a bonus and even raising his salary. Fu Bo scratched his nearly bald head, looking utterly perplexed. Was Mr. intentionally spilling juice on himself truly a source of such amusement? The following morning. "By the way, Director, have you ever pursued someone? Do you know how girls chase after boys? It feels as though the dynamics of boys pursuing girls is quite different from that of girls pursuing boys. The flutter of youthful affection is often tinged with shyness, yet it burns with a pure intensity." What was that saying? The sentiments of a young girl are always poetic. Indeed, there is good news. "By the way, Director, have you ever pursued someone? Do you know how girls chase after boys? It feels as though the dynamics of boys pursuing girls is quite different from that of girls pursuing boys. With the Xie family's means, not only would you be left with nothing, but you could also find yourself in a dire financial predicament." Yu Jiwan twitched her lips in exasperation. "What do you mean by a green hat?" "Oh dear, things are a bit complicated. Anyway, the person I intend to pursue is indeed Xie Jingma." He Kaiwei was momentarily stunned, completely bewildered. Had they not already tied the knot? How could she still be pursuing him? With the Xie family's means, not only would you be left with nothing, but you could also find yourself in a dire financial predicament. Yu Jiwan twitched her lips in exasperation. "What do you mean by a green hat?" "Oh dear, things are a bit complicated. Anyway, the person I intend to pursue is indeed Xie Jingma." He Kaiwei was momentarily stunned, completely bewildered. Had they not already tied the knot? How could she still be pursuing him? Muttering, "This can't be. When did Xie Jingma get married? This doesn't make sense. How could he have married so early, and so suddenly? This doesn't add up." Yu Jiwan was instantly at a loss for words. Yu Jiwan felt a twinge of boldness and, no longer feeling awkward, nodded openly. "Yes." Lu Sun was both astonished and skeptical, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. He circled around Yu Jiwan several times, muttering, "This can't be. When did Xie Jingma get married? This doesn't make sense. How could he have married so early, and so suddenly? This doesn't add up." Yu Jiwan was instantly at a loss for words. Xie Jingma's reputation for being aloof and disinterested in women had led to rampant speculation about whether he had a cherished white moonlight he guarded closely, yet, Yu Jiwan dismissed Lu Sun's claim with a glance. That just a rumor. Previously she had thought Xie Jingma's lack of interest in women stemmed from his shortcomings. However, after sharing a bed for over a month and witnessing his frequent cold showers, She was convinced of his capabilities. Lu Sun clicked his tongue. What rumors? This is the truth, a real white moonlight. Yu Jiwan furrowed her brow. Do you know the inside story? He Kaiwei noticed Yu Jiwan's change in demeanor and shot Lu Sun an annoyed look. Isn't that just a rumor? Previously she had thought Xie Jingma's lack of interest in women stemmed from his shortcomings. However, after sharing a bed for over a month and witnessing his frequent cold showers during their freshman year, they both participated in a prestigious academic competition. Yu Jiwan inquired, what competition? Lu Sun nonchalantly removed his crossbody bag. How could a person like me remember such details? Yu Jiwan. He Kaiwei. Lu Sun ruffled his white hair. Anyway, that competition was quite renowned and challenging, with a high level of prestige. Only the top talents from the school could participate. My cousin mentioned that upon seeing Xie Jingma also competing, he immediately felt a sense of defeat, thinking there was a vast chasm between himself and Xie Jingma. Many believed that the championship was destined for Xie Jingma, and that he would break records, becoming the youngest champion in the competition's history, potentially causing a sensation in the academic world. Yu Jiwan listened intently, realizing her husband was truly remarkable. Wait, she hadn't even pursued him yet. Perhaps she was being overly bold. Upon noticing her proud expression, Lu Sun felt a pang of jealousy. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Strangely, right before the competition began, Xie Jingma withdrew. Yu Jiwan's brow furrowed. Why? Yi Kaiwei was also puzzled. He withdrew voluntarily. Yes, Lu Sun shrugged. My cousin said that Xie Jingma's withdrawal was abrupt. He seemed to have some urgent matter and hurriedly left the competition venue. Later, my cousin learned that Xie Jingma had a crush on a girl. Upon noticing her proud expression, Lu Sun felt a pang of jealousy. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Strangely, right before the competition began, Xie Jingma withdrew. Yu Jiwan's brow furrowed. Why? Yi Kaiwei was also puzzled. According to my cousin, Xie Jingma even quietly waited outside her ward until she woke up before leaving. Lu Sun narrated leisurely, but Yu Jiwan felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Did he truly harbor such deep feelings for that girl? Lu Sun sighed. You have no idea. When Xie Jingma withdrew from the competition, everyone was stunned. It caused quite a stir. Fortunately, my cousin said that Xie Jingma was not representing the school but rather competing as an individual, so no one blamed him for withdrawing. However, it was a tremendous pity. Had he not withdrawn, with his abilities, he would have been the youngest champion in history, a record-breaking event. Yet, while we outsiders might feel regret, Xie Jingma likely does not. If given the chance, he would probably choose to abandon the competition for that girl again. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered gently, her heart seemingly plunging into a bittersweet abyss. An uncontrollable wave of sorrow welling up inside her. So he had once loved someone so intensely. To make such a rebellious and grand gesture at such a vibrant age, all for that girl. Xie Jingma likely does not. If given the chance, he would probably choose to abandon the competition for that girl again. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered gently, her heart seemingly plunging into a bittersweet abyss. An uncontrollable wave of sorrow welling up inside her. So he had once loved someone so intensely. To make such a rebellious and grand gesture at such a vibrant age, all for that girl. And by sophomore year, he was juggling both school and company responsibilities, yet he still managed to find time to sneak back to his high school just to catch a glimpse of that girl. Lu Sun glanced at Yu Jiwan, hesitating to dampen her spirits, but after a few seconds he spoke up. A special or not, who can say? My cousin and Xie Jingma attended the same university, and he told me that Xie Jingma started taking over the Xie Corporation's affairs around the second semester of his freshman year. And by sophomore year, he was juggling both school and company responsibilities, yet he still managed to find time to sneak back to his high school just to catch a glimpse of that girl. Yu Jiwan lowered her feather-like lashes, biting her lip firmly, then raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her throat tight. It seems he truly liked that girl, but that's all in the past. He should have moved on by now. He told me that I am the only woman in his life. Lu Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually believe a man would say such a thing? Let me tell you, when a man makes such declarations in front of his legitimate wife, he is often the most skilled at it. He Kaiwei immediately shot him a disapproving look. Director Xie is not that kind of person. Lu Sun winced at the slap to his head, muttering softly, I'm a man, so I obviously understand him and not be. By the way, Yu Jiwan, I have Xie Yunzhou's WeChat. Xie Yunzhou is Xie Jingma's cousin, and he must know about Xie Jingma and that girl. Do you want me to discreetly inquire? Yu Jiwan instinctively wanted to shake her head and declined. A sudden wave of fear washed over her and anxiety about hearing something she might not want to know. Lu Sun winced at the slap to his head, muttering softly, I'm a man, so I obviously understand him and not be. By the way, Yu Jiwan, I have Xie Yunzhou's WeChat. Xie Yunzhou is Xie Jingma's cousin, and he must know about Xie Jingma and that girl. Lu Sun promptly opened WeChat and messaged Xie Yunzhou. Lu Sun, Brother Zhou, I heard your brother got married, is it true? Xie Yunzhou, likely not busy at the moment, quickly replied, it's true. However, after a moment of calm reflection, she realized she should not shy away from such matters. She lifted her gaze to Lu Sun, inhaled deeply, and with an impassive expression, said, Go ahead and ask, with her permission. Lu Sun promptly opened WeChat and messaged Xie Yunzhou. Lu Sun, Brother Zhou, I heard your brother got married, is it true? Xia Yunzhou, likely not busy at the moment, quickly replied, it's true. Why are you bringing up the past, anyway? My brother has only one sister-in-law. Do you know who my sister-in-law is? It's Yu Jiwan, the famous Wan Yan, just showing off a bit. Is he over it now? Yu Jiwan unconsciously tightened her fingers, holding her breath. It felt like an eternity. The wait was both torturous and prolonged. Finally, Xia Yunzhou replied, what are you rambling about? She quickly turned to Yu Jiwan and reassured her, don't worry, boss, that was all in the past now. Xia Zong has only Yu Jiwan scrutinized Xia Yunzhou's message several times and nodded lightly. Though Xia Jingma had once ardently liked another girl, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy, she recognized that he had moved on, despite the fact that he had not treated her with the same fervor since their marriage over a month ago. She quickly turned to Yu Jiwan and reassured her, don't worry, boss, that was all in the past now. Xia Zong has only Yu Jiwan scrutinized Xia Yunzhou's message several times and nodded lightly. Though Xia Jingma had once ardently liked another girl, what truly mattered was the future. Yu Jiwan consoled herself with these thoughts, striving to dismiss the pang of jealousy in her heart, and resolved to continue pursuing Xia Jingma. He Kaiwei, worried that Lu Sun might utter something unpleasant, hurriedly pulled him aside to keep him occupied. Yu Jiwan took out her phone, logged into her alternate account One Bowl of Green Grapes, and posted a Weibo message, Day 1, let us go. What truly mattered was the future. Yu Jiwan consoled herself with these thoughts, striving to dismiss the pang of jealousy in her heart, and resolved to continue pursuing Xia Jingma. He Kaiwei, worried that Lu Sun might utter something unpleasant, hurriedly pulled him aside to keep him occupied. Yu Jiwan took out her phone, logged into her alternate account One Bowl of Green Grapes, and posted a Weibo message, Day 1, let us go. Before long, she received a comment from GMW, what day 1? Suddenly, Yu Jiwan recalled that he had considerable experience in secret crushes and could offer her advice. She quickly replied, One Bowl of Green Grapes, the first day of pursuing someone, One Bowl of Green Grapes, let me share something with you. I have someone I like too. Chapter 65, The Jealous Maniac. Xia Chuche. Yu Jiwan happily recounted her past experiences. However, there was a long silence on the other end, feeling puzzled. One bowl of green grapes, but first let me clarify, it's not just me being biased, he is genuinely extremely handsome, the kind of handsome that stands out in a crowd, the kind that sparkles. Yu Jiwan blinked, sensing an inexplicable tension in his tone. It felt somewhat rigid. One bowl of green grapes, you wouldn't know him even if I told you. GMW, give me the general situation. One bowl of green grapes, but first let me clarify, it's not just me being biased, he is genuinely extremely handsome, the kind of handsome that stands out in a crowd, the kind that sparkles. But they didn't end up together. That girl seems to hold a special place in his heart. GMW, is such a man worth your affection? One bowl of green grapes, what is not to like? He merely liked someone in the past, it's not like he committed a heinous crime. GMW, so you're already defending him? GMW, impressive, truly impressive. GMW, how did I not notice before that you could easily develop feelings for someone? But they didn't end up together. That girl seems to hold a special place in his heart. GMW, is such a man worth your affection? One bowl of green grapes, what is not to like? IVE already developed feelings. GMW, you've developed feelings so quickly after just getting to know him? GMW, do you even know him well? One bowl of green grapes, you have no idea. Yu Jiwan was also surprised. She had previously thought she would remain a perpetual singleton, untouched by love. With a resigned sigh, she replied, One bowl of green grapes, what can I do, although I have only just become familiar with him? IVE already developed feelings. GMW, you've developed feelings so quickly after just getting to know him? GMW, do you even know him well? One bowl of green grapes, you have no idea. He is truly wonderful. One bowl of green grapes, enough about that. How did you pursue your secret crush before? Teach me, share your methods. GMW, you want me to teach you how to pursue someone? GMW, if he is that manipulative, he probably isn't great in reality. One bowl of green grapes, that you should just be quiet. No one could belittle Xie Jingma in her presence. Besides, he was so caring and kind, how could he be manipulative? Yu Jiwan, exasperated, set her phone down and took several gulps of water. Turning her head, she spotted Lu Sun's striking white hair and suddenly wondered if Xie Jingma's burn would leave a scar. GMW, if he is that manipulative, he probably isn't great in reality. One bowl of green grapes, that you should just be quiet. No one could belittle Xie Jingma in her presence. Besides, he was so caring and kind, how could he be manipulative? Yu Jiwan, exasperated, set her phone down and took several gulps of water. Turning her head, she spotted Lu Sun's striking white hair and suddenly wondered if Xie Jingma's burn would leave a scar. Lu Sun, Yu Zhiwan called out to him, I heard from teacher Liang that both your parents are doctors. Yes, my grandparents are doctors too, and my elder brother is a doctor as well. Lu Sun strolled over with his hands in his pockets. Nonchalantly. Yu Zhiwan exclaimed in surprise, your family is a medical dynasty, how did you end up so different? Lu Sun sighed dramatically, I often suspect that I might not be my parents' biological child, or perhaps I am just not twisted enough to fit in with them. How can I not care? Lu Sun's lips twitched, feeling as though he had been hit with a face full of dog food. Can you stop showing off? Yu Zhiwan's bright eyes lifted slightly. It would be a pity to have scars. Whose hand got burned that you're so concerned? Lu Sun's curiosity was piqued. Yu Zhiwan glanced at his inquisitive face and replied slowly, my husband burned his hand. He recommended a few ointments specifically for burns. Yu Zhiwan diligently noted them down in her phone's memo. After she finished, she looked up and was once again dazzled by his striking white hair. Unable to resist asking, do you like silver? Your hair is silver, and so are your earrings. Lu Sun raised his chin, proudly swaying his silver locks. Don't you think this color is particularly beautiful? He recommended a few ointments specifically for burns. Yu Zhiwan diligently noted them down in her phone's memo. After she finished, she looked up and was once again dazzled by his striking white hair. Unable to resist asking, do you like silver? Your hair is silver, and so are your earrings. Lu Sun raised his chin, proudly swaying his silver locks. Don't you think this color is particularly beautiful? Cold expression on his face devoid of any emotion, the surrounding atmosphere heavy and oppressive. His assistant, Tang Yi, followed closely behind. Yu Zhiwan, astonished, approached. What brings you here? It's only just past 10 in the morning. Shouldn't you be at the company? Tang Yi, trailing behind with a look of despair, explained, I'm not sure what happened, but Xiezong postponed the upcoming executive meeting and suddenly decided to come find his wife. Cold expression on his face devoid of any emotion, the surrounding atmosphere heavy and oppressive. His assistant, Tang Yi, followed closely behind. Yu Zhiwan, astonished, approached. What brings you here? It's only just past 10 in the morning. Shouldn't you be at the company? Tang Yi, trailing behind with a look of despair, explained, I'm not sure what happened, but Xiezong postponed the upcoming executive meeting and suddenly decided to come find his wife. His peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously as he scrutinized that head of silver hair. This was the person who was supposedly so striking that he could be spotted from a distance? Xie Jingma's expression darkened, and he asked coldly, who is this? Yu Zhiwan hurriedly introduced, you haven't met yet, this is Lu Sun, introduced by teacher Liang, he just arrived not long ago. Xie Jingma caught on to those three words and stared expressionlessly at Lu Sun for another moment. Xiezong, hello, Lu Sun, now thoroughly intimidated, greeted him with a shiver running down his spine. Why did it feel like Xie Jingma's gaze was filled with icy disdain? Xie Jingma's expression darkened, and he asked coldly, who is this? Yu Zhiwan hurriedly introduced, you haven't met yet, this is Lu Sun, introduced by teacher Liang, he just arrived not long ago. Xie Jingma caught on to those three words and stared expressionlessly at Lu Sun for another moment. Xiezong, hello, Lu Sun, now thoroughly intimidated, greeted him with a shiver running down his spine. Why did it feel like Xie Jingma's gaze was filled with icy disdain? Shouldn't we go to the hospital to check? Xie Jingma replied, no need, just apply the ointment for me. Yu Zhiwan was genuinely worried, but hearing him say that, she could only pull him towards the lounge. Then let us head to the lounge first. What brings you here so suddenly? Xie Jingma's gaze returned to her face. My hand hurts. It's time to apply the ointment. Yu Zhiwan immediately grew anxious. Why is it still hurting? Tang Yi suddenly understood it was only in front of his wife that Xiezong would show such vulnerability. Chapter 66. Xie Jingma being whiny and asking for hugs in the lounge. Meanwhile, Tang Yi was utterly bewildered. When did Xiezong become so delicate? He had never heard him complain of pain at the company. Moreover, he had driven like a maniac just moments ago, as if nothing were wrong. It must be quite painful. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Yu Zhiwan asked, still unconvinced. No need. It's much better now. That's good. Yu Zhiwan sighed in relief. Yu Zhiwan led Xie Jingma to sit by the table and carefully applied the ointment for him, her heart aching for him. He had come all this way just to have her apply the ointment. Pouting slightly, alright then, I asked about some ointments that can prevent scarring. I'll apply them for you later. Your hand mustn't scar. Upon hearing this, the man's cold demeanor softened slightly, and a faint smile curved his thin lips. Is Wanwan genuinely concerned for me? Of course, if I don't care about you, who would I care about? Yu Zhiwan responded, matching his smile as she glanced at her phone to check the time. It's only a little past 10. And the ointment is all applied. Are you returning to the office now? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone taking on a hint of chill. Are you eager to send me away? Of course, if I don't care about you, who would I care about? Yu Zhiwan responded, matching his smile as she glanced at her phone to check the time. It's only a little past 10. And the ointment is all applied. Are you returning to the office now? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone taking on a hint of chill. Are you eager to send me away? Defined fingers tapped lightly on the table as he inquired nonchalantly, that Lu Sun, was he introduced by teacher Liang? Yes, Yu Zhiwan nodded, elaborating honestly, the scar-free ointment I mentioned earlier was recommended by Lu Sun. Don't let his flamboyant appearance fool you, he is actually quite easy to get along with and very enthusiastic. She praised him profusely, while Xie Jingma lowered his eyelashes, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh. Yu Zhiwan reassured him, don't worry, Lu Sun's family are all doctors and know a lot about burn ointments. He mentioned that his grandparents, parents, and even his older brother are all doctors. He joked that he might not be their biological child. The man's expression remained indifferent. Yu Zhiwan, sitting at the table with her hands cradling her face, fluttered her eyelashes, but regardless of his background. I saw several design drafts he created this morning and they were quite innovative. He is really talented in fashion design. Wan, my hand hurts again, the man suddenly interjected, his tone oddly plaintive. Yu Zhiwan paused. He joked that he might not be their biological child. The man's expression remained indifferent. Yu Zhiwan, sitting at the table with her hands cradling her face, fluttered her eyelashes, but regardless of his background. I saw several design drafts he created this morning and they were quite innovative. He is really talented in fashion design. Wan, my hand hurts again, the man suddenly interjected, his tone oddly plaintive. Yu Zhiwan paused. Dismissing Lu Sun from her mind as she stood up anxiously. How can it be hurting again? We should really go to the hospital and get it checked out right now. Nuzzling gently, just hold me for a while, alright? His deep, alluring voice, tinged with a hint of fragility, enveloped her ears. How could Yu Zhiwan resist? Her long, curled lashes fluttered. Of course, but is your hand truly alright? Encircled in his arms, does it not hurt anymore, baby? The man's arm tightened around her slender waist, his cold white skin marked by prominent veins, exuding a powerful possessiveness as he buried his forehead in her neck. Nuzzling gently, just hold me for a while, alright? His deep, alluring voice, tinged with a hint of fragility, enveloped her ears. How could Yu Zhiwan resist? Her long, curled lashes fluttered. Of course, but is your hand truly alright? However, as she sat on his lap, she could distinctly feel his firm muscles, her heart racing uncontrollably. Xie Jingma, savoring her softness and sweet scent, spoke again, his voice slightly husky. Baby, let us have lunch at the old residence today. Is that alright? The man tightened his grip around her waist, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. Yu Zhiwan felt her earlobes flush with warmth, her fingers instinctively curling as she raised her hands to wrap around his back. Where Yu Zhiwan was engaged in endless conversation with her grandparents. In truth, she didn't want to leave as they treated her so well, and she was eager to spend more time with them. Did Grandma and Grandpa invite us? Yu Zhiwan asked. Xie Jingma, maintaining an impassive facade, replied, yes. Alright, then let us go visit Grandma and Grandpa for lunch, she said happily. Okay. As a result, they spent the afternoon at the old residence. Why would Xie Jingma suddenly want information on Lu Sun? Was his unexpected return to the old residence with Yu Zhiwan meant to prevent her from being alone with Lu Sun? Later that evening, back at Lanchi Garden, after Yu Zhiwan finished her shower, she sat at her vanity. She sensed that Xie Jingma's mood was off today. Could it be that she was truly experiencing her period? Why would Xie Jingma suddenly want information on Lu Sun? Was his unexpected return to the old residence with Yu Zhiwan meant to prevent her from being alone with Lu Sun? They make up at the foot. There is nothing that a round of lovemaking can't solve. If there is, then just do it twice. Yu Zhiwan, is that really a solution? She blinked, her fair cheeks turning a shade of pink. She wasn't particularly adept at comforting others. Yu Zhiwan dejectedly drooped her head, searching on her phone. How to cheer up a husband in a bad mood. The first answer she found read, when couples quarrel at the head of the bed. They make up at the foot. There is nothing that a round of lovemaking can't solve. If there is, then just do it twice. Yu Zhiwan, is that really a solution? She blinked, her fair cheeks turning a shade of pink. Pale fingers holding his phone as he meticulously read through the information about Lu Sun that Tang Yi had sent. After finishing, he frowned slightly. It was all rather unremarkable. What exactly did she find appealing about him? Was it his white hair? Did she have a preference for silver hair? Yu Zhiwan lay in bed, the covers pulled up to her chest, her small hands resting on the edge of the quilt as she closed her eyes. Ready to drift off, suddenly she heard the man's voice echo in the room. I want to dye my hair. Yu Zhiwan shot up in surprise. Dye your hair? What has brought this on? Was it his white hair? Did she have a preference for silver hair? Yu Zhiwan lay in bed, the covers pulled up to her chest, her small hands resting on the edge of the quilt as she closed her eyes. Ready to drift off, suddenly she heard the man's voice echo in the room. I want to dye my hair. Yu Zhiwan shot up in surprise. Dye your hair? What has brought this on? He leaned down closer to her, his loose pajama collar revealing an enticing glimpse of his collarbone, his voice low and seductive. What hair color does my lady prefer? Yu Zhiwan caught sight of his collarbone. Her heart racing as she swallowed hard, forcibly shifting her gaze to his face. I like your black hair just as it is. Xie Jingma paused, his pupils contracting. She likes him just the way he is? Yu Zhiwan, noticing his intense gaze, assumed he didn't believe her and insisted. Really, your current hair color is wonderful. Xie Jingma maintained his position, leaning in closer. Suddenly, he took her hand and placed it on his waist. Her heart racing as she swallowed hard, forcibly shifting her gaze to his face. I like your black hair just as it is. Xie Jingma paused, his pupils contracting. She likes him just the way he is? Yu Jiwan, noticing his intense gaze, assumed he didn't believe her and insisted, "Really, your current hair color is wonderful." Xie Jingma maintained his position, leaning in closer. Suddenly, he took her hand and placed it on his waist. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. "What are you doing? Why are you letting me touch your waist?" The man's enchanting eyes met hers, his tone ambiguous. "Do you still like it?" He recalled her previous compliments about how nice his waist was to hold. Yu Jiwan, unsure why he was asking this out of the blue, felt a bit shy but was honest, looking at him with her glistening, dark eyes as she nodded. "I do like it." Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, leisurely querying, "What do you think of Lu Sun's waist?" Lu Sun? Why was he so concerned about Lu Sun? Yu Jiwan felt perplexed but tried to recall. Saying, "Lu Sun is also quite handsome, very tall, and has a youthful vibe, the tall and slender type. As for his waist, I haven't seen it, but he should have a good physique. As soon as she finished speaking, the man's voice, laced with a teasing tone, rang out. "My lady observes quite closely. Why?" Yu Jiwan, bewildered. "Wasn't that your question?" The man leaned in closer, their faces inches apart, the atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. Yet he wore a mischievous smile that hinted at danger. "I ask one question, and you lavish him with 10 praises, Yu Jiwan. What else?" With the sarcasm, "Men's hearts are as deep as the sea." She shot him a resentful glance, but after a moment's pause, she couldn't hold back, weakly asking, "Xie Jingma, are you on your period, or are you going through a midlife crisis? I've heard men can have midlife crises too." Xie Jingma, Yu Jiwan, her expression serious, "You mustn't shy away from the truth. Even though you're still young, midlife crises can happen." Before she could finish her sentence, the man, unable to contain himself, "Hold on tight," he commanded in a deep, alluring voice, causing her earlobes to flush with warmth. Okay, this wasn't her trying to take advantage of him. He was the one initiating this intimate encounter. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Jiwan wrapped her arms around him, her cheek brushing against his chest due to their height difference, unable to resist the urge to nuzzle against him. Initially, she had merely intended to embrace him for a brief moment. "Hold on tight," he commanded in a deep, alluring voice, causing her earlobes to flush with warmth. Okay, this wasn't her trying to take advantage of him. He was the one initiating this intimate encounter. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Jiwan wrapped her arms around him, her cheek brushing against his chest due to their height difference, unable to resist the urge to nuzzle against him. Initially, she had merely intended to embrace him for a brief moment. Yet as they lay in bed, the instant her hand withdrew from his waist, Xie Jingma's hand reached out to grasp hers, placing it back on his waist. "Hold on tightly," he murmured, his voice lowered and inexplicably alluring. Yu Jiwan instinctively licked her lips. In truth, she was quite willing to hold him, though a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Had he perhaps entered an early phase of midlife crisis? Even so, fate intervened. The moment she stirred, Xie Jingma opened his eyes, his gaze clear and as though he had been awake for some time. He nestled his nose against her forehead, his voice languorous and husky. Her hand resting comfortably on his waist. Having spent the entire night like this, her legs, too, had inched their way around his, entwined particularly high up. Yu Jiwan's eyelids fluttered, and as she contemplated retracting her limbs, pondering whether she should inquire with Lu Sun about what remedies might be advisable for an early midlife crisis. Moreover, the previous afternoon, she had accompanied Xie Jingma back to the old residence, sending delightful shivers through her. "Be good, don't move." However, Yu Jiwan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she thought, "Perhaps it's time for you to take a cold shower." During breakfast, Yu Jiwan occasionally glanced at Xie Jingma seated across from her. "He wants you to know that his elder brother has enlisted him for labor, and he'll be unavailable for a few days." Yu Jiwan was taken aback, instinctively raising her head to look at Xie Jingma. "What is going on?" Noticing her gaze, Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. "It's nothing, just that Lu Sun has taken a few days off him," he replied nonchalantly, serving her a crystal shrimp dumpling. Yu Jiwan responded to Ikaiwei, "All right. He wants you to know that his elder brother has enlisted him for labor, and he'll be unavailable for a few days." Yu Jiwan was taken aback, instinctively raising her head to look at Xie Jingma. Conversely, the Eufamilia's clothing brand was suffering significant client losses. Despite slashing prices and adopting a strategy of thin profit margins for higher sales, it was evidently not a sustainable solution, leading to a dwindling market presence and dismal sales figures. After discussing with Ikaiwei, Yu Jiwan concluded that it was time to open Jinghong's first branch, with the selection of the location being crucial. That morning, the two women surveyed several potential sites. Upon returning to Jinghong's headquarters, they were deep in discussion when a security guard rushed in. "Boss, Director, people from the Yu family have arrived," leading to a dwindling market presence and dismal sales figures. After discussing with Ikaiwei, Yu Jiwan concluded that it was time to open Jinghong's first branch, with the selection of the location being crucial. Ikaiwei, aware of the Yu family's character, felt a twinge of anxiety. "It's alright, you go ahead with your work," Yu Jiwan reassured her with a calming glance. Sensing her resolve, Ikaiwei refrained from further comment and stepped aside. Yu Shochi hurried to Yu Jiwan, carrying a thermal food container. "Wan, this is your favorite fish soup, which I cooked myself. It's still warm, please try it." The young master, accustomed to luxury, had never cooked before. Hikaiwa, aware of the Yu family's character, felt a twinge of anxiety. "It's alright, you go ahead with your work," Yu Jiwan reassured her with a calming glance. Sensing her resolve, Hikaiwa refrained from further comment and stepped aside. Yushochi hurried to Yu Jiwan carrying a thermal food container. "Wan, this is your favorite fish soup, which I cooked myself. It's still warm, please try it." The young master, accustomed to luxury, had never cooked before. "I too hope you can give us a chance." Yu Jiwan did not even glance at the bowl of fish soup, her expression indifferent. "Make amends, Haven tea, you heard? Late-coming affection is worth less than grass." This dish was something she had made for him, expressing her fondness and encouraging him to try it. Why Yushaoza rushed over to Jiwan. "This fish soup was personally prepared by elder brother. He acknowledges his past shortcomings and sincerely wishes to make amends. And our parents are filled with remorse. Initially, we did not recognize you as the savior of the Yu family, but now that we know the truth, they genuinely wish to bring you back home." Seeing his sister's cold gaze, Yushochi felt a stab of regret, loathing his past actions. "Wan, sister," Yu Shangxiang interjected, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing pitiful. "Elder brother and second brother truly wish to make amends. And we will treat you as our true family moving forward." "Wan, do you truly wish to sever ties with your mother?" Throughout the exchange, Yu Jiwan's face remained impassive. "Miss Tao, from the day I severed ties with the Yu family. Sister, please forgive them this once. You are their biological daughter." Tao Shuqin was moved, acknowledging Yu Shangxiang's filial piety. Despite her being an adopted daughter, Wan, she stepped forward. "We were wrong in the past. Today, your father and I are here to personally bring you back home." His tone disapproving. "Jiwan, do not speak such words. What family has lingering grudges? We were wrong in the past, and I, along with Shuqin, apologize to you. But as your parents, do you not have the heart to witness us humbling ourselves before you? Moreover, you carry the bloodline of the Yu family and are part of us. You should consider the family as honor and disgraced." Why Yu Jiwan could not help but scoff. "Then I am indeed disgusted by the blood of the Yu family flowing through my veins." His tone disapproving. "Jiwan, do not speak such words. What family has lingering grudges? We were wrong in the past, and I, along with Shuqin, apologize to you. But as your parents, do you not have the heart to witness us humbling ourselves before you? Moreover, you carry the bloodline of the Yu family and are part of us. You should consider the family as honor and disgraced." Why Yu Jiwan could not help but scoff. "Then I am indeed disgusted by the blood of the Yu family flowing through my veins. I only wish to make amends." Before he could finish, Yu Changde pulled him back, chastising his eldest son. "Why Yu Jiwan, if you agree to return to the Yu family, the position of chief designer will always be yours." "To have me toil for the Yu family?" Yushochi hastily interrupted. "No, Wan, that is not it. I do not expect you to return to the Yu family, nor do I want you to contribute anything." How could he suddenly offer Yu Jiwan 15? Was he out of his mind? What made her deserving of more than her? Hearing about the shares, Yushochi interjected. "Wan, I also have some shares. And I will allocate 15 of my shares to you." Yu Shangxiang's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting her feigned innocence. 15 of the shares. Why Yu Changde had only given her 10 previously. How could he suddenly offer Yu Jiwan 15? Was he out of his mind? What made her deserving of more than her? Hearing about the shares, Yushochi interjected. Wan, I also have some shares. I can give them all to you. I do not want you to lift a finger for the Yu family." His only desire was for his sister to forgive him, nothing more. Why Yu Jiwan cast him a blank stare before shifting her gaze back to Yu Changde. Given his emphasis on profit, his willingness to make such concessions indicated the Yu family's dire circumstances. Why Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a slight smile. "You want me to continue designing for the Yu family?" Did she think 15 of the shares were insufficient? The rest of the Yu family turned their eyes toward her expectantly with a cold smile. Yu Jiwan's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Since you wish to treat me as family, I would like to honor the engagement between the Yu and Xie families. I wish to marry Xie Jingma. Are you willing to relinquish the engagement to me? Will you cherish me, your biological daughter, as much as you do Yu Shangxiang?" As her words resonated, Yu Shangxiang straightened her back, a sense of indignation washing over her. This wretched girl was attempting to steal her fiancé. Xie Jingma was hers. Tao Shuqin immediately protested. "No, that engagement was promised to Shangxiang. She cherishes Jingma. You cannot disrupt their union." Yu Changde's expression darkened, his displeasure evident as he looked at Yu Jiwan. "Aren't you already married? Then you cannot take Shangxiang's engagement. Do you intend to divorce to remarry? Besides, as the elder sister, should you not treat your younger sister with kindness?" Yu Jiwan scoffed at these words, finding them utterly predictable. "Is it that hard to let go?" Tao Shuqin immediately protested. "No, that engagement was promised to Shangxiang. She cherishes Jingma. You cannot disrupt their union." Yu Changde's expression darkened, his displeasure evident as he looked at Yu Jiwan. "Aren't you already married? Then you cannot take Shangxiang's engagement. Do you intend to divorce to remarry? Besides, as the elder sister, should you not treat your younger sister with kindness?" Yu Jiwan scoffed at these words, finding them utterly predictable. "Is it that hard to let go? Remember this, do not speak of treating me as family again. It disgusts me. You know full well what schemes you harbor in your hearts. Do not come to me with your repugnant intentions." With that, she turned to the security guard. See them out. The guards moved forward, and Hikaiwei approached, promptly ushering the Yu family away. Yu Shochi turned to glance at Yu Jiwan, still wishing to inquire about whom she had married. He was informed by the servants that the shareholders of the Yu Corporation had gathered, demanding explanations for the company's poor management. Yu Changda, flustered and exasperated, had to resort to a plethora of sweet words and threats to disperse the shareholders. However, Yu Shochi was forcefully expelled by security, compelling him to swallow all his questions. Yu Changda, enraged at being ousted by his once despised biological daughter, returned home with a face ashen with fury upon arrival. Which would undoubtedly be beneficial. If she desired to keep the engagement, then perhaps. Yu Shangshan felt a sudden tightening in her heart at the implication of his thoughts. What was this old man hinting at? Furrowed with worry, he pondered the escalating crisis within the company. If Yu Jiwan were to return, not only could she contribute her design talents to Yu Corporation, but her remarkable project, Jinghong, could also be integrated into the company. That is absolutely unacceptable. We cannot sacrifice anyone, especially not my precious daughter. Yu Shochi expressed his dissatisfaction. Mother, Wan is your biological daughter. Tears streamed down Yu Xiangxiang's face as she wept pitifully. Mom and Dad, since you insist, I am willing to relinquish my fiancée to my sister as long as she is willing to return to the Yu family and assist us. No, I refuse, I won't allow it, Tao Shuqin attempted to counter. That is absolutely unacceptable. We cannot sacrifice anyone, especially not my precious daughter. Yu Shochi expressed his dissatisfaction. Mother, Wan is your biological daughter. Tears streamed down Yu Xiangxiang's face as she wept pitifully. Mom and Dad, since you insist. Crying, my dear daughter. My unfortunate daughter. Yu Shangxiang nestled in her mother's arms, softly sobbing, but a sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Yu Jiwan, that wretched woman, sought to take her fiancé, in her dreams, and that 15 of the shares would only belong to her. Yu Changda's expression grew grave. Shuqin, I know you are concerned for Shangxiang, but I feel the same. However, the company is in crisis. We must prioritize Shangxiang's well-being. Tao Shuqin's tears welled up as she embraced Yu Shangxiang. Crying, my dear daughter. My unfortunate daughter. Yu Shangxiang nestled in her mother's arms, softly sobbing, but a sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Yu Jiwan, that wretched woman, sought to take her fiancé, in her dreams, and that 15 of the shares would only belong to her. In the hospital room, Yu Changda sat up in bed, his forehead bandaged and his face pale, asking Shochi, have they caught the person who hit us? Yu Shochi shook his head. There were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road. Both Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin fell into a coma at the scene. Chapter 69. Madam, what are you doing? After a full day and night, Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin finally regained consciousness. In the hospital room, Yu Changda sat up in bed, his forehead bandaged and his face pale, asking Shochi, have they caught the person who hit us? Yu Shochi shook his head. There were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road. Infuriated, coughed violently in broad daylight, they dare to flee after hitting someone. Is there no justice left in the world? Dad, I think ISAW. Yu Shangxiang spoke softly from the side, then fearfully shook her head. Thank goodness Shangxiang only sustained minor scrapes, but that perpetrator must be brought to justice. Yu Shaoza had kept vigil by the bedside all night, looking haggard. Mom, don't worry, they will definitely catch them. Yu Changda. Infuriated, coughed violently in broad daylight, they dare to flee after hitting someone. Is there no justice left in the world? Dad, I think ISAW. Yu Shangxiang spoke softly from the side, then fearfully shook her head. No, I didn't see anything. Tao Shuqin sensed something was amiss and pressed Shangxiang. What did you see? It's all right. You can tell me. Yu Changda urged. Yes, Shangxiang, quickly tell us if you saw who hit us. Yu Shochi and Yu Shaoza's expressions grew serious. Sister, no. Please don't. Sister, why did you have someone drive into Mom and Dad? They are your biological parents. Sister, please don't. Let them hit me instead. Don't harm Mom and Dad. Tao Shuqin's world shattered in that instant. What had Shangxiang truly witnessed? At noon, perhaps too fatigued, Yu Shangxiang dozed off at Tao Shuqin's bedside, mumbling in her sleep. Concerned she might catch a chill, Tao Shuqin attempted to move her back to bed but suddenly heard Yu Shangxiang mention Yu Jiwan in her sleep. It was Yu Jiwan, that beast, to lay hands on her own parents. Is she even human? Yu Shangxiang awoke in a daze, seemingly unaware of her sleep-talking, hurriedly covering her mouth. Mom and Dad, it wasn't my sister. It wasn't my sister. Yu Changda demanded. Shangxiang, you must not protect that beast any longer. You spoke of it in your sleep. We both heard you. Tao Shuqin, heartbroken, exclaimed. Shangxiang, I know you are trying to protect your sister. It was Yu Jiwan, that beast, to lay hands on her own parents. Is she even human? Yu Shangxiang awoke in a daze, seemingly unaware of her sleep-talking, hurriedly covering her mouth. Mom and Dad, it wasn't my sister. It wasn't my sister. Yu Changda demanded. Shangxiang, you must not protect that beast any longer. You spoke of it in your sleep. We both heard you. Tao Shuqin, heartbroken, exclaimed. Shangxiang, I know you are trying to protect your sister. But if this were not true, why would you mention such things in your dreams? That ungrateful daughter, how could I have given birth to someone who would dare harm her own mother? She is not human. Yu Shochi and Yu Shaoza had just returned from getting lunch and immediately heard the commotion. Yu Shochi's expression darkened, and he reprimanded sternly. Mom, what are you saying? The accident cannot possibly involve Wanwan. Yu Shaozi frowned. Mama Zhuan is not that kind of person. Tao Shuqin wept bitterly, appearing suddenly aged by a decade. If I cannot trust Shang Xiang, then who can I trust? Just now Shang Xiang was clearly distressed and reluctant to reveal the truth. All to protect that beast. She is so kind-hearted and innocent, she would never lie. Tears fell from Yu Shangxiang's eyes as she collapsed at Tao Shuqin's bedside. Mom, in order to allow sister to return to the Yu family, I was willing to give my fiancé to her. I never expected sister to. You are her biological parents. Tao Shuqin hugged Yu Shangxiang tightly. My foolish child, you always consider your sister, even hiding things like this for her. Your kindness will be your downfall, my dear daughter. This was her little darling, her little blessing. There was no one in the world more innocent and understanding than her. Xiangxiang. Why Yu Changde was seething with rage. Between Yu Zhiwan and Yu Shangxiang, he undoubtedly believed in Yu Shangxiang, that beast. I truly misjudged her. The engagement with the Xie family must not benefit her, and that 15 of the shares she can forget about ever obtaining even a fraction. All of this belongs to Shangxiang. I will give everything to Shangxiang. Yu Shangxiang at Tear Street and leaning on Tao Shuqin's bedside, heard Yu Changde's words and could not help but let a smirk emerge. Her eyes brimming with triumph. Why Yu Zhiwan, that wretched woman, can forget about getting anything. Xie Jingma is solely hers, and the shares of the Yu family belong to her. Yu Shouqi's expression was grave. There was certainly something amiss. Yu Shouqi ground his teeth, glancing back at Yu Shangxiang in the hospital room, his gaze darkening. In Lanchi Garden, Yu Zhiwan had researched numerous methods to pursue someone and was preparing to put them into practice when her phone rang unexpectedly with an unfamiliar number. She signaled for Xie Jingma to wait and answered the call. Hello, Yu Zhiwan. Yu Changde's furious voice erupted through the line. Your mother and I have survived. Are you disappointed? Yu Zhiwan frowned, wondering what madness this was. Without waiting for her response, Yu Changde continued to berate her. I have already humbled myself to invite you home, and yet you have someone drive into your own biological parents. How could you commit such a heinous act? Yu Zhiwan interrupted impatiently. Who hit you with a car? Yu Changde shouted. What, do you still want to quibble? Shangxiang saw it with her own eyes. Shangxiang saw her driving into Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin? Without waiting for her response, Yu Changde continued to berate her. I have already humbled myself to invite you home, and yet you have someone drive into your own biological parents. How could you commit such a heinous act? Yu Zhiwan interrupted impatiently. Who hit you with a car? Yu Changde shouted. What, do you still want to quibble? Shangxiang saw it with her own eyes. Shangxiang saw her driving into Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin? Yu Zhiwan's eyes narrowed. What kind of slander was this? On the other end of the line, Yu Changde continued to rant, and Yu Zhiwan's voice turned icy. Director Yu, if you still have the strength to insult. It seems your injuries are not severe enough. Maybe you should go home and reflect on your foolishness. You are so gullible, believing everything you hear. Not even a pig could be as foolish as you. Upon concluding her conversation, Yu Zhiwan hung up the phone, and without needing to glance, she could easily envision how infuriated Yu Changde would be. As for the incident involving a car accident, Xie Jingma found himself pressed against the bed by her. Initially raising an eyebrow in casual curiosity about her intentions, however, upon hearing the term Director Yu escape her lips, his eyes narrowed dangerously. A call from Yu Changde. Yu Zhiwan nodded gravely, her expression somber. Something has gone awry. He was in a car accident, and Yu Shangxiang claimed to have seen me as the one responsible. A hint of coldness seeped into Xie Jingma's gaze as he sat up. Do not fret. I shall investigate this matter promptly. A flicker of reassurance danced in Yu Zhiwan's heart. For reasons she couldn't articulate, she found herself trusting his words immensely. Hearing him say he would assist her instilled an inexplicable sense of security. Thank you. Why Yu Zhiwan gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with emotion. At that moment, the man raised a hand to tousle her hair, a languid smile gracing his lips. My lady, what is your intention in pinning me to the bed? Excitedly presenting it before him, her voice dripping with mystery. Look, it glows. In the dim light, the cartoon design she had drawn on her wrist with fluorescent markers emitted a ghostly green luminescence. Especially now, as they lay nestled together in the cramped dark cocoon, the warmth of her sweet breath brushed against his cheek, causing his gaze to darken. In the enveloping darkness, Yu Zhiwan lifted her wrist. The figure on the left is you, and the one on the right is me. This is my creation. I've seen it clearly. And then what? The man's tone was laced with a lazy amusement as his long fingers toyed with a strand of her hair. Xie Jingma. After a pause, the man couldn't suppress a low, throaty chuckle that resonated from his chest, a sound imbued with indescribable delight. Why Yu Zhiwan, perplexed, inquired. What are you laughing at? Look closely. The figure on the left is you, and the one on the right is me. This is my creation. I've seen it clearly. And then what? The man's tone was laced with a lazy amusement as his long fingers toyed with a strand of her hair. Examine their attire closely. Yu Zhiwan puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Xie Jingma leaned in to scrutinize, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. The figure on the left is me. After a brief pause, he smirked, his tone playful. No, dear, why am I dressed in a wedding gown? Yu Zhiwan stifled a giggle, just about to respond when her phone, resting on the bedside table, rang again. Who could it be? She lifted the covers, poking her fluffy head out to check the phone, only to find yet another unfamiliar number, presumably another call from the family. Yu Jiwan sighed and hung up, but before she could set the phone down, a text message arrived. Yu Jiwan, it's me, Lu Sun. Lu Sun. Yu Jiwan recalled that she had indeed not saved Lu Sun's number. The unfamiliar number rang again. Yu Jiwan answered it, her voice tinged with suspicion. Lu Sun? Yu Jiwan sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers dancing rapidly across the phone screen. Just a little something. Hearing her nonchalant reply, Xie Jingma felt an amused irritation bubbling within him. I understand, what are you doing? Your voice keeps fluctuating. There's someone next to you. Alright, I'll send it to you right away. Don't rush. After hanging up, Xie Jingma regarded her with an inscrutable tone. What is it that you are sending to Lu Sun? Yu Jiwan sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers dancing rapidly across the phone screen. Just a little something. Hearing her nonchalant reply, Xie Jingma felt an amused irritation bubbling within him. He glanced at her wrist. Do you still want to show me the drawing on your wrist? Yu Jiwan, preoccupied, did not look up. Just a moment. Lu Sun is in a bit of a hurry. Once I'm done with him, I'll show you. Xie Jingma, truly amused, could not help but chuckle. So now, with Lu Sun's arrival, he was to be relegated to the background. He rose from the bed, his eyes fixated intently on her rosy lips, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yu Jiwan's heart fluttered, her pulse quickening uncontrollably under his piercing gaze. An absurd thought surfaced. She desired to kiss him. The man cast a glance at her chat with Lu Sun on her phone, his tongue irritably pressing against the roof of his mouth, his voice tinged with restlessness. Go ahead and be busy. I will have someone investigate the matter of Yu Changa's accident. Having said this expressionlessly, he turned and left the bedroom. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered in a moment of confusion, her hand instinctively covering her racing heart. The man cast a glance at her chat with Lu Sun on her phone, his tongue irritably pressing against the roof of his mouth, his voice tinged with restlessness. Go ahead and be busy. Are you there? A bowl of green grapes. I need a response, it's urgent. GMW? A bowl of green grapes. What should I do when I feel an uncontrollable flutter in my heart around my crush? A bowl of green grapes. I feel so pathetic. Every time I interact with him or speak to him, my heart races uncontrollably. How do I restrain myself? GMW. GMW, I don't wish to discuss such matters with you. Are you there? A bowl of green grapes. I need a response, it's urgent. GMW? A bowl of green grapes. What should I do when I feel an uncontrollable flutter in my heart around my crush? A bowl of green grapes. I feel so pathetic. Every time I interact with him or speak to him, my heart races uncontrollably. How do I restrain myself? GMW. GMW, I don't wish to discuss such matters with you. A bowl of green grapes. Please, share your methods with me. A bowl of green grapes. You're the only one among my friends with experience in secret crushes. A bowl of green grapes, please. It seemed to work. She felt significantly better. Just as Yu Jiwan reveled in her relief, she spotted Xie Jingma coming down the stairs, dressed in a crisp white shirt, his waistline accentuated, tall and elegant. Descending the stairs with each step, exuding both beauty and grace, upon seeing him, the sensation of her heart racing returned, and she instinctively raised the water cup to her mouth. Xie Jingma lifted his gaze. It seemed to work. She felt significantly better. Just as Yu Jiwan reveled in her relief, she spotted Xie Jingma coming down the stairs, dressed in a crisp white shirt, his waistline accentuated, tall and elegant. Descending the stairs with each step, exuding both beauty and grace, upon seeing him, the sensation of her heart racing returned, and she instinctively raised the water cup to her mouth. Xie Jingma lifted his gaze. Observing her as she drank, his eyes momentarily fixated. Chapter 71, My husband is so impressive. Yu Jiwan was gulping down water when she noticed Xie Jingma staring at her, nearly choking. Cough, cough, what are you looking at? Purposely bumping into him as she passed. Yu Jiwan was surprised by her sudden burst of childishness. In the past, she would have restrained herself, remaining quiet and compliant, never engaging in such playful antics. Yu Jiwan, are you implying I drink too much water? I shall drink as I please. Yu Jiwan huffed defiantly, taking a few more sips before setting down her cup. She then trotted back upstairs, fostering this carefree spirit within her. Meanwhile, Xie Jingma watched her retreating figure up the stairs, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at her water cup, his expression laden with significance. Upon returning to her room, Yu Jiwan placed a hand over her heart, discovering that the water remedy indeed seemed effective. Henceforth, whenever her heart raced, she would simply drink water. Glancing at the cartoon drawings on her wrist, she felt a pang of regret, fostering this carefree spirit within her. Meanwhile, Xie Jingma watched her retreating figure up the stairs, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at her water cup, his expression laden with significance. Upon returning to her room, when they registered their marriage, Xie Jingma had mentioned pretending to be affectionate for the sake of their grandparents. He had shown her considerable warmth in private. If she were to boldly confess, She had finally stumbled upon a subtle way to confess her feelings and had yet to finish sharing it with Xie Jingma. Perhaps she could abandon subtlety and be bold, confessing directly, although initially making her understand why people online often spoke of the carefulness and anxiety that accompanied falling in love. Nevertheless, she still yearned to try to boldly confess her feelings. The following morning, while Yu Zhiwan was at the Jinghong shop discussing the opening of a branch with He Kaiwei, she received a call from Xie Jingma, who informed her that he had clarified the details of Yu Changda's accident. Why Yu Zhiwan's eyes widened in astonishment. So soon? That's incredibly impressive. The man on the other end raised an eyebrow leisurely. Who was so impressive? Making her understand why people online often spoke of the carefulness and anxiety that accompanied falling in love. Nevertheless, she still yearned to try to boldly confess her feelings. The following morning, while Yu Zhiwan was at the Jinghong shop discussing the opening of a branch with He Kaiwei, a sultry chuckle emanated from the receiver, amused and relaxed. Thank you for the compliment, my lady. I am on my way to see you to share the details. Why Yu Zhiwan? Great, I will await your arrival. Yu Zhiwan, you, of course, Xie Jingma, who am I to you? Yu Zhiwan, embarrassed, she glanced at He Kaiwei beside her, then cupped her hand over her mouth, whispering, Xie Jingma is so impressive, my husband is truly remarkable. Stop laughing, let us get back to business. After discussing the matter of opening a branch with He Kaiwei, Yu Zhiwan eagerly awaited Xie Jingma's arrival. Oddly enough, just half a day apart left her feeling an unexpected longing for him. Moreover, she found herself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding the car accident involving Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin. While waiting in the shop, she noticed a small stray dog by the roadside, not of any distinguished breed. Stop laughing, let us get back to business. After discussing the matter of opening a branch with He Kaiwei, Yu Zhiwan eagerly awaited Xie Jingma's arrival. Oddly enough, just half a day apart left her feeling an unexpected longing for him. Moreover, she found herself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding the car accident involving Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin. While waiting in the shop, she noticed a small stray dog by the roadside, not of any distinguished breed. The painful memories of her childhood could be quietly buried, however, upon encountering a dog of similar color and size. All the concealed sorrow and heartache rushed back, accumulating heavily upon her heart. The little dog outside gazed up at her with round, along with the gruesome recollection of the bloody, flayed dog's skin in the kitchen. Why Yu Zhiwan's pupils quivered violently, her lips pressed together so firmly that the color drained from them. She had thought that after so many years since that little dog had passed away, she had never dared to own another. Yet now, an urge to adopt this stray washed over her, perhaps because her current family included Xie Jingma, who provided her with a sense of security, making her believe that the horrors of her childhood would not resurface. Why Yu Zhiwan pinched her fingertips with determination, unable to resist the impulse to step outside. Her legs felt as though they were treading on cotton. Since that little dog had passed away, she had never dared to own another. Yet now, an urge to adopt this stray washed over her, perhaps because her current family included Xie Jingma, who provided her with a sense of security. As Yu Zhiwan crouched down to get closer, her hands trembled uncontrollably. The world around her seemed to be engulfed in a crimson haze, as those deliberately forgotten images rushed to the forefront of her mind. The bloodied dog being slaughtered in the kitchen, the dripping dog skin, the steaming meat on the plate, and that piece of flesh that had been forced into her mouth. Why Yu Zhiwan's face turned pale as she suddenly stood up, stumbling backward. She still lacked the courage. She felt as if she could not cross the threshold nor heal the child she once was. Just as Yu Zhiwan stepped out of the shop, Xie Jingma arrived. The dripping dog skin, the steaming meat on the plate, and that piece of flesh that had been forced into her mouth. Why Yu Zhiwan's face turned pale as she suddenly stood up, stumbling backward. She still lacked the courage. She felt as if she could not cross the threshold nor heal the child she once was. Just as Yu Zhiwan stepped out of the shop, Xie Jingma arrived. He had just exited his car and immediately spotted Yu Zhiwan approaching the stray dog by the roadside, his expression tightening with concern. He was all too aware of the dog she had adopted in her childhood and the despairing and helpless experiences that had plagued her. Her gaze fixed on the man before her, her voice trembling. Xie Jingmo die. In the next moment, she was enveloped in his tender embrace. The clean and pleasant scent of wood filled her nostrils, and the warmth of his body enveloped her. Why Yu Zhiwan's heart ached, and she could no longer hold back. Her small hands clutched tightly at his white shirt, her actions imbued with reliance, as if she had found a sanctuary that shielded her from the storm. Her gaze fixed on the man before her, her voice trembling. Xie Jingmo die. In the next moment, she was enveloped in his tender embrace. The clean and pleasant scent of wood filled her nostrils. The curling vapor obscuring her face, she had little to hide from Xie Jingma and shared with him the story of the dog she had raised in her childhood, casting her gaze down at the water in her cup. The blinding crimson haze before her slowly faded away. Chapter 72. Xie Chacha has discovered it. My wife likes me in the break room. Yu Zhiwan sat at the table, steam rising from her teacup. The curling vapor obscuring her face, she had little to hide from Xie Jingma and shared with him the story of the dog she had raised in her childhood, casting her gaze down at the water in her cup. Xie Jingma felt as if his heart were being squeezed, overflowing with an indescribable ache and tenderness. Wan, look at me. He grasped her delicate hand, urging her to meet his gaze. You have done nothing wrong. Do not feel guilty or blame yourself. In this matter, you are the victim, the fault lies not with you, but with your adoptive father. Even if you cannot let go right now, that is perfectly fine. Xie Jingma felt as if his heart were being squeezed, overflowing with an indescribable ache and tenderness. Wan, look at me. He grasped her delicate hand, urging her to meet his gaze. You have done nothing wrong. He would willingly stay by her side, showering her with endless love to heal the desolation within her heart. Yu Jiwan felt a gentle tremor within her, as if a dandelion had been blown away. There is still plenty of time ahead, we can take it slow. Wan, will you try to trust me, please? Perhaps the misfortunes of childhood require a lifetime to heal, even if it takes his entire life. Are you truly saying that? Indeed, I will be with you. Wan. We will take our time. Xie Jingma tenderly embraced her, his palm gently stroking her back again and again, tirelessly and patiently, as if he were cherishing the most precious treasure in the world. When Yu Jiwan calmed down, she lost track of how long she had been held in Xie Jingma's arms. Initially seated in her chair, she now found herself completely cradled in his embrace. Are you truly saying that? Indeed, I will be with you. Wan. We will take our time. Xie Jingma tenderly embraced her, his palm gently stroking her back again and again, tirelessly and patiently, as if he were cherishing the most precious treasure in the world. Observing her actions, Xie Jingma's narrowed eyes glinted with intrigue, a swirl of thoughts hidden in their depths. Why are you so thirsty? Yu Jiwan, holding the cup, replied, I just thought, well, drinking more water is good for the body. Comforted, how could she not be moved? Her heart raced like a little rabbit bouncing about. Yu Jiwan felt overwhelmed, hastily grabbing the cup of water on the table and gulping down 2 large swigs. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. She believed Xie Jingma's findings without question, yet she was still astonished. When Yu Changde called me yesterday, he mentioned that Yu Shangxian was in the car too. By the way, what happened with Yu Changde's accident? At her words, Xie Jingma tapped his fingers lightly on the table, casually stating, it was done by Yu Shangxian. She hired someone to cause the crash. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. She believed Xie Jingma's findings without question, yet she was still astonished. When Yu Changde called me yesterday, he mentioned that Yu Shangxian was in the car too. Just as Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma were engaged in conversation, He Kaiwei knocked on the door, indicating that a VIP client was looking for her. I'll step out for a moment, I'll be right back. She no longer cared about how Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin perceived her or whether they held any misconceptions. She would never take the blame for something that was not her fault. After nearly 20 minutes, Yu Jiwan concluded her discussion with the VIP client and hurried back to find Xie Jingma. Upon turning around, she spotted Lu Sun, with his striking white hair, swaggering toward her. Yu Jiwan informed Xie Jingma before leaving the break room. Xie Jingma glanced at her water cup, then took out his phone, dialing a number saved under the name Lu Jinyan. Have your brother Lu Sun come over? After nearly 20 minutes, Yu Jiwan concluded her discussion with the VIP client and hurried back to find Xie Jingma. Upon turning around, she spotted Lu Sun, with his striking white hair, swaggering toward her. What brings you here? Didn't you take a day off? Yu Jiwan inquired, puzzled. I can't believe it, Lu Sun replied, exasperated. I don't know what kind of mood my brother is in, he suddenly called me to do some grunt work. Then inexplicably let me go today. I suspect he might be going through a midlife crisis. Yu Jiwan immediately followed up with curiosity. What should a man take to regulate himself during a midlife crisis? Lu Sun retorted, I'm utterly useless in academics. How would I know? Yu Jiwan, though Lu Sun may not excel in academics, he was certainly adept at gossip. Why are you asking this? Which man is going through a midlife crisis? Who could it possibly be? It can't be your husband, right? That wouldn't make sense. He is so powerful and influential, what could he possibly be stressed about? Were you worried? I'm done now, let us go back and continue our conversation. Xie Jingma, holding her water cup, casually asked, after chatting with Lu Sun for so long, are you not thirsty? Yu Jiwan shook her head decisively. What do I need to drink for? As if he were facing a rival, if he heard Lu Sun's comments about a midlife crisis, would he still have a life left? Upon seeing Xie Jingma, Yu Jiwan rushed over, her eyes sparkling. Why did you come out? Were you worried? I'm done now, let us go back and continue our conversation. Xie Jingma, holding her water cup, casually asked, after chatting with Lu Sun for so long, are you not thirsty? Yu Jiwan shook her head decisively. What do I need to drink for? I am not thirsty. The moment her words fell, Xie Jingma's pupils slightly constricted, and his eyelids flickered ever so slightly that he was certain now it was not Lu Sun who made her heart flutter. Xie Jingma's lips curled into a slow smile as he lazily replied, oh, not thirsty, huh? With that, he lifted his gaze, casually glancing at Lu Sun in the distance. Lu Sun immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He has already caught on as Xie Jingma's gaze towards him was laden with hostility, while his eyes, when directed at Yu Jiwan, brimmed with possessiveness. This was undoubtedly suspicious. It could very well be that his legendary white moonlight is none other than Yu Jiwan herself. And though I have yet to present my gift, I extend my heartfelt wishes for your enduring happiness, the joy of offspring, and a lifetime of love. Lu Sun, without pausing for breath, eloquently praised them with a plethora of flattering words. He has already caught on as Xie Jingma's gaze towards him was laden with hostility, while his eyes, when directed at Yu Jiwan, brimmed with possessiveness. This was undoubtedly suspicious. It could very well be that his legendary white moonlight is none other than Yu Jiwan herself. Yu Jiwan, utterly bewildered, wondered why Lu Sun was suddenly saying all this. Upon hearing words like well-suited and enduring love, Xie Jingma casually averted his gaze. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice, the corners of his eyes and brows lifting slightly, speaking in a tone meant solely for her ears, his breath tantalizingly intimate. As for the notion of having children, I would gladly warm the bed for my lady, offering my body for her pleasure, allowing her to indulge in her whims, but alas, my lady does not consent, and thus I am helpless. Why Yu Jiwan? What? Warm the bed, offer your body, indulge in her whims? What is he talking about? Yu Jiwan's innocent thoughts were instantly led astray, conjuring images of his chiseled abs and enticing waist, and even recalling the time she had touched him there. Confused, she also remembered those things she had searched previously. She lamented, her chest being compressed once more. Xie Jingma held her closely, his chin brushing against the top of her head, his peach blossom eyes lazily curving into a smile, the corners of his eyes and brows tinged with unrestrained delight. Just as she finished and placed the empty cup back on the nearby table, she was suddenly embraced by the man, tightly, as if to meld her into his very being. What are you doing? She lamented, her chest being compressed once more. Xie Jingma held her closely, his chin brushing against the top of her head, his peach blossom eyes lazily curving into a smile, the corners of his eyes and brows tinged with unrestrained delight. Too preoccupied with holding his wife to dwell on his earlier nonsensical comments, so of course, he had to make his escape. Yu Jiwan, hearing Lu Sun's words of indecent exposure, felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly pulled Xie Jingma back to the lounge. Lu Sun immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes, yet deliberately parted his fingers to peek through, exclaiming indecent exposure while hastily sneaking away. Did he not notice? Xia was in a good mood now. Too preoccupied with holding his wife to dwell on his earlier nonsensical comments, so of course, he had to make his escape. Yu Jiwan, hearing Lu Sun's words of indecent exposure, felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly pulled Xie Jingma back to the lounge. Let go for a moment, you just said you were very happy. Happy about what? Yu Jiwan was nearly dying of curiosity, wondering what she was unaware of. However, once the door to the lounge closed, Xie Jingma pressed her against the door, his movements betraying a hint of impatient intimacy full of both allure and possessiveness. His voice deepened with a husky timbre. I am happy to be drawing ever closer to my lady. Yu Jiwan was momentarily stunned, glancing at the distance between them. He was now completely trapping her in his embrace, looking utterly perplexed. You are already this close to me, how much closer do you wish to be? The man's peach blossom eyes darkened with a smoldering intensity, his thumb slowly trailing down from her cheek to her rosy lips. Why Yu Jiwan's breath hitched, her heart racing uncontrollably under his heated gaze. Instinctively wanting to shy away from his penetrating stare, but at that moment, he suddenly leaned down, brushing his nose against hers in a slow, teasing manner, an intimacy that melded their breaths together. Wan, baby, the man's husky. The man's peach blossom eyes darkened with a smoldering intensity, his thumb slowly trailing down from her cheek to her rosy lips. Why Yu Jiwan's breath hitched, her heart racing uncontrollably under his heated gaze. Every nerve ending trembling, she grasped the fabric of his white shirt tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure, the smooth material wrinkling under her grip as if it had endured some unmentionable encounter. Lingering voice called to her, each utterance drawing him perilously close to kissing her. The tantalizing near kiss was more enticing than an actual kiss, igniting a feverish longing within her. Why Yu Jiwan felt a tingling sensation coursing through her. Surely he must have completely moved on from his so-called white moonlight. She could no longer hold back, she must confess her feelings, and quickly, after resolving the matter of Yu Chanda's car accident this afternoon. Truly, it was utterly tormenting. And exceedingly inappropriate. Why Yu Jiwan's eyes glistened with moisture, her mind clouded yet gradually crystallizing around one undeniable thought. Given the intimate and suggestive gestures he was making, it was likely that he harbored feelings for her as well. His eyes darkening further. I have a gift for you tonight, and there is something very, very important I need to tell you. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, then chuckled softly, his throat moving enticingly. What a coincidence. I also have a gift I wish to present to my lady. Why Yu Jiwan's eyes widened in delight. Wow, we are so in sync. What gift do you have for me? Xie Jingma, with an arm wrapped around her waist, raised his peach blossom eyes, his tone playful. What gift do you intend to give me, my lady? The girl, with a haughty lift of her chin, replied playfully, that shall remain a secret for now. I also have a gift I wish to present to my lady. Why Yu Jiwan's eyes widened in delight. Wow, we are so in sync. What gift do you have for me? Xie Jingma, with an arm wrapped around her waist, raised his peach blossom eyes, his tone playful. What gift do you intend to give me, my lady? The girl, with a haughty lift of her chin, replied playfully, that shall remain a secret for now. Her eyes sparkling with a playful expression that said, this time, I shall pamper you. Xie Jingma, Yu Jiwan felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of her confession later that evening. Eager to discover what gift he had planned. As for the matter of Yu Chanda and Tao Shuqin's car accident, since Xie Jingma had already helped her uncover the truth, she felt no need to hold back or delay any further. She would visit the hospital this afternoon and reclaim her dignity. At the hospital, in the patient room, Yu Changde was propped up against the headboard, while Tao Shuqin, with her arm in a sling, was already able to move about. Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang were all present. The atmosphere in the room was lively, with many shareholders from the Yu family visiting, both to inquire about the patients and discuss company matters. One shareholder, balding and round-bellied, lamented, "Chairman Yu, if the company's stock price continues to plummet, we won't just be facing losses, we might as well starve." Another shareholder scoffed sarcastically, "In the past, when the Yu family faced crises, was already able to move about." Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang were all present. The atmosphere in the room was lively, with many shareholders from the Yu family visiting, both to inquire about the patients and discuss company matters. One shareholder, balding and round-bellied, lamented, "Chairman Yu, if the company's stock price continues to plummet, we won't just be facing losses, we might as well starve." Another shareholder scoffed sarcastically, "In the past, when the Yu family faced crises, it was thanks to Wang Yan's rescue. Who would have thought that Wang Yan is actually your true daughter? Now look at this, you severed ties with your own flesh and blood, and with her departure." Yu Changde, listening to the shareholders' complaints, wore an increasingly grim expression. One bespectacled shareholder snorted, "Chairman Yu, your severing of ties with your own daughter is your family's affair, and we have no say in it. However, this company affects the interests of many, so you should quickly find a way to bring Yu Zhiwan back to the Yu family." Other shareholders echoed this sentiment. Indeed, bringing Wang Yan back to resolve the urgent crisis would be the sensible thing to do. "I don't mean to speak harshly, but you forsook your own daughter and placed your adopted daughter in the design department, which is of no help at all. Not even a single strand of Wang Yan's hair can compare. However, this company affects the interests of many, so you should quickly find a way to bring Yu Zhiwan back to the Yu family." Other shareholders echoed this sentiment. Indeed, bringing Wang Yan back to resolve the urgent crisis would be the sensible thing to do. Yu Shangxiang's expression froze. These old men were so eager to have Yu Zhiwan return, they even claimed she was inferior to that wretched girl. Yu Changde slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough, that ungrateful wretch Yu Zhiwan, who even harms her own biological parents. I will never invite such a traitor back. Even without inviting her back, I have my ways to save the Yu family." Yu Shangxiang's expression froze. These old men were so eager to have Yu Zhiwan return, they even claimed she was inferior to that wretched girl. Yu Changde slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough, that ungrateful wretch Yu Zhiwan, who even harms her own biological parents. I will never invite such a traitor back. Even without inviting her back, I have my ways to save the Yu family." The shareholders, intrigued, immediately focused on his last statement. "You have other ways to save us, Chairman Yu, are you joking? What could it possibly be? Please, enlighten us." Yu Changde's gaze swept across the room. "You all are not aware that our Yu family has a marriage pact with the Xie family. A matter that has remained undisclosed until now. The Xie family, which Xie family?" The balding shareholder gasped in astonishment. "Could it be the Xie group? No way, that is the foremost prestigious family in the capital. Now I shall announce this engagement to the world, and everyone will come to know of the alliance between the Yu family and the Xie family. Naturally, many will seek to curry favor with us. This engagement was arranged by the elders of our two families, and in the past, we refrained from publicizing it to avoid giving the Xie family the impression that we were coveting their wealth. Now I shall announce this engagement to the world, and everyone will come to know of the alliance between the Yu family and the Xie family. Naturally, many will seek to curry favor with us. Even if the Xie family were to offer just a fraction of their financial resources, it would be more than sufficient for the Yu family to weather this crisis and ascend to greater heights. It is well known how many have endeavored to ally themselves with the Xie family, yet have failed to do so, and here we are, the Yu family, with a marriage contract to the Xie family. Once Director Yu achieves greatness, do remember us, your old friends. No wonder I noticed Miss Shangxiang's exceptional demeanor earlier. She is to be the future mistress of the Xie family, Xie Jingma's future wife." The shareholders immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, grinning obsequiously. Why didn't Director Yu mention such an important matter sooner? You are indeed connected to the Xie family. How could your rise to prominence not be imminent? How enviable it is for Shangxiang to marry Mr. Xie. She is truly fortunate. Shangxiang, you will soon be the confidant of Xie Jingma. Do speak highly of us, your uncles, in front of him. Chapter 74. Unveiling the true nature of Yu Shangxiang. Listening to these flattering remarks, "How embarrassing for me. My two daughters are both infatuated with Xie Jingma, declaring daily that they would marry no one else. Alas, Xie has always been indifferent to women. What chance do they have to approach him? How enviable it is for Shangxiang to marry Mr. Xie. She is truly fortunate. Shangxiang, you will soon be the confidant of Xie Jingma. Do speak highly of us, your uncles, in front of him." Chapter 74. Unveiling the true nature of Yu Shangxiang. Listening to these flattering remarks, relishing the envious gazes of all, Yu Shouqi furrowed his brow, his expression stern as he interjected, "Father, even if you intend to disclose the engagement, it is not Yu Shangxiang's." Yu Changde rebuked fiercely, "Silence. Shangxiang is undoubtedly the future mistress of the Xie family. As long as I am alive, no one can alter that. Upon hearing this, Shangxiang feigned tears of gratitude, her voice choked with emotion. Father, mother, you need not worry, you have raised me with such difficulty, even when I marry Jingma and join the Xie family. Relishing the envious gazes of all, Yu Shoqi furrowed his brow, his expression stern as he interjected, Father, even if you intend to disclose the engagement, it is not Yu Shangxiang's. Yu Changde rebuked fiercely. Silence, Shangxiang is undoubtedly the future mistress of the Xie family. Unlike Yu Jiwan, that ungrateful girl, regardless of her capabilities, who would dare to harm her own parents, if only Shangxiang were her biological daughter, how blissful that would be. The shareholders in the room seized the opportunity to shower praise on Yu Shangxiang's filial piety and understanding. Naturally, who would dare to disregard the future mistress of the Xie family? Yu Shangxiang basked in their flattery, her heart swelling with pride ever since that wretched Yu Jiwan had exposed her identity as a mistress. Unlike Yu Jiwan, that ungrateful girl, regardless of her capabilities, who would dare to harm her own parents, if only Shangxiang were her biological daughter, how blissful that would be. The shareholders in the room seized the opportunity to shower praise on Yu Shangxiang's filial piety and understanding. What could Yu Jiwan possibly compare? She still wished to snatch the engagement away and marry Xie Jingma herself. Such delusions. At that moment, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open with a loud bang, startling everyone into silence as they turned in astonishment. 2 rows of tall, impeccably dressed bodyguards stood solemnly in the corridor, the imposing presence and atmosphere. Who might this esteemed individual be? The bodyguard who had burst through the door stepped aside respectfully. What could Yu Jiwan possibly compare? She still wished to snatch the engagement away and marry Xie Jingma herself. Such delusions. At that moment, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of warmth. Upon seeing Yu Jiwan, Yu Changde's fury surged, wishing he could leap from the bed. You wretched creature, how dare you show your face here? Tao Shuqin stood up. Addressing Yu Shangxiang, miss you, please, miss you. The shareholders exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if the Yu in question could possibly be. Almost immediately, as if to confirm their suspicions, Yu Jiwan entered the room with an impassive expression, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of warmth. Upon seeing Yu Jiwan, Yu Changde's fury surged, wishing he could leap from the bed. You wretched creature, how dare you show your face here? Tao Shuqin stood up, gazing at her biological daughter with a mix of anger and heartbreak, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, before hastily wiping away the traces of her sorrow. Such a wretched creature did not deserve her grief, nor did she merit being called her daughter. Beside her, Yu Shoqi initially appeared shocked, but then rushed towards Yu Jiwan. Wan. What brings you here? And these bodyguards are at why you Shao's a hurry to join them? Jiwan, did you come because of the car accident involving our parents? This is utterly unconscionable. Ignoring the incredulous stares of the onlookers, Yu Jiwan approached the bedside, her gaze as cold as ice, fixed on Yu Changde. You claim I ordered someone to crash into you and Tao Shuqin. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Yu Changde was seething with rage. You dare ask me for evidence? Shangxiang saw it with her own eyes. Are you trying to deny it? Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a mocking smile. This is utterly unconscionable. Ignoring the incredulous stares of the onlookers, Yu Jiwan approached the bedside, her gaze as cold as ice, fixed on Yu Changde. You claim I ordered someone to crash into you and Tao Shuqin. Chapter 75, sent to prison. Upon hearing Yu Jiwan's words, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by shock. The surrounding shareholders were equally bewildered, utterly at a loss. What is happening? How did it suddenly become Yu Shangxiang who was to blame? Yu Changde was the first to recover, his fury boiling over as he threw off the covers and leaped from the bed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Jiwan. You despicable wretch, do you have any humanity left? I offered you 15 of the shares, and you were not satisfied. Now you covet the engagement to the Xie family? Just because I didn't agree on the spot, you harbor malicious intent and have someone try to kill me. You commit such heinous acts and now dare to slander Shangxiang. Do you not fear retribution? Pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Jiwan, you despicable wretch, do you have any humanity left? I offered you 15 of the shares, and you were not satisfied. Now you covet the engagement to the Xie family? Apologize to her at once. Yu Jiwan's eyes were filled with derision. How laughable, you believe Shangxiang without a shred of evidence, and now that I merely respond in kind, you expect me to apologize? Tao Shuqin stepped forward to support Yu Changde, her eyes filled with deep disdain as she glared at Yu Jiwan, unrepentant and still throwing dirt on Shangxiang. How can you be so malicious? Refusing to reveal the truth, how could she possibly slander her? Tao Shuqin, filled with sorrow, shook her head at Yu Jiwan in disappointment. What do you mean by true daughter? You were only brought back to the Yu family at 16. You must resent us as your parents. You have never been of one heart with us. Shangxiang is the daughter I raised from childhood, and I know her well. She has always been filial and understanding, never greedy or deceitful. I trust her, not you. Beside them, Yu Shangxiang was touched, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke with a choked voice. Mom and Dad, thank you for believing in me. In my heart, you are my true parents. I could never let you down. Turning to Yu Jiwan, she adopted a pitiful expression, feigning hurt. Sister, I do not understand why you would slander me. I was in the car as well. Never greedy or deceitful. I trust her, not you. Beside them, Yu Shangxiang was touched, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke with a choked voice. Mom and Dad, thank you for believing in me. And now you wish to slander her even at the end of your days. Kneel and apologize to Xiangxiang at once. Kneel. Yu Zhuan regarded her biological parents, who hurled the most venomous and scathing insults at her. And I too was injured in this accident. Would I truly seek to harm myself? Seeing Yu Shangxiang's distress, Yu Changda's loathing for Yu Zhuan intensified. You venomous creature, knowing we favor Shangxiang, you are envious of her. Yu Changda was instantly enraged, wishing he could tear her apart. Very well, you heartless wretch, I shall call the police right now. I will have you imprisoned. Tao Shuqin, infuriated, clutched her chest. What sins have I committed in my past life to bear a daughter like you? Showing no pretense of impartiality towards Yu Shangxiang, her eyes were as cold as a chilling wind from a glacier, devoid of warmth as she replied, You want me to kneel? Do you think you deserve that? Yu Shoqi and Yu Shaozi exchanged horrified glances, both shouting in unison, Mom. The arduous days spent in the home of her foster parents represented the darkest and most tragic segment of Wanwan's childhood. Why did we even take you back? You might as well have died out there. If you had been beaten to death by your gambling adoptive father, we would have been spared the misfortune of your return. Yu Shoqi and Yu Shaozi exchanged horrified glances, both shouting in unison, Mom. The arduous days spent in the home of her foster parents represented the darkest and most tragic segment of Wanwan's childhood. Her eyes devoid of any sorrow or pain, save for a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Was it the relentless disappointment and heartbreak of the past that had turned her heart to ashes? Leading her to relinquish all hope and cease regarding the Yu family as her kin, the shareholders in the ward, witnessing this scene, could not help but murmur among themselves, My goodness, to be sent to prison. Her eyes devoid of any sorrow or pain, save for a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Was it the relentless disappointment and heartbreak of the past that had turned her heart to ashes? Leading her to relinquish all hope and cease regarding the Yu family as her kin, the shareholders in the ward, witnessing this scene, could not help but murmur among themselves, My goodness, to be sent to prison. Certainly not. Therefore, the one concocting lies must be Yu Zhuan. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, all siding with her, Yu Shangxiang could no longer contain her smugness, casting a provocative glare at Yu Zhuan. How could the Yu couple so readily believe Yu Shangxiang? In my opinion, no matter how one looks at it, Shangxiang is a well-bred young lady, renowned for her filial piety. Would she truly conspire to harm her own parents? Finally pausing on Yu Shangxiang, the glance appeared nonchalant, yet Yu Shangxiang felt an inexplicable sense of pressure, her spine stiffening as though facing a formidable foe, this wretched girl, still attempting to struggle in her dying moments. My dear sister, this time, you are utterly finished. As Yu Shangxiang's taunting gaze bore down on her, a cold smile curled at the corners of Yu Zhuan's lips. She swept her indifferent gaze over her family members. Finally pausing on Yu Shangxiang, the glance appeared nonchalant, yet Yu Shangxiang felt an inexplicable sense of pressure, her spine stiffening as though facing a formidable foe, this wretched girl, still attempting to struggle in her dying moments. Meanwhile, Yu Zhuan impassively withdrew her gaze and turned towards the door of the ward, speaking in a calm tone. Come in. Upon her words, a bodyguard pushed in a man of about 30. The man, slightly plump with a stubbly chin, was shoved forward by the bodyguards, shrinking his neck in fear, his legs trembling and his face devoid of color. The others in the ward were filled with confusion. His teeth clenched in anger. This is the driver who ran us over. He fled the scene after the accident, and now he has indeed been caught. Upon hearing this, Tao Shuqin recalled, That's right. It is him. He is indeed the driver. Before I passed out, I saw him. This is the driver. Furious, Yu Changda approached the man and seized his clothing. In broad daylight, you run someone over and flee. Do you have no sense of justice? I will take you to the police right now. The middle-aged man, He Fengshan, upon hearing the mention of the police, was so frightened that he swallowed hard, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I didn't mean to run you over. It is him. He is indeed the driver. Before I passed out, I saw him. This is the driver. Furious, Yu Changda approached the man and seized his clothing. In broad daylight, you run someone over and flee. Do you have no sense of justice? I will take you to the police right now. The middle-aged man, He Fengshan, upon hearing the mention of the police, was so frightened that he swallowed hard, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I didn't mean to run you over. My goodness. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Yu Shangxiang, filled with confusion and suspicion. The hands at her sides clenched tightly as she silently mocked the unfolding drama, the moment He Fengshan entered the ward. Chapter 76, Evidence slaps the face, the truth revealed. The shareholders in the ward were momentarily stunned by the scene. What is happening? The driver is pointing at Yu Shangxiang. Is it Yu Shangxiang who ordered him to do this? My goodness. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Yu Shangxiang, filled with confusion and suspicion. The hands at her sides clenched tightly as she silently mocked the unfolding drama, the moment He Fengshan entered the ward. Why is he pointing at me? The sister, regarding the accident, I have already pleaded for you in front of Mom and Dad. Why do you have to conspire with someone I don't know to smear my name? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, portraying a picture of profound injustice. Tao Shuqin immediately wrapped her arms around Yu Shangxiang. My dear daughter, please don't cry. Mother believes you. I will never let you suffer. Yu Changde, recovering from his earlier shock, snorted coldly, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Jiwan. So you have colluded with this driver to slander Shangxiang? Yu Shouqi, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of discontent. Father, Shangxiang has no evidence. How can you believe her? Now that Wan Wan has brought forth a witness, you still refuse to trust her. Do you treat your own daughter this way? Yu Shaozi opened his mouth but remained silent. He was now bewildered. He believed Jiwan would not hire someone to run over their parents, yet if Shangxiang, the sister he had watched grow up, were wrong, he could not bear it. Hearing Yu Shouqi's words, Shangxiang has no evidence. How can you believe her? Now that Wan Wan has brought forth a witness, you still refuse to trust her. Do you treat your own daughter this way? Yu Shaozi opened his mouth but remained silent. Surely I would have compensated him. Do you have any transaction records with me? He Fengshan first glanced at Yu Jiwan beside him, then shook his head. No, none. The glint of triumph in Yu Shangxiang's eyes vanished in an instant. She was so cautious that she had left no incriminating evidence linking her to He Fengshan. Why Yu Jiwan's attempt to accuse her was utterly futile. Upon hearing He Fengshan's denial, Yu Changde seethed, glaring at Yu Jiwan. There is no transaction record. How could Shangxiang have bribed him? Speak up. Yu Jiwan ignored him entirely, her expression detached as she turned to He Fengshan. Present it. She was so cautious that she had left no incriminating evidence linking her to He Fengshan. Why Yu Jiwan's attempt to accuse her was utterly futile. Upon hearing He Fengshan's denial, Yu Shouqi recognized them at once. This is Shangxiang's jewelry. The solid gold gourd was a birthday gift from Dad, and those 2 jade bangles were also gifts from Mom and Dad. He Fengshan, upon hearing her command, did not dare to delay, trembling as he retrieved an item from his possession. An exquisite solid gold gourd and 2 translucent jade bangles, all obviously of considerable value. Claiming that even if I sold them, they would fetch no less than 1 million. If even Yu Shouqi can recognize them, how could Yu Changde and Tao Shuqi not? These were all gifts they had given to Yu Shangxiang. He Fengshan, unable to conceal the truth, hurriedly explained, Yu Shangxiang used these items to bribe me. She said she couldn't directly transfer money to me, as it would leave evidence, so she gave me these gold and jade pieces. Amidst the murmurs, Tao Shuqin looked at Yu Shangxiang in disbelief. Shangxiang, you mom. Yu Shangxiang quickly shook her head, biting her lip in a pitiful manner. It's all my fault. I lost the gifts you gave me. The surrounding shareholders gasped in astonishment. My goodness, how clever. In this day and age, transferring money to a bank account inevitably leaves a trail, making it easy to trace. However, trading in gold and jade makes it difficult to track down. She brought them to frame me, Mom and Dad. You must believe me. Listening to Yu Shangxiang's aggrieved voice, Yu Changde furrowed his brow and turned to Yu Jiwan. Are you envious that we only bought gifts for Shangxiang and not for you? So you stole her things and then turned around to slander her? Yu Shouqi could no longer bear to listen. Father, to not buy gifts for your own biological daughter while favoring Shangxiang so blatantly, how can you say that so brazenly? She brought them to frame me, Mom and Dad. You must believe me. Listening to Yu Shangxiang's aggrieved voice, Yu Changde furrowed his brow and turned to Yu Jiwan. Are you envious that we only bought gifts for Shangxiang and not for you? Yu Shouqi, yet Shangxiang has provided no evidence. How can you condemn Jiwan? Tao Shuqin, holding Yu Shangxiang close, cast a fierce glance at Yu Jiwan. Don't blame me for being biased. I raised Shangxiang from a young age. Moreover, the evidence is right in front of you, and you still refuse to believe it. Yu Changde, displeased. What sort of evidence is this? Just a few pieces of gold and jade. Do you think they can condemn Shangxiang? Yu Shouqi, yet Shangxiang has provided no evidence. How can you condemn Jiwan? Tao Shuqin, holding Yu Shangxiang close, cast a fierce glance at Yu Jiwan. Don't blame me for being biased. I raised Shangxiang from a young age. Speaking in a breathless manner, this I also have a recording pen. It contains a recording from when Yu Shangxiang sought me out privately. I secretly recorded it. The triumphant expression on Yu Shangxiang's face froze. Her previous confidence evaporating, replaced by a wave of fear and panic as her nails dug into her palms. A recording pen. How could this be? That wretched person actually recorded me in secret. He Fengshan stood beside Yu Jiwan and, upon receiving her gesture, immediately divulged everything he knew. Yu Shangxiang is so cautious that she wouldn't even agree to a bank transfer or give cash. Her previous confidence evaporating, replaced by a wave of fear and panic as her nails dug into her palms. A recording pen. How could this be? That wretched person actually recorded me in secret. He Fengshan stood beside Yu Jiwan and, upon receiving her gesture, immediately divulged everything he knew. Yu Shangxiang is so cautious that she wouldn't even agree to a bank transfer or give cash. I found this highly suspicious and feared she might betray me, so I secretly recorded our conversation when we met. After saying this, He Fengshan pressed the play button on the recorder. The first voice that echoed was unmistakably that of He Fengshan. Miss you. Identical, absolutely, insanity. It truly was Yu Shangxiang, those 2 old fools. Could she be referring to Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin? In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin just moments ago. Even if someone dies in the crash, it would be those 2 old fools who go first. As soon as this part played, someone in the hospital room recognized the voice. How familiar. It was undoubtedly Yu Shangxiang's voice. Identical, absolutely, insanity. It truly was Yu Shangxiang, those two old fools. Could she be referring to Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin? In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin just moments ago. Her breaths shallow and labored, staring incredulously at Yu Shangxiang. Yu, was this still her dutiful and sensible daughter? How could she utter such heartless words? The recording continued to play. He Fengshan expressed his dissatisfaction. Miss Yu Shangxiang. Tao Shuqin felt darkness descend before her eyes, unable to bear such a tremendous blow. She staggered backward and fainted, only to be caught immediately by Yu Changde. Shuqin. Tao Shuqin's face turned as pale as a sheet. Yu Shangxiang replied haughtily, "Look at you, a penniless fool who has never seen the world. These are valuable items. Even if you sell them for a pittance, they are worth at least 1 million. If I were to transfer money or withdraw cash for you, using such a large sum would easily raise suspicions." He Fengshan gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's set the time for the day after tomorrow at noon. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin will drive past that intersection. There are no cameras on that road, and after I crash, I'll make my escape." Yu Shangxiang warned. "Remember, do not contact me privately. We must avoid leaving any traces." As the recording concluded, the room fell into stunned silence. My heavens, those gold and jade items were either accidentally lost by Yu Shangxiang or were meant to bribe He Fengshan. I was astounded. She had just shamelessly lied, slandering Yu Zhiwan for stealing her jewelry. Thus, the entire car accident was orchestrated by Yu Shangxiang. She had hired someone to crash into her own parents. Even more terrifying, she knew there were no cameras in the area and, after orchestrating this heinous act, she had the audacity to cast blame on Yu Zhiwan, claiming she had seen her in the back seat of He Fengshan's car. She had just shamelessly lied, slandering Yu Zhiwan for stealing her jewelry. Thus, the entire car accident was orchestrated by Yu Shangxiang. She had hired someone to crash into her own parents. Even more terrifying, filled with love, had become the very currency for her conspiracy. What an irony. Chapter 77, Regretful Parents. Now that the truth was laid bare, Yu Shochi could no longer contain his fury. He lunged forward, grasping Yu Shangxiang by the hair and yanking her back, forcing her to look up at him. "Why, Yu Shangxiang, I only knew you were lying and framing Wan. I never imagined you would go so far as to hire someone to harm your own parents. How could you commit such a monstrous act? Those are the parents who raised you for over 20 years. Yu Shaozi stood in a daze, staring incredulously at Yu Shangxiang, the girl he had cherished and cared for since childhood. Even more than his own sister, how had she become this twisted, venomous creature, more feral than a beast? Tao Shuqin felt as though the sky had fallen, her face streaked with tears. "Even if you are not our biological daughter, we have raised you for so many years. Why would you do this? Why?" Yu Shangxiang's scalp ached from Yu Shochi's grip, her face contorted in pain. More infuriating was that, with all her schemes unraveled, even more than his own sister, how had she become this twisted, venomous creature, more feral than a beast? Tao Shuqin felt as though the sky had fallen, her face streaked with tears. "Even if you are not our biological daughter." A surge of jealousy and resentment flooded Yu Shangxiang's heart, and she suddenly pushed Yu Shochi away with force. Her hair disheveled, her once docile demeanor vanished. With a malevolent sneer, she glared at Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde. She could no longer argue her way out. In an instant, she became a pariah, reviled by all. It was all that wretched Yu Zhiwan's fault. It was that wretched girl who had caused her downfall. A surge of jealousy and resentment flooded Yu Shangxiang's heart, and she suddenly pushed Yu Shochi away with force. Her hair disheveled, her once docile demeanor vanished. With a malevolent sneer, she glared at Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde. "How dare you say that? You gave me only 10 of the company shares while giving Yu Zhiwan 15. You handed over my engagement and my fiancé to that wretched girl. Is that what you call the best? What do you mean by that? We have given you everything we could. This is how you repay us." Yu Shangxiang sneered disdainfully. "Oh, you claim to give me the best, Mr. Yu's chairman of the Yu family. You have enjoyed the wealth and luxury of the Yu family for so many years. What more could you possibly want?" Yu Shangxiang's expression twisted with further contempt and malice. "If it weren't for you bringing Yu Zhiwan back, would I have to stoop to this? The Yu family company, the Xie family engagement, should have been mine. Ever since Yu Zhiwan returned, I have lived in constant fear of her taking everything from me. Why did you bring her back? Why, it's all your fault." Listening to her twisted, fallacious reasoning, Yu Changde struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving with anger. "You got heartless wretch. What is wrong with bringing back my own biological daughter? Would I have to stoop to this? The Yu family company, the Xie family engagement, should have been mine. Ever since Yu Zhiwan returned, I have lived in constant fear of her taking everything from me. Why did you bring her back? Why, it's all your fault." Listening to her twisted, fallacious reasoning, Yu Changde struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving with anger. "You got heartless wretch. What is wrong with bringing back my own biological daughter? It's all your fault." "Enough." Tao Shuqin, her face ashen, suddenly interjected, trembling with rage, her lips pale. "Look into your heart and tell me, has the Yu family ever wronged you in any way, for the sake of this adopted daughter? Even suggested you stay with us, and this is how you repay her?" Yu Shangxiang coldly laughed, her voice sharp as she screeched. "That was her own foolishness, and you all are just as foolish. I have reached this point because of you." She had cast aside her own daughter, disregarding the suffering her biological daughter endured in her adoptive family, ignoring her longing for maternal love, and blatantly favoring her adopted daughter, when Yu Shangxiang feigned illness and requested her sister's care. She and Yu Changde had let their biological daughter take a year off from school solely to serve and care for Yu Shangxiang, just because their biological daughter had scored higher than Yu Shangxiang on the college entrance exam. She and Yu Changde had torn up their biological daughter's acceptance letter. To ensure Yu Shangxiang married into the Xia family, she even forced her biological daughter to court a lecherous playboy. Pushing her own flesh and blood into the fire, recalling these past events, tears blurred Tao Shuqin's vision, her heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 knives, nearly suffocating her. How had she caused her own flesh and blood to suffer such harm? She remembered Yu Zhiwan's icy gaze directed at her, recalled the expressionless words, "Since the day I severed ties with the Yu family, I have had no mother. No mother anymore." Her biological daughter no longer wanted her. Pushing her own flesh and blood into the fire, recalling these past events, tears blurred Tao Shuqin's vision, her heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 knives, nearly suffocating her. How had she caused her own flesh and blood to suffer such harm? She remembered Yu Zhiwan's icy gaze directed at her, recalled the expressionless words, "Since the day I severed ties with the Yu family, I have had no mother. No mother anymore." Her biological daughter no longer wanted her. Could commit such a monstrous act and ultimately frame the true daughter of the Yu family. It must be known that all the wealth and luxury Yu Shangxiang had enjoyed in the Yu family rightfully belonged to Yu Zhiwan. Furthermore, Yu Zhiwan had endured countless hardships on her behalf, domestic violence and gambling from her biological father, a family that had originally been Yu Shangxiang's, while Yu Zhiwan had borne it for 16 long years. Moreover, after Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family, she had actively suggested that Yu Shangxiang stay, refusing to let her return to her original family, allowing her to continue living the life of a pampered young lady in the Yu family. Yet, in return, Yu Shangxiang showed no gratitude, no sense of repayment, even attempting to usurp Yu Zhiwan's engagement, constantly targeting and ostracizing Yu Zhiwan, ultimately forcing her to sever ties with the Yu family. This was nothing short of selfish greed and ungratefulness. As Tao Shuqin was embroiled in a confrontation with Yu Shangxiang, the previously silent Yu Shaozi suddenly stepped forward, seizing the emotionally unhinged Tao Shuqin. His eyes, tinged with a fierce crimson, locked onto Yu Shangxiang as he hoarsely inquired. Yet, in return, Yu Shangxiang showed no gratitude, no sense of repayment, even attempting to usurp Yu Zhiwan's engagement, constantly targeting and ostracizing Yu Zhiwan, ultimately forcing her to sever ties with the Yu family. This was nothing short of selfish greed and ungratefulness. As Tao Shuqin was embroiled in a confrontation with Yu Shangxiang, the previously silent Yu Shaozi suddenly stepped forward, seizing the emotionally unhinged Tao Shuqin. His eyes, tinged with a fierce crimson, locked onto Yu Shangxiang as he hoarsely inquired. Where she did not awaken for several hours stood why Yu Shangxiang, I implore you, was it truly Wan who bullied you? Upon hearing this question, Yu Shangxiang erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Second brother, my dear second brother. I merely mentioned it in passing, and you went and pushed that fool down. You truly are my greatest ally. Yu Shaozi's mind exploded with a cacophony of realization. Yu Shangxiang's deranged laughter pierced through his temples like a barbed arrow, causing his head to pound as if it might shatter. He clutched his head in agony. Indeed, Wan was utterly innocent. He had taken Yu Shangxiang's words at face value, choosing to distrust his own sister, thereby causing her harm. Perhaps this was retribution, as not long after he too was pushed down the stairs amidst chaos, relegated to a wheelchair for half a year. This was indeed payback. Yet, during Wan's years in the Yu household, causing his head to pound as if it might shatter. He clutched his head in agony. Indeed, Wan was utterly innocent. He had taken Yu Shangxiang's words at face value, choosing to distrust his own sister, thereby causing her harm. Perhaps this was retribution, as not long after he too was pushed down the stairs amidst chaos, relegated to a wheelchair for half a year. This was indeed payback. Yet, during Wan's years in the Yu household, upon hearing of Yu Shangxiang's past slander against his own daughter, Yu Changde could no longer contain his fury and raised his hand, delivering another sharp slap. You wretched beast, you have deceived us all. You are nothing but a heartless scoundrel. Dad. Yu Shaozi rasped, his voice trembling. The greater fault lies with us. If we had shown Wan even a modicum of love and trust, we would not have been so easily swayed by Yu Shangxiang's manipulations. Ultimately, the blame rests with us. Yu Changde was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly misting over as he turned his face away to wipe the corners of his eyes, the weight of years etched upon his features. Indeed, when Yu Shangxiang accused Wan of orchestrating the car accident, he had accepted her words without a shred of doubt, failing to discern the truth. Yet, Wan had brought forth witnesses, and still he had refused to believe her until the damning evidence was laid bare before him. Ultimately, the blame rests with us. Yu Changde was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly misting over as he turned his face away to wipe the corners of his eyes, the weight of years etched upon his features. Tao Shuqin abruptly turned to glance towards the door of the hospital room, catching sight of Yu Zhiwan's retreating figure. A pang of anguish struck her heart, drowning her in regret as her eyes reddened. She staggered forward, grasping at the hem of the girl's garment, her voice choked with sorrow. Wan. The response was the cold, distant voice of her biological daughter. Miss Tao, please let go. The nearby bodyguards swiftly intervened, blocking Tao Shuqin from pursuing further. Watching her daughter depart without a backward glance, not even sparing her a glance, caused tears to cascade down Tao Shuqin's cheeks as she crumpled to the ground, her late-coming remorse and sorrow tearing her apart. Chapter 78. Did Yu Jiwan entice Xie Jingma? Yu Changde rushed to help Tao Shuqin to her feet, his gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of his daughter, blocking Tao Shuqin from pursuing further. Watching her daughter depart without a backward glance, not even sparing her a glance, caused tears to cascade down Tao Shuqin's cheeks as she crumpled to the ground. Do not even think about the betrothal to the Xie family, nor will you receive a single share of the company. Yet, Yu Shangxiang laughed with an air of invulnerability, her tone dripping with malice. Do not forget, that fool Yu Jiwan is already married. Even if she wishes to divorce and marry into the Xie family, who would want such a used item? Who else but me could fulfill the marriage contract? Hearing such base and offensive words, Yu Shouqi's anger surged, veins throbbing on his forehead as he grasped Yu Shangxiang by the throat. Who gave you the right to speak of Wan in such a manner? Yu Shangxiang struggled to breathe, her eyes widening in terror as the suffocating fear caused her hands to beat against Yu Shouqi. You let go. Witnessing the chaos unfold, the shareholders in the hospital room exchanged glances. The disintegration of the Yu family was indeed tied to Yu Shangxiang, but the culpability of Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, and the two brothers, Yu Shouqi and Yu Shaozi, could not be dismissed. Yu Jiwan was their biological daughter and sister. How could they be so blatantly biased? To neglect their talented and capable daughter while doting on a heartless ingrate was their own folly. However, upon hearing Yu Shangxiang's words, had Yu Jiwan already married? To whom had she wed? It had not been reported. Perhaps another designer like herself. Suddenly, a shareholder recalled a detail. I think I saw Yu Jiwan wearing a ring on her ring finger. Quick, look down, another shareholder exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Isn't that Xie Jingma standing by the window? At this revelation, a wave of commotion erupted. Within moments, everyone crowded around the window. From the 6th floor, they peered down. And indeed, they saw Yu Jiwan exiting the hospital with Xie Jingma, both getting into the same car, which then drove away. The Yu family members, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the window as well. Yu Shouqi, still gripping Yu Shangxiang by the throat, released her in disgust upon hearing Yu Jiwan's name and hastened to the window. While Yu Shangxiang, struggling to regain her breath, paid no mind to her bruised arm as she stumbled to the window. Witnessing the car's departure, damn it, how could Yu Jiwan be associated with Xie Jingma? They had never known each other before. That wretched girl, married yet still restless, getting into the same car as her fiancé. Does she seek to seduce him? Yu Shouqi, still gripping Yu Shangxiang by the throat, released her in disgust upon hearing Yu Jiwan's name and hastened to the window. While Yu Shangxiang, struggling to regain her breath, paid no mind to her bruised arm as she stumbled to the window. Witnessing the car's departure, damn it, how could Yu Jiwan be associated with Xie Jingma? They had never known each other before. That wretched girl, married yet still restless, getting into the same car as her fiancé. Does she seek to seduce him? All eyes in the room turned towards her in curiosity. Photos? What photos? They sound rather unsavory. Yu Changde's brows knitted in agitation. You treacherous beast, what trickery are you plotting now? Yu Shangxiang leisurely retrieved her phone, stepping before Yu Changde to display the photos on her screen. The moment Yu Changde caught sight of them, his expression shifted dramatically. What is this? He found himself staring at images of himself drunkenly entangled with a woman, resulting in an illegitimate child. How had Yu Shangxiang obtained these? Yu Changde's eyes bulged in fury, his complexion shifting from green to white. You scoundrel, Yu Shangxiang chuckled derisively. Mr. Yu, feel free to curse. However, would you like me to show this photo to Mrs. Yu? Tao Shuqin sensed something amiss and, feeling weary, inquired. Changde, what photo is this? In a panic, Yu Changde snatched the phone from Yu Shangxiang's grasp, hastily deleting the images, resulting in an illegitimate child. How had Yu Shangxiang obtained these? Yu Changde's eyes bulged in fury, his complexion shifting from green to white. You scoundrel, Yu Shangxiang chuckled derisively. Mr. Yu, feel free to curse. However, would you like me to show this photo to Mrs. Yu? Tao Shuqin sensed something amiss and, feeling weary, inquired. Changde, what photo is this? In a panic, Yu Changde snatched the phone from Yu Shangxiang's grasp, hastily deleting the images, entwining themselves around the Yu family. Inescapable. Yu Shouqi seethed with disgust. Yu Shangxiang, you are deluded. Dad, what on earth are these photos? How can we allow this ingrate to continue as the second young lady of the Yu family? Tao Shuqin's unease deepened, her pallor evident as she pressed. Changde, what exactly are these photos? The other shareholders exchanged anxious glances, realizing that the contents of the photos must be significant enough to intimidate Yu Changde. In that moment, Yu Shangxiang exuded an air of invulnerability. She was determined to seize the betrothal to the Xie family, marrying Xie Jingma as the second young lady of the Yu family. Furthermore, she planned to expose Yu Jiwan, a married woman, as a mistress seeking to seduce another's fiancé. She was eager to witness whether this late-blooming sensation would continue to be adored by others. She intended to see Yu Jiwan's reputation shattered, to be reviled by all. the marriage between Wan and Mr. Xie is soon to be made public. Chapter 79, What Xie Jingma Fears on the Road Away from the Hospital. Furthermore, she planned to expose Yu Jiwan, a married woman, as a mistress seeking to seduce another's fiancé. She was eager to witness whether this late-blooming sensation would continue to be adored by others. Is not showing his usual flamboyance. At that moment, Yu Jiwan sat in the back seat, half turned towards Xie Jingma, shaking his arm excitedly as she lavished praise upon him. The matter of the Yu family's car accident has finally been resolved. And I must thank you most sincerely. Truly, there was no surveillance at that intersection, yet you managed to uncover He Fengshan. How incredibly impressive. The man cast her a sidelong glance, his expression nonchalant. Why? Yu Jiwan pouted slightly. Leaning in closer to him, please don't be angry, alright? It's just that I didn't let you accompany me to the hospital. Originally, Xie Jingma intended to go with her, but she felt that if he did, the ward would surely descend into chaos, and the Yu family would undoubtedly cause a ruckus, creating a myriad of troubles. She wished to avoid lingering in the ward with the Yu family. So she decided to go alone, splashing the dirty water back at them before promptly leaving the room. Why? Yu Jiwan gazed at the man with longing eyes, playfully shaking his arm. Really, don't be upset. Even though I didn't let you follow, those bodyguards are all assigned by you to protect me, and I didn't refuse them out of ingratitude. Xie Jingma silently observed her for a few seconds, his gaze falling despondently just as he was about to unleash a wave of sarcasm. Why? Yu Jiwan inexplicably felt that this scene was eerily familiar. Her eyelids flickered, and she instinctively covered his mouth. I don't think you're embarrassing. Even though I didn't let you follow, those bodyguards are all assigned by you to protect me, and I didn't refuse them out of ingratitude. Xie Jingma silently observed her for a few seconds, his gaze falling despondently just as he was about to unleash a wave of sarcasm. Why? Yu Jiwan inexplicably felt that this scene was eerily familiar. Her eyelids flickered, and she instinctively covered his mouth. I don't think you're embarrassing. His tone light and relaxed. Oh, madam observes me so closely on a regular basis. Yu Jiwan's cheeks flushed. It's not that I'm overly observant. What were you going to say just now? I was thinking. Xie Jingma held her hand, his demeanor shifting as he spoke with a practiced ease. Wan take me to the hospital and doesn't want outsiders to know about our marriage. His tone light and relaxed. Oh, madam observes me so closely on a regular basis. Yu Jiwan's cheeks flushed. It's not that I'm overly observant. What were you going to say just now? I was thinking. Xie Jingma held her hand, his demeanor shifting as he spoke with a practiced ease. Wan take me to the hospital and doesn't want outsiders to know about our marriage. Tangy. Goodness, each cup of tea seems to surpass the last. Xie Jingma effortlessly extracted Miss Yu's words. That who said I want to divorce you, and who said I like another man, is nearly a confession to Xie Jingma. Suddenly recalling something, Yu Jiwan shook Xie Jingma's arm. Dinner is almost ready, let us go eat. It's my treat. Xie Jingma. Yu Jiwan, I know a seafood restaurant where the dining area is surrounded by swimming fish. Tangy. Goodness, each cup of tea seems to surpass the last. Xie Jingma effortlessly extracted Miss Yu's words. That who said I want to divorce you, and who said I like another man, is nearly a confession to Xie Jingma. Suddenly recalling something, Yu Jiwan shook Xie Jingma's arm. Dinner is almost ready, let us go eat. It's my treat. Xie Jingma. Yu Jiwan, I know a seafood restaurant where the dining area is surrounded by swimming fish. With deep blue seawater all around. It's particularly fun. Shall we go together? This was a couple-less dating hotspot she had seen online, reputed to be extraordinarily romantic. She thought that since she had no time to prepare an elaborate romantic scene for confessing to Xie Jingma tonight, she would take him to the underwater restaurant first for a romantic dinner and then present him with a gift to declare her feelings, which would seem more sincere upon hearing about the underwater restaurant. Boss, thank you, boss lady, Yu Jiwan. After Tangy left, Yu Jiwan took Xie Jingma directly to the underwater restaurant. The ambience was incredibly dreamlike, resembling a bizarre underwater world. Enormous glass walls surrounded them, with vibrant fish swimming in the deep blue water, creating a unique romantic atmosphere. Why? Yu Jiwan, filled with curiosity, rushed to the glass front, where a few plump fish swam by. She gently tapped the glass, and surprisingly, the fish at the front nudged the glass with its mouth. Finding it amusing, she turned to share it with Xie Jingma, only to discover him standing behind her, pulling her over. Look, isn't it adorable? The man was drawn to the glass, instinctively clasping her hand, creating a unique romantic atmosphere. Why? Yu Jiwan, filled with curiosity, rushed to the glass front, where a few plump fish swam by. She gently tapped the glass, and surprisingly, the fish at the front nudged the glass with its mouth. She glanced at their entwined hands, feeling an inexplicable sense of a date, which made her a bit shy, and suddenly realized, hey, why is your hand a bit cold? The man remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. Perhaps it's because I'm hungry. Yu Jiwan, then let us hurry and eat. The signature dishes here were all seafood, and Yu Jiwan ordered one of each. They sat down at a table against the glass wall, the delightful fish just a breath away. Yu Jiwan contentedly rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the fish for a while, then leaned closer to Xie Jingma, her eyes sparkling as she quietly asked, what if the glass shattered? And the seawater spilled out, wouldn't it flood? Upon hearing this, Xie Jingma glanced at the deep blue water beyond the glass wall, only for a moment, before averting his gaze, seemingly reluctant to look further. That shouldn't happen. Even if it did flood, I would ensure Wanwan gets out safely. Though his tone was flat, Yu Zhuan found herself inexplicably reassured. She stared at the man's strikingly handsome face for a few seconds, then suddenly lowered her eyelashes, hastily lifting her cup to gulp down some water. Her uncooperative heart raced once again. During dinner, Yu Zhuan noticed that though he had mentioned being so hungry that his hands were cold earlier, he hadn't eaten much now. Perhaps it wasn't tea to his taste. Yu Zhuan picked up the menu, intending to order something else. If he didn't like these, they could switch to something else. Then suddenly lowered her eyelashes, hastily lifting her cup to gulp down some water. Her uncooperative heart raced once again. During dinner, Yu Zhuan noticed that though he had mentioned being so hungry that his hands were cold earlier, Yu Zhuan shot him a resentful glance but didn't feign modesty, straightforwardly declaring, "Then I'll make sure to take good care of you in the future, so you get used to it." She couldn't let him go hungry. No, Xie Jingma stopped her, raising an eyebrow. It's rare for my wife to take such good care of me. I might just jot this down. Upon hearing this, the place was so beautiful. Let us move back a little closer to the glass wall. As Yu Zhuan led Xie Jingma backward to find the perfect angle for the photo, she noticed him looking a bit tense. "Don't you like it here?" "No, I like it," Xie Jingma replied, lifting his eyelids to glance at the camera, a smile playing on his lips. Why Yu Zhuan didn't think much of it and snapped several pictures. The place was so beautiful. Let us move back a little closer to the glass wall. As Yu Zhuan led Xie Jingma backward to find the perfect angle for the photo, she noticed him looking a bit tense. Her eyes sparkling with joy, Xie Jingma's gaze remained fixed on the girl, watching her radiant smile, his eyes softening with a tender affection. Once they finished exploring the underwater tunnel, Yu Zhuan felt the need to visit the restroom. Planning to choose one later as her phone wallpaper, after taking the photos, she like a child gleefully ran ahead, occasionally glancing back at Xie Jingma following behind her. Whenever she encountered something fun, she would excitedly point it out to him. Glancing around, she noticed that this underwater restaurant not only attracted many couples but also families with children, who seemed to enjoy it immensely. As she walked, her steps faltered, and her brow furrowed slightly. The woman ahead, the one who resembled Xie Jingma's mother, she spotted the middle-aged woman again. Having experienced the previous shock, Yu Zhuan remained considerably calmer this time, discreetly observing her. From her angle, she could only see the woman's profile, but her features bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jingma's mother in the photographs, though she appeared older, with more wrinkles. If Xie Jingma's mother hadn't passed away so early, she would likely resemble this middle-aged woman now. The woman's right hand held the hand of a boy around 13 or 14, her gaze towards him filled with affection. Was that her son? Yu Zhuan watched for a moment, noting that the direction the middle-aged woman was heading aligned with her own. She quietly followed, her furrowed brow deepening. If this woman continued forward, would she bump into Xie Jingma? She would likely resemble this middle-aged woman now. The woman's right hand held the hand of a boy around 13 or 14, her gaze towards him filled with affection. Was that her son? Her voice filled with maternal affection as she continued explaining the different types of fish. Slow down, son, look over here, this yellow fish is. Why Yu Zhuan hastily approached, witnessing the middle-aged woman and the boy brush past Xie Jingma. As Xie Jingma stood with an air of indifference, his dark, icy peach blossom eyes were clouded with a heavy gloom, not once casting a glance at the middle-aged woman who appeared as a complete stranger to him. Yu Zhuan concealed herself around the corner, stealthily observing this scene, her lips pressed tightly together in contemplation. She recalled that Xie Jingma had once confided in her that his parents held a profound disdain for him. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, as his figure appeared so desolate. Yet, perhaps Xie Jingma sought solitude, wishing to conceal his vulnerable side from the world. And now, Yu Zhuan could almost ascertain that the middle-aged woman, who bore a striking resemblance to him, must indeed be Xie Jingma's mother. However, the Xie family publicly declared that his parents had passed away long ago. What could possibly be the truth behind this? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, as his figure appeared so desolate. Yet, perhaps Xie Jingma sought solitude, wishing to conceal his vulnerable side from the world. And now, Yu Zhuan could almost ascertain that the middle-aged woman stumbled back 2 steps from the force of her impact. When the girl rushed to him and enveloped him tightly, he was momentarily taken aback, the frost in his eyes melting away as if the sun had pierced through, dissolving all the chill. He lowered his gaze in surprise, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. What does this mean? Are you throwing yourself into my arms? Yu Zhuan's earlobes flushed crimson as she looked up at him. Not at all. I just overheard a secret earlier. Embracing in front of the sea and fish can allow one to absorb the essence of marine creatures, bringing good fortune. The man chuckled at the absurdity of her claim. Is there such a peculiar notion? Dissolving all the chill. He lowered his gaze in surprise, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. What does this mean? Are you throwing yourself into my arms? Yu Zhuan's earlobes flushed crimson as she looked up at him. Not at all. Good fortune, you say? Xie Jingmo, though skeptical of such beliefs, found himself less bothered by the idea of luck as he held the charming girl close, feeling that the deep blue waters behind the glass wall were not quite as unpleasant anymore. Upon returning to Langqiuan, Yu Zhuan first visited her study, where the gift she had prepared for Xie Jingmo awaited. As she pondered her forthcoming confession, anxiety suddenly gripped her. Should she search online for some touching confession lines? Ideally to leave Xie Jingmo so dazed that he would unwittingly agree, however, would that be too overzealous? Ultimately she decided to seize the moment. A bold approach was better than hesitating, taking a deep breath. Upon returning to Langqiuan, Yu Zhuan first visited her study, where the gift she had prepared for Xie Jingmo awaited. As she pondered her forthcoming confession, anxiety suddenly gripped her. Should she search online for some touching confession lines? Xie Yintang lamented, "How unfortunate, did you eat at home or out? Xie Xiaozhou and I are at a restaurant, just the two of us, it's so boring." Yu Zhuan replied, "We're out too." She was about to leave the study when her phone rang. It was a call from Xie Yintang. "Sister-in-law, what are you and my brother up to? Let's go out for dinner." Yu Zhuan smiled, "We just finished eating." Xie Yintang lamented, "How unfortunate, did you eat at home or out? Xie Xiaozhou and I are at a restaurant, just the two of us, it's so boring." Yu Zhuan replied, "We're out too." At that underwater restaurant called Mermaid, silence fell on the other end of the line. Xie Yuntang, slightly incredulous, confirmed, "You and my brother went to the underwater restaurant." Yu Zhuan, puzzled, responded, "Yes, what's the matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yuntang said, "It's nothing much, just that my brother has a bit of a psychological aversion to the sea, but since he went with you, it seems he has okay. A psychological aversion? Yuntang, I have something to attend to, I'll hang up." Yu Zhuan hastily ended the call and dashed out of the study. Pushing open the bedroom door, she found the man standing by the window. Speaking on the phone, his tall and elegant figure exuding an undeniable allure. Upon seeing her return, Xie Jingmo exchanged a few words before hanging up. "What's wrong?" Noticing her unusual expression, he approached her. Taking her hand and lifting her chin to gaze into her tear-brimmed eyes, his heart tightening at the sight. "Why are you about to cry?" "I'm not crying, I just ran too fast and bumped my finger on the doorframe, it hurts." Speaking on the phone, his tall and elegant figure exuding an undeniable allure. Upon seeing her return, Xie Jingmo exchanged a few words before hanging up. "What's wrong?" Noticing her unusual expression, he approached her. Relieved to find no swelling upon hearing her latter comment, he paused, a smile gracing his lips. "Who told you that?" Yu Zhuan's eyes glimmered with moisture, her nose slightly reddened. "Yuntang called just now, inviting us for dinner, and mentioned this. If you had told me, I wouldn't have taken you there. Just like how I'm allergic to pineapples, one touch makes me feel unwell. That if you have a psychological aversion to the sea." Relieved to find no swelling upon hearing her latter comment, he paused, a smile gracing his lips. "Who told you that?" Yu Zhuan's eyes glimmered with moisture, her nose slightly reddened. "Yuntang called just now. It's not the same, this isn't a fair comparison. Look at me now, I'm perfectly fine." Not why Yu Zhuan felt a wave of regret. "I even said at the restaurant that I'd take good care of you in the future. Yet I didn't notice anything was amiss while you were having fun. I feel utterly embarrassed." She could almost picture herself sitting up in bed at midnight, muttering, "I truly deserve this." The man couldn't help but smile. His throat tightening as a soft chuckle escaped him, pulling her into his embrace. "All I know now is that if you continue to be this adorable, I might just want to bite you. Yet I didn't notice anything was amiss while you were having fun. I feel utterly embarrassed." She could almost picture herself sitting up in bed at midnight, muttering, "I truly deserve this." The man couldn't help but smile. But her anticipation could no longer be contained. No more waiting. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage, looking up, and declared, "Xie Jingmo, I mentioned earlier that I have a gift for you tonight." Yu Zhuan, her heart raced, skipping several beats as she found herself enveloped in his embrace, inhaling the fresh, woody scent that clung to him. She had rushed in such haste that she had left the gift behind in the study. But her anticipation could no longer be contained. No more waiting. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage, looking up, and declared, "Xie Jingmo, I mentioned earlier that I have a gift for you tonight." Her heart racing uncontrollably, unsure of what she was even saying, her shimmering eyes, reminiscent of a starry night, gazed into his. "Xie Jingmo, I like you. I want to treat you exceptionally well, to be with you officially." His breath hitched for a brief moment. Hearing her words, his back stiffened, and his arm around her waist tightened abruptly, his deep, dark eyes fixated on her exquisitely beautiful face. Why Yu Zhuan was so nervous she could hardly contain herself. Her heart racing uncontrollably, unsure of what she was even saying, her shimmering eyes, reminiscent of a starry night, gazed into his. "Xie Jingmo, I like you. I want to treat you exceptionally well, to be with you officially." Before Yu Zhuan could grasp the situation, she was once again drawn tightly into his embrace, as if he were holding his entire world. You haven't answered me yet, will you accept my confession?" Bending down to her neck, his deep, husky voice trembled. "How could I possibly refuse?" He couldn't even bring himself to pretend to be aloof. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhuan's cherry red lips curved into a radiant smile. Her eyes gleaming with excitement, she eagerly asked, "Then do you like me?" Hearing this question, Xie Jingmo loosened his grip slightly, his soulful, affectionate gaze bore into hers, his voice more tender and sultry than ever. "I like you." Bending down to her neck, his deep, husky voice trembled. How could I possibly refuse that? He couldn't even bring himself to pretend to be aloof. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiwan's cherry-red lips curved into a radiant smile. Yet, to hear him say he liked her to such an extent left her in utter disbelief. Why? Yu Jiwan tilted her head in confusion. "You like me that much? Why?" The man pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "You're so wonderful." "Why wouldn't I like you?" Yu Jiwan, still in disbelief, queried. "Am I really that great? But I sense that you like me a bit, especially since you didn't shy away from being intimate with me." "Wait, you wouldn't treat other girls like this, would you?" Xie Jingma's expression darkened at her words, playfully pinching her cheek in reprimand. "How could you think that way of me? Are there any other girls around me?" "Why wouldn't I like you?" Yu Jiwan, still in disbelief, queried. "Am I really that great? But I sense that you like me a bit, especially since you didn't shy away from being intimate with me." Her eyes sparkling with vibrant light. "Then I'll only treat you this way." Xie Jingma's gaze deepened instantly. This was her first proactive kiss, albeit just on his cheek. Suddenly, Yu Jiwan's brow furrowed with concern. And she asked anxiously, "Why do you have a psychological aversion to the sea? Is it a fear of deep waters?" "No, it was in my childhood when someone forced me underwater, nearly drowning me." The man's tone was exceedingly flat, as if recounting someone else's tale. A chill gripped Yu Jiwan's heart. Nearly drowning, forced underwater, by whom? A mere child held beneath the waves, unable to break free no matter how desperately one might struggle. The sheer terror of choking on seawater and succumbing to asphyxiation sent shivers down her spine just at the thought. Yu Jiwan opened her mouth, intending to inquire who had treated him so cruelly, but a horrifying thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be related to his parents? Could it be that his parents wished him dead? The man's tone was exceedingly flat, as if recounting someone else's tale. A chill gripped Yu Jiwan's heart. Nearly drowning, forced underwater, by whom? A mere child held beneath the waves, unable to break free no matter how desperately one might struggle. The sheer terror of choking on seawater and succumbing to asphyxiation sent shivers down her spine just at the thought. "Perhaps if you kiss me, it might provide some solace." Xie Jingmo leaned in, his face close to Yu Jiwan's lips twitched as she swatted his face away. "Who wants to kiss you?" The man shook his head, letting out a sigh. "Well, I finally caught you, and just a minute in, you're already this cold to me. Yu Jiwan?" His words sounded theatrical, as if he were putting on a show. "Perhaps if you kiss me, it might provide some solace." Xie Jingmo leaned in, his face close to Yu Jiwan's lips twitched as she swatted his face away. "Who wants to kiss you?" The man shook his head. "I can swim in the sea as well." Earlier, when Wanwan mentioned what would happen if the glass shattered and seawater flooded in, I thought, even if that were to happen, I could still protect you and ensure your safe escape. Xie Jingma took her hand, a playful smirk gracing his lips, his tone still casual. "The psychological scars from my childhood were quite profound, but I've improved significantly with time, even forcing myself to learn how to swim. I can swim in the sea as well." Earlier, when Wanwan mentioned what would happen if the glass shattered and seawater flooded in, I thought, even if that were to happen, I could still protect you and ensure your safe escape. Yu Jiwan blinked, her heart feeling heavy. Yet he was indeed too hard on himself. Despite his psychological trauma associated with the sea, he still compelled himself to master swimming. As Yu Jiwan pondered, Xie Jingma led her to the bedside table. Bending down to retrieve two exquisite small boxes, one square, the other round, along with what appeared to be a small booklet, the warm white light from the bedroom enveloped him, highlighting the beauty of his bone structure and handsome features. Yu Jiwan gasped in awe. "It's so beautiful." The clarity of the diamond and the craftsmanship of the cut were evidently extraordinary. As a fashion designer, she often incorporated jewelry and diamonds into her designs. Yu Jiwan's pupils quivered, and in the next moment, she was captivated by the stunning diamond ring inside. The design resembled a beautiful branch cradling a blooming rose, adorned with scattered small diamonds, while the magnificent central diamond sparkled even more brilliantly. "What?" Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Was this not the Wanqing that had been auctioned off for 320 million 2 years ago? She had heard of a rare diamond of exceptional quality named Wanqing, sharing her name. Giving her a keen understanding of jade, pearls, and diamonds, Xie Jingma removed the plain ring from her ring finger and placed the formal wedding ring onto her hand, his tone casual. "The name of this central diamond is Wanqing." Lifting his gaze to meet hers, his brows relaxed and smiling. "I have always thought your name is lovely. The character Wan signifies a precious jade. The diamond's Chinese name, Wanqing, is quite fitting." However, as Yu Jiwan felt his kiss, her fingers trembled, and she curiously asked, "Wasn't this diamond bought by someone else? Did you purchase it back from that individual?" Xie Jingma casually replied, "Something like that. 2 years ago, he had indeed bought it." Lifting his gaze to meet hers, his brows relaxed and smiling. "I have always thought your name is lovely. The character Wan signifies a precious jade. The diamond's Chinese name, Wanqing, is quite fitting." However, as Yu Jiwan felt his kiss, her birthday was approaching, and he planned to disclose everything to her on that day. The more Yu Jiwan looked, the more she adored it, lifting the wedding ring to her eyes, examining it repeatedly. The inner band was also engraved with MW, their initials. This afternoon, you mentioned having a gift for me, so it was the wedding ring. I love it. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. A wedding ring is expected. Her birthday was approaching, and he planned to disclose everything to her on that day. The more Yu Zhiwan looked, the more she adored it, lifting the wedding ring to her eyes, examining it repeatedly. The inner band was also engraved with MW, their initials. This afternoon, you mentioned having a gift for me, so it was the wedding ring. I love it. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. A wedding ring is expected. How can it be considered a gift? Huh? Yu Zhiwan blinked, her curiosity piqued. Then what other gift do you plan to give me? Xie Jingma picked up the small booklet from the bedside table. And even the large skirt was adorned with meticulously labeled embedded jewels and diamonds. Beautiful, truly stunning. Who designed this? Yu Zhiwan was entranced, her eyes glued to the pages. This design style feels unfamiliar. It must not be from a designer I know. How much did this wedding dress cost to create? Oh dear, you might as well have asked me to design it. I would certainly charge you a premium. And even the large skirt was adorned with meticulously labeled embedded jewels and diamonds. Beautiful, truly stunning. Who designed this? Yu Zhiwan was entranced, her eyes glued to the pages. This design style feels unfamiliar. It must not be from a designer I know. How much did this wedding dress cost to create? Oh dear, you might as well have asked me to design it. I would certainly charge you a premium. Xie Jingma, he couldn't help but emit a low laugh from his chest, lazily leaning against the bedside table, tilting his head to look at her. Darling, this wedding dress is designed for you to wear. Why would you charge me a premium? Yu Zhiwan raised her chin defiantly. Feelings are one thing, but money is another. It would be foolish not to earn. Besides, all the money I earn is for you to spend. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding. Wow, earning money for me to spend. My lady is so kind to me. I'm truly touched. Why Yu Zhiwan felt a bit bashful, playfully nudging him. So who is the designer then? I've seen many designers' works, but I've never encountered this style before. Xie Jingma glanced at her, his voice languid. The designer shares the same name as your husband. Why Yu Zhiwan froze, glancing down at the design booklet in her hands. Self-taught. Why Yu Zhiwan's mind raced as she recalled her mutual following online friend, GMW, who had also been self-studying fashion design, hoping one day to design a wedding dress for the girl he adored. What a coincidence. Noticing Yu Zhiwan's skeptical gaze, Xie Jingma tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. Yu Zhiwan chose not to elaborate, intending to observe further, feeling there were too many coincidences. This wedding dress is designed beautifully. Self-taught. Why Yu Zhiwan's mind raced as she recalled her mutual following online friend, GMW, who had also been self-studying fashion design, hoping one day to design a wedding dress for the girl he adored. What a coincidence. Noticing Yu Zhiwan's skeptical gaze, Xie Jingma tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. Yu Zhiwan chose not to elaborate, intending to observe further, feeling there were too many coincidences. This wedding dress is designed beautifully. Yu Zhiwan's glistening eyes blinked. That was during the confession. Of course, I said whatever was most touching. It's all sweet talk. Do you believe that? Xie Jingma, I swear to God. I would surely voice it. Wait, who said we're having a wedding? Xie Jingma took her hand, intertwining their fingers. Who was it that just said they could never bear to divorce me? Instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his slim waist. Don't rush, I'm just teasing you. My words during the confession were sincere, truly sincere. You're so wonderful. He was so exasperated that he laughed, suddenly grasping her waist and lifting her effortlessly, his gaze fixed on her, both flirtatious and perilous. Say that again, I dare you. Why Yu Zhiwan, caught off guard, found her feet leaving the ground with a startled gasp. I like you tremendously. Most of all. The man seemed unconvinced. Is that so? Yu Zhiwan went for broke, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. I truly like you the most. Are you satisfied now? Please put me down. Clinging to him like a koala was quite an odd sight. Xie Jingma, however, raised an eyebrow playfully. Who said they were satisfied? Let us just keep holding like this. Yu Zhiwan, she shot him a disgruntled glance, puffing up her cheeks. So this wedding dress is your intended gift for me? Xie Jingma, not quite. There's another one. With one hand securely holding Yu Zhiwan. Are you satisfied now? Please put me down. Clinging to him like a koala was quite an odd sight. Xie Jingma, however, raised an eyebrow playfully. Who said they were satisfied? Let us just keep holding like this. Yu Zhiwan, she shot him a disgruntled glance, puffing up her cheeks. So this wedding dress is your intended gift for me? Xie Jingma, not quite. There's another one. With one hand securely holding Yu Zhiwan. His pale arm displayed prominent veins, yearning for more, while with the other hand, he reached for the exquisite round box on the bedside table. As he opened the lid, inside lay a delicate collarbone chain. Unembellished yet elegant, with an expensive blue diamond adorning the center. Why Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up, looking up at him. Your taste is impeccable. Even the gifts you buy are so beautiful. The man curled his lips into a smile. Yu Zhiwan's earlobes flushed crimson, and as fate would have it, just as they exited the bedroom, they encountered Uncle Fu and two maids in the corridor. Not only were her earlobes red, but her cheeks also burned with embarrassment as she buried her face against Xie Jingma's shoulder. Xie Jingma, the gift I prepared for you is still in the study, please set me down so I can retrieve it for you. However, upon hearing her words, the man did not release her but instead carried her outside. Yu Zhiwan's earlobes flushed crimson, and as fate would have it, just as they exited the bedroom, they encountered Uncle Fu and two maids in the corridor. Not only were her earlobes red, but her cheeks also burned with embarrassment as she buried her face against Xie Jingma's shoulder. Feeling utterly mortified at the thought of facing anyone, Uncle Fu wore a knowing smile and wisely refrained from saying much. Upon entering the study, Yu Zhiwan lifted her face, glaring at him in irritation. Xie Jingma was momentarily speechless. After her playful retort, she seized the opportunity while he was distracted, twisting her body to slip from his embrace. She scampered over to the desk and picked up a bag. Xie Jingma raised a questioning brow at why Yu Zhiwan, now growing increasingly adept, immediately leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. No, I just wanted to see if it was truly thick, and it's not at all. Xie Jingma was momentarily speechless. After her playful retort, she seized the opportunity while he was distracted, twisting her body to slip from his embrace. She scampered over to the desk and picked up a bag. Look, this is your gift. Xie Jingma turned to see an entire ensemble of impeccably tailored clothing, from the shirt to the tie, from the trousers to the suit jacket, and even a black overcoat, perfect for the current weather. Sending ripples of excitement through him. Why Yu Zhiwan let out a playful sigh of complaint. You don't know, I wasn't sure of your exact size, so I tried to measure it secretly with a soft tape but failed miserably. In the end, I had to ask Uncle Fu discreetly. She had insisted that Uncle Fu keep it a secret from Xie Jingma to surprise him. With a sense of glee, Yu Zhiwan pulled out a small accessory. Look, there's also a diamond brooch designed to complement the suit. I crafted it in the shape of a star encircled by the moon. It's inspired by that ancient poem, May I be like the stars and you like the moon, shining bright together every night. Upon hearing this romantic verse, Xie Jingma's gaze deepened. In truth, she was the moon, always the unattainable moonlight for him. As Yu Zhiwan felt the intensity of his gaze, her cheeks flushed. And after clearing her throat, she continued, and if you turn the brooch 90 degrees clockwise, it resembles an adorable little bunny. I know you adore bunnies, your WeChat avatar and your apron both feature a cute pink bunny. So I designed it with that in mind. When you wear the brooch, it's like keeping your beloved bunny close to your heart. Just as she finished speaking, the man swept her into his arms, leaving her momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Don't you like this gift? Xie Jingma held her close, his voice laced with deep affection. I like it, very much, but I'd rather keep you close to my heart than just the bunny. Yu Zhiwan's earlobes blushed anew as she pouted. Right now, I'm the one giving you a gift, so don't go sweet-talking me. Not sweet-talking, but speaking from the heart, Xie Jingma said, loosening his hold slightly, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Wan, you truly are the moon. He was merely a star orbiting around her. At last, he had delicately reached out to touch his moon. Why Yu Zhiwan, mistaking his words for the poetic line, blinked innocently. Whether one is a star or a moon doesn't matter. We'll always be together, always together. The depth of his gaze intensified as he leaned closer, gently brushing his nose against hers. Filled with affection. Why Yu Zhiwan's breath caught, her fingers curling slightly as that familiar racing heartbeat surged once more. She contemplated whether she should fetch a drink. In the next moment, the man kissed her, his lips finding hers. Why Yu Zhiwan's heart constricted abruptly, her very soul trembling as he kissed her deeply, a blend of intimacy and warmth that left her head spinning, her fingers instinctively gripping his clothing tightly. Time seemed to stretch as they kissed, her body growing languid in his embrace, breathless, her lips flushed and glistening, tears shimmering in her eyes, the corners of her gaze painted with the hues of spring. Xie Jingma felt his throat tighten at the sight. He retreated slightly, settling into a chair beside the desk, drawing her onto his lap, tenderly kissing her cheek, savoring her presence as if it were a rare delicacy. Time seemed to stretch as they kissed, her body growing languid in his embrace, breathless, her lips flushed and glistening, tears shimmering in her eyes, the corners of her gaze painted with the hues of spring. Xie Jingma felt his throat tighten at the sight. He retreated slightly, settling into a chair beside the desk, drawing her onto his lap, tenderly kissing her cheek, savoring her presence as if it were a rare delicacy. Yu Zhiwan, too weak to push him away, found comfort resting against his chest, her eyelashes fluttering. In truth, I've been suddenly wanting to kiss you for a while now, and I've realized that kissing you is genuinely quite delightful. Seducing another's fiancé, none other than Xie Jingma himself. Why Yu Zhiwan was left dumbfounded. I'm seducing my own husband. Chapter 83, taking advantage of the madam. This rumor was currently circulating within a small circle, primarily among the elite wives, but had yet to reach the broader public. Why Yu Zhiwan only learned of it through Yikai.at, the Jinghong flagship store. Yikai sighed in exasperation. This morning, I met with Madam Li to discuss some bespoke matters. Seducing another's fiancé, none other than Xie Jingma himself. Why Yu Zhiwan was left dumbfounded. I'm seducing my own husband. Chapter 83, taking advantage of the madam. This rumor was currently circulating within a small circle, primarily among the elite wives, but had yet to reach the broader public. Why Yu Zhiwan only learned of it through Yikai.at, the Jinghong flagship store. Yikai sighed in exasperation. This morning, I met with Madam Li to discuss some bespoke matters. The moment we met, she asked if Wan Wan was in trouble. It was through Madame Lee that I learned of this absurd rumor, claiming that you, a married woman, were seducing another's fiancé, and it was detailed with such conviction. Which wouldn't tarnish her reputation or that of Jinghong. As they discussed this, Xie Jingma arrived unexpectedly, and now that winter had set in, he wore a black overcoat, his tall frame and strikingly handsome face exuding a chill that rivaled the weather. Yu Zhiwan scoffed. Who else could it be? The only one who sees Xie Jingma as someone else's fiancé is Yu Shangxiang. This was an easy issue to resolve. She would simply make their marital status public. Which wouldn't tarnish her reputation or that of Jinghong. As they discussed this, Xie Jingma arrived unexpectedly, and now that winter had set in, he wore a black overcoat, his tall frame and strikingly handsome face exuding a chill that rivaled the weather. As though he were enveloped in frigid winds, Tang Yi followed behind, visibly apprehensive. Why Yu Zhiwan was initially taken aback. Why was he here instead of at the office? But upon seeing his expression, she immediately understood. He had certainly heard the rumors. Goodness, no wonder you're the CEO. Yu Zhiwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she glanced at Kaiwei and Tang Yi, quickly taking Xie Jingma by the arm and pulling him into a nearby lounge. What nonsense are you spouting? She pushed him against the door, teasing. You want to see if you can seduce me, like a bully harassing an innocent woman? Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, resting his hand on her slender waist. This isn't the place for such antics. Just wait until tonight, and I promise to warm your bed properly. Why Yu Zhiwan retorted, as if I'm the one gaining an advantage here. Who's the one being kissed and held? What nonsense are you spouting? She pushed him against the door, teasing. You want to see if you can seduce me, like a bully harassing an innocent woman? Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, resting his hand on her slender waist. Yu Zhiwan stared, momentarily entranced, before her eyelids fluttered. What are you doing? The man replied lazily, just giving my wife a little advantage, so she won't keep complaining about me. Why Yu Zhiwan raised her hand to cover his collar. Xie Jingma regarded her for a moment before suddenly lifting his hand to loosen his tie and begin unbuttoning his shirt collar. Every movement of his long fingers and the sensual curve of his throat was utterly captivating. Yu Zhiwan stared, momentarily entranced, before her eyelids fluttered. What are you doing? The man replied lazily, just giving my wife a little advantage, so she won't keep complaining about me. Why Yu Zhiwan raised her hand to cover his collar. Inviting only the C-Army de la C-Army of society, socialites from elite families or prominent figures in business. She had heard that the organizers extended invitations to Xie Jingma every year. But he had never attended. He gently tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, speaking casually. I'm not going. I had Tang Yi decline the invitation. He typically preferred to avoid such gatherings. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him, playfully twirling his fingers. If you're not going, fine, I'll just go alone since I received an invitation to. Chapter 84. Preparing for a slap in the face, Xie Jingma was taken aback for a moment. But he had never attended. He gently tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, speaking casually. I'm not going. I had Tang Yi decline the invitation. He typically preferred to avoid such gatherings. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him, playfully twirling his fingers. If you're not going, fine, I'll just go alone since I received an invitation to. Chapter 84. Preparing for a slap in the face, Xie Jingma was taken aback for a moment. Then leaned down to kiss her forehead, his clinginess undeniable. It would be so boring for you to go alone. Let me accompany you as your spouse. Why Yu Zhiwan found herself inexplicably fond of these little intimate moments with him. She tilted her face up, allowing him to kiss her, yet her tone remained haughty. Considering how comfortable your kisses make me, I suppose I can reluctantly allow you to accompany me as my spouse. No one speaking. Why Yu Zhiwan glanced at her phone screen, confirming the call was indeed active. Hello, is anyone there? After a prolonged silence, a man's voice, heavy with sorrow, finally emerged. Yu Zhiwan, it's me. Why Yu Zhiwan frowned. It was unexpectedly Gu Chengfeng. Wan, I've heard those rumors, but I believe in you. You would never seduce Xie Jingmo. Why Yu Zhiwan's expression remained impassive. Do I need your belief? With that, she hung up the phone, exasperated. Even after blocking him, she couldn't find peace. Mere seconds later, she received a text from Gu Chengfeng. Wan, I've thought a lot these days. Did you suddenly marry someone to get back at the Yu family? Who did you marry? Wan, divorce that man. Can he compare to my power and influence? If you reconcile with me, I can help you take revenge on the Yu family. I can assist you more than that man can. Reading the 3 messages. Mere seconds later, she received a text from Gu Chengfeng. Wan, I've thought a lot these days. Did you suddenly marry someone to get back at the Yu family? Who did you marry? Wan, divorce that man. Can he compare to my power and influence? If you reconcile with me, I can help you take revenge on the Yu family. I can assist you more than that man can. Reading the 3 messages. He willingly bites the hook. Beside them, Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow in confusion, while Yu Zhiwan remained silent. Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunju exchanged glances, bemused. My dear grandfather, your words are quite something. Old Madame Xie grasped Yu Zhiwan's hand. Her heart aching. Wan, don't worry, I'll have someone announce it. You are Jingma's wife, the rightful young mistress of the Xie family. Let's see how those gossipmongers spin their tales, feeling the warmth of familial affection. He willingly bites the hook. Beside them, Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow in confusion, while Yu Zhuan remained silent. Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunju exchanged glances, bemused. My dear grandfather, your words are quite something. Old Madame Xie grasped Yu Zhuan's hand. Her heart aching. Wan, don't worry, I'll have someone announce it. You are Jingma's wife, the rightful young mistress of the Xie family. Let's see how those gossipmongers spin their tales, feeling the warmth of familial affection. Yu Zhuan was deeply moved. It's alright, Grandma. There's a jewelry gala tomorrow, and Jingma and I will attend together, publicly acknowledging our marriage. Upon hearing this, old Madame Xie's face lit up with joy. Wonderful, you and Jingma attending the gala as a couple is far more effective than any statement. It will silence everyone. Old Master Xie nodded in agreement. Indeed, you young couple appearing together, so in love, is far better than a mere declaration. Xie Yunju, watching from the side, stroked his chin in confusion. Something felt amiss. Without seeking a divorce, Xie Yunju guessed. No way, are you serious, brother? This isn't a dream, is it? Xie Jingma narrowed his eyes, casting a cool glance at him. Xie Yunju felt a chill run down his spine and immediately backpedaled, his excitement surpassing even his own romantic endeavors. Oh, this is fantastic, brother, you finally reached this day, you have a legitimate status now. Xie Jingma curved his lips into a smile, not bothering to refute him. Indeed, he finally had a legitimate status. Before long, the next evening arrived, and Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma attended the jewelry gala together. Chapter 85, President Xie spends lavishly to win his beloved's favor inside the gala hall. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the scent of opulence, the atmosphere was as warm as spring, glittering with splendor. Despite the cold outside, the prominent socialites and attendants were all adorned and exquisite. Indeed, he finally had a legitimate status. Before long, the next evening arrived, and Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma attended the jewelry gala together. Chapter 85, President Xie spends lavishly to win his beloved's favor inside the gala hall. Have you heard? Yu Zhuan, as a married woman, is allegedly seducing another's fiancé. Not just any fiancé, but Xie Jingma himself. Goodness, how audacious! Does she not realize Xie Jingma's status? Has she taken leave of her senses to pursue him? Luxurious attire, many donning stunning haute couture gowns from Jinghong. Miss Fong, your evening gown is from Jinghong's newly launched Flowing Light collection, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Wang Yan's designs are becoming increasingly extraordinary. Speaking of Wang Yan. No, please, husband, do not marry. You merely call him husband in private. Xie Jingma doesn't even know who you are. I'm genuinely curious. To whom is Xie Jingma engaged? Of course, it's our dear Shang Xiang. At that moment, a brash female voice cut through the murmurs. Everyone turned to see a woman in a yellow gown, linking arms with Yu Shangxiang as she approached. It was Liang Xiner, a close friend of Yu Shangxiang. No, please, husband, do not marry. You merely call him husband in private. Xie Jingma doesn't even know who you are. I'm genuinely curious. To whom is Xie Jingma engaged? Of course, it's our dear Shangxiang. At that moment, a brash female voice cut through the murmurs. Everyone turned to see a woman in a yellow gown, linking arms with Yu Shangxiang as she approached. It was Liang Xiner, a close friend of Yu Shangxiang. The future young mistress of the Xie family, she simply prefers to keep a low profile. Liang Xiner's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, leaving them in a state of disbelief. What nonsense! President Xie is already engaged. His future wife is Yu Shangxiang. How come we've never heard of this before? No, I cannot accept this. Those young ladies enamored with Xie Jingma, or those hoping to marry into the Xie family to climb the social ladder, felt as if the ground had vanished beneath them, eagerly scrutinizing Yu Shangxiang. Why Yu Shangxiang wore a smile, chest out and head held high, reveling in the gazes of others who regarded her as Xie Jingma's woman. She had threatened Yu Changde. What nonsense! President Xie is already engaged. His future wife is Yu Shangxiang. How come we've never heard of this before? No, I cannot accept this. Those young ladies enamored with Xie Jingma, or those hoping to marry into the Xie family to climb the social ladder. Softly, Yu Shangxiang spoke. Indeed, our Yu family has a marriage pact with the Xie family. I have always been Jingma's fiancé. As for my sister, she severed ties with the Yu family and left, ensuring that the dirty deeds she committed, hiring someone to crash into people and frame others, would never see the light of day, thus maintaining her pristine image as the second miss of the Yu family. Softly, Yu Shangxiang spoke. Indeed, our Yu family has a marriage pact with the Xie family. I have always been Jingma's fiancé. As for my sister, she severed ties with the Yu family and left. Please don't say that. My sister's heart isn't entirely bad. Liang Xiner, flustered, retorted. Shangxiang, why are you defending her? A shameless person like her should have her clothes stripped off and be taught a lesson. Liang Xiner, from a distance. Gu Chengfeng approached, his expression displeased as he glared at Liang Xiner. Try saying one more word, and see what happens. Do you have any manners left? Liang Xiner, undeterred, crossed her arms defiantly. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just Gu Shao. How can a notorious playboy like you lecture me on manners? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. I simply cannot stand a mistress trying to seduce someone else's husband. Liang Xiner, from a distance. Gu Chengfeng approached, his expression displeased as he glared at Liang Xiner. Try saying one more word, and see what happens. Do you have any manners left? Liang Xiner, undeterred, crossed her arms defiantly. Oh, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just Gu Xiao. How can a notorious playboy like you lecture me on manners? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. I simply cannot stand a mistress trying to seduce someone else's husband. What is the problem? Gu Chengfeng clenched his fists in anger but found himself at a loss for words, recalling the many lecherous acts he had committed in the past, yet he had already turned over a new leaf. Gu Chengfeng refused to waste his breath on a woman like Liang Xiner, frowning as he turned his attention to Yu Shangxiang. Shangxiang, stop slandering Yu Jiwan, she is not that kind of person. Are you trying to tarnish her reputation again? Seeing Gu Chengfeng defend Yu Jiwan stirred resentment and envy within Yu Shangxiang. What tricks had that wretched Yu Jiwan employed to gain Gu Chengfeng's protection? However, Gu Chengfeng's words undoubtedly served to confirm the existence of the engagement between Yu Shangxiang and Xie Jingma. To those within earshot, the gazes of the onlookers towards Yu Shangxiang instantly shifted. Don't try to play the victim with me, your tricks won't work. I am aware of your engagement with Xie Jingma, yet Wan would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. Cease tarnishing her reputation. However, Gu Chengfeng's words undoubtedly served to confirm the existence of the engagement between Yu Shangxiang and Xie Jingma. To those within earshot, the gazes of the onlookers towards Yu Shangxiang instantly shifted. Especially the affluent ladies, who moments ago had been skeptical, now flocked eagerly to Yu Shangxiang's side. After all, she is to be the future lady of the Xie family, and they must curry favor with her. Even if Yu Jiwan were to openly seduce him, he would undoubtedly not spare her a glance. Indeed, how could Xie Jingma ever be interested in her, as the crowd sought to ingratiate themselves? The banquet manager suddenly approached, accompanied by several staff members, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The event showcased an array of splendid and dazzling jewelry, drawing the manager to the center of the hall. Even if Yu Jiwan were to openly seduce him, he would undoubtedly not spare her a glance. Indeed, how could Xie Jingma ever be interested in her, as the crowd sought to ingratiate themselves? The banquet manager suddenly approached, accompanied by several staff members, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The event showcased an array of splendid and dazzling jewelry, drawing the manager to the center of the hall, where he retrieved the most luxurious and valuable diamond necklace from the display case. Manager Yang, is this diamond necklace not the pièce d'assistance of tonight's gala? Why has it been taken out? Didn't you hear Manager Yang? Even before his arrival, he has reserved this exquisite diamond necklace for his beloved. Oh my, this necklace is undoubtedly the most precious and beautiful piece of jewelry at tonight's gala. Upon hearing this, the banquet hall erupted in a flurry of shock and excitement. What? President Xie is coming. Lulu, quickly check if my makeup is intact. What are you worried about? President Xie already has a beloved. The envious gazes of the crowd remained fixated on Yu Shangxiang. The affluent ladies surrounding her showered her with sycophantic praises. Oh my, President Xie seldom attends such occasions. His presence today must be to dispel the rumors and clarify his disassociation from that mistress. There is no comparison. President Xie is certainly spending lavishly to win his lady's heart. Who is the fortunate woman? I am so envious. Chapter 86, Marriage Announcement. The protective fiancé, Xie Jingma. Even after Manager Yang had taken the necklace and moved away with the staff, the envious gazes of the crowd remained fixated on Yu Shangxiang. The affluent ladies surrounding her showered her with sycophantic praises. Oh my, President Xie seldom attends such occasions. His presence today must be to dispel the rumors and clarify his disassociation from that mistress. Yu Jiwan, moreover, President Xie specifically purchased the most exquisite and expensive necklace. It must surely be for Shangxiang, to please his fiancée. Wow, this necklace, named a lifetime with you. How romantic of President Xie. A mistress will always remain a mistress, never worthy of the spotlight. Shangxiang is the true lady. In my opinion, Shangxiang is far more beautiful than that Yu Jiwan, and her gentle demeanor is simply enchanting. President Xie has truly won the heart of a beauty. Listening to these flattering remarks, as the crowd extolled her compatibility with Xie Jingma, Yu Shangxiang's vanity swelled, causing her to feel elated, initially uncertain about whom Xie Jingma intended to gift the diamond necklace. It was evidently meant for her. Upon this realization, Yu Shangxiang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor exuding shyness. That man had finally begun to cherish her. As the affluent ladies continued to flatter Yu Shangxiang's beauty, a sudden gasp echoed from nearby. Ah, look over there. Curiosity piqued, the crowd turned to see a woman resplendent in a striking red gown, her fair skin radiant, gliding gracefully in embellished high heels. As she approached, it was evidently meant for her. Upon this realization, Yu Shangxiang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor exuding shyness. That man had finally begun to cherish her. As the affluent ladies continued to flatter Yu Shangxiang's beauty, it was why Yu Jiwan, my goodness, she is so beautiful. Yu Jiwan has also come to the jewelry gala. She was renowned as the illustrious Wan Yan and the owner of Jinghong, so her invitation was hardly surprising. Her stunningly captivating visage became clear, her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes sparkling like spring waters. The banquet's dazzling lights accentuated her picturesque features, her lips a luscious red, embodying a breathtaking beauty. It was Yu Jiwan. My goodness, she is so beautiful. Yu Jiwan has also come to the jewelry gala. She was renowned as the illustrious Wan Yan and the owner of Jinghong, so her invitation was hardly surprising. To seduce Xiangxiang's fiancé and her own brother-in-law deserves divine retribution. Nearby, another affluent lady remarked in astonishment, "Look at the wedding ring on Yu Jiwan's hand. Such a large diamond. TSK, her husband must be quite wealthy." She could no longer muster any compliments. In comparison to Yu Jiwan, Yu Xiangxiang appeared utterly insipid. Liang Xin'er scoffed, "What use is beauty? So what if she is Wan Yan or the owner of Jinghong? This wretched woman, she merely possessed a pretty face." Liang Xin'er, noticing Yu Xiangxiang's fury, quickly downplayed Xiangxiang that Yu Jiwan must have married some unsightly man. She has never brought him out, clearly a bald-headed, pot-bellied old man. Not even worthy of being compared to President Xia. No wonder she seeks to entice him. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once Yu Jiwan severed ties with the Yu family, she hastily married. Surely she had not wed a good man, but rather an oily old man. Meanwhile, she would marry the powerful and influential Xie Jingma, whom countless women regarded as their dream lover. Why Yu Jiwan would never surpass her in this lifetime. Not even worthy of being compared to President Xia. No wonder she seeks to entice him. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once Yu Jiwan severed ties with the Yu family, raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I am married." Liang Xin'er's eyes brimmed with disdain. To which obscure man? Surely he is neither handsome nor capable, allowing you the audacity to seduce Xie Jingma, an obscure man, neither handsome nor capable? Hearing such words, Yu Jiwan regarded Liang Xin'er with a gaze almost tinged with pity, her tone condescending. "Thank you for your suggestion, Miss Liang. I shall endeavor to seduce Xie Jingma this evening." Liang Xin'er was momentarily taken aback, her anger reaching a boiling point. Why Yu Xiangxiang's expression darkened. This brazen woman was shamelessly bold in her pursuit as a mistress. Beside them, Gu Chengfeng grew anxious, wondering how Wan Wan could speak so provocatively. And who exactly was her husband? Just as Liang Xin'er was about to explode with indignation, an excited voice rang out from the entrance. "He is here. President Xia has finally arrived." Instantly, the entire banquet hall fell into a hush. All eyes eagerly focused on the entrance. Surrounded by the event's high-ranking officials, a man clad in a sleek black suit entered, adorned with a rare brooch of a celestial motif. As he strode into the hall with an elegant gait, his demeanor transformed, revealing a strikingly handsome face that appeared both cold and aloof. His presence exuded an air of nobility and superiority, commanding respect with every movement, even knowing he was already engaged. The debutantes could not help but be captivated. So handsome, how infuriating that such a dashing man is already engaged, and that necklace, destined for his beloved. Oh, how envious I am. Why am I not the one he loves? His demeanor transformed, revealing a strikingly handsome face that appeared both cold and aloof. His presence exuded an air of nobility and superiority, commanding respect with every movement, even knowing he was already engaged. The debutantes could not help but be captivated. So handsome, how infuriating that such a dashing man is already engaged, and that necklace, destined for his beloved. Oh, how envious I am. Why am I not the one he loves? Yet, there was nothing they could do. It was a bitter truth. Why Yu Xiangxiang was Xie Jingma's fiancée, and they could only observe. As Xie Jingma entered the banquet hall, he had just taken the gift box from manager Yang when two unwelcome figures obstructed his path. "Xiangxiang, hurry, the necklace must be for you." Yu Xiangxiang's cheeks flushed crimson as she bashfully allowed Liang Xin'er to lead her toward Xie Jingma. The surrounding debutantes watched with a mix of envy and heartache. At that moment, Yu Xiangxiang stared dreamily at the man's flawless visage, utterly entranced. This was her first time being so close to him. The man who only appeared in her dreams was finally standing in such proximity in reality. She could even catch a whiff of the refreshing and fragrant woody scent that enveloped him. She found herself irresistibly yearning to draw nearer, to touch him, to embrace him, to feel the warmth radiating from his body. At that moment, Yu Xiangxiang stared dreamily at the man's flawless visage, utterly entranced. This was her first time being so close to him. The man who only appeared in her dreams was finally standing in such proximity in reality. She could even catch a whiff of the refreshing and fragrant woody scent that enveloped him. She found herself irresistibly yearning to draw nearer, to touch him, to embrace him, to feel the warmth radiating from his body. Those three words, so frigid and merciless, left Yu Xiangxiang utterly exposed and humiliated, as if he harbored the utmost disdain for her. Her complexion turned pale, devoid of color, as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over her. His voice chilling and devoid of warmth. "Do you think you deserve it?" In an instant, the lively banquet hall fell into an eerie silence, a deathly hush. What was happening? "Do you think you deserve it?" The atmosphere around him growing even more frigid and oppressive. The way he looked at her, as if she were nothing more than a loathsome cockroach, sent a shiver down the spine of the questioner. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly rephrased. "Xiezong, I heard there is a marriage contract with the Yu family." The man finally spoke again. "There is indeed a marriage contract. But from the very beginning, my fiancée has always been Yu Jiwan." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stood agape, their mouths hanging open in disbelief as they gasped, What the hell? It is Yu Jiwan." The one with the marriage contract is Yu Jiwan, but Yu Jiwan is already married. Isn't she? In the midst of the stunned silence, the man advanced, moving directly towards Yu Jiwan. As he beheld the girl in the radiant red dress, her beauty striking and captivating, the coldness in his eyes melted away, replaced by a tenderness that shimmered with deep affection, with gentle hands. It is Yu Jiwan, the one with the marriage contract is Yu Jiwan, but Yu Jiwan is already married. Isn't she? In the midst of the stunned silence, the man advanced, moving directly towards Yu Jiwan. As he beheld the girl in the radiant red dress, her beauty striking and captivating, the coldness in his eyes melted away, replaced by a tenderness that shimmered with deep affection, with gentle hands. He adorned her neck with the necklace, and then, he bestowed upon her a soft, lingering kiss upon her lips. "Madam, you look exquisite tonight." Instantly, the onlooker's eyes widened even further. Madam, Chapter 87, Public Revelation, Yu Jiwan is my wife at the opulent and dazzling jewelry banquet. He even kissed her, and called her madam. Could it be? Surely they weren't thinking what they thought. At that moment, Yu Shangxiang, witnessing this spectacle, felt herself teetering on the brink of madness, her complexion ghostly pale. Nearly unable to stand as jealousy surged violently within her, the man she had deeply adored and longed for to glance her way had coldly and disdainfully told her that she did not deserve it. While he tenderly kissed Yu Jiwan before everyone's eyes, how could this be? What right did that wretched woman have? Yet, it did not end there. After placing the necklace around Yu Jiwan's neck, his fingers brushed against her delicate shoulder, sensing the coolness of her skin. He furrowed his brow slightly and, with one hand, unfastened the button of his suit jacket, draping it over her slender shoulders. The warmth of his body lingered on the fabric, and Yu Jiwan blinked her long lashes. Actually, I'm not that cold." The temperature in the banquet hall was still quite warm. The man gave her a sidelong glance, tenderly tucking her hair behind her ear. "Then I am cold. Madam, please give me a HUG. Yu Jiwan, the crowd surrounding them. Help, is this really Xie Jingma?" It is known that, even though Xie Jingma possessed a pair of charming and flirtatious peach blossom eyes, he had always maintained an aloof demeanor, distant from women. Many had speculated about what kind of woman could ever capture his interest. Some even conjectured that if he ever found someone he liked or entered a relationship. Tenderly tucking her hair behind her ear, "Then I am cold. Madam, please give me a HUG. Yu Jiwan, the crowd surrounding them. Help, is this really Xie Jingma?" It is known that, even though Xie Jingma possessed a pair of charming and flirtatious peach blossom eyes, he had always maintained an aloof demeanor, distant from women. Many had speculated about what kind of woman could ever capture his interest. Some even conjectured that if he ever found someone he liked or entered a relationship, he would still retain his composed and restrained demeanor. However, just moments ago, the warmth and affection in his eyes when looking at Yu Jiwan were palpable, as if he feared she might feel even the slightest chill. After all, even in a romantic relationship, one could still refer to their partner as wife or madam. A perceptive individual among the crowd, noticing Xie Jingma's noticeably elevated spirits in Yu Jiwan's presence, bravely asked, "Xiezong?" It was evident to all, even the blind, that Xie Jingma's attitude towards Yu Jiwan was in stark contrast to how he regarded other women. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. So what kind of relationship did these two share? His chilling voice resonated clearly in each person's ears. Yu Jiwan and I have been legally married for 78 days. She is my rightful wife. What? A legitimate wife. They've even registered their marriage. Yuvi consistently referred to Miss Yu Jiwan as madam. "May I inquire about your relationship?" At this moment, Xie Jingma stood beside Yu Jiwan, possessively wrapping his arm around her slender waist, his icy and piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd. Dropped their glass on the floor. It was as if the crowd had awakened from a dream, erupting into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. "Oh my goodness, they've already registered their marriage." Suddenly, the banquet hall was engulfed in another wave of stunned silence. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock as they processed those two brief sentences. Out of nowhere, a loud crash echoed as someone, overwhelmed by astonishment. "A man so desirable that many would envy the chance to marry him. Is there anyone more powerful and influential than him? He is simply stunning. Moreover, they are legally married. They are truly a couple." Yu Jiwan's husband is Xie Jingma. The husband she never brought out is Xie Jingma, who was the one who claimed that Yu Jiwan married a balding, greasy old man. Her husband is Xie Jingma. A man so desirable that many would envy the chance to marry him. Is there anyone more powerful and influential than him? He is simply stunning. Moreover, they are legally married. They are truly a couple. Who said Yu Jiwan was a mistress seducing Xiezong? What kind of mistress? It's simply laughable. The other men and women in the banquet hall turned their scornful gazes towards Yu Shangxiang and the group of wealthy ladies who had been fawning over her moments earlier. Their expressions filled with derision. It was utterly ridiculous. Yu Jiwan was the legitimate wife of the Xie family, while just moments ago Yu Shangxiang had shamelessly claimed the title of Xie family's young mistress. How brazen. Just moments ago, someone suggested that Xiezong attended tonight's banquet to clarify rumors and distance himself from Yu Jiwan. TSK, he clearly came to publicly affirm his love for his wife and support her. demonstrating just how deeply in love he was with his wife. Help, the more they spoke, the more envious they became. It turned out that this man, who had always kept his distance from women, had a beloved, and this was how he behaved. At this moment, the wealthy ladies who had previously surrounded Yu Shangxiang in flattery were left dumbfounded. They had assumed Yu Shangxiang was the future young mistress of the Xie family, demonstrating just how deeply in love he was with his wife. Help, the more they spoke, the more envious they became. It turned out that this man, who had always kept his distance from women, in an instant, the wealthy ladies felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their bodies trembling in fear. What would be the consequences of offending Xie Jingma's wife? In a state of utter panic, the wealthy ladies hurriedly approached Yu Zhiwan, their attitudes undergoing a complete 180-degree turn. Madame Xie, those words I spoke earlier were unintentional. I was deceived. Madame Xie, you and Xiezong are truly a match made in heaven. In an instant, the wealthy ladies felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their bodies trembling in fear. What would be the consequences of offending Xie Jingma's wife? In a state of utter panic, the wealthy ladies hurriedly approached Yu Zhiwan, their attitudes undergoing a complete 180-degree turn. Madame Xie, those words I spoke earlier were unintentional. I was deceived. Madame Xie, you and Xiezong are truly a match made in heaven. You are indeed a perfect pair. We were blind to your greatness. It was all Yu Shangxiang and Liang Xiner, those shameless deceivers, who misled us. Madame Xie, you are far too humble. How could someone of your stature marry a man like Xiezong and remain so low-key? Strutting around the capital with pride, who would have thought that the one she had targeted and accused of being a mistress, Yu Zhiwan, was the genuine young mistress of the Xie family? Now all the disparaging remarks she had made about Yu Zhiwan. Chapter 88, slap in the face, the true young mistress of the Xie family. In an instant, Liang Xiner's face drained of color. Strutting around the capital with pride, who would have thought that the one she had targeted and accused of being a mistress, Yu Zhiwan, was the genuine young mistress of the Xie family? Staggering back several steps, she clenched her fists in anger, her eyes narrowing with venomous jealousy as they fixated on Yu Zhiwan, her visage contorted into a grotesque mask of disbelief. This was impossible. And she looked to Yu Shangxiang for help. As Yu Shangxiang overheard Xie Jingma announce that he and Yu Zhiwan were now legally wed, it felt as though a bomb had detonated above her head. Staggering back several steps, she clenched her fists in anger, her eyes narrowing with venomous jealousy as they fixated on Yu Zhiwan, her visage contorted into a grotesque mask of disbelief. This was impossible. And her gaze was filled with a fierce, twisted envy directed at Yu Zihiwan. It should have been her. Xie Jingma's partner was meant to be her. She had envisioned countless scenarios of marrying him and basking in his adoration. This engagement was her ultimate trump card, and now it had been snatched away by that vile woman, Yu Zhiwan. Not far away, Gu Chengfeng stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. That he never fathomed that the man Yu Zhiwan had wed would be Xie Jingma. That towering figure of power and influence. Just yesterday, he had sent Yu Zhiwan a text claiming he was more powerful than her husband and could help her seek revenge on the Yu family. What a humiliation! And Yu Zhiwan, why did she look at Xie Jingma with such intimacy? Did she not truly love him? How could she love another man? Xianxiang Liang Xiner was both furious and frightened. Whispering urgently to Yu Shangxiang, demanding to know what was happening, Yu Zhiwan had long since married Xie Jingma. How could she possibly be the mistress? You and Xie Jingma are not even remotely connected. What a humiliation! And Yu Zhiwan, why did she look at Xie Jingma with such intimacy? Did she not truly love him? How could she love another man? Xianxiang Liang Xiner was both furious and frightened. Whispering urgently to Yu Shangxiang, demanding to know what was happening, Yu Zhiwan had long since married Xie Jingma. How could she possibly be the mistress? You and Xie Jingma are not even remotely connected. As long as she feigns fragility to garner sympathy, claiming that Yu Zhiwan cunningly stole her engagement, how would the outside world perceive Yu Zhiwan? Could she maintain her enviable position as the young mistress of the Xie family? Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, the Yu family was being barred by security. Yu Shaozi shouted in a panic, "Let us in." The lead security guard responded disdainfully, "Do you still think you're the former second young master of the Yu family? Without an invitation, outsiders cannot enter." Yu Changde felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. In previous years, the Yu family had been invited to such jewelry galas at least 3 or 4 times. Now that the Yu family had fallen on hard times, their decline had made them the subject of ridicule, even being obstructed by mere guards. Tao Shuqin, distressed, urged Changde, "Think of a way. Those rumors about Zhiwan being a mistress must have been spread by Shangxiang." Without an invitation, outsiders cannot enter. Yu Changde felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. In previous years, the Yu family had been invited to such jewelry galas at least 3 or 4 times. Will he not be furious with her? Yu Shouqi's brow furrowed tightly. "Dad, why didn't you expose the wrongdoings committed by Yu Shangxiang earlier and let her run rampant?" Yu Shaozi chimed in. "Exactly, Dad. What leverage does Yu Shangxiang have over you?" Yu Changde recalled the photo Yu Shangxiang had shown him days prior, feeling a mix of anger and guilt. "Your mother has been unwell. Will he not be furious with her?" Yu Shouqi's brow furrowed tightly. "Dad, why didn't you expose the wrongdoings committed by Yu Shangxiang earlier and let her run rampant?" Yu Shaozi chimed in. Exactly, Dad. What leverage does Yu Shangxiang have over you? Yu Changde recalled the photo Yu Shangxiang had shown him days prior, feeling a mix of anger and guilt. Your mother has been unwell. Seeing his silence, Tao Shuqin was dissatisfied. Because of Yu Shangxiang, our family is now torn apart and in decline. Are you still going to support her? Don't you care for your own daughter but instead coddle that heartless wretch? How could that be? Yu Changde was filled with rage at the mention of Yu Shangxiang. He was acutely aware of how much they owed to Jiwan. How could he not cherish her? But don't say but, Tao Shuqin retorted angrily. I only know that Yu Shangxiang, that venomous creature, is attempting to harm my daughter. You must expel her from the Yu family and expose her sordid deeds. She must not be allowed to continue her deceit. Yu Changde looked at Tao Shuqin, his eyes filled with conflict and hesitation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally sighed, gritted his teeth, and said, But don't say but, Tao Shuqin retorted angrily. I only know that Yu Shangxiang, that venomous creature, is attempting to harm my daughter. You must expel her from the Yu family and expose her sordid deeds. She must not be allowed to continue her deceit. Yu Changde looked at Tao Shuqin, his eyes filled with conflict and hesitation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally sighed, gritted his teeth, and said, All right, I will no longer heed that wretch's threats. I will expose her misdeeds, but first, we must gain entry to the banquet hall. Yu Shaozi turned to glance at the dazzling banquet hall filled with revelry. She like us had no invitation. The guard, expressionless, replied. She was brought in by the eldest daughter of the Liang family, Liang Xin'er. At this, Yu Shoqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Shaozi. Call Gu Chengfeng, have him come out and take us in. Yu Shaozi was taken aback but quickly nodded. All right, brother, I'll do it now. Before long, Gu Chengfeng emerged from within. Yu Shoqi immediately noticed something was off. Gu Chengfeng appeared to have been struck with a devastating blow. She like us had no invitation. The guard, expressionless, replied. She was brought in by the eldest daughter of the Liang family, Liang Xin'er. At this, Yu Shoqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Shaozi. Call Gu Chengfeng, have him come out and take us in. Yu Shaozi was taken aback but quickly nodded. All right, brother, I'll do it now. Before long, Gu Chengfeng emerged from within. Yu Shoqi immediately noticed something was off. Gu Chengfeng appeared to have been struck with a devastating blow. He hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Did something happen to Jiwan inside? Gu Chengfeng shook his head bitterly. You'll find out when you go in. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin exchanged anxious glances. The Yu family had no time to care for the strange stares of others. As they entered the banquet hall, they searched frantically until they finally spotted Yu Jiwan, collectively sighing in relief. Driving their true heiress to sever ties with them, the true heiress, Yu Jiwan, not only was renowned but had also founded an impressive business, while the Yu family was on a path to ruin. The Yu family had no time to care for the strange stares of others. As they entered the banquet hall, they searched frantically until they finally spotted Yu Jiwan, collectively sighing in relief. What happened? Speak, Yu Changde urged, frowning. Yu Shoqi, with a grave expression, observed the closeness between Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma, feeling that something was amiss. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly noticed Xie Jingma in the center of the hall. Unable to contain himself, grabbed Gu Chengfeng beside him, demanding, Whose jacket is Jiwan wearing? Tao Shuqin, equally anxious, scanned the banquet hall. Had the man Jiwan married also come to the banquet? But where was he? Chengfeng, you've been in the banquet hall. Gu Chengfeng wore a despondent expression, forcing a bitter smile. You were asking whose jacket Jiwan is wearing. It belongs to Xie Jingma. Upon hearing this, Yu Shoqi's breath caught in his throat, and his pupils dilated in shock. His demeanor darkening upon seeing the Yu family. Slowly, he raised his hand in a protective gesture, wrapping it around Yu Jiwan's waist. What was happening? Both Yu Shoqi and Yu Shaozi stared in shock. His throat feeling as if it were choked by a fishbone, struggling to voice the words. The man who married Zihewen is Xie Jingma. They obtained their marriage certificate on the very first day Jiwan left the Yu family. With a crack, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving Yu Shaozi in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingma, nearly popping out of his head. His throat feeling as if it were choked by a fishbone, struggling to voice the words. The man who married Zihewen is Xie Jingma. They obtained their marriage certificate on the very first day Jiwan left the Yu family. But hearing Gu Chengfeng's words left his heart racing with disbelief. Jiwan and Xie Jingma and Jiwan await. Yu Shoqi suddenly realized the sister-in-law that Xie Yuntang had referred to was actually Jiwan. It is no wonder that Xie Yuntang attended the grand opening of Jinghong ostensibly to support her sister-in-law's brand. It is equally unsurprising that Xie Jingma took the time to serve as a guest presenter at the design competition. But hearing Gu Chengfeng's words left his heart racing with disbelief. Jiwan and Xie Jingma and Jiwan await. Yu Shoqi suddenly realized the sister-in-law that Xie Yuntang had referred to was actually Jiwan. At this moment, Yu Changde, after grappling with shock, was overwhelmed by regret so profound that he felt as though he might throw himself against a wall. The slap of reality hit him hard, awakening him to the truth. He could never have anticipated that Xie Jingma, whom they had sought to flatter and ingratiate themselves with, had already wed their own daughter, who they had driven out of the Yu family. At this moment, Yu Changde, after grappling with shock, was overwhelmed by regret so profound that he felt as though he might throw himself against a wall. The slap of reality hit him hard, awakening him to the truth. He could never have anticipated that Xie Jingma, whom they had sought to flatter and ingratiate themselves with, had already wed their own daughter, who they had driven out of the Yu family. How foolish they had been to entertain the absurd notion of arranging a marriage between Xie Jingma and Yu Shangxiang. Their past thoughts and actions now appeared as comical as those of a jester. Why had they failed to show affection to this daughter who had been so good to them? The regret and anger that consumed Yu Changde felt akin to sulfuric acid, corroding his heart and leaving him in a state of agony. His lips trembled as he cast a bloodless gaze at Yu Jiwan, who, in stark contrast, did not spare him a glance, treating him with the indifference reserved for strangers. A sharp pang struck Yu Changde's heart. Why had they failed to show affection to this daughter who had been so good to them? The regret and anger that consumed Yu Changde felt akin to sulfuric acid, corroding his heart and leaving him in a state of agony. To ask her for assistance in rescuing the Yu family, the only course left to him was to strive to amend his wrongs without expecting anything in return. Just then, Yu Shangxiang spotted the 4 members of the Yu family arriving and, with a flash of brightness in her eyes, approached them with a facade of innocence. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, you have all come, she exclaimed, her voice laced with feigned grievance. I had no idea that sister and Mr. Xia were already married. I was under the impression that the one fulfilling the marriage contract with the Xia family was me, only to discover that sister had secretly wed Mr.Xie. Yu Shangxiang's act of feigned distress was clearly intended for the onlookers. With a flash of brightness in her eyes, approached them with a facade of innocence. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, you have all come, she exclaimed, her voice laced with feigned grievance. I had no idea that sister and Mr. Xia were already married. I was under the impression that the one fulfilling the marriage contract with the Xia family was me, only to discover that sister had secretly wed Mr.Xie. Yu Shangxiang's act of feigned distress was clearly intended for the onlookers. Yu Shangxiang, do not attempt to stir discord or obfuscate the truth. The guests in the banquet hall observed the unfolding scene in astonishment, their curiosity piqued. What a surprise! The Yu family has always doted on this faux heiress. So why has their attitude shifted so dramatically? Moreover, from Yu Shangxiang's words, it appeared she had believed the marriage contract with the Xie family was rightfully hers. Had Yu Jiwan truly usurped her engagement? Shou, do not speak recklessly. Look at Mr. Xie's expression. It is evident he finds this conversation displeasing. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, cautiously stealing glances at the man at the center of the banquet hall. His frosty gaze swept over them, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, his voice cutting through the air like ice. Allow me to clarify this for everyone. The engagement my grandfather arranged with the Yu family has always pertained to the true heiress of the Yu family. Shou, do not speak recklessly. Look at Mr. Xie's expression. It is evident he finds this conversation displeasing. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, cautiously stealing glances at the man at the center of the banquet hall. His frosty gaze swept over them, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, his voice cutting through the air like ice. Allow me to clarify this for everyone. The engagement my grandfather arranged with the Yu family has always pertained to the true heiress of the Yu family. Yu Jiwan is my one and only wife. The implication was unmistakable, akin to a final ultimatum. Should anyone dare to spread rumors or malign his wife's character in the future, he would no longer be so accommodating. My standards are not so low. In that instant, Yu Shangxiang's complexion paled dramatically, her body swaying as if she might collapse from humiliation. My standards are not so low. Did this mean that in his eyes she was utterly unworthy? Did he hold her in such contempt that he would not deign to associate with her in any way? At that moment, Tao Shuqin could no longer contain herself. My standards are not so low. In that instant, Yu Shangxiang's complexion paled dramatically, her body swaying as if she might collapse from humiliation. My standards are not so low. Did this mean that in his eyes she is a venomous and heartless wretch? Furthermore, the rumors of Wan Jun being a mistress were also propagated by Yu Shangxiang. She deliberately slandered my biological daughter. Tao Shuqin's vehement stance left the assembled guests momentarily stunned before they quickly processed the implications. Urgently interjecting, indeed, the engagement between the Xie family and the Yu family was originally Wan Juan's, yet Yu Shangxiang has persistently sought to usurp this engagement, coveting Wan Juan's fiancée. We have seen through Yu Shangxiang's true nature. She had gone to great lengths to steal Yu Jiwan's man, to claim her own brother-in-law. In the ensuing chaos, Xie Jingma retrieved his phone and sent a message to Tang Yi moments later. Tang Yi appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, accompanied by several police officers. The sudden arrival of law enforcement sent shockwaves through the guests, leaving them bewildered. What was happening? Why had the police come? The lead officer approached Yu Shangxiang directly, producing his badge. Why Yu Shangxiang, we have received a report that you hired someone to commit assault, attempted murder, and framed Yu Jiwan. We possess material evidence, including a recording device. Tang Yi appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, accompanied by several police officers. The sudden arrival of law enforcement sent shockwaves through the guests, leaving them bewildered. What was happening? Why had the police come? The lead officer approached Yu Shangxiang directly, producing his badge. Why Yu Shangxiang, we have received a report that you hired someone to commit assault, attempted murder, and framed Yu Jiwan. We possess material evidence, including a recording device. These officers were brought in by Tang Yi, who was undoubtedly acting on behalf of Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma was determined to ruin her for the sake of Yu Jiwan. Her heart plummeted. What? Hired an assassin, attempted murder, and framed Yu Jiwan? Has this Yu Shangxiang lost her mind? Yu Shangxiang's face turned ashen, devoid of color as cold sweat broke out on her back. She had never anticipated that the police would come for her. These officers were brought in by Tang Yi, who was undoubtedly acting on behalf of Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma was determined to ruin her for the sake of Yu Jiwan. Her heart plummeted. And her body felt stiff as if she were a marionette, frozen in a state of despair upon seeing Tang Yi approach. Yu Jiwan suddenly realized everything, glancing at Xie Jingma with astonishment. Did you instruct Tang Yi to call the police? Xie Jingma took her hand gently, his voice low and firm. I merely wished to eliminate any potential harm surrounding you, ensuring no one could hurt you again. He could not allow Yu Shangxiang to continue her malicious schemes against his wife. At that moment, Yu Shangxiang, like an ant on a hot stove, turned to Yu Changde, lowering her voice in a threatening whisper. You need to tell the police right now that you and Tao Shuqin will overlook my actions and that we can settle this privately. Are you not afraid that she will discover your indiscretions and the existence of your illegitimate child? Yu Changde tightly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression was devoid of emotion. And what of it? Shall I allow you to continue your deceit, maligning my biological daughter? Yu Shangxiang was taken aback. Could it be that Yu Changde intended to die in the next moment? Yu Changde turned to the police, raising his voice to, I am the individual involved. Why Yu Shangxiang bribed the driver He Fengshan to run down my wife, Tao Shuqin, and me, intending to commit murder leading to our accident. We were in a coma for a day before waking. And what of it? Shall I allow you to continue your deceit, maligning my biological daughter? Yu Shangxiang was taken aback. Could it be that Yu Changde intended to die in the next moment? Yu Changde turned to the police, raising his voice to, I am the individual involved. Why Yu Shangxiang bribed the driver He Fengshan to run down my wife, Tao Shuqin, and me, intending to commit murder leading to our accident. We were in a coma for a day before waking. Left in stunned silence for a considerable time before they could react. Wait, did I hear that correctly? How could there be a misunderstanding? The police have arrived, and Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin have both confirmed it. Could it possibly be false? I cannot believe it. Yu Shangxiang is utterly inhuman. After all these years of being raised by Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, she has resorted to hiring someone to harm them. A betrayal most heinous. Even more appalling was her subsequent attempt to frame Yu Jiwan. What a wicked and malicious act. I am astounded. Yu Jiwan must have encountered unimaginable misfortune, having been mistakenly swapped at birth. Enduring a life of hardship with her adoptive parents, finally returning to her biological family only to be usurped by this pretender, constantly targeted and ostracized, even having her engagement coveted. Disgusting, shameless, the Yu family. A betrayal most heinous. Even more appalling was her subsequent attempt to frame Yu Jiwan. What a wicked and malicious act. I am astounded. Yu Jiwan must have encountered unimaginable misfortune, having been mistakenly swapped at birth. Yu Shangxiang never anticipated that Yu Changde would be so brazen, completely unafraid of her threats. Why Yu Shangxiang, the leading officer, produced handcuffs, snapping them coldly onto her wrists, with both witness and evidence at hand. You must accompany us for further inquiry. No, please. No. As the icy metal encircled her wrist, Yu Shangxiang was engulfed in panic, beads of cold sweat forming upon her brow, desperately casting a frantic glance towards Yu Changde. Yu Changde, will you not reconsider your words? Yu Changde regarded her with a chilling gaze. Ever since Wan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, you have slandered her time and again. You must accompany us for further inquiry. No, please. No. As the icy metal encircled her wrist, Yu Shangxiang was engulfed in panic, beads of cold sweat forming upon her brow, desperately casting a frantic glance towards Yu Changde. Yu Changde, will you not reconsider your words? Yu Changde regarded her with a chilling gaze. Ever since Wan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, you have slandered her time and again. This is but the consequence of your own misdeeds. Why Yu Zihewand in her state of disarray, Yu Shangxiang suddenly turned her head towards Yu Jiwan, who stood alongside Xie Jingma, resplendent in a striking red gown. Yu Shangxiang ground her teeth in frustration, and suddenly, in a fit of madness, she cackled twice, directing a venomous glare at Tao Shuqin. You remain unaware, do you? Your husband has long strayed, fathering an illegitimate child with another woman. The jealousy and hatred festering within Yu Shangxiang grew ever more ferocious. How she loathed that the true daughter of the Yu family was not her. Why was Xie Jingma's fiancée not her? Yu Shangxiang ground her teeth in frustration, and suddenly, in a fit of madness, she cackled twice, directing a venomous glare at Tao Shuqin. You remain unaware, do you? Your husband has long strayed, fathering an illegitimate child with another woman. The child is already 6 or 7 years old. What? Tao Shuqin's legs buckled beneath her, darkness clouding her vision as she nearly collapsed backward. Mom, Yu Shouqi and Yu Shaozi rushed to support her. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they looked towards Yu Changde. Dad, is what Yu Shangxiang said true? Yu Changde, wearied and haggard, could scarcely attend to the breach of privacy inflicted upon him by Yu Shangxiang in front of so many. His gaze, filled with remorse, fell upon Tao Shuqin. That incident occurred because I got drunk during a business engagement. I have since compensated that woman handsomely to leave this city. Tao Shuqin, already in poor health. Amidst the turmoil, Yu Shangxian was led away by the police. With the recorded evidence and He Fingshan's testimony, she could not escape the clutches of justice. Thus, the jewelry gala finally came to a close. The Yu family was already in decline, and now, with Yu Shangxiang's final sting, such an ugly truth had emerged. How would Tao Shuqin, Yu Shouqi, and Yu Shaozi perceive Yu Changde from now on? The future of the Yu family seemed destined for further chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Yu Shangxian was led away by the police. With the recorded evidence and He Fingshan's testimony, she could not escape the clutches of justice. Thus, the jewelry gala finally came to a close. What position do you hold in his heart? Yu Zhiwan furrowed her brow. How could this lunatic be so persistent? She quickly blocked the unfamiliar number, yet, stirred by Gu Qingfeng's meddling, she couldn't help but recall what Lu Sun had previously said. Xie Jingma had once forfeited an important competition for the sake of the girl he cherished. Did that first love still linger in his heart, and where did that leave her? The fact that Xie had a crush on Wan Wan would soon be revealed. Chapter 91, Xie Jingma. What position do you hold in his heart? Yu Zhiwan furrowed her brow. How could this lunatic be so persistent? She quickly blocked the unfamiliar number, yet, stirred by Gu Qingfeng's meddling, she couldn't help but recall what Lu Sun had previously said. Xie Jingma had once forfeited an important competition for the sake of the girl he cherished. And he had spoken with such earnestness. Even if he had once cherished a first love, he must have let it go entirely by now. Annoyed, she cast a glance at the message, resolute in not allowing Gu Qingfeng to sow discord between them. However, curiosity gnawed her. If Xie Jingma had been so enamored with that girl, why had he not pursued her? Could it be that his first love had gone abroad? Would she return to rekindle their past? And he had spoken with such earnestness. Even if he had once cherished a first love, he must have let it go entirely by now. Annoyed, she cast a glance at the message, resolute in not allowing Gu Qingfeng to sow discord between them. However, curiosity gnawed her. If Xie Jingma had been so enamored with that girl, why had he not pursued her? Could it be that his first love had gone abroad? Would she return to rekindle their past? Wasn't that the typical plot in dramas? A flurry of melodramatic scenarios played through her mind. If his first love did return, she would have no choice but to depart, perhaps on a rainy night? Drenched and forlorn, what was she thinking? Noticing her distracted demeanor, Xie Jingma inquired. What are you pondering? Yu Zhiwan blurted. I was wondering, if I were to divorce you, how much of the assets would I receive? Xie Jingma, his incredulous laughter followed. Why, Yu Zhiwan, we just publicly declared our marriage, and you're already contemplating divorce, after barely having me for a few days. Are you bored with me already? Yu Zhiwan twitched her lips. What do you mean bored? Don't say such things. I haven't even had my fill yet. She had only shared kisses and gentle touches. Nothing more had occurred. The man raised an eyebrow, drawing out the syllables with a teasing tone. Oh. She couldn't resist leaning in to plant a bold kiss on his cheek, asserting with a proud tone, you may forego the self-sacrifice. You must grow to love me more, and exclusively me. Xie Jingma was taken aback. You may play as you wish. Why, Yu Zhiwan, regretful? What did he have to feel regretful about? Taking advantage of her while pretending to be modest, yet seeing him so willingly offer himself for her whims. She couldn't resist leaning in to plant a bold kiss on his cheek, asserting with a proud tone, you may forego the self-sacrifice. You must grow to love me more, and exclusively me. Xie Jingma was taken aback. Then chuckled softly. Darling, must such sentiments even be voiced? Who else could I possibly like if not you? Yu Zhiwan beamed, planting another sweet kiss on his cheek, only to furrow her brow in mild annoyance. My phone keeps receiving spam messages and nuisance calls. I want to change my number, but notifying all the contacts and clients of Jinghong sounds like such a hassle. Xie Jingma raised a hand to ruffle her hair. I'll handle it for you. You need not trouble yourself, change it if you wish. Why, Yu Zhiwan's eyes sparkled. Wow, thank you, my husband. Xie Jingma, caught off guard, couldn't help but smirk. Why are you so sweet today? Yu Zhiwan shot him a playful glare. Don't be ridiculous. Now that she liked him, her words were undeniably sweet. In response, Xie Jingma cupped the back of her neck, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her lips. I can taste it. Are you, Yu Zhiwan? What was this? She pondered for quite some time before recalling that she had indeed said such things before. No, how could he hold a grudge over that? That was in the past. Despite being struck, Uncle Fu continued to shield his eyes, a smile crinkling his face. Oh dear, my presbyopia. I saw nothing at all. Why, Yu Zhiwan? But after uttering this, Uncle Fu continued to shield his eyes as he made his way out. You are indeed very sweet. Why, Yu Zhiwan? Suddenly, a loud clang echoed. Why, Yu Zhiwan swiftly turned her head, only to see Uncle Fu, covering his eyes, stumbling out of the living room, inadvertently colliding with the door and creating a ruckus. Despite being struck, Uncle Fu continued to shield his eyes, a smile crinkling his face. Oh dear, my presbyopia. I saw nothing at all. Why, Yu Zhiwan? But after uttering this, Uncle Fu continued to shield his eyes as he made his way out. Bumping into the door once more with another clang. Why, Yu Zhiwan's eyelids twitched. Be careful, don't break those old bones of yours. Uncle Fu remained resilient, beaming with a knowing smile. Sir, madam, you may continue. Xiaoyi-chen, oh my goodness. Xiaoyi-chen, I regret it so much, why didn't I attend that jewelry gala today? Xinan, I couldn't make it from abroad, why didn't you go? Xie that alright. Returning to the bedroom, while Yu Zhuan took a shower, many WeChat messages piled up on Xie Jingma's phone. Most were from his two close friends, Xiaoyi-chen and Xinan, who had created a group chat and bombarded him with messages. Xiaoyi-chen, oh my goodness. Xiaoyi-chen, I regret it so much, why didn't I attend that jewelry gala today? Xinan, I couldn't make it from abroad, why didn't you go? If you had, you could have given me a live update. Xiaoyi-chen, where is the master Xie? Xiaoyi-chen, did you really manage to win over Yu Zhiwan? She is actually willing to publicly declare. Xie Jingma, removed. Your friend Xie Jingma has exited the group chat, Xiaoyi-chen? Xinan? Xiaoyi-chen, let him show off. Xinan, you silly dog, I told you not to create the group chat. Yet you insisted, now you're getting shown up. Xinan, I'm leaving too. Xiaoyi-chen, come back. The next morning, Xie Jingma instructed the media to officially announce his marriage to Yu Zhiwan to the public. At yesterday's jewelry gala, news of his marriage to Yu Zhiwan merely circulated within the elite circles. Today, it has been officially announced to the public. Employees of the Xie Group initially received a notification that the esteemed president had distributed a substantial bonus to all staff members. As they basked in the joy of this unexpected windfall, they were suddenly taken aback to discover that President Xie had tied the knot. How could it be? He got married without a word. And to none other than Yu Zhiwan, the renowned late-night diva and the owner of Jinghong. Shortly thereafter, a photograph inexplicably surfaced, a screenshot from the president's social media profile, a vivid image of their marriage certificate. As they basked in the joy of this unexpected windfall, they were suddenly taken aback to discover that President Xie had tied the knot. How could it be? He got married without a word. And to none other than Yu Zhiwan, the renowned late-night diva and the owner of Jinghong. Shortly thereafter, a photograph inexplicably surfaced, a screenshot from the president's social media profile, a vivid image of their marriage certificate. A man of Xie Jingma's stature possesses a notoriety that surpasses even some celebrities within the entertainment industry. For instance, he once topped a poll of the most desirable men online. Thus, when the news of Xie Jingma and Yu Zhiwan's marriage broke, it was, after all, a celebration of his nuptials. All thanks to the new lady of the house. The company group chat erupted in a flurry of congratulations, with everyone wishing the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness and harmony. In fact, the secret wife of Xie Jingma, moreover, the official Weibo account of the Xie Group, posted a new message: Xie Group V, our boss, who has never had a Weibo account. It instantly became a trending topic. While the general populace may not have recognized Yu Zhiwan, those within the design community are all too familiar with her name. Little did they expect that their beloved late-night diva was. Is it a strategic alliance? I heard it's due to a childhood betrothal. Woo, I knew my husband would marry young. It turns out he was forced into it. He doesn't even like Yu Zhiwan. What about my President Xie? Share his Weibo handle. ISNT at Wanwan's little tail? Initially, netizens expected a serious and dignified username, but upon seeing Wanwan's little tail, they were baffled. Does this imply that Yu Zhiwan is always by his side? Is it a strategic alliance? I heard it's due to a childhood betrothal. Woo, I knew my husband would marry young. It turns out he was forced into it. He doesn't even like Yu Zhiwan. What about my President Xie? Share his Weibo handle. ISNT at Wanwan's little tail? Initially, netizens expected a serious and dignified username, but upon seeing Wanwan's little tail, they were baffled. Does this imply that Yu Zhiwan is always by his side? Clicking on the account revealed a striking profile picture of him with his wife, with only one follower. Wanwan's. Not even the Xie Group's official account was followed, only his wife. Even more dazzling was his first post, which was undoubtedly about Yu Zhiwan. Wanwan's little tail, the brooch my wife gifted me. Below, a collage of images showcasing the star and moon adorned brooch from various angles. Just moments ago, who had created a small group chat to share a screenshot of Xie Jingma's Weibo post. Xie Yuntang, my brother just got served. Xie Yuntang, who dares say he married out of obligation? Xie Yunzhou, my brother has been looking forward to this for ages. Xie Yunzhou, he absolutely adores her. Seeing the collage on Weibo, Yu Zhiwan found herself speechless. Wait, Xie Jingma had been looking forward to this? Who had created a small group chat to share a screenshot of Xie Jingma's Weibo post. Xie Yuntang, my brother just got served. Xie Yuntang, who dares say he married out of obligation? It just means my brother really likes you, sister-in-law. Feel free to ask him yourself. Yu Zhiwan blinked, deciding to inquire directly. She messaged Xie Jingma, what was that Weibo post about, and what's up with your username? He replied instantly, you don't follow me? Yu Zhiwan, He sounded almost aggrieved. Yu Zhuan logged into her late-night account and followed his peculiar username, Wanwan's Little Tail. Then she returned to WeChat and sent him screenshots of the earlier conversation with Xia Yuntang and Xia Yunzhou. Yu Zhuan, what do you mean he has been looking forward to this? After a few seconds, he responded, baby, your birthday is coming up soon. On your birthday, I have something to tell you. Yu Zhuan was perplexed. On her birthday, was he planning a surprise? Yu Zhuan, alrighty, oh, Xie Jingma, I don't want to work anymore, I want to go home and hug my wife. Yu Zhuan, but please focus on your work. Xie Jingma, okay, my wife, then I'll leave work early today. Yu Zhuan, question mark. Is he deliberately being vague? With the announcement of their marriage, Yu Zhuan received numerous congratulatory messages on her phone. From uncles and aunts to her former teacher Liang Yulan and even clients from Jinghong. After replying to everyone, the study door swung open, revealing a returning Xie Jingma, who had left work early immediately upon entering. Please focus on your work. Xie Jingma, okay, my wife, then I'll leave work early today. Yu Zhuan, question mark. Is he deliberately being vague? With the announcement of their marriage, Yu Zhuan received numerous congratulatory messages on her phone. Truly beauty can be distracting. In the evening, Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma visited the old residence. Witnessing their public display of affection and the warmth of their relationship, the grandparents couldn't wipe the smiles off their faces all day. He acted on his earlier promise, embracing his wife. Yu Zhuan found herself in his arms, being swept around and showered with kisses, leaving her dazed and unable to complete even half of her design sketches. Truly beauty can be distracting. In the evening, Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma visited the old residence. Witnessing their public display of affection and the warmth of their relationship, the grandparents couldn't wipe the smiles off their faces all day. The grandmother chuckled. Wanwan's, rest assured, we won't be inviting outsiders. It will mainly be family, including those from other provinces or overseas who haven't met you yet. This birthday banquet is a perfect opportunity for them to get to know you. Besides, they all adore you. Understanding now, Yu Zhuan recalled being added to the Xie family group chat, where the elders had been warm and generous, even sending her red envelopes. She smiled and nodded, alright. Grandma, I understand. Xie Jingma picked up a piece of ribbon and smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. It's our Wanwan special day, you just focus on enjoying your birthday. Yu Zhuan returned the gesture by serving him some food. Her eyes sparkling mischievously. If you put it that way, I'll feel free to exploit your labor. Xie Jingma. The grandparents exchanged glances, chuckling heartily at their grandson's helplessness in the face of his wife. After dinner, Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma were invited to stay overnight at the old residence, settling into Xie Jingma's former room, which had been well maintained by the servants. Once inside, Xie Jingma closed the door and pulled Yu Zhuan close, lifting her face to face him. Now, how do you plan to exploit me? Yu Zhuan giggled, feeling a ticklish sensation at her waist as she playfully dodged him, however, finding herself comfortably ensconced in his arms. After dinner, Yu Zhuan and Xie Jingma were invited to stay overnight at the old residence, settling into Xie Jingma's former room, which had been well maintained by the servants. Once inside, Xie Jingma closed the door and pulled Yu Zhuan close. Yu Zhuan, that she paused, suddenly remembering something. By the way, isn't your company's lucky day on December 15th, the same day as my birthday? Will there be fireworks this year? Xie Jingma set her down on the bed, leaning over her with a gaze brimming with affection. There will be Yu Zhuan leaned up to plant a kiss on his lips. Then I want to see it, he chuckled softly, his tone languid. Kiss your husband again. Yu Zhuan obediently puckered her lips for another kiss, yet, before she could pull away, he cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss in a tender embrace. Leaning over her with a gaze brimming with affection, there will be Yu Zhuan leaned up to plant a kiss on his lips. Then I want to see it, he chuckled softly. Xie Jingma once mentioned that his mother's clothes were always washed by his father, which sounded quite loving, yet, the photos revealed a certain coldness in his mother's demeanor towards his father. While Xie Jingma took a shower, Yu Zhuan's gaze fell upon the photo album on the desk. She had seen it during her first visit to the old residence, filled with images of a young Xie Jingma and his parents. Yu Zhuan, clad in fluffy slippers, scampered over and leaped into his arms, wrapping herself around his lean waist while gazing up at him. Xie Jingma, you once said that if I wanted to know why your parents didn't like you, I could never divorce you. At present, I can firmly ascertain that I no longer wish to divorce you in the future. Would you still be willing to share with me why your parents hold disdain for you? Chapter 93, the background of Xie Jingma. Upon finishing her question, Yu Zhuan realized it might have been inappropriate, perhaps too abrupt, touching upon his painful memories. However, Xie Jingma embraced her, raising his brows in a relaxed manner. Are you certain you no longer wish to divorce me? Yu Zhuan tilted her head to look at him. Aren't you sad? He smiled, since you no longer want to divorce me. What reason do I have to be sad? Yu Zhuan helplessly puffed out her cheeks. I was referring to your childhood. Her words, the man's expression sobered, his eyes downcast. It is somewhat sorrowful. Raising his brows in a relaxed manner, "Are you certain you no longer wish to divorce me?" Yu Zhuan tilted her head to look at him. "Aren't you sad?" He smiled, "Since you no longer want to divorce me. Even one less would not suffice. One less would not suffice." Yu Zhuan's lips twitched as she gazed at him. "Why are you so spoiled?" Xie Jingma replied, "Spoiled." Nevertheless, Yu Zhuan rose on her toes and pecked his lips. "Kisses and hugs are acceptable, but whether I say I love you depends on my mood. Oh, it depends on your mood, does it?" Xie Jingma sighed dramatically. "It seems my status in our household has diminished yet another level." Yu Zhuan responded, he sighed, "Perhaps I should not have agreed so quickly when Wan confessed. Indeed, once I secured her affections, I took them for granted. Enough of that." Yu Zhuan, flustered and annoyed, pinched his waist. Xie Jingma did not evade her. "Kisses and hugs are acceptable, but whether I say I love you depends on my mood. Oh, it depends on your mood, does it?" Xie Jingma sighed dramatically. "It seems my status in our household has diminished yet another level." Yu Zhuan responded, he sighed, "Perhaps I should not have agreed so quickly when Wan confessed. Indeed, once I secured her affections, I took them for granted. Enough of that." Yu Zhuan, flustered and annoyed, pinched his waist. Xie Jingma did not evade her. Allowing her to pinch him, a lazy smile gracing his lips, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with mirth. Although Wan needed to consider her mood before professing her love, he, regardless of his mood, was deeply in love with her. "Could you be a bit more serious?" Xie Jingma chuckled, ceasing his playful antics. Sitting at the bedside, he noticed that although she had dried her hair after her shower, the ends remained somewhat damp. He took a towel from the side and began to dry her hair. "You asked about my parents. There really isn't much to say. My mother did not love my father. She was forced into marriage with him. Harboring affections for another man in her heart, however, my father adored my mother, loving her to the point of desperation. Why?" Yu Zhuan was taken aback. No wonder in those photographs, Xie Jingma's mother appeared cold, while his father's gaze toward her mother was always filled with affection. As Xie Jingma dried her hair, his tone remained casually indifferent. "After I was born, my mother viewed me as a stain, a burden that brought her suffering. My father, in all matters, prioritized my mother's wishes. Aside from divorce, which he would never agree to, he complied with her every desire. Therefore, when my mother treated me kindly, my father would also be pleasant to me. Conversely, when she vented her frustrations on me, so would he. Why?" Yu Zhuan's heart tightened, filled with sympathy as she embraced him. "How could this happen?" Xie Jingma chuckled lightly, reassuringly patting her back. "It's alright, darling. My grandparents were very loving. A burden that brought her suffering. My father, in all matters, prioritized my mother's wishes. Aside from divorce, which he would never agree to, he complied with her every desire. Therefore, when my mother treated me kindly, my father would also be pleasant to me. Conversely, when she vented her frustrations on me, so would he. Why?" Yu Zhuan's heart tightened, filled with sympathy as she embraced him. "How could this happen?" Xie Jingma chuckled lightly, reassuringly patting her back. "It's alright, darling. My grandparents were very loving, often taking me under their wing." Why? Yu Zhuan gazed at him, her eyes misting with tears. "Then your childhood must have been quite tormenting." "Somewhat tormenting." Xie Jingma's gaze darkened, empathizing deeply with her experiences growing up in a foster family. "My mother always wanted to divorce my father to pursue the man she loved, but my father would never consent to a divorce. The man my mother loved was quite devoted, waiting for her all this time. Yet, what could that devotion accomplish? In the face of the Xie family's power, that man was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He was utterly incapable of competing with my father. Nor did he possess the means to take my mother away from him. In the end, my mother preferred to remain married rather than leave my father, attempting to escape several times, all of which ended in failure. Each time she failed, she would take her frustrations out on me. Why?" Yu Zhuan's heart ached, her brow furrowed. "You mentioned before that you have a psychological trauma related to the sea, nearly drowning. Could it be a source of her suffering? And naturally, she would not wish to take me along. Under the pretense of teaching me to swim, she sought to drown me in the sea." Initially, he could not comprehend why his mother would treat him in such a manner. "That was the first time my mother took me out to play. I was overjoyed, thinking she had finally accepted me. However, in truth, she intended to seize the opportunity to leave. She regarded me as a stain, a source of her suffering, and naturally, she would not wish to take me along. Under the pretense of teaching me to swim, she sought to drown me in the sea." Initially, he could not comprehend why his mother would treat him in such a manner. Perhaps death would be a welcome relief. Despite Xie Jingma recounting these past events with a calm demeanor, Yu Zhuan felt her heart constrict painfully, her eyes stinging as she tightly embraced him. "I will never allow you to die." She could scarcely fathom that on what should have been a joyful day, his mother took him out for a fun outing, believing she finally embraced him. Perhaps death would be a welcome relief. Despite Xie Jingma recounting these past events with a calm demeanor, Yu Zhuan felt her heart constrict painfully, her eyes stinging as she tightly embraced him. How deeply it must have hurt him if he already bore psychological trauma related to the sea, and yet he chanced upon the very person who had caused him such pain, that person being the one with whom he shared the closest blood ties. And that middle-aged woman was holding a young boy, around 13 or 14, as if he were her younger son, treating him with such warmth and gentleness. Had she ever shown such tenderness towards Xie Jingma? How deeply it must have hurt him if he already bore psychological trauma related to the sea, and yet he chanced upon the very person who had caused him such pain, that person being the one with whom he shared the closest blood ties. And that middle-aged woman was holding a young boy, around 13 or 14, as if he were her younger son, treating him with such warmth and gentleness. Had she ever shown such tenderness towards Xie Jingma? Seeing the girl's eyes redden, Xie Jingma gently stroked her back, smiling with a hint of helplessness. Darling, these are all matters of the past. Am I not well now? My mother was forced into marrying my father. But she should not have attempted to drown you in the sea. Xie Jingma wiped away her tears, his thumb caressing her cheek. When she failed to leave, my father found her, and that was when he realized that the improvement in their relationship was merely a fade orchestrated by my mother to find an opportunity to escape him. And was more handsome. Love is love, and unrequited feelings cannot be changed. Yu Zhuan's eyes welled with tears. I understand, but she should not have been so cruel to you. She could have chosen not to keep you. But she should not have attempted to drown you in the sea. Xie Jingma wiped away her tears, his thumb caressing her cheek. When she failed to leave, my father found her, and that was when he realized that the improvement in their relationship was merely a fade orchestrated by my mother to find an opportunity to escape him. How could he not mind? Witnessing the turmoil of his parents' relationship from a young age, Yu Zhuan had already declared she did not like him and did not wish to fulfill their engagement. But now that she is in college, she can date, right? Or do you mind that when she returned to the Yu family, she said she didn't like you and didn't want to fulfill the engagement? How could he not mind? Witnessing the turmoil of his parents' relationship from a young age, Yu Zhuan had already declared she did not like him and did not wish to fulfill their engagement. If she continued to dislike him, how could he compel her against her will? It was better for him to suffer alone than to bind her to a life of misery beside him. Chapter 94. The dearest Wanwan. Xie Jingma paused before continuing. When I was 8, the Xie family publicly announced that my parents had passed away. My father indeed died, but in reality, my mother merely left. If she continued to dislike him, how could he compel her against her will? It was better for him to suffer alone than to bind her to a life of misery beside him. That was indeed her. Initially she went abroad with that man, but she returned in recent years. Yu Zhuan inquired, do you see her often? Xie Jingma smiled faintly, devoid of emotion. Occasionally, but not frequently. She has her own children and her own life now. Yu Zhuan furrowed her brow. Indeed, the middle-aged woman she saw at the underwater restaurant, holding a young boy, was her son. When Xie Jingma encountered his mother, witnessing her tenderness toward her younger son as she patiently explained the various fish in the sea, one couldn't help but wonder if he thought back to his childhood when his mother had tried to drown him in the very same sea. What would that have felt like? Yu Zhuan furrowed her brow. Indeed, the middle-aged woman she saw at the underwater restaurant, holding a young boy, was her son. When Xie Jingma encountered his mother, witnessing her tenderness toward her younger son as she patiently explained the various fish in the sea, Xie Jingma felt his heart soften tremendously. How well will you treat me? Yu Zhuan replied, very, very well, the best. Xie Jingma, my dearest Wanwan, can you shower me with kisses and hugs, and profess your love for me 1,000 times over? Yu Zhuan felt a rush of emotion, tightly embracing the man once more. Xie Jingma, you will have me in the future, I will always treat you well, with the girl holding him so tightly. Xie Jingma felt his heart soften tremendously. How well will you treat me? Yu Zhuan replied, very, very well, the best. Xie Jingma, my dearest Wanwan, can you shower me with kisses and hugs, and profess your love for me 1,000 times over? Not even one less. Why Yu Zhuan? Why are you so annoying? He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. You just declared me your utmost favorite, and now you find me bothersome? How swiftly your mood shifts. Yu Zhuan pinched his face and tugged at it. My mood changes quickly. What can you do about it? Xie Jingma replied with a teasing tone. What can I do? I can only kiss you. Why Yu Zhuan leaned in, offering her lips. Here, go ahead, and kiss me. The man's enchanting eyes sparkled, a lazy smile gracing his features. Why is my little darling so enthusiastic? I only wish to kiss your cheek. Why Yu Zhuan? But fine, then you can forget about kissing me. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were captured by the man, swallowing her remaining words. This kiss was intoxicating. A sensation hard to contain. As they lay on the bed, the man holding her closely, Yu Zhuan's eyes shimmered like water, the corners tinged with a rosy hue. She glanced down, her earlobes turning a betraying shade of red. Isn't it rather uncomfortable to take a cold shower in this weather? The man tenderly kissed her forehead, pausing at her words. So, Yu Zhuan feigned a sigh, her tone haughty. Therefore, you must endure the discomfort. Xie Jingma cast her a dangerous glance, noticing the ambiguous red marks on her fair collarbone. His gaze darkened as he flipped her beneath him, kissing her once more. Why Yu Zhuan felt her entire body soften under his kiss, her fingers instinctively curling. Do you keep kissing me? Aren't you uncomfortable? She then transferred some to Ikaiwei, acknowledging everyone's hard work and suggesting that she take them out for dinner or some fun that evening. The employees cheered. Wow, thank you. Yu Zhuan. The following morning, after breakfast with her grandparents, Xie Jingma first took Yu Zhuan to Jinghong before heading to the company. Why Yu Zhuan lingered at Jinghong for a while, distributing celebratory candies and bonuses to the staff. She then transferred a sum to Ikaiwei, acknowledging everyone's hard work and suggesting that she take them out for dinner or some fun that evening. The employees cheered. Wow, thank you, boss. Wishing the boss and Sia a happy marriage, Yu Zhuan smiled and chatted with them for a bit before visiting her aunt's house for lunch. In the afternoon, she returned to Lanchi Garden. Still pondering over Xie Jingma and his parents. How did his father pass away? Likely not from illness. In a family like the Xies, a top private doctor is always on hand. Any health issues would be promptly addressed. His father was so young, yet his death was sudden. Could it be related to his mother? But if it were related to her, would the Xie family simply allow her to leave with that man without any investigation? At the Xie Group headquarters, evening. As Xie Jingma exited the company building, he spotted a figure rushing towards him. Tang Yi tensed, instinctively shielding the man. The security guards and bodyguards at the entrance rushed forward upon seeing this. Appearing as though he hadn't slept for a day and night, his eyes bloodshot. Xie Jingma, do you think that just because you married Wan Wan you can always be with her? She was my first love. We initially tried to drive him away, but he returned. Xie Jingma's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised a hand, instructing the bodyguards to stand down. Jiyu Chengfeng's hair was unkempt, stubble dark on his chin. Cold sweat breaking out as he stuttered. I'm speaking the truth, I am her first love. Xie Jingma finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain. Why don't you mention why she dated you? The moment those words escaped his lips, Xie Jingma's expression darkened, a chill emanating from his gaze, an overwhelming pressure surging like a tidal wave. Jiyu Chengfeng felt as if a mountain had been placed upon his back under that gaze. Cold sweat breaking out as he stuttered. I'm speaking the truth, I am her first love. Xie Jingma finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain. Why don't you mention why she dated you? Indeed, Wan Wan had never liked him, their relationship was forced, and the bracelet had been broken before it even reached him. But so what? I am her first love, I hold a unique place in her heart. As if gazing upon an audacious insect, whether she genuinely gifted it or did so out of obligation, you know in your heart. Jiyu Qingfeng's already pallid face grew even more ashen. Exuding an air of unapproachable nobility, slowly returning Gu Qingfeng's earlier words, this suit I'm wearing was personally designed by Wan Wan. She stated she would only design clothes for one man from now on. You know what that implies, don't you? If Gu Chengfeng had been rigid before now, he stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Xie Jingma cast him a dispassionate glance before turning to leave. Exuding an air of unapproachable nobility, slowly returning Gu Qingfeng's earlier words, this suit I'm wearing was personally designed by Wan Wan. She stated she would only design clothes for one man from now on. You know what that implies, don't you? If Gu Chengfeng had been rigid before now, he stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Xie Jingma cast him a dispassionate glance before turning to leave. Tang Yi remarked beside him. My goodness, that is a heart-wrenching blow. President Xie truly left him utterly defeated. At Lanchi Garden, Yu Zhuan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, when Xie Jingma returned. She could think of nothing else. Xie Jingma, but he abandoned the pretense, lifting his head from her neck. Someone bullied me. Why? Yu Zhuan frowned protectively. Who dares to bully you? After a few moments of silence, feigning more grievance, something happened. Why? Yu Zhuan gasped. What happened? It wouldn't be that the company went bankrupt, would it? Or that you went bankrupt? The only things that could prompt Xie Jingma to say something happened would be a company closure or bankruptcy. She could think of nothing else. Xie Jingma, but he abandoned the pretense, lifting his head from her neck. Someone bullied me. Why? Yu Zhuan frowned protectively. Who dares to bully you? After a few moments of silence, Xie Jingma replied with a hint of sarcasm. The one who received the red bean bracelet from you. Red bean bracelet? Yu Zhuan initially didn't grasp it. What red bean bracelet? Who did I give it to? Xie Jingma's jealousy began to wane slightly, raising an eyebrow. You don't remember the red bean bracelet? Why? Yu Zhuan recalled and suddenly had an inkling. Oh, I remember, I did give Gu Qingfeng a red bean bracelet before, but I broke it. Wait, that is not the point. You just said he bullied you. What do you mean? How dare he? Xie Jingma set her on his lap, nuzzling her nose with a feigned grievance. He explained, he came to the company today to provoke me, claiming he was your first love, saying you gifted him a red bean bracelet, flaunting that red beans have special meanings, and asserting that he is different in your heart. He even said you were confused when you married me and that you would eventually leave me for him, that you preferred his type of man. Xie Jingma lowered his gaze, appearing rather insecure. Would you? Yu Zhuan felt a pang of sympathy, leaning in to plant a kiss on his lips. Of course not, how could I bear to? But about you. As long as it's you, I like it. Hearing this, Xie Jingma's jealousy dissipated significantly, his gaze deepening. Why? Yu Zhuan, still fuming. Gu Chengfeng is absolutely out of his mind. How dare he say I would eventually leave you? Unfortunately, she had changed her phone number and hadn't saved Gu Chengfeng's, making it impossible to call him. Suddenly, Xie Jingma grasped her hand, gently scratching her palm with his finger. My lady, you're so wonderful, I couldn't possibly like anyone else. Hearing this, the last remnants of Xie Jingma's jealousy evaporated. As Yu Zhuan continued to fume, she wished she could call Gu Chengfeng and tell him to keep his mouth shut. Unfortunately, she had changed her phone number and hadn't saved Gu Chengfeng's, making it impossible to call him. Suddenly, Xie Jingma grasped her hand, gently scratching her palm with his finger. My lady. Do you not feel that my wrist is a bit bare? Yu Zhuan glanced down, her expression straightforward. Aren't you wearing a watch? Xie Jingma lifted his eyelids, saying nothing, just gazing at her silently. Yu Zhuan blinked, quickly correcting herself. But even with a watch, it still feels a bit bare. Moreover, with hands as handsome as yours, you ought to wear more accessories. Wow, such lovely hands. Let me touch them. Yu Zhuan grabbed his well-defined hand, pressing it against her cheek, then grasping his wrist, her small face earnest. It is a bit bare. How about I get you something to wear? Xie Jingma smirked. My lady. Yu Zhuan recoiled, denying him the kiss. Are you satisfied now? Then tell me, were you feeling jealous just now? Xie Jingma replied with an air of certainty. You sent him off but not me. I have longed to gift you something. It's been on my mind even in my dreams. The man chuckled softly as he leaned closer to kiss her, saying, allow me to express my gratitude. My lady. Yu Zhuan recoiled, denying him the kiss. Are you satisfied now? Then tell me, were you feeling jealous just now? Xie Jingma replied with an air of certainty. You sent him off but not me. Why shouldn't I feel jealous? Yu Zhuan retorted, but she didn't even care about his white moonlight. What reason does he have to be concerned about Gu Chengfeng? With a playful bite to his lips. She expected a reaction, yet the man intensified the kiss instead. Time slipped away, and eventually, Xie Jingma released her, gently brushing his thumb across her rosy, moist lower lip. There is an urgent project at the branch in Ningcheng. I'll be away on a business trip for 2 days, leaving tomorrow morning and returning on the morning of the 14th. Yu Zhuan, feeling weak in his embrace, murmured softly, why come back in the morning? Are you rushing back overnight? He chuckled lightly. Isn't it because I wish to see you as soon as possible? Yu Zhuan replied, there is no need, that would be too exhausting. Ningcheng isn't far. Is it? It seems like just a few hours drive. You could return around noon or in the afternoon on the 14th. No need to rush back overnight, and then, on the 15th, it's my birthday. She sent a WeChat message to Xie Jingma, have you arrived in Ningcheng? His response was almost instantaneous. Xie Jingma replied, my lady and I truly share a connection. He continued. Her eyes crescent-shaped, and made a pinky promise. Then it's settled. I'll wait for your return the next morning. Yu Zhuan saw him off with a hint of reluctance. By noon, estimating it was about time. She sent a WeChat message to Xie Jingma, have you arrived in Ningcheng? His response was almost instantaneous. Xie Jingma replied, my lady and I truly share a connection. He continued. Just arrived. I was about to report back to you, Yu Zhuan responded. Then eat something first. Don't get so busy that you forget to eat. Xie Jingma replied, no appetite, I'm already thinking of returning to see you, and then added. Where the first branch had been beautifully renovated and was ready to open once a suitable date was set, manager He Kaiwei had already recruited experienced staff. Liu Sun was also at the store. Tang Yi replied promptly, understood, Madam Boss, I will do my best to convince President Xia, but I can't guarantee I can change his mind. Crying. In the afternoon, Yu Zhuan visited Jinghong. And some even analyzed that it was definitely President Xia who pursued you, because when President Xia flaunted his affection on Weibo, you remained aloof and didn't comment at all. Alas, the deeper the love. Yu Zhuan showed him her previous design sketches so he could learn at his own pace. With a curious expression, Lu Sun remarked, did you know, I saw online that people are shipping you and your husband as a couple. And some even analyzed that it was definitely President Xia who pursued you, because when President Xia flaunted his affection on Weibo, you remained aloof and didn't comment at all. Alas, the deeper the love. The greater the pain, Yu Zhuan thought to herself. In reality, it was she who pursued Xie Jingma and confessed her feelings first. The one who loved deeper was undeniably her. Yu Zhuan pulled out her phone. Opened Xie Jingma's quirky Weibo account, Wanwan's little tail, and commented with 2 little hearts. Liu Sun, noticing, quickly shielded his eyes. Oh dear, I can't bear to watch. Yu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Is this too much to see? I haven't even said anything more embarrassing. Liu Sun retreated. Alright then, I'll take my leave as your third will. He indeed moved to the side. Yu Zhuan shook her head in amusement. Logged out of Wanyan and into her alternate account, a bowl of green grapes, following Xie Jingma with this account as well, just as she was about to message him to let him know this alternate account was also hers. That's wonderful, congratulations. A bowl of green grapes, she finally noticed you. He had harbored his secret crush for so long, and it had finally come to fruition. She was genuinely happy for him. Is it true? During this busy time, she hadn't logged into Weibo much and had completely missed such an important development. GMW, took nearly 20 minutes to reply, we're officially together now, a bowl of green grapes, wow. That's wonderful, congratulations. A bowl of green grapes, she finally noticed you. He had harbored his secret crush for so long, and it had finally come to fruition. She was genuinely happy for him. However, this pink rabbit emoji wasn't particularly unique. Many people used it online, and even she occasionally did. but one thing felt oddly coincidental, a bowl of green grapes, speaking of which there is something particularly coincidental. GMW, congratulations to us both, rabbit, rabbit. Upon seeing the pink rabbit emoji he often used, Yu Zhuan couldn't help but blink. How should she put it, Xie Jingma also quite liked pink rabbits. However, this pink rabbit emoji wasn't particularly unique. Many people used it online, and even she occasionally did, but one thing felt oddly coincidental, a bowl of green grapes, speaking of which there is something particularly coincidental. GMW, what is that? A bowl of green grapes. The boy I like taught himself fashion design and personally designed a wedding dress for me. A bowl of green grapes. When I saw it, I thought of you. Didn't you also teach yourself fashion design, saying you hope to design a wedding dress for the girl you like one day? A bowl of green grapes. I was genuinely shocked. Now GMW was saying he would explain something to her in a couple of days. This seemed rather coincidental as well. Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhuan patiently typed, a bowl of green grapes. Alright. Let us talk in a couple of days. There are some things I want to explain to you. Yu Zhiwan, previously, Xie Jingma had mentioned that he would tell her something on her birthday. Now GMW was saying he would explain something to her in a couple of days. This seemed rather coincidental as well. Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhiwan patiently typed, a bowl of green grapes. Alright. I understand. A bowl of green grapes. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? I'm wondering if I should suggest we meet. During their previous conversations, they had mentioned they were in the same city. GMW, sure, we can meet when we have time. A bowl of green grapes. If we do meet, I'll have to bring my boyfriend along, otherwise, he might get jealous. A bowl of green grapes, plus, maybe you two will find common topics to discuss. GMW, that's fine, I'll bring my girlfriend too. Yu Zhiwan, her curiosity about what Xie Jingma wanted to tell her grew deeper. After completing her nightly routine, it was already 11 o'clock when Xie Jingma initiated a video call. Yu Zhiwan promptly answered, cheerfully asking, have you finished your work for today? It's so late, were you very busy? That evening, Yu Zhiwan returned to her bedroom alone, feeling inexplicably lonely and missing him terribly. The last time Xie Jingma had been on a business trip abroad, she hadn't missed him this much. After completing her nightly routine, it was already 11 o'clock when Xie Jingma initiated a video call. Yu Zhiwan promptly answered, cheerfully asking, have you finished your work for today? It's so late, were you very busy? The background on his end seemed to be a hotel room. He tugged at his tie and set his phone on a stand. Not too bad. I'll be back the day after tomorrow morning. He raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, his voice low and enticing. Darling, just seeing you is already a form of rest. Yu Zhiwan, but in truth, she also wished to see him more and was reluctant to end the call. A wife as charming as you is hard to embrace. His frustration with work deepened at that moment. Yu Zhiwan tilted her head. You must be exhausted from working so late. Perhaps you should get some rest. The battery was critically low. As she got up, the rustling sound prompted Xie Jingma's deep, magnetic voice to inquire. Awake, Yu Zhiwan jumped. You didn't sleep at all. He chuckled softly, his Adam's apple moving as he replied. So they chatted a little longer, but somewhere along the line, she fell asleep. When she awoke, it was already the next morning. Picking up her phone, she discovered the video call was still ongoing, having not been disconnected. The battery was critically low. As she got up, the rustling sound prompted Xie Jingma's deep, magnetic voice to inquire. Awake, Yu Zhiwan jumped. You didn't sleep at all. He chuckled softly, his Adam's apple moving as he replied. How could I just woke up too. Yu Zhiwan asked, then when did you go to sleep last night? In response, he elongated his tone, his voice slow and teasing. I heard you talking in your sleep, saying how much you love your husband and how fond you are of him. After that, I went to bed. Yu Zhiwan, she talked in her sleep, and said she loved her husband? Impossible. Yu Zhiwan felt embarrassed, swallowing hard as she took a moment to mentally prepare before finally clicking on the voice message. In the next moment, a man's languid and seductive voice flowed from the receiver, imbued with a lazy smile, though there was no recording. Yu Zhiwan, you even recorded it? Embarrassed and furious, she abruptly hung up the video call. Within seconds, he sent her a voice message along with a text. Here, listen carefully. Yu Zhiwan felt her face heat up. Utterly captivated, her legs felt weak under his charm. Of that scoundrel, he must be doing this on purpose. With a haughty demeanor, Yu Zhiwan replied with an expression signifying I didn't hear you and chose to ignore him. Nor was it a dreamlike utterance, yet I felt compelled to express my affection. I adore my wife, and I cherish you immensely. The earlobes of Yu Zhiwan flushed with a sudden heat. Utterly captivated, her legs felt weak under his charm. Of that scoundrel, he must be doing this on purpose. With a haughty demeanor, Yu Zhiwan replied with an expression signifying I didn't hear you and chose to ignore him. In the afternoon, Yu Zhiwan was beckoned out by Xia Yuntang and Xia Yunju for a leisurely outing. After wandering the streets for half an hour, Xia Yunju, burdened with an array of bags, wore a face of exasperation. Xia Xiaotang, can't you exercise a bit of restraint? Look how considerate my sister-in-law is. She hasn't overloaded me with too many items. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Zhiwan picked out a men's leather belt, Xia Yunju exclaimed, "But is this for my brother?" Yu Zhuan replied, "Indeed, everything you're carrying is a gift for him." Xia Yunju lamented, "That must you be so ruthless? Not only am I a packhorse, but I'm also subjected to this torment. A single man is still a man." Ultimately, it was Xia Yunju, with a pitiful demeanor, who suggested they take a break at a nearby CAF. Once seated, he ordered 3 cups of coffee. "Sister-in-law, is my brother returning from his business trip tomorrow morning?" he inquired, tapping his weary arm. Yu Zhuan responded, "I told him not to rush back overnight. He can return by noon or in the afternoon." "Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. How could he not be anxious?" Xia Yuntang interjected, his eyes suddenly brightening. "By the way, sister-in-law, the Xia Corporation's lucky day falls on the same day as your birthday, and there will be a grand fireworks display at midnight. Would you like to see it?" Yu Zhuan nodded. "Yes, I would love to." Xia Yunju smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "It's quite fitting that my brother only drew the date December 15th from the lottery box, leading to this precise coincidence." As Yu Zhuan sipped her coffee, her actions abruptly halted. "What did you say?" There were persistent rumors that the Xia Corporation's lucky day was a date randomly drawn by Xia Jingma from the entire year. Yet Xia Yunju's words indicated that the box contained solely the date December 15th. Noticing Yu Zhuan's astonishment, Xia Yunju hurriedly covered his mouth. "What is wrong, sister-in-law? Has my brother not informed you?" Yu Zhuan replied, "I remember, but how do you know that?" In the outskirts lies Jinin Mountain, home to the ancient and renowned Jinin Temple, famed for its efficacy, attracting many devotees daily. Xia Yunju continued, "That day was particularly fortuitous. Your brother mentioned it briefly, but he didn't elaborate on the specifics. Please enlighten me." Xia Yunju, relieved, began. It was 3 or 4 years ago. Sister-in-law, do you remember visiting the Jinin Temple in the outskirts? I accompanied Xia Yunju to the Jinin Temple to request a talisman for his safety. It proved remarkably effective. Look, after years of racing, he has emerged unscathed. Xia Yunju's expression darkened. It's merely a testament to my exceptional skills. My sister-in-law and I happened to be at the temple and encountered you. Yu Zhuan was taken aback. Had Xia Yunju known her back then? Xia Yuntang leaned on his chin to recount. I accompanied Xia Yunju to the Jinin Temple to request a talisman for his safety. It proved remarkably effective. Look, after years of racing, he has emerged unscathed. Xia Yunju's expression darkened. It's merely a testament to my exceptional skills. Xia Yunju cast a knowing glance at Xia Yuntang, then turned to Yu Zhuan. Sister-in-law, when I saw you at the temple, you didn't notice me. You were in tears, your eyes red and stained with remnants of sorrow. Do you wish to brawl? As the sibling squabble escalated, Yu Zhuan interjected with exasperation. Hold on, let us return to the matter at hand. So you saw me at the Jinin Temple, and then what happened? But he declined, dismissing such superstitions. Yet, upon hearing you were there and crying, he regretted his absence profoundly and hurried over, abandoning all else. Yu Zhuan's grip on her coffee cup tightened. Xia Jingma, had he been watching over her all along? However, fate had other plans. Xia Yuntang sighed. Alas, he sped to the outskirts, and by the time he arrived, you had already descended the mountain and missed seeing you. Perhaps our brother simply had poor luck. But he declined, dismissing such superstitions. Yet, upon hearing you were there and crying, he regretted his absence profoundly and hurried over, abandoning all else. Yu Zhuan's grip on her coffee cup tightened. Xia Jingma, had he been watching over her all along? However, fate had other plans. Xia Yuntang sighed. Alas, he sped to the outskirts, and by the time he arrived, you had already descended the mountain and missed seeing you. Perhaps our brother simply had poor luck. Xia Yunju lamented, continuing, by the way, sister-in-law, my brother asked if you truly cried. I affirmed it, but neither of us knew the reason behind your tears. Yu Zhuan pressed her lips together, recalling vividly how, just prior to her birthday, she had visited Jinin Mountain alone to release her pent-up emotions, which had culminated in silent tears. So, my brother didn't see me, and then what transpired? She inquired eagerly, yearning to uncover the rest of the story. Thus, he sought out the prayer tree, tirelessly searching for 7 or 8 hours until nightfall, to find your wish card among the multitude, hoping to fulfill your wish and lift your spirits. Yu Zhuan's heart tightened. Reputed for its effectiveness, where countless visitors hung red wish cards, Xia Yunju paused for a moment, his tone growing serious. Upon learning you had cried, my brother felt great concern, suspecting you were facing some troubles. Thus, he sought out the prayer tree, tirelessly searching for 7 or 8 hours until nightfall, to find your wish card among the multitude, hoping to fulfill your wish and lift your spirits. Yu Zhuan's heart tightened. Ended up writing a wish card of his own and secretly hung it next to yours, though, he confessed, he had no idea what his brother had inscribed. Xia Yunju shook his head. I'm not sure. Sister-in-law, your wish card was only seen by my brother. Neither Xia Yunju nor I caught a glimpse of it. In a humorous twist, Xia Yuntang added, ironically, my brother, who initially scoffed at such beliefs, ended up writing a wish card of his own and secretly hung it next to yours, though, he confessed, he had no idea what his brother had inscribed. Xia Yunju shook his head. I'm not sure. But I suspect it pertains to you. Later, my brother decided to orchestrate a grand lucky day. Excitedly, Xia Yunju exclaimed. When I saw my brother had drawn December 15th, I was utterly astonished. How could he be so fortunate to randomly select your birthday? With people wishing you happiness, Yu Zhuan opened her mouth, but her throat constricted with emotion, rendering her speechless. Only now did she comprehend that it was Xie Jingmo who had orchestrated everything. The grand fireworks display at midnight each year had been a tribute to her. Ostensibly to celebrate the birthday of the individual born on that day, but in truth, it was for you, Xia Yuntang speculated. I reckon my brother's elaborate arrangements were meant to convey to you that your birthday is indeed a day of fortune. With people wishing you happiness, Yu Zhuan opened her mouth, but her throat constricted with emotion, rendering her speechless. Only now did she comprehend that it was Xie Jingmo who had orchestrated everything. The grand fireworks display at midnight each year had been a tribute to her. Her birthday, once perceived as a source of shame, had been imbued with significance and luck, all because of him. Sister-in-law, why are your eyes red? Xia Yunju suddenly sat up straight, a look of concern on his face. I don't wish to drink anymore. She couldn't help but feel the urge to call Xie Jingma. However, she had just pretended to extract information from Xia Yunju and Xia Yuntang, claiming that Xie Jingma had already informed her. Thus she couldn't make the call in front of them. Restless, Yu Zhuan finally finished her coffee, and when Xia Yuntang suggested they continue shopping, she reluctantly complied. Noticing her apparent distraction, Xia Yuntang assumed that Xia Yunju's sister-in-law was simply fatigued. He gently patted Xia Yunju and suggested, I suspect my sister-in-law is tired. Let us refrain from further shopping for now. She has already acquired quite a few items. Let us escort her back to Lanchi Garden. Xia Yunju clicked his tongue in exasperation, exclaiming, My dear aunt, you have finally had your fill of shopping. My legs feel as though they might snap from exhaustion. Yu Zhiwan, descending the steps, remarked, since everyone is weary. He gently patted Xia Yunju and suggested, I suspect my sister-in-law is tired. Let us refrain from further shopping for now. She has already acquired quite a few items. Let us escort her back to Lanchi Garden. Xia Yunju clicked his tongue in exasperation, exclaiming, My dear aunt, you have finally had your fill of shopping. My legs feel as though they might snap from exhaustion. Yu Zhiwan, descending the steps, remarked, since everyone is weary. If she were to inform him that she had discovered the matters regarding Lucky Day and the fireworks, he would undoubtedly rush back in a panic. Originally, he had driven to Mingqing for a business trip, and his return would naturally involve driving as well. If he were to hurry back, he might drive recklessly, which would be unsafe. Yu Zhuan's small face contorted in distress as she wrestled with her thoughts. If she were to inform him that she had discovered the matters regarding Lucky Day and the fireworks, he would undoubtedly rush back in a panic. Originally, he had driven to Mingqing for a business trip. What had he written? What words adorned his wish card? Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhuan could no longer contain her curiosity and drove to Jianin Mountain in the suburbs. On the way, she donned her Bluetooth headset and called Lu Sun. As soon as the call connected, he casually inquired, What's up, calling me at this late hour, treating me to dinner? Yu Zhuan's lips twitched as she cut straight to the chase. Lu Sun, did your cousin mention that Xie Jingma once forfeited an important competition in college for a girl he liked? What was the name of that competition, and when was it held? Lu Sun yawned, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. Yu Zhuan pressed, Please ask your cousin for me. I need to know the specific date of the competition. As soon as the call connected, he casually inquired, What's up, calling me at this late hour, treating me to dinner? Yu Zhuan's lips twitched as she cut straight to the chase. Lu Sun, did your cousin mention that Xie Jingma once forfeited an important competition in college for a girl he liked? If he isn't busy, he'll respond promptly. Once I hear back, I'll relay the information to you, okay? Yu Zhuan agreed, Sure, I'll treat you to dinner later. After hanging up, she continued her drive towards the suburbs. It's urgent? Intrigued, Lu Sun queried, What's the urgency? Yu Zhuan replied, It's a long story. Please just ask your cousin for me. I'd appreciate it. Hearing this, Lu Sun adopted a more serious tone. Alright, I'll ask my cousin right away. If he isn't busy, he'll respond promptly. Once I hear back, I'll relay the information to you, okay? Yu Zhuan agreed, Sure, I'll treat you to dinner later. After hanging up, she continued her drive towards the suburbs, where the wish tree adorned with countless wish cards awaited. Yu Zhuan, feeling too lazy to hike and not wanting to waste time, opted to take the cable car, although she was bundled up. It was winter, and the mountain would be even colder. As soon as she disembarked from the cable car, a gust of frigid wind hit her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She bounced on her boots to warm herself. Where the wish tree adorned with countless wish cards awaited. Yu Zhuan, feeling too lazy to hike and not wanting to waste time, opted to take the cable car, although she was bundled up. It was winter, and the mountain would be even colder. As soon as she disembarked from the cable car, a gust of frigid wind hit her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She bounced on her boots to warm herself. Illuminated by nearby lights, and the sounds of chanting from Jianin Temple could be heard faintly in the distance, the tree was grand, its branches intertwining, adorned with numerous red wish cards. Yu Zhuan found it hard to fathom how Xie Jingma had managed to locate her card among the countless others. The thought of searching through them one by one seemed an arduous task. She vaguely recalled that her wish card was tied to one of the branches on the left, yet she couldn't remember the exact spot. illuminated by nearby lights, and the sounds of chanting from Janine Temple could be heard faintly in the distance. The tree was grand, its branches intertwining, adorned with numerous red wish cards. Yu Jiwan found it hard to fathom how Xie Jingma had managed to locate her card among the countless others. In her haste, she had forgotten to wear gloves. Fortunately, she had a general idea of where her card was located. Xie Jingma's was beside hers, so as long as she found her own, she could easily locate his. Necessitating a thorough search due to the biting cold, a thin layer of ice had formed on the red wish cards. After searching for a while, her fingers turned a bright red from the chill. In her haste, she had forgotten to wear gloves. Fortunately, she had a general idea of where her card was located. Xie Jingma's was beside hers, so as long as she found her own, she could easily locate his. Lu Xin recounted his cousin's words, relaying the competition's name and date to her. Upon hearing the details, Yu Jiwan's breath hitched and her heart raced uncontrollably. The day Xie Jingma forfeited the competition. I texted him, and after waiting for 20 minutes without a response, I bombarded him with calls. Finally, I got the information. Yu Jiwan's eyes brightened. Thank you. What was the name of the competition and when was it held? Leading to her urgent hospitalization. Upon learning this, Xie Jingma couldn't remain idle and chose to forfeit the competition. Not only did he forfeit, but he had also gone to the hospital, standing vigil outside the ward, waiting for the girl to awaken from her stupor before leaving. Could it be that the girl for whom he willingly sacrificed the competition was her, the ephemeral moonlight he cherished? Was she? Yu Jiwan's mind suddenly became a whirlwind. Blank and unable to process the implications, whether it was the mountain's frigid winds or the shocking revelation, she felt as if her blood had congealed, ceasing to flow, only her heart thudded erratically within her chest. She could even hear the thunderous rhythm of her own heartbeat. And then did Yu Shao's chaotic push down the stairs, resulting in half a year in a wheelchair, have anything to do with Xie Jingma? Blank and unable to process the implications, whether it was the mountain's frigid winds or the shocking revelation, she felt as if her blood had congealed, ceasing to flow, only her heart thudded erratically within her chest. She could even hear the thunderous rhythm of her own heartbeat. And then did Yu Shao's chaotic push down the stairs, resulting in half a year in a wheelchair, have anything to do with Xie Jingma? Was it an act of revenge for her? Hello, Yu Jiwan, are you still there? Lu Xun's voice cut through her reverie. Having called out several times without receiving a response, was the signal weak? Hello, can you hear me? Yu Jiwan responded, I'll check the time online first, and then I'll fill you in with the details later. Alright, just don't forget, Lu Xun cautioned. After ending the call, Yu Jiwan immediately searched the internet, her fingers trembling as she typed in the name of the competition. The mountain's poor internet connection made the wait feel endless before the answer finally appeared. Yu Jiwan held her breath. Scrutinizing the details, the timing was indeed correct. It coincided with the day she was taken to the hospital. The girl Xie Jingma had always liked. Could it truly be her? Why had Xie Jingma developed feelings for her? And why was she completely unaware? A cold gust swept past, causing Yu Jiwan to shiver once more, her nose and ears reddening from the chill, yet her heart felt warm and her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Raising her hand to wipe away what she hadn't realized was spilling over, she stole a glance at the nearby wish tree just as her phone buzzed again. Chapter 99. All his affections and devotion were bestowed upon her this time. It was a call from Xia Yunju. Hello, what's the matter? Yu Jiwan asked as she answered. Sister-in-law, why does your voice sound a bit off? Do you have a hint of nasal congestion? You're not coming down with a cold? Raising her hand to wipe away what she hadn't realized was spilling over, she stole a glance at the nearby wish tree just as her phone buzzed again. Chapter 99. All his affections and devotion were bestowed upon her this time. Did my brother really tell you about Lucky Day and the fireworks? Yu Jiwan maintained her composure, responding, yes, he did share that with me. As she spoke, a memory surfaced. Lu Xun had previously relayed his cousin's words, mentioning that Xie Jingma had begun managing the family business during college, juggling both school and work, yet still finding time to visit the girl he liked. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly as she tightened her grip on her phone and cautiously asked, Yunju, my university is not far from your brother's, it's just across the street. Your brother frequently visited our campus when he was in college. I know it was to see me, Xia Yunju exclaimed, mentioning that Xie Jingma had begun managing the family business during college, juggling both school and work, yet still finding time to visit the girl he liked. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly as she tightened her grip on her phone and cautiously asked, however, for some reason, you eventually changed your mind and enrolled in the neighboring university. Consequently, my brother had no choice but to frequently visit your school to see you. Thankfully, it seems that all this perseverance has finally paid off. As she listened to his words, the tears that had almost subsided surged forth once more, and Yu Jiwan covered her mouth with trembling hands, trying to suppress the sound of her sobs from Xia Yunju. She was unaware, completely oblivious at that time. She had only heard that Xie Jingma frequently visited their school, entirely ignorant of the fact that his visits were solely to see her. On the very first day she moved into Langziyuan. As she listened to his words, the tears that had almost subsided surged forth once more, and Yu Jiwan covered her mouth with trembling hands, trying to suppress the sound of her sobs from Xia Yunju. And a wave of sorrow washed over Yu Jiwan, her eyes turning a vivid red. Just how much had Xie Jingma done for her? And how much more was she unaware of? Hey, sister-in-law, it seems like there's a sound of wind on your side. She discovered that it was in close proximity to her university, yet quite distant from Xie Jingma's workplace. Was it also to facilitate his visits to her? Scalding tears brimmed in her eyes. I'm in the courtyard, Xie Yunzhou expressed his concern. Then you mustn't catch a cold. It's chilly outside. Return to your room soon. I can hear your nasal voice getting heavier. Yu Zhuan replied, I know. Don't worry, alright then, sister-in-law, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll hang up now. After Xie Yunzhou ended the call, he glanced at Xie Yuntang, who was seated on the nearby sofa, and nodded. Sister-in-law said it wasn't us eavesdropping. Our brother really told her, and she even knows that he used to visit her often. That wasn't something I mentioned, Xie Yuntang pondered, stroking his chin. I still feel something is amiss. Are we being played by sister-in-law? Surely not, Xie Yunzhou responded. What did sister-in-law say about her location just now? Xie Yuntang inquired. She said she was in the small garden of Langziyuan, and I told her to hurry back to her room. Xie Yuntang contemplated for a moment before grabbing the car keys and standing up. Let's go take a look. Concerned for Yu Zhuan's well-being, Xie Yunzhou hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at Langziyuan, they found that Yu Zhuan was neither in her room nor in the small garden. Xie Yunzhou's heart leapt into his throat as he seized Fu Bo and asked, Fu Bo, where is my sister-in-law? Fu Bo replied, Madam drove out in the evening. Is something wrong? Xie Yunzhou became genuinely alarmed. Did she mention where she was going? Xie Yuntang contemplated for a moment before grabbing the car keys and standing up. Let's go take a look. Concerned for Yu Zhuan's well-being, Xie Yunzhou hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at Langziyuan, they found that Yu Zhuan was neither in her room nor in the small garden. Xie Yunzhou's heart leapt into his throat as he seized Fu Bo and asked, Fu Bo, where is my sister-in-law? Fu Bo replied, Madam drove out in the evening. Is something wrong? Xie Yunzhou became genuinely alarmed. Did she mention where she was going? Inquired, Madam, where are you at such a late hour? It's unsafe to drive at night. Do you need me to arrange for a bodyguard to pick you up? No need, Fu Bo, I'm outside, taking care of a few matters. And I'll return home later. You don't need to worry. Upon hearing Yu Zhuan's response, Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunzhou exchanged glances. It was over. Their big mouths seemed to have truly let something slip. Otherwise, why would sister-in-law venture out at such a late hour? After Fu Bo ended the call with Yu Zhuan, Xie Yunzhou immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his brother's number. However, in the next moment. And I'll return home later. You don't need to worry. Upon hearing Yu Zhuan's response, Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunzhou exchanged glances. It was over. Their big mouths seemed to have truly let something slip. Xie Yunzhou quickly typed a few words and sent it. Bro, it concerns sister-in-law. Within a second, his brother's call came through. Xie Yunzhou. Xie Yuntang. Alright, sister-in-law is the priority. Meanwhile, at the Mingqing branch company. His brother hung up, refusing the call. Xie Yuntang glanced at the time and speculated, he must be busy or in a meeting. Otherwise, he wouldn't normally hang up on you. Why not send him a message? Immediately realizing that the plan would not pass, sending him into further panic, the senior executives seated nearby were equally apprehensive, their hearts racing. Tang Yi, sitting nearby, sighed helplessly to himself. This was ridiculous. Xia, the CEO, was already eager to return. The meeting room was enveloped in an unusually tense atmosphere. The marketing manager was nervously presenting the project plan in hand, but upon raising his head, he saw the man sitting at the head of the table with an icy and intimidating expression. Carefully observing the man's demeanor, in the midst of this tension, they suddenly noticed the man's phone on the table light up, indicating an incoming call. However, the man expressionlessly pressed the end call button. Moments later, for some unknown reason, the phone's screen lit up again, as if a text had been received. The man, who had exuded an aura of coldness just moments ago, narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Meeting adjourned. Carefully observing the man's demeanor, in the midst of this tension, they suddenly noticed the man's phone on the table light up, indicating an incoming call. However, the man expressionlessly pressed the end call button. Moments later, for some unknown reason, the phone's screen lit up again, as if a text had been received. The man, who had exuded an aura of coldness just moments ago, narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Meeting adjourned. What does it have to do with your sister-in-law? This afternoon, when I was chatting with Xie Xiaotang and sister-in-law, I accidentally let slip that the lucky day on December 15th was specifically set up for sister-in-law's birthday. And I mentioned how you searched for her wish tag on the wishing tree that year, wanting to help fulfill her wish. On the other end of the line, Xie Yunzhou was nearly in tears. Bro, I honestly didn't mean to. I thought you had already told sister-in-law. Xie Jingma pinched the bridge of his nose, a hint of frustration evident in his deep gaze. What else does she know? Hearing his brother's cold tone, Xie Yunzhou trembled but did not dare to hide anything. She also knows that you often went to her school during university to see her. I have no idea how she found that out. I honestly didn't mean to. I thought you had already told sister-in-law. Xie Jingma pinched the bridge of his nose, a hint of frustration evident in his deep gaze. What else does she know? Xie Jingma's eyes narrowed thoughtfully before he seemed to realize something. I understand now. I'm heading back immediately. Xie Yunzhou was taken aback. Huh, you're coming back now? Bro, how do you know where sister-in-law went? You didn't even ask, your account will be settled later, Xie Jingma replied. Xie Yunzhou instantly felt a sense of despair. However, despite his brother's words about settling the score, his tone had softened considerably. Xie Yunzhou pondered that perhaps the comment about having a tacit understanding with sister-in-law had struck a chord with his brother. Upon returning to the meeting room, Xie Jingma's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the scene. The project plan was to be sent back for a complete overhaul. If something like this were produced again, the position of the marketing manager would need to be relinquished. The marketing manager immediately broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly responding in agreement. After finishing his remarks, the man turned to Tang Yi. You stay behind to monitor the follow-up progress. Tang Yi was startled by the sudden demand. Was the CEO really leaving early? However, he quickly regained composure and replied, Yes, CEO, I'll go prepare your vehicle right away. Chapter 100, I do not seek divine favor. I only desire Xie Jing Mo. At the peak of Jinin Mountain, beneath the wishing tree, Yu Zhuan rummaged through the wish tags one by one, searching for a long time, so long that she felt the cold wind seep through her entire body. Yet she still could not find her OWN. It was peculiar. She distinctly remembered tying it nearby. As night fell, the mountain grew colder. Yu Zhuan's fingers became stiff and red from the cold, and her nose was also tinged with frost. I only desire Xie Jing Mo. At the peak of Jinin Mountain, beneath the wishing tree, Yu Zhuan rummaged through the wish tags one by one, searching for a long time, so long that she felt the cold wind seep through her entire body. Yet she still could not find her OWN. It was peculiar. She distinctly remembered tying it nearby. As night fell, the mountain grew colder. Yu Zhuan's fingers became stiff and red from the cold, and her nose was also tinged with frost. Growing ever stronger, threatening to engulf her, but if she answered the video call now, he would see her on the mountain and surely realize that she was aware of the lucky day and the fireworks. He would undoubtedly rush back. Yu Zhuan pressed the end call button, then dialed in with a voice message, speaking sweetly as usual. Have you finished your work? The man's voice was deep and magnetic. Why didn't you answer the video call? Yu Zhuan sniffled, her voice slightly muffled. I lay down to sleep, and my clothes are off. I'm not presentable for you to see, Xie Jingma. But are you at home now? With her eyes glistening, Yu Zhuan blinked. Yes, I'm waiting for you to return tomorrow. Hurry back, I miss you. She immediately added a reminder. But don't rush, be careful driving on the road. Alright, I will return soon. His voice exuded an indescribable warmth. Wan. I miss you too. Yu Zhuan's heart warmed, feeling an overwhelming urge to fly to his side and nestle into his warm embrace. After hanging up, Yu Zhuan bounced on the spot, feeling slightly warmer. She resumed her search for her wish tag. Time trickled by, and before she knew it, snowflakes began to drift down from the night sky, dancing like stars under the lights. The tips of her hair caught a few snowflakes as she tirelessly focused on her search. Determined to discover what Xie Jingma had written on the wish tag, she yearned to know what wish he had made. If possible, she too wished to help him fulfill his desires. Xie Jingma tirelessly rushed back from Mingchang. Arriving at the foot of Jinin Mountain just past 2 in the morning. As he stepped out of the car, he spotted Yu Zhuan's familiar vehicle not far off. She had indeed come here. Xie Jingma, having visited this place before, was somewhat familiar with it and made his way towards the cable car station. The staff, struggling to stay awake, yawned and waved their hands. The cable car has already ceased operation at this hour. You can't ride it, you might as well hike up, but it's not safe to climb alone at night. Find a companion, or come back tomorrow morning. The man's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of malevolence. Xie Jingma, having visited this place before, was somewhat familiar with it and made his way towards the cable car station. The staff, struggling to stay awake, yawned and waved their hands. The cable car has already ceased operation at this hour. You can't ride it, you might as well hike up, but it's not safe to climb alone at night. Find a companion, or come back tomorrow morning. The man's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of malevolence. Yu Zhuan sneezed several times, her nose tinged with red, having thoroughly searched the wish tags hanging from the branches on the left, yet she could not find her own. Could it be that she had misremembered? Or had her wish tag been lost? What of Xie Jingma's wish tag? Was it still there? Furrowing her brows, she disregarded the cold and continued her search. Of the snowflakes began to fall more heavily, swirling gracefully in the warm yellow light, some drifting through the branches to land atop her head. Thankfully, it wasn't raining, so Yu Zhuan paid it little mind. Just then, her heart leapt with joy as she spotted it. She had found her wish tag. It bore 2 vertical lines of text, though the writing had become somewhat blurred. The first line read, "If only I had never been born." However, upon completing it, swirling gracefully in the warm yellow light, some drifting through the branches to land atop her head. Thankfully, it wasn't raining, so Yu Zhuan paid it little mind. Just then, her heart leapt with joy as she spotted it. Yu Zhuan swallowed hard, her heart racing as she turned it over. In the next moment, upon reading the message, her pupils quivered intensely. There were only a few simple words. May the divine favor her, XJM. In an instant, hot, bittersweet tears welled up, blurring her vision. Why had he not wished for himself? Even his wish was solely for her benefit. Suddenly, she began to understand why, when she confessed her feelings to Xie Jingma. Yu Zhuan swallowed hard, her heart racing as she turned it over. In the next moment, upon reading the message, her pupils quivered intensely. There were only a few simple words. May the divine favor her, XJM. Even before they registered their marriage, she had always assumed his affections were directed towards someone of equal standing, a paragon of privilege. At that moment, a familiar voice laced with barely concealed anger echoed from behind. This voice. Yu Zhuan stiffened, slowly turning around. The man who should have been in Mingcheng now stood before her. The warm light illuminated the cascading snowflakes, and the man, tall and strikingly handsome, bore an air of icy composure as he strode towards her. Even before they registered their marriage, she had always assumed his affections were directed towards someone of equal standing, a paragon of privilege. At that moment, a familiar voice laced with barely concealed anger echoed from behind. This voice. Yu Zhuan stiffened, slowly turning around. The man who should have been in Mingcheng now stood before her. The warm light illuminated the cascading snowflakes, and the man, tall and strikingly handsome, bore an air of icy composure as he strode towards her. Upon spotting her, Xie Jingma noticed the layer of snow that had settled atop her head, the frigid mountain night air biting at her skin, and that she stood there without gloves, rummaging through the wish tags beneath the tree.